Introduction. He proclaimed, "Heavens above, if I possessed the power, I would surely obliterate you." Here, the atmosphere is drenched in bloodshed and brutality, absurdity and recklessness abound, and the strong prey upon the weak. Amidst relentless violence, the path of martial arts is fraught with hardships and obstacles. Yet I shall wield my sword and roar to the heavens. Caught in the whirlpool of storm and strife, unable to resist, how can one alter the heavens and the earth? Chapter 1. Fate of Encounter. In ordinary days, the wind is sweet, gently caressing the face with a hint of honeyed fragrance. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is harsh, filled with tears shed over years of diligent study. At long last, years of relentless toil have culminated in the joy of passing the imperial examination. Though not with the highest honors, nonetheless, it brings delight. The gates of the university embrace them. Flowers in the campus bloom in eager competition, and the tranquility of the departments transforms into a cacophony. Time swiftly passes, and I remain. Hear the sounds of geese resonate as they pass, leaving their names behind, while time departs, leaving endless memories in its wake. In most cities of China, September has begun to gradually cool, with the mornings and evenings bearing a hint of biting chill. This morning, although the air carries a slight chill, people do not remain indoors. Instead, they are spirited and exuberantly cheering. In front of the city's finest university, University, a throng of people gathers in the small square, akin to a bustling hive. Countless bags and suitcases are scattered about. Shouts and cheers mingle with the sounds of rolling luggage and cars, creating a symphony of noise. This scene resembles ants in a frenzy, swarming out of their nests, with luggage being carried, dragged, and hoisted everywhere. The ironclad barracks see a stream of soldiers, a constant flow of people traversing the campus. Observing the diverse array of individuals coming and going, I surmise that the new semester has begun. The old students have departed, while the newcomers arrive. Only the enchanting campus remains unchanged. Steadfast, only the eager students persist, coming and going, with some leaving while others arrive. Only the vibrant and unrepentant youth remains, sharing both fortune and adversity. Amidst the bustling crowd, two young men, burdened with their packages, hurriedly collide. Their rapid pace results in a forceful impact, causing their belongings to tumble to the ground. One of them, irate, exclaims without awaiting a glimpse of the other's face, "You fool! Watch where you're going! You bumped into me!" Upon hearing this, the other man, filled with fury, is about to retaliate with harsh words, but suddenly, as if compelled by fate, he looks up. The anger that once burned within him dissipates in an instant. He gazes at the individual before him, a smirk gradually forming on his face, and before the other can speak again, he taunts, "Oh, Zhang Zhai, even in this foreign land, you remain as impulsive as ever." The one referred to as Zhang Zhai, initially intent on hurling further insults, suddenly hears this and looks up. Then, with a shout of surprise, he exclaims, "Yin Feiyang, what brings you here? Are you also attending this school?" "Huh." Yin Feiyang chuckled. "What? Is it only your esteemed self, Zhang Zhai, who is allowed to grace this place, while I, Yin Feiyang, am barred?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhai drops the luggage he was about to lift again, waving his hands in excitement, saying, "How could that be? I was merely startled to see you, and in my excitement, I misspoke. I'm thrilled to see you. How could I possibly object to your presence?" Sighing softly, Yin Feiyang replied, "I never anticipated encountering you here. Ever since the college entrance exams, we have lost contact, each engrossed in our own affairs. Who would have thought we would meet in this distant land?" Zhang Zhai nodded. "Indeed, I too did not foresee that we would be admitted to the same university. However, speaking of which, your exam scores were sufficient for you to attend B University in Beijing. Why then this choice?" Yin Feiyang shook his head repeatedly. "Ah, do not bring this up. It brings me regret. Every mention brings tears. I indeed met the score required for B University, yet at the time of filling out applications, I lacked the courage to apply." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "The competition at B University is fierce. My parents worked hard to raise me for college, and I could not risk failure. Thus I settled for the closer Y University. What about you? Your scores were also adequate for Q University in Beijing. Why did you end up here?" Upon hearing Yin Feiyang's words, Zhang Zhai chuckled bitterly. "I too am in the same boat. Like you, I lacked the courage to apply, fearing failure. Now, reflecting upon it, I am filled with regret." Yin Feiyang burst into laughter. "Is that so? Though we did not confer, we made the same choice. We're truly worthy of being good classmates and brothers from junior high. Even our reasons for hardship are strikingly similar. Yet, His laughter bore a hint of bitterness. "Ha ha," Zhang Zhai responded, but did not interject further, and a moment of silence enveloped them. Soon after, they both erupted into laughter, drawing curious glances from onlookers, yet they remained oblivious. This was their world, one only they could understand, while others could not fathom. They laughed heartily, their mirth bordering on hysteria, tears streaming down their faces, laughter tinged with unspoken sorrow. There exists a pain that feels like a knife to the heart, a despair that is utterly hopeless, a torment that rends the soul, and a regret that pierces deep within. How many in this world can comprehend the sorrow and anguish that accompanies shattered dreams? Perhaps it is some unseen force or a web of fate. Their boisterous laughter irked those around them, prompting many to steer clear. Yet, one girl, resolutely grasping her luggage, approached them directly. As she reached their side, the girl set down her bags and, with a look of disdain, admonished, "I say, have you two had enough laughter? In such a public space, do you not feel any shame?" The girl was not of the extraordinary beauty that turns heads, rather. One might describe her appearance as quite ordinary. Standing just over 1.6 meters, she could be considered of average height locally, easily lost in a crowd without a trace of distinction. Compounding the matter, her calves lacked the slenderness typical of other girls, appearing somewhat stout. Clad in denim from head to toe, with a light pink top peeking beneath, she wore a pair of orange sneakers, her shoulder-length black hair flowing gently in the wind. Such attire was emblematic of the everyday girl, yet under the morning light, she possessed an unexpected charm, appearing quite lovely. Zhang Zhai and Yun Feiyong, both burdened by shared grievances, found their frustrations inadvertently directed at this girl. They immediately ceased their laughter, glaring at her with indignation, and the hot-tempered Zhang Zhai shouted, "Who are you? We're merely reminiscing. What business is it of yours? Others may not mind, but why do you meddle? It should not have been my concern, but your raucous laughter in such a public space has undoubtedly affected many people's moods. Moreover, this is in front of Y University. Do you not understand that the campus is a sacred and serious place? How can you behave so absurdly here? I wonder how you managed to gain admission." This morning, while the sky was awash with sunlight, a chill lingered, yet it could not deter the sweat from labors. The girl's forehead and cheeks glistened with perspiration upon hearing Zhang Zhai's words. She wiped her brow and retorted fiercely. Her final remark struck deeply at the hearts of Zhang Zhai and Yun Feiyong, causing them profound sorrow. As the ancient saying goes, a dragon has its reverse scales touch them, and you shall perish. Although the girl's words did not bring about her demise, they ignited Zhang Zhai's fury even further, prompting him to retort vehemently, "Who is this madwoman? So ugly, yet meddling in affairs that do not concern her." At the tender age of 17 or 18, the girl was in the bloom of youth and could never be associated with the term madwoman. To be fair, while she may not have been conventionally beautiful, she was certainly not ugly, and Zhang Zhai's words felt like a cruel dagger plunged into her heart. The girl, wounded, could only utter a soft "you" before falling silent. In an instant, her countenance shifted, displaying a look of deep grievance, and tears began to shimmer in her eyes, threatening to spill. Zhang Zhai, consumed by his own rage, was oblivious to this poignant moment. However, Yun Feiyong, who had also been seething with anger, inexplicably turned his gaze towards the girl and saw the tears glistening in her eyes, on the verge of cascading down. The flickering tears in the girl's eyes were like dew, gently extinguishing the fire of anger within Yun Feiyong's heart. He reached out to grasp Zhang Zhai, who was poised to continue his tirade, and said, "Zhang Zhai, enough, this indeed was our fault. No matter the circumstances, we should not behave so absurdly and laugh boisterously, especially with so many people around." Zhang Zhai was taken aback, turning to Yun Feiyong, seemingly ready to interject further. However, upon noticing the unusual look in Yun Feiyong's eyes, he swiftly turned back to the girl. Only then did he register the tears welling in her eyes, a pang of guilt striking his heart. He began, though the words never left his lips, and he refrained from further curses. Seeing Zhang Zhai calm down, Yun Feiyong released his grip on him and sincerely addressed the girl, "Classmate, we were indeed in the wrong just now. Zhang Zhai should not have spoken to you in such a manner. My name is Yun Feiyong, and I extend my earnest apology. Please do not remain upset. Indeed, I also spoke too harshly earlier. Please forgive me," Zhang Zhai hastily added. Suppressing her tears, the girl murmured softly, "One Zhang Zhai and one Yun Feiyong. I will remember you both. Do not let me see you again, or else." Oof. With that, She seized her luggage and turned to leave, casting a lingering look over her shoulder as she added, "I hate you." It was unclear whether her words were directed at one or both of them. The girl departed with a graceful yet swift demeanor, but she ultimately could not contain her tears. In the fleeting moment of her turn, Yun Feiyong clearly saw several droplets fall, striking the ground. Though the tears landed softly, they felt like heavy hammers pounding upon Yun Feiyong's heart. He understood that this girl had been truly hurt. As he watched her increasingly indistinct figure and the stains of her tears on the ground, a bitter expression crossed his face, and a wave of confusion and sorrow washed over him. Chapter 2. The resounding call of the bugle. A long, impassioned call from the bugle shattered the morning tranquility, rousing the slumbering students. For those who have experienced military life, the sound of a bugle evokes a unique sentiment. Each note is a battle cry, meticulously crafted to mobilize soldiers, and the melodies produced by brass instruments invigorate the spirit and rekindle one's fighting spirit. It belongs to soldiers, to the battlefield, to those heroic souls who heed the call and face death with valor. The bugle's resounding notes echo the iron and blood coursing through their veins, imprinting itself indelibly in their minds and hearts, becoming an immortal memory in their lives. The wake-up call, rest call, meal call, charge call, evacuation call, assembly call. A series of spirited bugle sounds compose a vivid symphony throughout their military journey, with its melodies woven into the very lifeblood of successive generations of soldiers. Today marks the commencement of military training at Y University, not in the bustling city, but in the great outdoors. This training base was constructed solely for the purpose of student military training. The base is quite rudimentary aside from the dense cluster of approximately 100 military tents. There are only a few simple training facilities. Naturally, in such a concentrated area, restrooms are essential, along with a long row of faucets and 2 makeshift shower facilities. Those light green tents, tinged with yellow, serve as the students' temporary residences. The entire area is divided by a relatively wide road, distinguishing the accommodations for male and female students. Traditionally, the left side is designated for boys and the right for girls, a rule adhered to here as well, with the instructor's quarters also situated in this vicinity. However, if one were to observe closely, they would notice that the number of tents on the left side is significantly fewer than those on the right. This discrepancy is due to the nature of Y University's programs, which tend to attract more female students, giving them a slight numerical advantage. Moreover, the left side boasts 5 distinct tents, marked with a sign indicating the cooking unit, each sequentially numbered and featuring a chimney protruding from the top. The tent area is securely fenced with barbed wire, with only a single entrance left open, flanked by 2 guard posts. Beyond the tents lies a vast expanse of open ground, designated as the training area for the students. The base, aside from a few main pathways lined with gravel, is predominantly covered in grass, where wildflowers flourish in some areas. The lush green is entirely replaced by barren earth. As the wind sweeps across, clouds of yellow dust are stirred into the air. The wake-up call stirred the students awake, and naturally, Zhang Zhe and Yun Feiyong were no exception, as they shared a tent and thus rose simultaneously. The hour was still early, with dawn barely breaking, and the moon's silhouette faintly visible, dew covering the grass. Not everyone, however, rose as swiftly as Zhang Zhe and Yun Feiyong. Many lingered in bed, unresponsive for quite some time. At that moment, a voice called from outside the tent. "You have 5 minutes. If you are not assembled at the training ground when time is up, you will all face a penalty of a 5-kilometer run." The voice belonged to a man, robust and resonant, carrying an undertone of authority. Suddenly, the entire base erupted into commotion, shattering the silence as students, regardless of gender, hastily leapt from their beds. They hurriedly donned the camouflage uniforms issued for military training, scarcely pausing to groom themselves, and rushed towards the training field. 5 minutes is a fleeting span, hardly enough time for much. The boys fared better aside from not having brushed their teeth or washed their faces. They could tousle their hair with a hand and achieve a somewhat presentable look. The girls, however, faced a greater challenge. Long hair is notoriously difficult to manage, let alone applying makeup. Most of the girls had their long locks sprawled chaotically over their shoulders, appearing utterly unadorned. On the training ground, students huddled in small clusters, scattered and lacking any semblance of formation. At that moment, a soldier stepped forward to address them. "Look at you. Where is the semblance of soldier? Let alone the soldier's resolve. I am disheartened by your appearance." While student military training differs from that of new recruits, Your current state is disappointing. After a pause, he continued, I will grant you another 5 minutes to tidy your cells and assemble according to your designated squads. If you remain in this state, I regret to inform you that you will all face a 10-kilometer penalty run. Do not think I am merely trying to intimidate you. I mean what I say, and I will follow through. Should you fail to comply, you shall forego your meals today. The words of the male soldier reverberated like a bomb, igniting a fervor in the training ground. After a brief moment of silence, the students began to reform their ranks, with some of the girls taking a moment to tidy their disheveled hair. At that moment, the male soldier's voice rang out again. Boys to the left, girls to the right, align yourselves in 2 columns according to your company numbers. Stand in line or prepare for punishment. It is worth noting that during this military training, the organization of the companies did not distinguish between majors. Instead, they were arranged simply in the order of registration at the start of the semester. Naturally, boys and girls were separated, as it is only fitting that they train apart. Zhang Zhe and Yun Feiyang, having registered together, found themselves in the same company, the 3rd Battalion for male students. This military training involved over 2,000 participants, with boys divided into 10 companies and girls into 12. In addition to the instructors and 5 cooking teams, these constituted the main participants of this training. After another 5 minutes had passed, the students' formation began to take shape, though it certainly fell short of military standards. Suddenly, a contingent of soldiers appeared before them, comprising both men and women, including the one who had just spoken. In total, there were 22 of them, 13 women and 9 men. These individuals were the instructors for this training for the next 3 weeks. The young students would endure rigorous training under their command. The arrival of this group of soldiers silenced the training ground instantly. Students familiar with military insignia recognized that 21 of them were non-commissioned officers, with only one bearing the insignia of second lieutenant. This was undoubtedly a young junior officer. She may not have been conventionally beautiful, but her upright posture and piercing gaze exuded a unique allure. The male soldier who had previously spoken stepped forward once more and declared loudly, "We're the members of your instructor team for this training. I am the deputy leader, and she is the leader." He gestured towards the lone second lieutenant. The beautiful second lieutenant did not hesitate. She stepped forward assertively and announced, "I am the leader of the instructor team. My surname is Lon. You may address me as Instructor Lon." Her words were direct and unembellished. After a brief pause, she continued, "Students, your military training officially begins now. The companies that are called, please proceed to train with your instructors." Instructor Lan's actions mirrored her straightforward speech devoid of ornate language or grandiose oaths. Her simple declaration that the training had commenced prompted all the instructors, except for her, to spring into action. The deputy leader called out first, "Company 1, follow me." As various companies were summoned to depart, only one remained in place, the 3rd Battalion of boys, to which Zhang Zhe and Yun Feiyang belonged. Watching as the surrounding companies were called away, the students of the 3rd Battalion began to grow anxious, for only one instructor remained the solitary second lieutenant. It was evident that the instructor for the 3rd Battalion was the capable Instructor Lon. Unlike the other companies, which were instructed by male instructors for the boys and female instructors for the girls, the 3rd Battalion had an exception. Not only did they have a female instructor, but she was also the leader of the instructor team, a woman who bore a hint of the iron-willed soldier. Some began to feel a sense of dread about the upcoming training, uncertain about how this Instructor Lon would challenge them. At ease, attention, left face, right face, about face. The commands echoed from the other companies, while the 3rd Battalion remained still. Instructor Lon stood silently, and without receiving any orders, the students could only remain quietly at attention, all eyes fixed on her, perplexed by the lack of instruction. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature began to rise, and beads of sweat were becoming visible on the students' foreheads. The first round of training for the other companies had concluded, and they were now resting, yet Instructor Lon still had not given any commands. Unable to contain himself, one student called out, "Report, Instructor Lon, why haven't we started? The other companies have already finished their first round." Finally, prompted by this outburst, Instructor Lon spoke. "Who said we were not training? Just now, I was testing your patience and endurance. But seeing your current state, it appears you cannot endure the silence. Since you are so eager for activity, we shall change our training to help you understand what military training truly entails and what it means to be exhausted." The students remained silent as Instructor Lon continued. "You may think our training begins with the standard routines of at ease and attention, but no, my training approach is different. Rest assured, I will provide you with an unforgettable military training experience." As she spoke, she smiled, yet all could sense an underlying hint of danger in that smile. Then, Instructor Lan raised her hand and pointed in a direction, saying, "Since you enjoy physical activity, very well. Do you see that mountain? Our next training exercise is running up to the summit to breathe in the fresh air and then return. The distance is not far. It's merely 12 kilometers round trip. I trust you will not be concerned." A collective gasp echoed through the formation at the thought of a 12-kilometer run, especially uphill. Though the mountain was not particularly high, the average person would struggle with such a challenge. Just as everyone was still processing this shocking news, Instructor Lan issued her command. "Why are you still standing? Are you waiting for me to carry you? Run!" Someone shouted, and the entire group began to sprint towards the hill. Behind them, Instructor Lan's calm voice followed. "The last 10 to finish shall do 100 push-ups." Chapter 3. The Demon Instructor. As the boys of the third company sprinted, they heard Instructor Lan's final command, prompting several to roar in unison, "Run! 100 push-ups!" Instantly, their speed increased even further, their shouts drawing the attention of other squads. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed. Most of the third company had returned to the training ground, with only a handful lagging behind, hastening towards the finish line. At this moment, Instructor Lan raised his hand to halt one individual, stating, "You need not run any longer. You are the 10th to arrive. Wait here for the remaining 9 and take a moment to rest. We shall perform push-ups together." The boy, having exerted every ounce of his strength to reach the destination, now discovered he was among the last 10. Consequently, he was faced with the prospect of 100 push-ups, all while utterly exhausted from the long run. In an instant, a profound sense of despair enveloped his heart. He even contemplated withdrawing from military training. Yet, he knew that such an action would equate to expulsion from school. What else could he do but silently mourn his fate, casting an indescribable gaze towards Instructor Lan? After another 10 minutes, the final few stragglers returned to the training ground, concluding their long-distance run. At that moment, every face glistened with perspiration, their shirts soaked through, a testament to their exertion. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to inhale the air, while continuously wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Then, Instructor Lan commanded, "All personnel, assemble in 1 minute." Thus, everyone, with their weary bodies, began to gather and form ranks. Once the formation was complete, Instructor Lan, with a grave demeanor, stated, "It took nearly 2.5 hours for the slowest of you to complete the 12-kilometer run. I have trained many, yet you are the most disappointing. This distance could easily be traversed by an elderly woman of 70 or 80 in under 2 hours. I am at a loss as to what else you can accomplish. As your instructor, I must sincerely express my disappointment in your performance." Instructor Lan's words undoubtedly struck a blow to the pride of all present. Yet no one dared to retort, for their long-distance results were indeed abysmal. However, amidst the crowd, an unspoken sense of oppression pervaded, as some individuals possessed considerable potential. Observing their expressions, Instructor Lan chuckled. "What? Do you not believe me? Let me tell you, I have trained the best military trainees, who completed the run in 41 minutes. And yet, the fastest among you took an hour and a half. Do you still consider yourselves capable?" At this revelation, incredulity swept through the gathered crowd. Even Zhang Zhe and Yun Feiyang were not exempt. Each harbored a question in their minds. 41 minutes for a 12-kilometer run on mountainous terrain? How could that be possible? Yet, no one dared to voice their skepticism. Then, with a disdainful snort, Instructor Lan continued, "The last 10 to arrive, step forward and prepare for 100 push-ups. Not a single one can be spared. I speak with intent. When I declare a punishment, I will see it enforced." The last 10, with furrowed brows and heavy hearts, trudged from the ranks to the front, casting angry glances at Instructor Lan. Zhang Zhen and Yun Feiyang were naturally not among those excluded from the group. They remarked that while their performance was not the best, it certainly did not place them at the bottom. Among the 10 who stood out, none immediately commenced their push-ups. One of them boldly spoke up, "Instructor Lan, we are students undergoing military training, not recruits in basic training." While other teams merely walked and stood around, practicing marching in formation and executing precise steps. Why were they subjected to a 12-kilometer mountain run, followed by push-ups? "We are students, not recruits." Instructor Lan's eyes narrowed, and he did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the young man for what felt like an eternity before finally uttering, "Do you dare question me?" At that moment, an unusual air of authority enveloped the space, carrying a hint of iron discipline. When the young man spoke, both Zhang Zhen and Yun Feiyang felt a sudden jolt in their minds, silently exclaiming, "This is bad." Having undergone military training themselves, they were acutely aware of the repercussions of such words. This would not simply be brushed aside. As expected, Instructor Lon bellowed. Everyone drop. 100 push-ups. Prepare immediately. At that instant, another voice cried out, Instructor Lon, does that include us? This individual was not among the last 10. Zhang Jun and Yun Feiyong once again felt a wave of dread wash over them. But the speaker, evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued. We are not among the last 10. Why must we also do push-ups? That is unfair. At this juncture, Instructor Lon interjected, Unfair? I am the one who decides. You are a collective. One person's mistake results in punishment for all. Everyone, due to your foolish prattle, 200 push-ups, commence immediately. Does anyone else have a problem? What? Merely for a trivial inquiry, the number of push-ups had doubled. Who would dare to speak up now? Zhang Jun and Yun Feiyong reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground to begin their push-ups, with Zhang Jun even counting aloud, 1, 2, 3. The others, however, did not heed Instructor Lan's orders. Their attention wholly fixed on Zhang Jun and Yun Feiyong. Instructor Lan observed their response and subtly nodded in approval before shouting, if you pause for even a second, the count will double again. What? Doubling again would mean 400 push-ups. This was no trifling matter. Consequently, the others quickly distanced themselves and dropped down, commencing their push-ups. Some began to count aloud, mimicking Zhang Zhan's earlier enthusiasm. Before long, everyone was vocalizing their own counts. A cacophony of numbers and shouts converging into an indescribable melody that resonated through the air. By this time, the sun had risen, and the other teams were completely at rest. The scene drew the attention of all, and one could faintly hear the whispers. Our instructor is the best. Look at them. They are being thoroughly tested. Nearly 3 minutes later, Zhang Zhan was the first to rise, declaring loudly, reporting to Instructor Lan, I have completed. Instructor Lan regarded Zhang Zhan with a slight smile, replying, well done, you may rest in place while waiting for the others to finish. Hardly had he finished speaking when Yun Feiyong also stood up, stating, reporting to Instructor Lan, I too have completed. After several minutes had passed, most of the individuals had completed their tasks and stood up, with only one person still persevering. At that moment, he had just counted to 198, merely 2 away from his goal. This individual was the most frail in the entire platoon, his pace agonizingly slow, and it took a long while before he began to count 199. Despite having shouted 199 several times, he was still unable to perform another push-up. After a prolonged struggle, he collapsed onto the ground, completely surrendering. His voice emerged in intermittent bursts, Instructor Lan, I truly cannot continue. I am spent. It is too exhausting. Those around him felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that he was merely 2 reps away. Just a few more seconds of endurance would suffice. Upon hearing this, Instructor Lan let out a cold snort, approached him, and delivered a swift kick to his backside. He furiously admonished, Are you not a man? If you deny it, I have nothing more to say. If you affirm it, then get yourself up with your hands. You are just 2 away. It is merely a matter of gritting your teeth. You have accomplished 198. Are you truly willing to concede in the final 2? These words struck deep into the heart of the young man, who lay on the ground and roared, Of course. I am a man. His voice echoed as if it emerged from the depths of the earth. Having declared this, he exerted himself and pushed his entire body up, exclaiming, 199. Yet, despite his efforts, he was still unable to succeed. The surrounding individuals were filled with disappointment, and even Instructor Lan shook his head in silent disapproval. Suddenly, Zhang Zhu and Yun Feiyong shouted in unison, You can do it. Keep going. This rallying cry ignited the spirit of the crowd, and soon everyone was chanting, Keep going. Keep going. The sound reverberated like thunder. Perhaps it was the power of the collective, or perhaps it was the student's own tenacity, but at last, he completed the final 2 push-ups. In that instant, all present erupted into laughter, yet none noticed the tears welling in his eyes. Instructor Lan smiled gently, allowing the fervor of the moment to remain undisturbed. At that moment, the entire 3rd platoon felt an exceptional unity, their hearts converging as one. After more than 10 minutes had elapsed, while other platoons continued to rest, Instructor Lan called for assembly once more. At this point, no one dared to question her commands. Everyone quickly formed ranks, their speed significantly improved, and their alignment much neater than before. Instructor Lan bore a smile that was both enigmatic and almost mischievous as she softly remarked, having been exhilarated for so long, I imagine you are all a bit weary. Let us take a collective break. Although this is training, we must also balance work with rest. Her words carried a hint of jest, yet no one perceived it as mere humor, nor did they believe that the rest she proposed was genuine. Upon hearing this, the first reaction of all was one of dread. Oh dear, this is bad. It's happening again. They clearly recalled that not long ago, It was during such a smile that Instructor Lon had issued the command for a 12-kilometer run. Observing the unresponsive crowd, Instructor Lon genuinely laughed. What? Do you not trust what I say? No one responded. The recent lesson was still fresh in their minds, and this seemed to align with Instructor Lan's expectations. She continued, I speak the truth. Let us take a collective respite. I trust that many of you have undergone military training before. Even if not, you must have seen military-themed films. So the stance should be familiar to you. Everyone, follow my command. At ease, attention, left face. Military posture for 2 hours. As they turned left, all stood facing the rising sun, an uncomfortable sensation swiftly permeating the air. The brilliance of the light was blinding, yet no one expressed dissatisfaction. Only a collective expression of understanding. Subsequently, the boys of the 3rd Company endured an extensive 2-hour session in military stance. By the end of the first day of training, the students of the 3rd Company, perhaps after some private discussions, or perhaps not, unanimously dubbed their distinguished young officer the beautiful Instructor Lon, with a formidable and unique nickname, the Demon Instructor. Chapter 4. Urgent Assembly. The stars twinkled faintly in the night sky as the moon ascended the branches. A day of training had finally concluded. A thin mist enveloped the military training base, imparting an enchanting aura, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. Inside the military tents, lights illuminated the interiors, with sounds occasionally drifting out. In one of the tents, Zhang Jia and Yun Feiyong changed out of their sweat-soaked camouflage uniforms, each lying on their respective bunks. Zhang Jia sprawled in a starfish position, lamenting, Goodness, this beautiful instructor is relentless, employing various tormenting methods. I am utterly exhausted. My body feels as though it has been battered by a horde, every inch in agony, especially my back. Yun Feiyong turned over, adjusting to a more comfortable position, and replied, Aren't we in the same boat? Speaking of which, weren't you boasting about having an 8-pack? Can you really tire so easily, experiencing aches and pains? Zhang Jia retorted playfully, Get lost. Yes, I have an 8-pack, but I am not made of iron. I am flesh and blood. Who dares claim they are free from pain? Besides, it has been ages since I engaged in vigorous exercise, not to mention enduring an entire day of such exertion. True enough. Look at the others. Some are already fast asleep. You and I are quite worn out too. Let us rest. We have to rise early tomorrow. Just then, a voice from the adjacent bunk chimed in, tinged with bitterness and reflection. Thank you both for today. Had it not been for you rallying everyone to cheer, I might not have completed the last 2 push-ups. The speaker was the frail boy who had struggled with the push-ups earlier in the day. He appeared thoroughly exhausted, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke, accompanied by a soft sigh, embodying a sense of helplessness. Yun Feiyong mustered his strength and smiled, saying, We didn't do much. It was your own strong will that enabled you to persist. Speaking of which, looking at your frail frame, I assume you seldom exercise? I am naturally like this. What can I do? Moreover, I dislike physical activity. I prefer to quietly stay in one place and read. By now, it has transformed into this state. Alas. The individual let out a faint sigh. Have you ever participated in military training before? Surely you have. Zhang Jia suddenly interjected. Indeed. I underwent military training during my high school years. However, compared to the ordeal we face today, that was merely child's play, entirely on a different level. My slight frame of 50 kilograms has never experienced such exertion. The individual gently shook his head. That is true. Typical military training is hardly this arduous. Often merely a form of play. Who could have anticipated encountering a merciless instructor, subjecting us to such torment? Fortunately, I have enjoyed sports for 2 years. My physical condition is decent, allowing me to endure, but you are in a more challenging position, Yun Feiyong remarked with a wry smile, tinged with self-deprecation. Indeed, I cannot fathom how many more days I can persist. The thought of 3 weeks of military training sends shivers down my spine. Zhang Jia chuckled and said, Oh, fret not. Since you have managed to get through today, you will surely persevere in the days to come. Have faith in yourself. You are capable. At worst, we shall always be here to support you, offering words of encouragement. The individual smiled. Then I shall take my leave first. By the way, I am Lu Jinkai. And you? I am Yun Feiyong, and that head of the dead pig is Zhang Jia. Yun Feiyong introduced himself and Zhang Jia to Lu Jinkai. Yun Feiyong was clearly jesting, but Zhang Jia was less amused. Get lost. Yun Feiyong. Who are you calling a dead pig? Whoever responds is one. Yun Feiyong retorted cheerfully, undeterred by Zhang Jia's displeasure. Lu Jinkai finally began to grasp the situation and tentatively inquired, Given your camaraderie, have you known each other for long? Yes. We are high school classmates, having known each other for 5 or 6 years, which makes us brothers. To encounter each other in this distant land is unexpected. Perhaps it was destined, Yun Feiyong responded. Zhang Jia did not refute this, seemingly in agreement. Lu Jinkai remarked, I thought as much. It's unusual for strangers to share such a bond. It turns out you two are already brothers. I too have brothers, but alas, they are not here, they are elsewhere. No matter, we shall be brothers henceforth. There is a saying that encapsulates this sentiment quite beautifully, but what is it? Zhang Jia suddenly interrupted, struggling to recall the exact phrase. Wang Bo s. Though miles apart, we remain close at heart. Is that the one you mean? Lu Jinkai interjected thoughtfully. Yes, that's it. Zhang Jia burst into laughter. Yun Feiyang chuckled. Oh, Zhang Jia, how is it that you, as a Chinese person, cannot even remember such a simple verse? After studying the language for over a decade, have you truly discarded it to feed dogs? Get lost. I simply forgot momentarily. Even the best of horses stumble. Besides, you are in the humanities, and I am in the sciences. Forgetting a few lines of poetry is not a grave matter. Shall we discuss biotechnology or mechanics instead? If that fails, we could analyze the composition of substances, such as the infamous melamine from yesteryears. When it comes to his expertise, Zhang Zhan exudes confidence. However, he hesitates, declaring, never mind. Those matters are beyond my comprehension. In an unexpected moment of silence, Yun Feiyang finds himself at a loss for words, retreating into uncertainty. Lu Jinkai smiles faintly. By the way, what are your majors? I am studying Chinese language and literature. How about you? Zhang Zhan interjects. I'm in the field of electronic information technology, just like you, Lu. Just then, a voice from outside the tent calls out, What's this? After a day of commotion, you're still awake? Aren't you tired? Lights out in 3 minutes. If anyone speaks again, you'll be up doing 200 push-ups. Oh, no, I mean for 2 hours, timing but not counting. Time to sleep, Yun Feiyang murmurs, turning over and pulling the blanket around him. It is evident that more than just Yun Feiyang and his companions are chatting in their beds, but the authoritative shout brings an immediate stillness to the entire camp. As anticipated, just 3 minutes later, the sound of the rest signal resonates through the air, long and lulling, followed by the lights extinguishing. The camp, once bright and bustling, is suddenly enveloped in darkness and silence. Time passes unmeasured, and when everyone has slipped into a drowsy state, a sharp whistle pierces the night, long and jarring. This sound jolts many awake, with some convinced they are trapped in a nightmare. Yun Feiyang and Zhang Zhan sit upright in alarm. Zhang Zhan even calling out for Lu Jinkai. They recognize that a midnight whistle signifies urgency and hurriedly dress themselves. As expected, a voice from outside the tent, belonging to the fearsome instructor, bellows, all members of the third male company, assemble immediately. You have 3 minutes. Tardiness will result in 300 push-ups. The tents of the third male company erupt into chaos as they call out to one another, fumbling in the dark, hastily dressing before racing toward the training ground. There, the strict blue instructor awaits. Under the faint moonlight, Yun Feiyang discreetly glances at his watch. It reads precisely 2 o'clock in the morning. Quickly, everyone lines up in 4 horizontal rows before the formidable instructor. However, upon closer inspection, some appear dazed, others have not even fastened their buttons, and a few have rushed out clad only in their trousers. The blue instructor sighs and proclaims, Look at you all, disheveled and unkempt. Where's your decorum? Nevertheless, I shall not pursue this matter further. The reason for calling you out is not of great consequence. No one dares to respond. Silence enveloping the group. The blue instructor chuckles. What? You don't believe me? I summoned you because your daytime training was excessively strenuous, and the dust here is thick. I feared you might be deprived of fresh air, hence the need for you to breathe in the night air for your health. Also, you can collectively visit the restroom. What? Breathe fresh air and visit the restroom? You wake us up in the dead of night for such trivialities? Everyone silently contemplates. Surely, the instructor must be out of his mind. In the queue, someone timidly inquired, Instructor Lon, we've breathed in fresh air, so do we not need to use the restroom? Can we now return to rest? Upon hearing this, Instructor Lon revealed her signature mischievous smile and gently replied, However, I believe you have not yet inhaled enough fresh air, and yet you yearn for rest. What shall we do about this? Perhaps we can rest while continuing to breathe in the fresh air. With that, her tone shifted to a commanding cadence as she declared, At ease, stand at attention, all present, military posture for an hour. Indeed, the devilish instructor had a devious plan brewing. All her talk of fresh air, collective restroom breaks, and rest was but a ruse. Her ultimate aim was to torment these poor souls. No one dared to challenge her words. They all instinctively began to assume the military stance with exemplary precision. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on some foreheads, while others began to sway unsteadily. Most pitiable were the few without shirts, shivering uncontrollably while the others perspired. Nevertheless, Instructor Lan appeared oblivious to their plight, or perhaps she noticed but chose to disregard it. She scrutinized everyone closely, and whenever someone's posture faltered, she would stride over, deliver a stern reprimand, and then correct their stance before allowing them to continue. Standing in military posture for an hour in the dead of night proved unbearable even for Zhang Zhun and Yun Feiyang, with Lu Jinkai beside them on the verge of collapse. Yet, Instructor Lan showed no mercy. She did not permit anyone to rest, for the time was not yet ripe. As each minute passed, the figure of the devilish instructor etched itself deeply into the hearts of all in the third company, akin to a persistent nightmare that refused to fade away. Occasionally, it would resurface in their minds, sending chills and shivers throughout their bodies. Chapter 5. A long song. In the following days, every member of the male third company deeply felt the terror of the devilish instructor. Each morning began with a grueling 12-kilometer mountain run, followed by 200 push-ups, and then 2 hours of military posture. Intermittently, they would endure several sets of 100-meter frog jumps or hundreds of squats, and even endure high-knee exercises for dozens of minutes or over an hour, as well as standing in horse stance for extended periods. Even the most arduous crawling exercises would occasionally stretch for several hundred meters. In the devilish instructor's lexicon, standing in military posture became synonymous with collective rest, while the 12-kilometer run was regarded as a leisurely stroll. High-knee exercises were described as merely moving one's limbs. Frog jumps and squats were whimsically termed as taking a moment to squat. Most astonishingly, she asserted that doing push-ups invigorated the mind. That horse stance was beneficial for physical and mental health, and that crawling exercises were interpreted as lying on the ground for a brief nap. Aside from mealtimes, the third company had virtually no moments of respite. The terror of Instructor Lan had spread beyond the third company. Other battalions had already learned of this enchanting yet fearsome devilish instructor. Whispers circulated in private, suggesting that the actions of the formidable instructor had crossed a line. Consequently, the deputy commander sought a conversation with her, reminding her that this was not basic training for new recruits, and that military exercises for students differed significantly. He hoped she could temper her expectations. To his astonishment, the imposing instructor responded with a single, resolute phrase that left him speechless: "I know my limits." Each morning at dawn, the members of the third company prepared to exert every ounce of their strength to complete a grueling 12-kilometer run. While other companies engaged in less rigorous training, their first order of business each day was to observe 3 minutes of silence in honor of the third company. The unfortunate third company bore the brunt of the instructor's rigorous demands. By the end, both Zhang Zhan and Yun Feiyang found themselves on the brink of exhaustion, and Lu Jinkai fared even worse. Fortunately, the trio motivated one another and ultimately persevered. As time flowed relentlessly, the 7th day of military training finally arrived, marking the conclusion of the first week. Early that morning, an unexpected downpour disrupted the training schedules of all companies. The torrential rain soaked the earth, transforming the already muddy training grounds into a treacherous quagmire. All companies ceased their training, with the exception of the male third company. At that moment, every member of the male third company stood in orderly ranks beneath the rain, while the loathed blue instructor also braved the downpour. Despite the absence of training in other companies, none dared to voice their grievances, fully aware that such complaints would only invite further torment. They stood silently, awaiting the instructor's command, mentally preparing for a run in the rain. To their surprise, the blue instructor deviated from her usual routine, sparing them the 12-kilometer run. As impatience began to stir among the ranks, she finally spoke. "At ease. Today, you need not run. The ground is slippery, and the wind and rain are fierce. I fear you might injure yourselves." "What? No running?" A wave of joy surged through the crowd, leading them to believe the instructor had suddenly developed a conscience. Surely, they thought, this meant a respite, especially given the inclement weather and the fact that other companies had already been granted rest. However, before they could fully process this unexpected twist, the blue instructor continued. "Do you think that because it is raining and you need not run, you are entitled to rest? No, you are mistaken. While I may have said you need not run, training will not cease. There are certain exercises that can be conducted regardless of how muddy the ground may be." Upon hearing her words, a bitter smile spread across the faces of the company. They recognized this familiar pattern. First, a morsel of hope is offered, only to be dashed with a swift reprimand. That mischievous grin reappeared as the instructor declared, "Rain can instill calmness, allowing one to think more clearly. So let us ponder in this rain. All units, attention. Assume military posture for 2 hours." A wave of frustration surged through the ranks, igniting thoughts of indignation. What sort of contemplation is this? It is merely a guise for suffering, cloaked in a pleasing pretense. Yet, no one dared utter a word of dissent. They could only straighten their backs and obey. Rain streamed down their foreheads, clouding their vision and rendering their eyes nearly shut. As the ordeal unfolded, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped the body, aching waists and backs, calves cramping gradually, and arms growing increasingly stiff. The rain soaked their garments, and the biting cold heightened their alertness. Yet, the outcome remained singular. Every pang of pain was acutely felt, etched into their very bones. Beyond their own exhaustion, the students of the third company were compelled to endure the external chill. One by one, their faces began to pale, teeth chattering incessantly as they gritted their resolve. Some appeared on the verge of collapse, but a single utterance from the stern instructor rallied them to persevere. Real men. Hold on. Don't let me lose faith in you. Indeed, such words would ignite the fury in any man with a modicum of spirit. However, some individuals were simply born with limitations. How could they be expected to transcend these inherent constraints? Yet, none faltered. All persevered until the end. For the formidable instructor stood resolutely in military posture alongside them. Undoubtedly, the instructor's physical prowess was beyond compare, yet the fiery youth, brimming with pride, cared little for such disparities. What mattered to them was the unwavering determination to not be outdone by a woman. At that moment, distinctions between soldiers and students, instructors and trainees dissipated. Only the dichotomy of men and women remained. They were merely a group of spirited young souls, united by steadfast hearts and indomitable will, refusing to be vanquished by a woman. An invigorating spirit of defiance gradually radiated from the entire formation, while the instructor observed with a sly smile, unnoticed by all. Upholding the morale of the entire unit, they braved the elements, enduring pain and resisting the cold. Throughout the third company, no one lagged behind, no one retreated. They all remained true to themselves, persevering until the 2-hour mark arrived. Relax in place for 10 minutes, announced the instructor as time concluded. The so-called relaxation involved standing still, allowing their bodies to ease slightly, raising hands, moving feet, no longer holding their heads high or puffing out their chests, nor maintaining the stiff, aching posture of their spines. Yet, the rain continued to fall, and the chill persisted. This brief respite did little to address the underlying issues. In fact, as their spirits relaxed, many felt even colder than before. The 10 minutes quickly elapsed, and the instructor issued another command. Now, you must be feeling the biting cold all over, right? Unfortunately, I cannot assist you. There are no stoves or heaters here. So what shall we do? Fear not. I have a solution. Only through vigorous exercise can we generate warmth and dispel the cold. Altogether, prepare for push-ups. With a single command, they sprang into action. In the midst of the rain, could push-ups truly provide warmth? No one knew, especially after enduring 2 grueling hours of military stance. Down, at the instructor's sharp command. Disregarding all else, they swiftly collapsed to the ground. Mud splattered against their faces, sealing their eyes, flooding their mouths, and coating their bodies from head to toe. Amidst the mingling sense of rain-soaked acidity, the odor of decaying vegetation, and the remnants of countless unknown small creatures, a fetid aroma permeated the air, invading the nostrils with an intensity that provoked nausea, a sensation foreign to many. Yet, the soldiers of the third company did not falter. They closed their eyes, exerting their strength to support their weary bodies. Weighed down by the additional burden of mud and rainwater, their already fatigued forms found the task of performing push-ups increasingly arduous. Yet, amidst the sound of the rain, the commanding voice of their relentless instructor echoed, down. They were compelled to bend their arms, bringing their bodies closer to the ground. Some found their faces completely submerged in the mire, rendering them unrecognizable. Up. At the command, all extended their arms, lifting their bodies, as rain and mud dripped from their faces and the edges of their uniforms. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the wind seemed to howl even more fiercely. The instructor's voice rang out with authority, cutting through the cacophony of wind and rain. Up, down, reverberating throughout the training ground. From the instant they assumed their military stance, they had attracted the attention of other battalions, including their own instructors. Indeed, they were the only company resolutely training in the ring. The instructor's voice struck heavily upon the hearts of all present, and the sight of the third company brought tears to many eyes. Unbidden, members of all the battalions, without waiting for commands, emerged from their tents, stepping into the rain and approaching them, including several instructors. Although not a spectacle of overwhelming proportions, the unwavering gaze of over 2,000 soldiers created a striking scene. The third company paid no heed to the spectacle. Their minds were solely preoccupied with the relentless cycle of down and up, their arms perpetually bending and straightening. Meanwhile, the first company of boys quickly assembled to commence their training. The vice captain instructor barked the first command, his voice resonating as if torn from his throat. Following suit, other battalions were called away by their respective instructors to line up for training. In an instant, a chorus of commands, directives, and synchronized shouts filled the air, echoing beyond the confines of the base. At last, the trumpet signaling mealtime blared forth, announcing the arrival of lunch. "All rise," commanded the instructor. The soldiers of the third company, their bodies weary and aching, rose proudly, lifting their heads to face their instructor. If this were a battle, they were the victors, proclaiming their triumph before the relentless instructor. As the mealtime approached, they sang a song, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, begin. The instructor declared once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like a melody. Green barracks, teach me. Singing until the mountains shake and the earth trembles. Singing until flowers bloom and waters rejoice. Before the meal, the leader of the boys' third company sang a song, expressing their trials and tribulations, their indomitable spirit shining through. They roared with fervor, as if possessed by madness, releasing the seething, eternal fire of wrath that burned within their hearts. Chapter 6. The Rascals. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in a thick fog that cast a somber pallor over the surroundings. An eerie stillness pervaded the air, devoid even of a whisper of wind. The once brightly lit lamps surrounding the base stood inexplicably dim. Only at the entrance of the tent area, a faint, slightly yellowish glow flickered through the haze, emanating from 2 sentry booths. Earlier that day, the weather had been splendid, with radiant sunshine, making the oppressive fog of the night seem utterly out of place. Perhaps the lingering moisture from the rain 2 days prior was to blame. The ground remained muddied, and as the sun blazed during the day, the moisture evaporated, resulting in the dense fog that hung in the air. A soft rustling sound suddenly pierced the silence of the night, as a shadowy figure emerged stealthily from one of the tents on the left side of the area. Stepping into the cloak of night, his gait was light, deliberately quiet, perhaps to avoid disturbing the slumbering occupants. His identity obscured, he moved purposefully towards the sentry booths, step by step, inching closer. As he approached, the dim light illuminated a clearer view of the 2 figures stationed at the booths, a man and a woman, diligently standing guard. The approaching individual chuckled softly to himself, remarking, "Jiangsu, you take your duty seriously, meticulous and industrious. I thought you might indulge in a bit of laziness." His voice was distinctly male, and he continued on his way. The tent area of the training base was bisected, with a narrow path of gravel carelessly laid out in between. In recent days, the constant foot traffic had rendered the path uneven. Due to the recent rain, one section was puddled with water, leaving only a narrow passage on the right side for passage. Naturally, the figure in the darkness had no choice but to tread along this solitary lane. This path was a mere 2 or 3 meters wide, tightly nestled against the opening of a tent. Just as he reached the tent entrance, a figure unexpectedly darted out, resulting in a collision between the two. The individual who had emerged was clearly startled, letting out a low exclamation that revealed her to be a girl. As she exclaimed, she instinctively moved aside, but inadvertently stepped into the puddle, forcing her to retract her foot. Ironically, this movement caused them to collide once more, prompting her to gasp again. The boy, equally startled, had not yet registered what was happening when she began to evade to the side, only to immediately turn back. During their second collision, he finally reacted quickly, attempting to step aside, yet he suddenly lost his footing, teetering on the brink of a fall. The unexpected turn of events led him to instinctively reach out for the girl, perhaps seeking her support to regain his balance. Alas, fate had other plans. Not only did he fail to steady himself, but he also inadvertently caused her to stumble. Crash! As 2 individuals collapsed to the ground, the young man, in a moment of urgency, recalled a flicker of gentlemanly decorum. He enveloped the hazy figure of the girl in his embrace, using his body as a cushion to shield her from harm. This gallant gesture, though well-intentioned, was ill-timed and misplaced. What should have been a tender moment of warmth and sacrifice transformed into the prelude of a tempest. The girl, drawn into his arms, felt the unmistakable contours of his chest pressing against her, even through her loose camouflage attire. In that instant, a wave of tingling sensations surged from her bosom, cascading throughout her body, leaving her momentarily weak and disoriented. As she became aware of the warmth emanating from his chest, she gasped, "Ah, you rogue." Despite her startled exclamation, she instinctively lowered her voice, aware that such a cry in the stillness of the night would rouse everyone nearby. Nevertheless, the young man heard her clearly. Before he could fully register the intimate contact, he immediately released her. As she twisted and turned in surprise, attempting to rise, his retreating grasp allowed her to regain her footing. Once she stood upright, he prepared to utter an apology. However, before he could discern her features, an unexpected slap landed sharply on his cheek, followed by her furious rebuke. "Who are you to act so shamelessly in the dead of night? Do you dare to believe I won't awaken everyone to expose your disgrace?" Her voice, crisp and melodious, struck a chord within him, as if he had encountered it before. Yet, dazed by the sudden blow, he struggled to recall. They had fallen together, landing near a puddle, and as he lay beneath her, his back became drenched by the cold water, sending a shiver through him. However, upon hearing her words, his heart quaked. He had no desire to bear the brunt of such accusations. Ignoring the chill on his back, he hastily replied, "My dear classmate, I sincerely apologize. I was on my way to the night shift and happened to cross paths with you. I assure you, there was no ill intent. It was merely a misunderstanding, a genuine misunderstanding." Was it truly the case? Was he genuinely heading to his shift when their paths fortuitously crossed? The girl hesitated for just a moment before accepting his explanation, realizing that in a situation like this, a mere shout would alert everyone around them, and he could not possibly be that foolish. Gradually, her anger subsided, yet she was suddenly taken aback, sensing that she had heard his voice before. Raising her gaze to meet his, illuminated by the nearby light, she recognized him instantly. It was he, the very face that had once ignited her ire. Fury flared within her once more, and she muttered under her breath, "Yin Feiyong, it's you. I can't believe you're not only a scoundrel, but also a rogue." With that, another slap followed swiftly. The young man, Yin Feiyong, was initially filled with remorse over the recent incident and was preparing to apologize once more. To his astonishment, the girl unexpectedly called out his name, indicating she was familiar with him. Confused, he wondered how he could possibly know this stranger in such an unfamiliar place. Moments later, he was met with derogatory terms such as rascal and scoundrel, followed by a swift slap across his face. In an instant, his sense of guilt evaporated, replaced by a surge of anger. Yun Feiyong thought to himself, although I could overlook the initial reprimand and slap, after all, I should be magnanimous. Given that I had indeed embraced her and perhaps taken advantage of the situation, why, after my explanation, was she still hurling insults and striking me? The fact that she recognized me and still acted this way was perplexing. Thus, Yun Feiyong turned slightly, lifting his gaze to evade the harsh glare of the lights, eager to discern the identity of this brazen individual. As he did so, a somewhat familiar face came into view. It was indeed her. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled the day of the new semester when he had been scolded by Zhang Zhao, nearly brought to tears by this very girl. Their faces gradually merged in his memory, and in that fleeting moment, a blend of anger, amusement, guilt, and embarrassment crossed his features. At that instant, Yun Feiyong suddenly comprehended the underlying tension. It was no wonder she appeared somewhat agitated, yet suddenly erupted in fury. It was clear her recognition of him had not quelled her anger. All of this stemmed from the misunderstandings and conflicts of that day. She evidently still harbored resentment towards him and Zhang Zhao. Aside from the lingering sting on both sides of his face, Yun Feiyong deliberately chose to disregard the girl's recent actions. With a tone laden with genuine regret, he said, "So it is you. I am truly sorry for what transpired tonight. I did not intend for this to happen. I never expected you to appear so suddenly." His words trailed off, lost in the weight of the moment. The girl scoffed coldly, "You didn't expect it? I certainly didn't anticipate encountering you. It was bad enough that you and your friend presented yourselves as ruffians at the campus gate, but you had the audacity to behave inappropriately towards me. And then there's the other one, two worthless scoundrels. How unjust it is that fate has not punished you. You, Yin Feiyong, and Zhang Zhao, I cannot fathom how you have navigated through these past years." The events of that day were indeed a colossal misunderstanding. It had originated from Zhang Zhao's unwarranted outburst, which had inadvertently offended the girl, and Yun Feiyong, caught in the crossfire, had also become an object of her disdain. Struggling to articulate an explanation, he found himself at a loss for words and could only manage an awkward smile, saying, "I can't believe you still remember our names." "How could I forget? Two scoundrels, I made a point to remember you both," she replied with an even colder tone. Yun Feiyong was left speechless. In that moment, silence became his wisest choice. Attempting to explain would yield no benefit and would likely only exacerbate her anger. Engaging in reasoned discourse with an irate girl was akin to inviting disaster, for everyone knows that a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the depths of the ocean, often devoid of reason. Yun Feiyong understood this all too well, and thus he remained silent. However, Yun Feiyong's silence did not imply that the girl was not infuriated. Rather, it provided her with ample reason to continue her derision. The girl spoke again. Humph, what is the matter? Are you not going to utter some grandiloquent words to justify yourself? Out of words, are we? Huh, I thought as much. 2 ruffians, one of whom is a rogue. Surely, you have no face to say anything. With her incessant taunts of ruffian and rogue, Yun Feiyong, despite knowing that silence is golden, felt compelled to respond. For a tarnished reputation is not easily shed. With a hint of uncertainty in his voice, he explained, Classmate, you have misunderstood. Zhang and I are not ruffians. And I am certainly no rogue. These are all monumental misunderstandings. Humph, ruffian rogue. Unexpectedly, the girl paid no heed to Yun Feiyong's explanation, haughtily snorting before turning away towards the sentry booth. Observing her retreating figure, Yun Feiyong felt a profound discomfort in his heart and sighed before following her. Chapter 7. A song to sing. As night quietly descended, darkness enveloped the earth, and 2 yellowed electric lamps emerged as the sole beacons in this area. The fog-laden night sky, illuminated by the faint glow of the lamps, exuded an otherworldly aura, dreamlike and ethereal. At the entrance of the tent accommodation area of the military training base, 2 sentry booths stood, each crowned with a bright lamp. Although the light was dim, it was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings, allowing one to discern all that lay within. In contrast, the rest of the area had succumbed to the absence of light, rendering the 2 lamps the only source of illumination in the night. At that moment, within the booths beneath the lamps, sat 1 male and 1 female figure. The man to the left and the woman to the right. In the deep of night, they remained seated, seemingly engaged in some undisclosed activity, a scene that could only be explained by the necessity of night duty at a military training base. The 2 sat in silence, side by side, exchanging only a few glances at the beginning, with no further conversation. Time passed slowly, and the male began to succumb to fatigue, yawning repeatedly, even allowing his eyelids to droop. The girl, appearing equally bored, began to yawn more frequently than her male counterpart. Suddenly, the girl raised her hand to rub her eyes, straightened her posture, and reached into her pocket, retrieving an object. As she held it in her hand and pressed a button, it illuminated, revealing it to be a mobile phone. In the stillness of the night, she decided to play a song. The melody was familiar, a classic old tune, Teresa Tung's Tian Me. As the opening notes played, her sweet voice began to flow softly. Sweet, sweet, your smile is sweet, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze, blooming in the spring breeze. Where have I seen you? Your smile so familiar, I can't quite recall. Ah, in a dream, in a dream, in a dream, I have seen you. The volume of the girl's singing was not loud, yet the boy across from her, being close enough, could hear every note. The young man, previously drowsy, was roused by the sweet melodies of Teresa Tung's voice. Rubbing his eyes, he lifted his gaze to the opposite side. There, the girl sat with her head bowed, seemingly entranced by the music. As the song played on, she began to hum softly along. Her voice, while lacking the exquisite grace of Tung's, was nonetheless pleasing to hear, perfectly in tune with the rhythm. The young man watched intently, wisely choosing not to interrupt, remaining silent until the last note faded into the air. As the final note gradually dissipated, he could not help but exclaim, "That was lovely, truly delightful." "Ah, you're awake." The girl seemed startled by his sudden remark, her surprise evident. Yet her words clearly indicated that she was aware he had been dozing, perhaps in a deep slumber. This acknowledgement left the young man feeling somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his head and chuckled softly. Yes, I am awake. Did my listening disturb you? I sincerely apologize. I saw you sleeping and, feeling rather bored, took out my phone to play some music. I didn't mean to wake you. If it's bothersome, I can turn it off, and you can go back to sleep." The young man quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. I'm awake now anyway. Besides, as they say, every cloud has a silver lining." Although I was awakened, I had the pleasure of hearing your wonderfully melodious voice. It's not every day one gets to hear such a beautiful song from a lovely girl. I consider myself fortunate. Flattered by his compliment, the girl blushed slightly and murmured, "Oh, really? Thank you for your kind words." The young man shook his head. "I'm not merely complimenting you. I speak only the truth. However, I must say, while your singing is quite lovely, it seems somewhat inappropriate to sing Tian Me at this moment." The girl blinked in surprise and asked, "Why would it be inappropriate? What do you think I should sing instead?" With a smile, he replied, "Given our surroundings, the setting, and the time, it would be more fitting to sing a military song, one that stirs the soul, igniting passion and camaraderie, Perhaps Jun Gu Liao Liang, or something that evokes deep emotions, like Jun Zhong Lv Hua. The girl paused, taken aback, then quietly inquired, so, you believe a military song is more suitable? Indeed. Aren't we currently engaged in military training? And here we are on night duty, essentially in a military camp. Don't you think a military song would better encapsulate the essence of our present situation? He stated plainly. Well, you have a point, she conceded, her uncertainty evident. After a brief pause, she added, but I don't know any military songs. Why don't you sing one for me instead? I'd love to hear it. I can't sing, he replied, feeling quite flustered. The girl's challenge left him feeling cornered, creating a rather awkward silence between them. His admission rendered her speechless for a moment, as both fell into a brief, contemplative quiet. In but a fleeting moment, the girl smiled and remarked, You cannot sing, yet you speak so much. I truly do not know how to respond to you. The boy chuckled in return, saying, Well, while I may not possess the ability to sing, I do take pleasure in listening, particularly to the melodious voices of beautiful women. It is a true delight. Receiving a second compliment on her beauty, the girl's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she shyly replied, You are just joking. Unperturbed by her reaction, the boy continued with an air of casualness. Our shift is already well past the halfway point and will soon conclude. Shall we engage in some conversation? After all, I am utterly fatigued and dreadfully bored. My name is Zhang Jia, and you are? Oh, your name is Zhang Jia? I am Lu Qianqian, she responded. Her name, much like her singing voice, was melodious and pleasing. Lu Qianqian, a lovely name that befits your beautiful voice. Delightful to meet you. Zhang Jia beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Lu Qianqian offered a gentle laugh. I have a passion for literature and am studying in the Department of Chinese Language and Literature. What about you? Which department do you belong to? I am a science and engineering type, majoring in computer information technology. I harbor a modest interest in computers, he replied. Oh, is that so? You are in the computer science department? She inquired. Of course. Would I deceive you? He retorted. Speaking of which, you and I have technically shared a slumber tonight. This memory I shall cherish forever. Zhang Jia suddenly uttered a rather absurd statement. His words caused Lu Qianqian to furrow her brows in mild irritation as she responded, What nonsense are you speaking? Zhang Jia, with no ill intentions, chuckled. Haha, just a jest. However, I am not entirely wrong. After all, I was asleep, and you were dozing as well, which means we did share a sleep, did we not? So that was your meaning? Lu Qianqian was taken aback by Zhang Jia's reasoning and could not help but feel a hint of surprise. She then set aside her annoyance and laughed heartily. You, my friend, have a way of turning a rather ordinary occurrence into something that sounds quite inappropriate when it comes from your lips. If others were to overhear, this misunderstanding would be impossible to rectify. As they bantered and laughed, engrossed in their conversation, time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Zhang Jia was the first to regain his awareness and asked, Lu Qianqian, what time is it? The shift change must be approaching. Lu Qianqian retrieved her phone. Glancing at the screen, she replied, Oh, it is 4:50. In 10 minutes, someone will come to relieve us. Is that so? Then perhaps we should cease our chatter. After all, we are on night duty, and sitting here chatting does not reflect well upon our image, does it? With that, Zhang Jia straightened his posture, sitting upright like a sentinel. The earlier conversation had banished his drowsiness to the farthest reaches of the sky. Indeed, let us refrain from further conversation, Lu Qianqian concurred, also adjusting her posture. True to form, moments later, footsteps echoed from the tent area. After a few seconds, Yun Feiyang emerged, approaching Zhang Jia, accompanied by another girl, both of whom bore expressions that suggested something was amiss. Zhang Jian failed to notice the expressions on Yun Feiyang and the girls' faces. Instead, his attention was drawn to the girl who had accompanied Yun Feiyang. He could not help but exclaim, Yun Feiyang, you are actually in the same class as her? Zhang Jian recognized the girl as the one he had offended on the first day of school. Yun Feiyang forced a bitter smile and remained silent, reflecting on the misunderstanding that had occurred when he had accidentally bumped into this girl not long ago. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, who had been engrossed in conversation with Zhang Jian, quickly greeted the girl upon her arrival, saying, Lu Xine, you're here. I figured you would arrive around this time. Since you're here, I think I'll head back to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted after this hour. As she spoke, Lu Qianqian offered her seat to Lu Xine and turned to Zhang Jian, saying, Zhang Jian, the person you're supposed to take over for has arrived. Are you heading back? I'm leaving. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian call out to Zhang Jian, Lu Xine frowned slightly. Sure. Zhang Jian responded eagerly, patting Yun Feiyang on the back. At that moment, Zhang Jian finally noticed the dampness on Yun Feiyang's back and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, brother, why is your back wet? What happened? Yun Feiyong discreetly glanced at Lu Xine and replied slowly, I accidentally fell just now. It's nothing. You should head back to sleep. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhan dismissed the concern, responding affirmatively before leaving with Lu Qianqian. However, as he departed, he quietly advised Yun Feiyong, brother, judging by that girl's demeanor, she likely still harbors resentment towards us. Be cautious. With that, Zhang Zhan and Lu Qianqian walked away, leaving Yun Feiyong alone with the girl named Lu Xian. Neither of them took a seat immediately. Lu Xian's gaze, filled with animosity, was fixed intently on Yun Feiyong. Noticing her stare, Yun Feiyong understood her unspoken sentiments, and his heart was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions and indescribable discomfort. Chapter 8. Misunderstandings and mistakes. To love someone requires no justification. Yet to harbor hatred is invariably rooted in cause. However, as time passes, one may suddenly realize that the image of the person they despise has become deeply etched in their heart, impossible to erase. At around 5 in the morning, the world was on the cusp of embracing a new day, with the sun preparing to rise. Yet, as the adage goes, extremes lead to opposite outcomes. Thus began the darkest hour before dawn. The night sky grew oppressively dense, and the surrounding mist thickened, obscuring everything in sight. Only 2 dimly lit makeshift guard posts stood solitary beneath the murky gloom. Before these posts stood a man and a woman, their figures sharply defined, their subtle facial expressions unmistakably clear. These 2 were none other than Lu Xian and Yun Feiyong, who had just changed shifts. They stood facing each other, locked in a gaze that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. In this moment, Yun Feiyong could distinctly perceive the fury etched across Lu Xian's face and the boundless hatred reflected in her eyes. Perhaps due to standing for an extended period, Lu Xian felt a twinge of fatigue and gently sat down, no longer fixating on Yun Feiyong. Instead, she took out her phone and lowered her head to examine something on its screen. Observing her demeanor, Yun Feiyong also settled down. Yet he did not divert his gaze from Lu Xian, fixated on her every subtle expression, unwavering in his attention. The 2 remained in this silent standoff until the night watch was nearing its conclusion. The night sky, already stifling under the impending dawn, grew even more oppressive in their quietude. Yun Feiyong, intently watching Lu Xian, seemed to sense the peculiar atmosphere and let out a deep breath followed by a yawn. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian, who had been engrossed in her phone, noticed his actions and softly remarked, Humph, you ugly rogue, you scoundrel, even on night duty, you dare to doze off. What else are you capable of? Her voice was so faint that even Yun Feiyong barely caught the words, only vaguely grasping the terms rogue and scoundrel. A frown creased his brow. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would still be harboring the memory of their earlier collision after all this time. However, he soon found solace in the thought that it had been over a week, almost 10 days, since the incident at school, and she still remembered. Yet, this realization left him somewhat dissatisfied. Although he had exchanged words with Zhang Ji that day, it had been provoked by circumstances, and he had already offered an apology. Moreover, tonight's encounter was entirely a misunderstanding, devoid of any ulterior motives, a genuine mix-up. Still, he found himself inexplicably struck by 2 verbal blows, branded as a rogue and a scoundrel. As he pondered this, an unexpected surge of anger bubbled within him. The more he thought, the more his ire intensified. He believed he had done nothing wrong and questioned why he should endure such unjust scorn. In that moment, the urge to retaliate and hurl insults at Lu Xian surged within him. However, just as he was about to speak, the image of Lu Xian's tear-filled eyes from their first day of school surfaced in his mind. All of his anger dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Deep within, he felt a sudden shift, as if he could no longer direct his fury at Lu Xian. With this thought, Yun Feiyong couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Shaking his head in resignation, Lu Xian caught sight of his gesture and, with a hint of concern, exclaimed, Rogue, what are you planning? This is a military training base with thousands of people. Her expression radiated worry that he might engage in some mischief. Hearing her words and observing her expression, Yun Feiyong found himself both amused and perplexed, pursing his lips as if he intended to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Once again, an eerie silence enveloped them, thick enough for a pin drop to be heard. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong murmured, You've spent the entire night calling me a rogue and a scoundrel, provoking my ire. Be cautious, lest I truly engage in the mischief that rogues and scoundrels are known for. Yun Feiyong's words struck Lu Xian like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving her in a state of shock. Her complexion paled, and she clutched her phone tightly, crossing her arms defensively. She even stuttered as she spoke. What do you intend to do? Observing her reaction, a wicked delight flickered in Yun Feiyong's eyes as he grinned mischievously. What do you think a rogue or a scoundrel might do in this pitch-black night, facing a girl? I haven't wronged you in any way. Yet you label me a rogue and a scoundrel, burdening me with such an unjust reputation. Perhaps it would be better to turn that reputation into reality. His words, combined with his sinister smile, sent a chill down Lu Xian's spine. She understood all too well what a boy might be capable of in the obscurity of night. The darkness served as a haven for wrongdoers, and even the usually bright and vivacious Lu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Despite her disbelief that Yun Feiyong would dare to engage in wrongdoing, I warn you, do not entertain any malicious intentions. Should you attempt anything inappropriate, I will scream. And everyone will come to see what you do, Lu Xian declared firmly, though Yun Feiyong could discern her feigned composure. With a hearty laugh, Yun Feiyong raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, why not scream now and see if anyone responds?" As he spoke, he stood up and took a couple of steps toward Lu Xian. Yun Feiyong's actions startled Lu Xian, prompting her to leap to her feet and press her back against the wall of the kiosk, her expression tense and her words faltering. Why you? You will go to jail." Yun Feiyong threw his head back and laughed. "I will tell everyone that this was your choice. After all, we are both adults. And in matters of mutual consent, the law seems to hold no sway, does it?" Lu Xian stammered repeatedly, unable to articulate a coherent response. Her face now not merely pale, but etched with terror. The dazed look in her eyes vividly conveyed her profound fear. "What is this? Are you at a loss for words? It seems you recognize the truth in my statements, yet find yourself speechless. Well, time is of the essence. Let us partake in the mischief that rogues and scoundrels indulge in. We have military training at dawn, so let us not squander our time." Yun Feiyong continued his verbal assault, targeting the most vulnerable parts of Lu Xian's heart. After a moment of silence, she produced a metal nail from somewhere, pressing it against her throat as she asserted, "If you dare to lay a hand on me, I guarantee you will die before my eyes." Her words were resolute, exuding an undeniable strength, surprising Yun Feiyong. He had merely intended to jest, not to provoke a serious confrontation. Thus, Yun Feiyong quickly said, "No, please do not harm yourself. I was merely jesting. I would never do anything to you, I assure you." As he spoke, Yun Feiyong seemed to retreat to the guard booth, hastily taking a seat to lend credence to his words. Yet, his reassurances and actions did little to allay Lu Xian's suspicions. The iron nail remained pressed against her throat. Observing this, Yun Feiyong added, Lu Xian, right? I truly was just joking. You mustn't take it to heart." Initially, he had been unaware of her name, having overheard it from the girl stationed with Zhang Jin moments earlier. At this point, the wicked smile that had once graced Yun Feiyong's face had vanished, and his malicious amusement dissipated. Nevertheless, Lu Xian remained unmoved, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Faced with her unwavering demeanor, Yun Feiyong found himself at a loss for words. His eyes glued to the iron nail in her grasp, fearful that she might inadvertently inflict harm upon herself. The two of them, for eyes locked, stared unblinkingly at one another for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps Lu Xian had begun to trust Yun Feiyong's words. Or perhaps she had never truly believed he would dare to commit an act of malice. Or maybe there were other reasons at play. Regardless, Lu Xian eventually lowered the iron nail from her throat. However, as Yun Feiyong continued to observe her every movement, he noticed that, with the nail's departure, 2 streams of tears cascaded down Lu Xian's cheeks, uninterrupted. In that instant, a wave of discomfort washed over Yun Feiyong, reminiscent of the bittersweet sensation he had felt upon seeing the tears in Lu Xian's eyes on the first day of school. "Lu Xian, I am truly sorry," he thought, a pang of guilt washing over him. "Yun Feiyong, you scoundrel." Lu Xian had finally returned to the person he recognized. Just then, the wake-up call rang out, and Yun Feiyong surmised it must be 6 o'clock. He knew that once the wake-up call sounded, no one would be taking over their post, as there was no need for guard duty during the day. The wake-up call roused the slumbering individuals, thereby signaling the conclusion of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian's night watch. He stood up, gazing at the still weeping Lu Xian, and spoke in a tone filled with remorse. "Lu Xian, I am so sorry. Time's up. You should go rest for a bit, as military training begins at 7. Lu Xian said nothing, wiping her tears with her sleeve, securing her phone, and turning to leave, casting a silhouette for Yun Feiyong. Yet, after taking a few steps, she suddenly halted and gravely uttered, "Yun Feiyong, I hate you. A rogue, a scoundrel, a good-for-nothing, 2 slaps, 2 streams of tears, and 2 declarations of hatred." Watching Lu Xian's figure fade away, Yun Feiyong realized that forgetting this girl named Lu Xian would be a daunting endeavor. Chapter 9. Traversing time and space. The sound of the wake-up call stirred the sleeping souls, and the entire military camp gradually began to bustle. though no one emerged from the tents just yet. As Lu Xian departed, Yun Feiyong was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable wave of agitation. In just 2 brief, unfortunate encounters, her figure had already etched itself deeply into his heart. At this moment, his emotions were beyond the realm of expression, an amalgamation of trepidation, confusion, restlessness, and bewilderment. Suddenly, as Lu Xian took a few steps away, an extraordinary phenomenon, surpassing Yun Feiyong's comprehension, unfolded before him. A colossal vortex materialized above Lu Xian, swirling violently and drawing in everything around it with a ferocious rotation. This abrupt vortex possessed an immense gravitational pull, and Lu Xian was inevitably drawn into its depths. It was not merely an act of being pulled in, but rather a merciless consumption by the vortex. Such a cataclysmic and terrifying scene was beyond anything Lu Xian had ever encountered. As she gazed at the dark, black hole-like whirlpool looming above her, she could not help but let out a piercing scream. This cry jolted the dazed Yun Feiyong from his stupor. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Lu Xian's side and grasped her hand tightly, pulling her towards him with all his might. He shouted fervently, "Lu Xian, hold on to my hand. Don't let go. I will save you." Perhaps it was the instinctive response to a dire situation. Despite her deep-seated resentment towards Yun Feiyong, Lu Xian did not release her grip, but instead clutched his hand even more firmly. Yet, the strength of a person is ultimately limited. And as Lu Xian's last thread of hope, Yun Feiyong could not alter the course of fate. The vortex continued its relentless advance, inexorably consuming them both. At that moment, unexpectedly, Lu Xian shouted, "Yun Feiyong, you idiot, let go of me, just run." Naturally, Yun Feiyong could not abandon the hand he held so tightly. And in that brief instant, even if he wished to let go, it was already too late. The silhouettes of the two gradually vanished into the vortex, completely swallowed up, leaving no trace behind. Soon after, the black hole that had devoured them began to dissipate, leaving behind only the faint flicker of 2 lamps atop the kiosks. Echoing from the void came Yun Feiyong's resolute voice, "Lu Xian, if we are to perish, I shall accompany you." Following this, Lu Xian's voice rang out, "Yun Feiyong, you fool, why won't you leave?" Her tone was laced with unmistakable tears, yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed to harbor a complex, indescribable emotion. Just as they were engulfed, their bodies entirely shrouded, a glimmer of light emerged from within the vortex. With the aid of this illumination, Yun Feiyong beheld Lu Xian's tear-streaked face. He noticed that she was staring intently at him, her eyes swirling with a unique emotion. It seemed she wished to convey something, yet ultimately remained silent. At that moment, above them, deep within the vortex, a miniature glass tower, radiant with a spectrum of colors, suddenly materialized. This enchanting tower, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of hues, captivated their attention. And both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian found themselves momentarily entranced by its beauty. They had forgotten the environment they were in at that moment, oblivious to the dangers of life and death, lost in the dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the diminutive glass tower, before the eyes of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, began to enlarge, gradually filling the vortex. As its size increased, the tower's radiant colors erupted in an overwhelming blaze, enveloping the two. The entire structure surged toward them with an unstoppable momentum, accompanied by a cacophony of whistling sounds. The gargantuan glass tower approached ever closer, its speed seemingly accelerating, as if in the next instant it would obliterate them. Perhaps due to an instinctual awareness of peril, Yun Feiyong, in that critical moment, managed to awaken from his stupor, and he beheld the towering structure hurtling toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, instinctively, he drew Lu Xian into his embrace, disregarding her willingness. With her in his arms, he swiftly turned his back to confront the impending giant glass tower. At that moment, his actions jolted Lu Xian from her trance, prompting her to exclaim, "Yun Feiyong, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Release me, you rogue, let go of me." She pushed against him with all her might. Just then, the colossal glass tower loomed directly above them and began its rapid descent. Their figures vanished beneath the tower, and then there was no more, for in an instant, they had lost consciousness. They found themselves in a vast valley, lush with vegetation and ancient trees, the size of which was indeterminate. The melodious songs of birds filled the air, awakening the verdant foliage, while the wind rustled through, creating an intoxicating symphony of joy and contentment. The air, imbued with the scents of wild grass and mint, mingled with the blue sky and white clouds, forming a picturesque tableau that required no embellishment. When Yun Feiyong awakened once more, he found himself in such a valley, reminiscent of a paradise. A ray of sunlight kissed his face, providing a soothing warmth that eased his spirit considerably. Suddenly, He seemed to recall something and hastily looked down at the lady he had held tightly in his arms. Still unconscious. To Yun Feiyong's eyes, Lu Xian appeared serene, her breathing steady, with no visible injuries, save for the distinct traces of tears upon her cheek. Observing the slight flutter of her eyelids, he surmised that she might simply be asleep. Seeing that the lady in his embrace was unharmed, Yun Feiyong finally regained his composure and began to assess whether he had sustained any injuries himself. Fortunately, he found himself unscathed. With a sense of relief, he allowed himself to relax and take in the surroundings. To his astonishment, the valley's scenery etched itself into his memory, and his immediate reaction was one of unfamiliarity. Indeed, it was unfamiliar. This was not the military training base he remembered. Apart from recognizing it as a valley, he knew nothing of this place. A thought struck him, and he murmured to himself, could it be that vortex, or rather that glass tower, transported us here? But how could that be possible? Immediately, Yun Feiyong dismissed his own thoughts. As a quintessential university student of the new century, he was a staunch materialist. How could he possibly believe in the supernatural, or this bizarre spectacle? Yet, deep within him, an insistent voice seemed to whisper, this is not a dream. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the enchanting figure in his arms assured him, this is indeed not a dream. With a bitter smile, he mused, alas. It appears that Lu Xian and I have truly been transported to another realm. Who would have guessed that I would encounter such an extraordinary adventure? And fortunately, I have a beautiful companion by my side. Could that vortex be the so-called space-time tunnel of legend? No one could answer Yun Feiyong, and he himself was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he could not alter this outcome. Whether real or not, transcending his previous understanding, the conclusion had already manifested, and Yun Feiyong had no choice but to resign himself to fate. At the very least, he and Lu Xian were unharmed, which was the best possible outcome. However, even if he resisted fate, what could he do? Could he truly change this conclusion? Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Yun Feiyong's eyes as he murmured, since we have arrived here, does it not imply that we can return by the same means? Surely, if we can come, we can certainly go back. I must return, I absolutely must. Yet, immediately after, a wave of despondency washed over him. Although theoretically possible to return, he found himself lacking the means. Not to mention that vortex resembling a space-time tunnel, even the dazzling, ever-changing crystal tower left him speechless. Were these phenomena achievable by human effort? Yun Feiyong did not know, but he understood that it was beyond his capabilities. However, a sudden thought flashed through Yun Feiyong's mind. Although I cannot traverse time and space, I can venture out. As long as I escape this damned wilderness and ascertain where Lu Xian and I are, there is a chance to return. Lost in contemplation, he began to speak to himself. This time, it cannot be wrong. We will surely return. In theory, Yun Feiyong's reasoning was entirely sound, yet he overlooked a crucial detail. He had recognized that the vortex bore resemblance to the legendary space-time tunnel and acknowledged the shifts in their location. Yet this was merely a spatial transformation. One must understand that traversing a space-time tunnel alters not just space, but also time, and the precise temporal distance remained unknown. Just as Yun Feiyong was lost in his reverie, imagining he could return home, a gurgling sound erupted from his stomach. He paused. Ah, is that hunger? Oh yes. In my preoccupation with thoughts of returning, I have completely neglected my empty stomach. Unbeknownst to him, once he acknowledged it, the pangs of hunger became overwhelming. With a bitter sigh, he murmured, setting aside the question of whether I can find a way back, what can I do about this hunger? In this desolate wilderness, where on earth can I find something to eat, especially considering Lu Xian's needs as well? How can we survive? This is the most pressing question we must contemplate. Indeed, this is the stark reality. Returning home has become a secondary concern. The foremost issue is to satiate our hunger and endure. This is no mere dream. It is a harsh reality that Yun Feiyong and the still slumbering Lu Xian must confront. Ah, but we are in the mountains, where wild fruits may abound. If I can find a fruit-bearing tree, I trust that Lu Xian and I will manage to feed ourselves. As a child raised in the mountains, Yun Feiyong has roamed these woods since his youth. The mountains can be considered his second home. Upon realizing the challenges ahead, he immediately began to devise a solution. Chapter 10. Forgive me. In the journey of life, certain individuals and events become indelibly etched in our memories. Perhaps these people and occurrences often go unnoticed in our daily lives or fade from our thoughts, yet they may resurface in a moment of solitude, flooding our minds. Just as Yun Feiyong contemplated ways to survive, he was reminded of the mountains, which in turn invoked memories of his parents and the moments shared with them. In this moment of uncertainty regarding his fate, Yun Feiyong felt a profound anguish. He was unsure if he would ever return to see his aging parents again. Father, mother, your son is unfilial. If I cannot return one day, please take care of yourselves. Do not be saddened or distressed. In another world, I will bless you. You must live well." As he spoke, tears streamed down Yun Feiyong's face. Though he had not wept in the face of his own mortality, the thought of his parents brought forth his sorrow. For a while, Yun Feiyong wept silently until he suddenly thought of a person, one who, though not a brother by blood, was closer than a brother, Zhang Jia. A smile crept onto his face as he murmured, "Brother, if I cannot return, I trust you will look after my parents. Here, in this foreign land, I earnestly entrust them to you, my brother." As he spoke, a realization struck him, and he glanced down at the sleeping Lu Xin in his arms. "Lu Xin is with me. If I cannot return, she likely cannot either. If there is any chance, please also look after her parents. In this distant place, we share a common plight. Do me this favor, my brother." Just as Yun Feiyong finished speaking, the previously slumbering Lu Xin opened her eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was that of a tear-streaked boy staring at her, a face that seemed somewhat familiar. In her hazy memories, she felt a vague disdain for that face, coupled with an indescribable, incredulous sense of gratitude. Lu Xin smiled faintly, her voice tinged with bitterness as she murmured, "Am I dead? I never expected to die alongside you. You rascal, scoundrel. Jerk, why didn't you leave when I told you to? You fool, idiot, silly pig. Don't you know how much I despise you?" After speaking, Lu Xin fixed her gaze firmly on Yun Feiyong, as if she intended to imprint his image in her memory. Initially, Yun Feiyong was overjoyed to see Lu Xin awaken. However, her sudden murmurs left him at a loss for words, causing him to forget everything he had meant to say. After a brief silence, he spoke in a somber tone. "No, you are not dead, nor am I. We have merely arrived in an unfamiliar place. This, too, must be strange to you. Why not rise and take a look?" Upon hearing Yun Feiyong's words, Lu Xin remained remarkably calm, offering a faint smile. "Is that so? I am not dead?" Pausing for a moment as if recalling something, Lu Xin suddenly exclaimed with joy. "What? I'm alive, I can't believe it. Is this real?" In her excitement, she attempted to rise, but being cradled in Yun Feiyong's embrace since his awakening, she found herself unable to do so, only managing a slight twist of her body. In that moment of movement, Lu Xin felt something securely wrapped around her waist. A wave of surprise washed over her as she looked down to discover a pair of arms encircling her. Confused, she pondered the situation. Perhaps only a second, or less, had passed when Lu Xin erupted in a fit of anger, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap directly to Yun Feiyong's face. Much like the unceremonious strikes she had administered during their night shifts, Yun Feiyong, who had been prepared to release her embrace as she struggled to sit up, was momentarily stunned by the slap and did not immediately let go. In that moment of hesitation, Lu Xion's second slap landed fiercely on the other side of his face. The dual blows, reminiscent of their previous encounters, left Yun Feiyong speechless. Did this woman have a penchant for slapping? In the next instant, he quickly realized the reason for Lu Xion's outburst and hastened to explain. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Xion's furious tirade rained down upon him like bullets from a machine gun. "Yun Feiyong, you scoundrel, you rogue. A leopard cannot change its spots. Now you dare to take advantage of me. Let me go?" With that, she struggled fiercely, twisting her body in an attempt to break free. Oh heavens! What manner of absurdity was this? Yun Feiyong internally protested. "This is utterly unfounded. I swear on Chairman Mao that I harbor no ill intentions. This is merely a misunderstanding." Yet at that moment, what could he do but release his arms and let go of the enchanting woman in his grasp? As soon as he did, Lu Xen rolled away fluidly, escaping his embrace, and then retreated forcefully. However, to his astonishment, just 2 steps back, Lu Xien lost her footing, letting out a startled cry before she fell, producing a resounding thud. No, it was not merely a fall, it was a plunge. For Lu Xien vanished entirely from Yun Feiyong's view, as if she had plummeted from a cliff. What was happening? Yun Feiyong was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Lu Xien could have so suddenly disappeared. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and hurried towards the spot where Lu Xien had vanished. Immediately lowering his gaze, the place where Lu Xien had fallen was not exceedingly high, barely less than 2 meters. Should she have intended to leap, descending would have been effortless. At that moment, Lu Xien lay on the ground, cradling her legs in pain. The fierce retribution she had just dealt to Yun Feiyong completely forgotten. With a single glance, Yun Feiyong understood the situation. It was evident that Lu Xien had inadvertently tumbled down and twisted her ankle. Ignoring her prior unruliness and the lingering sting on his cheeks, he swiftly leaped down to her side. "Lu Xien, are you all right? Let me see how badly you're hurt." Yun Feiyong exclaimed, hastily reaching for her injured leg. To his surprise, Lu Xian completely disregarded him, pulling her leg away in agony and shouting, "Beast! Stay away from me, don't touch me." After uttering her words, she hastily distanced herself from him, only stopping when she was nearly 20 meters away. Witnessing Lu Xian in such a state left Yun Feiyong at a loss for words. Perhaps feeling that the distance was sufficient, or perhaps because he had not offered an explanation, Lu Xian fell silent for a moment before continuing. "What? You don't plan to explain yourself? I suppose, given your character, you have no face to do so?" Yun Feiyong felt utterly helpless, but was at a loss for words to clarify the situation. He could only respond, "I ask you, in what way have I acted improperly towards you, or taken advantage of you? Do you truly not feel it? Besides, if I had intended to behave inappropriately, would I have needed to wait for you to regain consciousness? In all that time, I could have resolved everything and simply walked away, indifferent to your fate." Lu Xian's eyes widened in anger as she retorted, You scoundrel. Just now, you clearly wanted to." The words hung in the air unspoken. But Yun Feiyong understood her implication, misconduct. With a gentle sigh, he shook his head, saying, "As for what transpired earlier, I do not wish to elaborate. I find it hard to believe you have no recollection whatsoever." Without granting Lu Xian a moment to respond, he continued, "First, look around and see where we are. Do you remember what happened last night?" Upon hearing his words, despite her reluctance, Lu Xian turned to survey her surroundings. As she gazed at the unfamiliar locale, she thought to herself, "Where is this?" Suddenly, her mind jolted, and her memories began to clarify. The terrifying vortex, the colossal glass tower, she recalled them vividly, naturally. She remembered how Yun Feiyong had held her tightly, unhesitatingly embracing her as the tower descended, using his back to shield her, providing a temporary sanctuary. Most strikingly, she recalled his words, "Lu Xian, if we are to die, I will certainly accompany you." Scenes from not long ago swirled incessantly in her mind, and upon reflection, Lu Xian felt she had misjudged Yun Feiyong. In the moments before losing her final shred of consciousness, his embrace had clearly been an act of protection, rather than a treacherous scheme. What causes Lu Xian to detest herself is not merely the misunderstanding that transpired back then, as the incident occurred unexpectedly. However, just moments ago, upon awakening, she did not seek clarification or allow Yun Feiyong to explain. Instead, she hastily concluded that he was being malicious, and without hesitation, struck him twice. To make matters worse, just prior, Yun Feiyong was genuinely concerned for her injured foot, yet she misinterpreted his intentions. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lu Xian's emotions gradually settled, and a hint of embarrassment and remorse surfaced upon her countenance. She quietly turned to glance at Yun Feiyong, witnessing his expression of helplessness and the faint imprints of her slaps on his cheeks. Clenching her hands lightly, Lu Xian murmured, "That was my doing. I truly struck hard." Lu Xian fell silent, and Yun Feiyong refrained from further remarks, standing quietly not far from her, observing her. He noted the calming of her emotions and felt an involuntary sense of relief, though he was perplexed as to why she had suddenly regained her composure. To his surprise, witnessing Lu Xian's tranquility brought him an unexpected ease, and just as he pondered this feeling, he suddenly heard Lu Xian's voice. Her previous murmur had been faint, yet he could discern a fragment of it, albeit not distinctly. Thus, Yun Feiyong addressed her, "What is it that you are whispering about?" Instead of indulging in idle musings, perhaps we should contemplate our next course of action. It is nearly evening, and being in this desolate wilderness is hardly prudent. Yun Feiyong had not anticipated a response from Lu Xian. However, circumstances often unfold unexpectedly. To his astonishment, Lu Xian shyly replied, Yun Feiyong, I misjudged you, and I apologize." Chapter 11. The thawing of ice and snow. The sunset bathed the valley in a soft glow, rendering everything around somewhat hazy, signaling that nightfall would soon arrive. Yun Feiyong was bewildered. It seemed just moments ago that dawn had broken, yet now it was suddenly evening. He could not fathom this swift passage of time and chose not to dwell on it. After all, if a time tunnel could manifest, then the occurrence of bizarre events should not be surprising. In truth, when Yun Feiyong had just awakened, he had been oblivious to the hour. Had it not been for Lu Xian's series of reactions, inadvertently positioning him facing the sun, he would have remained unaware even now. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters individuals who, in a moment of unconsciousness, utter something astonishing. Undoubtedly, Lu Xian's recent apology struck Yun Feiyong like a bolt from the blue, leaving him astounded. Initially, as Yun Feiyong realized it was already evening and noted Lu Xian's emotional stabilization, he intended to offer a gentle reminder. Little did he anticipate that Lu Xian's revelation would leave him utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. In Yun Feiyang's eyes, Lu Xian, at that moment, appeared not only slightly dazed as she gazed at him, but also bore an expression tinged with embarrassment and guilt. In his recollection, Lu Xian was a fiercely ambitious girl, exuding an undeniable aura of aggression. Such an expression and gaze should not have manifested. The reason for this perplexed Yun Feiyang, who found himself in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Lu Xian, perceiving his astonishment, let out a cold snort and remarked, "What's the matter? Are you not accepting my apology? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't remain silent." Although the resentment from her memories had been somewhat dulled by Yun Feiyang's demeanor, Lu Xian still wore a rather unfriendly countenance towards him. Indeed, this was the true Lu Xian, the one from his memories. Her previous demeanor had felt exceedingly foreign and unsettling. Suddenly, Yun Feiyang found himself muttering to himself, a smile unexpectedly blossoming within him, unfazed by Lu Xian's words. With this thought, he could not help but laugh, leaving Lu Xian perplexed by his reaction. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she hastily exclaimed, "Yun Feiyang, are you concocting some mischievous scheme? Let me tell you, don't harbor any delusions." At this, Yun Feiyang burst into laughter, responding, "No, you're overthinking it." Just then, a series of gurgling sounds reached Yun Feiyang's ears, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that the noises seemed to emanate from Lu Xian. What could this be? He pondered, and after a moment of reflection, it dawned on him. It was the sound of her stomach growling. Lu Xian was hungry. Casting a bemused smile at Lu Xian, he was left uncertain of its implication. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, startled by the unexpected noise from her belly, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she noticed Yun Feiyang's grin. A flush of crimson swiftly adorned her cheeks, and she stammered, that wasn't me." Yun Feiyang's smile widened, not in mockery of Lu Xian's hunger, for he too had felt the pangs of emptiness earlier. Rather, it was the amusingly desperate nature of her denial, coupled with her flushed cheeks, that brought him unexpected delight. Observing Yun Feiyang's unabashed laughter in response to her explanation only fueled Lu Xian's irritation, although she suppressed her annoyance and retorted, "What are you laughing at?" "Yes, I am hungry. That is only natural. Are you not hungry?" In that moment, Lu Xian appeared transformed, shedding her previously aggressive demeanor. The armor of self-protection and her steely image had vanished. Yun Feiyang suddenly felt that this iteration of Lu Xian might be her most authentic self. The domineering and fierce persona from his memories perhaps merely a fade employed as a defense mechanism. Thus, he quickly gestured for her to relax, asserting, "Let us not dwell on that. You should rest for now. I'll take a look around to see if I can find something to eat. Otherwise, we shall both go hungry tonight." With that, disregarding Lu Xian's thoughts, he turned his attention toward the spot where they had initially lingered, the very place from which Lu Xian had fallen. What he beheld was astonishing. He was truly taken aback. The initial resting place of the two was surprisingly at the fork of a gnarled tree, but this was not the source of Yun Feiyang's astonishment. What truly left him in disbelief was the sheer size and majesty of this crooked tree. To illustrate, the very fork itself could comfortably accommodate a dozen individuals seated upon the ground. This ancient and magnificent tree had withstood the test of time. And though Yun Feiyang had previously encountered venerable trees, such as the 200-year-old maple in the temple of his hometown, none could compare. He vividly recalled that maple, soaring dozens of meters high, with a trunk so vast that it would require 8 children, arms outstretched, to encircle it. Before he had ventured into the city and seen towering buildings, he had perceived that maple is the largest and highest entity in existence. However, when juxtaposed with the tree before him, whose name remained unknown, it was akin to a mere wisp of grass compared to a grand oak. How could a speck of light contend with the brilliance of the full moon? In that moment, Yun Feiyang truly grasped the profundity of that saying. Confronted by the tree's trunk, his immediate impression was that it resembled not a tree, but a formidable wall. Indeed, that was precisely the sentiment Yun Feiyang experienced at that moment. Excluding the portion above the fork that soared skyward, even the segment below, standing less than 2 meters, appeared to him as an extensive barrier, obstructing all that lay beyond. He noted the spot from which he had previously leaped and pondered. A portion of the branches was buried beneath the earth, yet the exposed segment reached nearly 2 meters in height. How thick must the main trunk be? And how ancient must this tree be? He was unaware, and no one could provide him with an answer. All he could do was take a deep breath, allowing his racing heart to gradually settle. Yun Feiyang refrained from wiping the beads of sweat that had emerged from his shock. Instead, he swallowed hard and spoke, "Lu Xian, look." His words were few, merely 4, perhaps because the feelings stirring within him were too profound for articulation. Lu Xin, having quieted, massaged her injured foot, and upon hearing Yun Feiyong's words, lifted her gaze to the direction he was facing. Mirroring Yun Feiyong's initial expression, she widened her eyes, equally struck with incredulity. Is this a tree? Lu Xion's voice carried an air of disbelief and a hint of persistent doubt. Yun Feiyong replied softly, yes, it is a great tree. No, it is a colossal tree. Perhaps such a simple response was the only means to gently soothe the tumultuous waves surging within his heart. Yet how could such a grand tree possibly exist? Lu Xian remained unconvinced. How could it not? If we can inexplicably find ourselves here, how could such a giant tree not exist? Indeed, what is impossible about this? Our very presence here is already an extraordinary journey. With this thought, Lu Xen gradually came to accept the outcome, for the colossal tree loomed before her, an undeniable reality. Her gaze lingered on a particular spot on the tree, and she raised her hand to point, saying, it seems I fell from that very place. Yes, right there. Thankfully. It wasn't too high. Otherwise, you would have certainly been injured. Yun Feiyong nodded in agreement. Having heard Yun Feiyong's words, Lu Xian suddenly scoffed. Humph. Who says I wasn't injured? My foot is hurt. The mere act of mentioning it brought the pain to the forefront of her consciousness. Moreover, in the midst of her earlier shock, she had unconsciously stood up. While immersed in disbelief, she felt nothing. Now, relaxed, the pain in her injured foot was excruciating. Ouch! My foot hurts, she exclaimed, promptly sitting down and cradling her injured right foot with both hands. This sharp cry of discomfort roused Yun Feiyong from his daze. He quickly approached her, lifted her injured right foot, and said, don't move. Let me examine your injury. Although I lack medical knowledge, I can certainly discern whether it is a sprain. With his left hand gently grasping her ankle, he used his right index finger to press on a specific spot. Does this hurt? He inquired. Seeing Lu Xian shake her head slightly, he shifted his right hand to another location and continued, what about here? Does it hurt? Again, Lu Xian shook her head. Yun Feiyong moved to yet another spot, repeating his question, does this hurt? However, it seemed as if fate was playing a trick on him. Despite numerous attempts, Lu Xian remained unable to feel any pain, as if she were unscathed. Yet Yun Feiyong did not relent. Perhaps he understood that Lu Xian could not feign an injury. He merely had not found the source of her discomfort yet. He persisted, exploring each spot methodically. While she repeatedly denied any pain, he diligently uttered the same question, and she absent-mindedly shook her head. The shadows of the two figures elongated beneath the setting sun, ultimately merging into one, indistinguishable from each other. In that moment, Yun Feiyong's earnest expression, filled with genuine concern for Lu Xian's injury, was devoid of pretense. Observing him in such a light, Lu Xian found herself momentarily entranced, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. In that instant, she forgot all the past grievances and painful memories associated with Yun Feiyong. All she recalled was when the vortex had enveloped her, he had firmly grasped her hand, uttering those resolute words, if death is imminent, I will accompany you. She remembered his unwavering actions, his warm embrace, and the strength of his back that could shield her from the tempest. Lu Xian had once heard a saying, no matter the type of man, when he is focused on a task, he appears most handsome. Initially, she had not comprehended this sentiment and had dismissed it, but now, it suddenly made sense to her. Chapter 12. Intimacy. When a person is willing to risk everything for another, plunging into the depths of despair, the other, unless possessing a heart of stone, will undoubtedly be moved. Lu Xian was certainly not a heartless individual. As Yun Feiyong risked his safety for her, willingly facing peril, her heart began to soften, gradually relinquishing her animosity and imprinting his figure within her thoughts. Reflecting on her repeated misunderstandings of Yun Feiyong, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for her unjust treatment of him. Thus, she once again spoke to Yun Feiyong, uttering, Yun Feiyong, I am sorry. This marked the second occasion he heard her apologize, yet it still struck him with the same unexpected intensity as the first time. His previously tranquil heart rippled like water disturbed by a falling stone, causing his hand to tremble. Ouch, that hurts. Please be gentle. Yun Feiyong had inadvertently applied too much pressure due to his tremor, prompting Lu Xian to draw in a sharp breath. He hastily released her foot, exclaiming, oh, I pressed too hard. Your ankle is likely just sprained, and it won't take long to heal. With that, he hurriedly stepped back, seemingly indifferent to her apology. Witnessing Yun Feiyong's abrupt retreat, Lu Xian felt a pang of disappointment, sensing she had erred once more. However, Yun Feiyong appeared unperturbed. He glanced at the sky and said, it's getting dark. While there is still some light, I shall search the vicinity for edible wild fruits. Otherwise, We may find ourselves hungry tonight. Indeed, in the brief span of time, the sun that lingered on the mountaintop had nearly vanished, leaving only a faint glow across the horizon. As the sun began to dip below the western mountains, a radiant moon quietly emerged in the opposite direction. Lu Xian bestowed a charming smile upon Yun Feiyong, replying, "All right, I'll rest a bit. You should hurry and return swiftly. Please be cautious. I dare not stay alone in this valley." Unbeknownst to herself, she had begun to rely on Yun Feiyong. Hearing her words and observing her demeanor, Yun Feiyong smiled sincerely. This was a genuine smile. In that moment, Lu Xian embodied the essence of a normal girl, exhibiting the typical reactions one would expect. Setting aside her memories of violence and the rugged masculine image, she now possessed a hint of feminine allure in Yun Feiyong's eyes. This smile captivated him deeply. Taken aback by the indescribable smile that suddenly graced Yun Feiyong's face, Lu Xian paused and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yun Feiyong quickly waved his hands. "Oh, it's nothing. I wonder if there are any wild beasts lurking in this valley. Perhaps you should rest in the giant tree. Being elevated is certainly safer, as most wild animals do not venture up trees." Lu Xian nodded, smiling. "Yes, I'll follow your advice. Should I climb to where I fell?" "Indeed. That spot isn't too high, and you can manage it. It's not too low either, offering a precarious sense of safety. Plus, there's ample space above for you to rest." However, she foolishly remarked, "But it's nearly 2 meters high. I can't climb, especially with my injured foot." Yun Feiyong approached Lu Xian's side, chuckling with a hint of exasperation. "Do not worry, I will assist you." After finishing his words, disregarding whether Lu Xinin was willing or not, he swept her into a princess carry, lifting her up and heading towards the base of the colossal tree, the very spot from which he had leapt moments ago. Though forcibly held in his embrace, and feeling a hint of being taken advantage of, Lu Xinin no longer harbored the suspicions she once had about Yun Feiyong's intentions. Instead, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her face instantly flushing a deep crimson. Reaching all the way to her ears, Yun Feiyong was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xinin's unexpected action. His body stiffened for just an instant before gradually relaxing into a natural state. Despite the brevity of his reaction, he was acutely aware of her close proximity. Resting against his chest, stealing a glance at his somewhat rigid expression, Lu Xinin hid within his embrace, stifling a laugh. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In this foreign land, amidst the towering mountains, she was not alone. He was there with her. He would live for her, die for her, and he would do so without regret or complaint. As Lu Xinin reveled in her happiness, Yun Feiyong took purposeful strides and soon reached the base of the giant tree. He gently placed her feet on the ground while his other hand tenderly encircled her waist, allowing her to stand. "Lu Xinin, I will help you up," he said. Awakened from her reverie, Lu Xinin blushed and lowered her gaze, asking, "How do I get up?" "Stand steady," Yun Feiyong replied succinctly before releasing her and crouching down. "This is nearly 2 meters high. If you wish to ascend, you must ride on my shoulders to leverage my height." With that, he patted his shoulder. Lu Xinin was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Ride on your shoulders? How can that be? What? Are you afraid of taking advantage of me?" Yun Feiyong's demeanor shifted abruptly, his tone becoming icy. Lu Xinin's heart sank. She realized her impulsive reaction and words had led to a misunderstanding. However, she did not blame him, knowing her previous behaviors had likely prompted such assumptions. She quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, absolutely not. I didn't mean it that way, and I know you would never think so." Yun Feiyong's cold expression softened slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. "Then what do you mean?" Panicking, Lu Xinin hurriedly explained, "My mother told me not to easily ride on a man's shoulders unless—" She trailed off, the rest of her words unspoken for reasons unknown. Yun Feiyong, however, was intrigued and pressed, "Unless what?" After a moment of hesitation, avoiding his gaze, she stammered, "My mother said that if one wishes to ride on a man's shoulders, it should only be if she intends to marry him. Otherwise, it is absolutely forbidden." Yun Feiyong was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he burst into laughter. "Huh? You've got to be kidding. What sort of theory is that?" His hearty laughter left Lu Xinin feeling quite embarrassed. With a flushed face, she replied, "My mother said that a woman's waist and a man's head should never be touched carelessly. Only as a husband can one bow his noble head for his wife, allowing her to ride upon his shoulders. However, the bond between you and me does not resemble such a relationship. Thus, I cannot, nor will I, perch upon your shoulders." Although the logic in Lu Xian's words may seem somewhat convoluted, Yun Feiyong managed to grasp the essence and chuckled softly. "I never imagined that in this day and age, such antiquated notions still persist," reminiscent of the ancient concept of physical intimacy. Lu Xian's cheeks flushed deeper, yet she refrained from countering Yun Feiyong. For her words indeed echoed his sentiment, drawing parallels to the ancient idea of closeness. What could she do? This belief, instilled by her mother, had long been ingrained in her very being. To alter such a conviction in an instant proved to be exceedingly challenging, perhaps even impossible. Noticing Lu Xian's silence, Yun Feiyong, with a hint of mischief in his tone, continued, according to your reasoning, a woman may only ride upon her husband's shoulders. By the same token, a man may only embrace his wife's waist. Or may I assert that if a woman is held by a man around her waist, she must be that man's wife? Despite sensing that Yun Feiyong's assertion was somewhat flawed, Lu Xian could not articulate the source of her discomfort, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Little did she anticipate that Yun Feiyong's subsequent statement would utterly astonish her. If that is the case, then I have already embraced your waist, which implies that you are now my wife. Nonsense. I am certainly not your wife. Lu Xian could no longer remain silent. Yun Feiyong erupted in laughter. I merely deduced my conclusion based on your words. Are you now going to refute your own statements? Though Lu Xian found his reasoning rather far-fetched, she could not find a way to dispute it, and deep within, she felt a flicker of agreement with the notion. My goodness, what is happening to me? If this thought were to escape my lips, it would surely incite laughter among many, especially from the audacious Yun Feiyong. Inwardly, Lu Xian lamented, completely perplexed as to why such thoughts crossed her mind. After a moment of turmoil, Lu Xian replied, those were my mother's words, not mine. Please do not misconstrue my meaning. Yun Feiyong shook his head with a smile. You mentioned that it was your mother's saying. Therefore, why are you so troubled? Rest assured, after you have ridden upon my shoulders, I have no intention of claiming you as my wife. I harbor no such thoughts. Uncertain of her own feelings, Lu Xian found herself inexplicably blurting out, as if struck by lightning. What? Do you look down upon me if I were to be your wife? I wouldn't want you anyway. Yun Feiyong was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Lu Xian's bold declaration. Not only was Yun Feiyong stunned, but Lu Xian herself was equally astonished. She had no idea how she had uttered such an absurd and brazen statement. One that seemed to echo the sentiments of someone desperate to marry. Heaven knows what is happening. An abrupt silence and awkwardness enveloped the two, leaving them at a loss for words. Yun Feiyong scratched his head, cleared his throat, and said, well, come on, hop onto my shoulders, and I'll take you up. Blushing, Lu Xian nodded, lifted a leg, and positioned herself atop Yun Feiyong's shoulders. With determination, he rose to his feet. At that moment, the sun had completely sunk behind the mountains, darkness enveloped the sky, and their figures began to blur. Lu Xian's voice rang out sharply, Yun Feiyong, you scoundrel. Were you not supposed to lift me up? Why are you touching my backside? I didn't mean to, I swear. Yun Feiyong exclaimed, his voice booming even louder. Chapter 13. Two embraced the silvery moonlight spilled onto the ground, accompanied by the mournful cries of crickets. The night air thickened, weaving a delicate web that cloaked all in its embrace. Everything the eyes encountered, every blade of grass and tree, appeared less tangible than in daylight, shrouded in a hazy, ethereal hue, concealing its intricate details and guarding its secrets, evoking a dreamlike sensation. In the valley where Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian found themselves, this was the scene at that moment. Were it not for the crickets chirping, which infused the place with life, and the dim moonlight casting a semblance of brightness, it would undoubtedly be a place of fear. Bathed in moonlight, one could vaguely discern Lu Xian perched at the fork of a giant tree while Yun Feiyong stood beneath it. In the stillness of the night sky, Lu Xian's voice broke through. Yun Feiyong, perhaps you should refrain from searching for food. It's dark, and it's dangerous. Yun Feiyong gazed at Lu Xian and shook his head. You're hungry, and I wish to find something to eat for you. Besides, I am hungry too. Lu Xian laughed, a joyful sound. It's fine to be hungry through the night, but what if something happens to you? For the first time, since he had come to know Lu Xian, she spoke so directly, her words imbued with hope yet delivered with a calm simplicity, expressing her reliance on him. The meaning behind her words resonated with Yun Feiyong. He understood. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this girl, who could be carefree and unrefined at times, yet also gentle and endearing, brave and tenderly considerate, could indeed feel fear. A light dawned in Yun Feiyong's heart. In this unfamiliar place, in this wild mountain forest, Lu Xian regarded him as her sole support, her only hope. Yet, he pondered what had caused Lu Xian to forget her previous disdain for him and instead lean on him. Perhaps when one finds themselves in an alien environment, they instinctively cling to the only familiar figure as their anchor. Much like a drowning person, Grasping at anything within reach, they would cling desperately to it as their lifeline. However, such thoughts were not words Yun Feiyong could voice. He merely smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I will be careful and nothing will happen. Stay put here. I'll be back shortly." "No, don't go. I don't want you to leave." Lu Xian's tone suddenly turned urgent. In this instance, Lu Xian's reliance on Yun Feiyong was not merely a feeling but a declaration made with utmost clarity. This left Yun Feiyong at a loss. Pondering what course of action to take, could he possibly turn away at such a moment? Gradually stepping back a few paces, Yun Feiyong, leveraging the momentum of his run, effortlessly ascended the tree branch with remarkable agility. The nearly 2-meter height posed no challenge for him. He scaled it with ease. His series of fluid movements bore the hallmarks of countless hours of training. Rather than climbing, one might say he leapt. Yun Feiyong found himself puzzled, wondering when he had become so adept at jumping. It seemed that in this optimal state, his leaping ability had reached an extraordinary level. He couldn't quite comprehend it, only sensing that his body felt distinctly different from before, although he couldn't pinpoint how. Despite the height he achieved in this leap surpassing his usual basketball antics, he chose not to dwell on the reason behind it. Regardless, an enhancement in his jumping prowess was undeniably a fortunate development. Upon witnessing Yun Feiyong's ascent, a subtle smile crept onto Lu Xian's lips, a secret joy that went unnoticed by him. She adjusted her position, locating a spot to lean against, and sat quietly, her gaze fixed on Yun Feiyong. Observing her reaction, Yun Feiyong awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Alas, it seems we are destined to endure cold and hunger tonight." With that, he settled down not far from Lu Xian. "I fear neither hunger nor cold, as long as you are here," Lu Xian suddenly remarked. Yun Feiyong stared at Lu Xian, feeling an unexpected chord struck within him, rendering him speechless. The two locked eyes, engaged in a silent exchange as time ebbed away. Then, a breeze stirred, rustling the grass and trees around them, producing a soft whispering sound. Unbeknownst to them, a chill gradually enveloped the air, causing a shiver to run through their bodies. Lu Xian, sensing the cold, turned to Yun Feiyong, who sat a few meters away, and suggested, "Why not come a little closer?" There's a place to lean. Though she felt a growing chill, her request was only a gentle invitation for him to draw nearer. Yun Feiyong furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon grasped her underlying intent. Without uttering a word, he compassionately moved to sit beside her. At that moment, their shoulders were less than half a meter apart, and the wind seemed to intensify. As Yun Feiyong settled beside her, Lu Xian appeared to find considerable warmth. She tucked her cold knees into her embrace, lowering her head in silence, her breathing becoming increasingly pronounced, perhaps out of boredom, or perhaps to stave off the cold. Lu Xian suddenly asked, "Yun Feiyong, aren't you going to explain?" "What?" Yun Feiyong replied, not fully grasping her meaning. Seemingly taken aback by his response, Lu Xian paused before continuing, "What I mean is, why do you give me the impression of two extremes? One feeling fills me with intense aversion, while another brings warmth and reliance. I, Yun Feiyong, find myself at a loss for words. Regardless of my reaction." Lu Xian spoke to herself. "When I first encountered you at the school gate, your demeanor alongside Zhangzhe left me with a singular impression. You were a rogue. The second time we met during the night shift, not only did you collide with me, but you also had the audacity to embrace me. In that moment, I added scoundrel to my initial assessment. You must understand, throughout my life, no male has ever dared to hold me. Then, after the shift change, you shockingly attempted to insult me." Lu Xian's voice brimmed with unusual emotions. "This is all a misunderstanding," Yun Feiyong hurriedly explained. Lu Xian shook her head, denying him the chance to speak, and continued, "But in the end, when you claimed it was all a jest, I concluded that you were indeed a complete scoundrel. Yet, what followed was a whirlwind. You disregarded your own safety, grasping my hand tightly, and declaring that you would face death with me. Later, when the colossal tower fell, you pulled me into your embrace, ostensibly to shield me. But I misconstrued your intentions, believing you harbored ulterior motives." At this point, Yun Feiyong fell silent. Lu Xian paused before continuing, "Upon arriving here, even in my dazed state, I heard your words urging Zhangzhe to care for my parents. However, when I opened my eyes to find you so close, and realized you were holding me, I misjudged you again, even striking you twice. After falling from the tree and injuring my foot, you showed concern for my wound. Yet I misunderstood you once more, refusing your touch. Now, I recognize that those 3 instances were entirely my fault. I misjudged you. But what about the prior 3 encounters? I am uncertain if I misjudged you then as well. If so, I wish to hear your explanation. Otherwise, my heart cannot find peace. Perhaps that is unnecessary." Yun Feiyong replied, genuinely perplexed. Raising her hand to interrupt him, Lu Xian insisted, I merely seek the truth. I long to know the real you, and whether the fault lies with me. With Lu Xian's earnest declaration, there was little else to be done. After a moment of silence, Yun Feiyong sighed deeply and spoke calmly. There is a reason for this. It was never your fault, and I bear no resentment. To understand this, we must revisit my encounter with Zhang Zhu at the school gate. As Yun Feiyong recounted the story, time gradually slipped away. Ultimately, he concluded with, this is how it transpired. Indeed, I misjudged you, and I am truly sorry. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xian had quietly moved closer, their shoulders now touching. In that moment, she boldly lifted her hand to caress Yun Feiyong's face. Her fingertips brushed lightly against his cheek, leaving a faint trace that seemed almost tangible. Lu Xian inquired, did it hurt when I struck you 4 times? Yun Feiyong, suddenly a bit flustered, gazed into Lu Xian's clear, bright eyes that were fixed upon him. He slowly shook his head and replied in a low voice, I know you did not intend to hurt me. I hold no blame. Your strength could not possibly inflict pain upon me. Lu Xian smiled, her heart brimming with joy, yet she remained silent. She gently rested her head upon Yun Feiyong's shoulder, and he did not shy away. Rather, he shifted slightly, perhaps to grant her a more comfortable position. The wind grew more intense, and the chill became increasingly urgent. It was then that Yun Feiyong noticed that both he and Lu Xian were clad in the thin camouflage uniforms worn during their military training. In the cold of the night, he fared slightly better, but what of Lu Xian? Unconsciously, or perhaps instinctively, Yun Feiyong opened his arms and enveloped Lu Xian in his embrace. She shivered slightly but did not resist. Instead, her smile blossomed even more brilliantly. In the past, when they were still in school, Lu Xian had been pursued by boys who had showered her with various sweet nothings, yet she had remained unmoved. At this moment, however, she felt a profound sense of relief that she had not succumbed to those so-called declarations of affection. Otherwise, how could she face Yun Feiyong now, who offered his unwavering devotion without a hint of regret? What were grand vows and promises of eternal love compared to the warmth of this embrace? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xian's heart had already been claimed by Yun Feiyong, or rather, it had been wholly occupied by him. Perhaps this was a form of unconventional love at first sight. It could only be said that in extraordinary circumstances, one encounters remarkable individuals, leading to extraordinary events. Following this, they engaged in actions that seemed whimsical yet were, in truth, inevitable, resulting in such an outcome. Love and hate can indeed arise in an instant. Chapter 14. Mutual support. A ray of morning light pierced through the valley, dispelling the chill and ushering in warmth, reviving the earth. On a path overgrown with weeds, barely discernible, Yun Feiyong trudged forward with Lu Xian on his back. Early that morning, they had set out in search of food and a way home. With no clear direction, they could only proceed aimlessly along one path. As Lu Xian had injured her foot, necessitating Yun Feiyong to carry her. At this moment, beads of sweat glistened on Yun Feiyong's forehead, while Lu Xian, perched on his back, occasionally used her sleeve to gently wipe away his perspiration. His breaths grew heavier, and his steps slowed, indicating his fatigue. Yet, Yun Feiyong pressed on, determined to continue moving forward. Lu Xian, feeling his state keenly, tightened her embrace around his neck, and, after wiping away his sweat once more, spoke, Yun Feiyong, perhaps we should take a break? Yun Feiyong shook his head and replied, we have been walking for so long, hoping to find food, yet we have not encountered even a wild fruit. I think, while I still have strength, we should push on a bit further, perhaps sustenance lies just ahead. As he spoke, a smile graced his lips, but Lu Xian could sense the bitterness and helplessness lurking behind that smile. She refrained from urging him to stop, instead tightening her grip around his neck just a little more. Then, she gently pressed her face and ears against his back, straining to listen to his breath and feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, seeking solace in his steadfastness. As she sensed the warmth radiating from Yun Feiyong's back, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over Lu Xian, and tears trickled down her cheeks. In that moment, Yun Feiyong's broad back became her sanctuary, her sole reliance, offering protection from the tempest and shielding her from the harshness of the elements. It could create a realm for her, unafraid of the world's calamities. After a considerable time, having traversed a long stretch, Yun Feiyong paused, turning his gaze toward the sun now high in the sky. He then closed his eyes and, with a voice that was somewhat hoarse, uttered, Lu Xian, let us rest for a while. I am feeling a bit weary. Lu Xian, nestled against him, perceived his state all too well. At that moment, it was evident that Yun Feiyong's fatigue was far beyond mere words. Their closeness allowed her to feel the rigidity of his back and the tremors in his muscles. Perhaps his entire being was already in agony. Yet he was reluctant to reveal this to Liu Xin. He was not made of iron. He was merely flesh and blood, an ordinary man without superior strength. After a day and a night without sustenance, carrying nearly 50 kilograms of Liu Xin, and traversing several kilometers of mountainous terrain, a bit weary was an understatement. Indeed, he was likely utterly exhausted, parched, and yearning to halt. However, he could not afford to surrender easily, nor could he abandon his course or falter in his steps. He was Liu Xin's pillar, her sole support at that moment. He could only grit his teeth and forge ahead, determined to give his all to create a radiant world for her. If it were not for this resolve, why would he persist despite his hoarse voice and the stiffness of his muscles? Yet, Liu Xin, in her compassion, chose not to voice her understanding. She recognized he was enduring for her sake. Gathering her thoughts, Liu Xin softly replied, all right. Taking a deep breath, Yun Feiyong gently set Liu Xin down from his back and helped her find a comfortable spot to sit. Then, with a voice that was a melodious gift to Liu Xin, he expressed his frustration. Liu Xin, I'm sorry. I cannot find any food. Liu Xin, with her tear-streaked visage, unveiled a smile that was nothing short of enchanting, capable of fostering societal harmony and prosperity. She tenderly reassured him, with you by my side. All is well, even if death were to come, what of it? Yun Feiyong's entire being quivered, his eyes igniting with an unwavering brilliance, and he vowed, I will not let anything happen to you. Gazing at Yun Feiyong, Liu Xin nodded vigorously, fully believing in the sincerity of his words. She lifted her hand and grasped his, speaking gently, Come, you should sit and rest for a while. I know you are tired. Bathed in Liu Xin's affectionate gaze and feeling the warmth emanating from her hand, Yun Feiyong smiled and nodded, silently settling beside her. He then slowly remarked, Liu Xin, if we continue to find no food, we may never escape this place. Liu Xin slightly inclined her body, resting her head upon Yun Feiyong's shoulder, and replied, If we cannot leave, then so be it. I am indifferent. After a moment of silence, Yun Feiyong reached around and embraced Liu Xin's waist from behind, saying, Perhaps we will perish. Are you afraid? Liu Xin gently shook her head. As I mentioned earlier, with you by my side, everything is well. Even if we were to meet our end. With his hand tightening slightly around her waist, Yun Feiyong fell silent, and Liu Xin too became quiet. The two leaned against each other, their silhouettes merging in the sunlight, indistinguishable from one another, a seamless unity of you and me, each encompassing the other. At that moment, Yun Feiyong's mind raced as he sought a solution to procure sufficient sustenance, so that he and Liu Xin might survive and subsequently find their way home to reunite with family and friends. Just as he was lost in thought, a melodious tune unexpectedly resonated through the serene woodland path. Yun Feiyong, taken aback, turned to Liu Xin and exclaimed, Liu Xin, the music is emanating from you. Liu Xin, equally perplexed by the music, wondered aloud, in this desolate wilderness, where could such music come from? Yun Feiyong's words had undoubtedly alerted her. She hastily reached into the pocket of her camouflage jacket and pulled out a mobile phone, glancing at it with astonishment. It's my alarm. It's set for noon. No wonder I was puzzled by the music. I completely forgot I had it with me. Yun Feiyong recognized the phone, noticing the bright red device in Liu Xin's hand. He furrowed his brow and asked, Is that your phone? Liu Xin turned off the music and nodded. Yes. My mother bought it for me before I reported to school. What about yours? Let me see. Yun Feiyong hesitated momentarily before responding. I don't have one. My family is poor and cannot afford it just yet. I'm sorry. Liu Xin felt she had inadvertently hurt Yun Feiyong and quickly apologized. Yun Feiyong waved his hand dismissively, about to speak when Liu Xin joyfully interjected. I have food in my pocket. As she spoke, she retrieved some provisions from her pocket. Yun Feiyong's eyes widened in surprise as he saw 2 pieces of sakama and 2 sausages. How did you manage to carry food in your pocket? He asked, astonished. Liu Xin, slightly embarrassed, explained, I was afraid of getting hungry on night duty, so I brought some along. But with everything that has happened, I completely forgot about it. If it weren't for my phone ringing, I wouldn't have thought to retrieve it. Thank goodness for my phone. We now have something to eat. Yun Feiyong was left speechless. Is that even possible? However, as he gazed at the meager provisions, he swallowed hard and said, I have more stamina than you. You eat first, and once you are done, we shall continue our journey. Liu Xin shook her head, forcefully placing a piece of sakama and a sausage into Yun Feiyong's hands, insisting, We shall eat together. You still need to carry me, keep walking, and seek more food. How can you do so without energy? Meeting Lu Xin's earnest gaze, Yun Feiyong did not refuse, accepting the offering and carefully unwrapping the sakama. Then he handed it to Lu Xin with a smile, saying, "You eat first. I will tear it open for you." After Lu Xin took it, Yun Feiyong tore another piece and brought it to his lips, gently taking a bite. Seeing him begin to eat, Lu Xin also smiled and took a bite of the food in her hand, mirroring his delicate movements. To the average person, this might seem like merely two ordinary snacks, so mundane that some might refuse to partake. However, for Yun Feiyong and Lu Xin, it represented sustenance and the essence of life. The two of them slowly and earnestly consumed their food, Yun Feiyong suppressing his lingering hunger, stating, "Once we finish eating and have rested enough, we shall proceed on our journey home, the extent of which remains unknown." Lu Xin nodded in agreement. "All right." Yun Feiyong quickly rose to his feet, extending his hand to assist Lu Xin. Unknowingly, his back was turned towards the sunlight, perhaps due to the radiance. Lu Xin's perspective made Yun Feiyong appear exceptionally tall and imposing. Lu Xin's gaze suddenly became somewhat dazed. She released Yun Feiyong's hand and, using her uninjured left foot, struggled to stand. At that moment, Yun Feiyong had also straightened up as she rose. Facing each other, he gently raised his hand to wipe away a small crumb from the corner of Yun Feiyong's mouth. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing their bodies close together. Smiling, she stood on her tiptoes and suddenly pressed her warm, red lips against the corner of Yun Feiyong's mouth, leaving a passionate imprint. With no regrets and no reservations, she poured forth her genuine feelings, shedding the guise of pretense and relinquishing the so-called constraints. Like a warrior, she advanced boldly, marking Yun Feiyong's lips with her fiery kiss. Lu Xin's sudden initiative took Yun Feiyong completely by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, unable to resist her tempestuous ardor, he instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. Feeling the warmth between Lu Xin's lips, he began to respond fervently, their lips meeting and tongues intertwining. Despite their movements being noticeably awkward, the intensity of their passion overwhelmed them, and they embraced each other, sinking into the depths of their shared experience. "I transcend to immortality, not for eternal life, but to bring you joy and peace." In this kiss, they found a profound connection, a mutual sustenance. Chapter 15. Unwavering commitment with the heavens as their witness and the mountains and trees as testament. Yun Feiyong and Lu Xin wholeheartedly entrusted their hearts to one another. Under the blazing sun, their fervor outshone the heat. No scorching rays could deter their embrace. When love reaches its peak, one becomes intoxicated. When affection runs deep, the heart knows no regret. They indulged in the fragrant essence shared between their lips, merging seamlessly, indistinguishable from one another. No need for solemn vows or promises of eternity. All that mattered was the intertwining of their beings, ensuring a life without regrets. Their gazes grew increasingly hazy as they forgot the clamor of the world, casting aside the shackles of society, leaving only the clarity of each other deep within their pupils. Devoid of sustenance, on the brink of demise, unable to return home, cast aside all distractions, for in this moment, my heart harbors only you. As passion ignites, my blood surges with fervor, my thoughts fragment, leaving only an uncontrollable yearning. Yun Feiyong's hand ascends to the peak, gracefully enveloped by camouflage, of Lu Xin's form, and then, with fervent intent, he seizes. This grasp resembles the legendary dragon's touch, as though he expends all his strength for a decisive blow, accompanied by a sense of tragic ferocity and a divine roar. His hand appears poised to obliterate that lofty summit. Lu Xin's startled utterance shatters the warmth and fervor of the moment. Her cry, akin to a spring breeze transforming the rain, brings the world to an abrupt tranquility. Quickly regaining her composure, Lu Xin pushes Yun Feiyong away, exclaiming, "No, Yun Feiyong, I apologize. I'm not ready to take that step just yet." Their bodies retreating to a distance of 3 or 4 steps, her eyes, still ablaze with lingering embers. She implores, "Give me some time. I will entrust my entire being to you." At that moment, Yun Feiyong too emerges from his reverie, stirred by Lu Xin's words. "I will give you my heart and soul." When a woman sincerely confesses such a sentiment to a man, what could be more exhilarating? The authenticity of her feelings hangs unspoken in the air. "I'm sorry for my impatience, for overstepping boundaries," he voices, laden with unexpressed remorse. Lu Xin smiles and shakes her head. "I do not hold you accountable. I simply need more time. Please, wait a little longer." With a radiant smile, Yun Feiyong approaches, grasping her hand, affirmatively nodding, resolutely declaring within himself, "I will wait for you." Lu Xian nods earnestly in return, suggesting, let us continue our journey. We do not know how long it will take. We must not squander another moment. Without further words, Yun Feiyong bends down, allowing Lu Xian to once again rest upon his back, and with unwavering determination, they embark on their journey anew. Together, they seek the path homeward. Though this is merely the first step of a long journey, hope glimmers ahead. As they tread onward, Yun Feiyong muses, I must protect her, ensuring she suffers no harm. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, nestled against his back, reflects on the passionate embrace they had shared moments prior. She questions why she had willingly bestowed a kiss, pondering whether such a reaction aligns with the expectations of a young woman. The masculine breath of Yun Feiyong, tinged with a hint of salt, lingers in her memory, as does the sensation of his grasp upon her elevated form. Even now, she can feel a gentle ache in her chest, her heartbeat accelerating once more, igniting her blood, rendering her cheeks a deeper shade of crimson. Immediately, she embarked on an endless yet enchanting reverie, albeit with some inappropriate thoughts for a young mind, her imagination drifting ever further. However, in but a fleeting moment, Lu Xian regained her composure, forcefully suppressing the unusual thrill that surged within her. In a whisper barely audible even to Yun Feiyong, she murmured, Lu Xian, you are a girl. How could you entertain such fanciful thoughts? With those exhilarating notions quelled, Lu Xian's mind returned to a more rational state, contemplating the predicament she and Yun Feiyong found themselves in. Suddenly, she inquired, Yun Feiyong, do you think we might perish here? Her abrupt voice caused Yun Feiyong to pause momentarily, before he resolutely replied, we will not die. Pressing herself closely against his back, Lu Xian replied coolly, I mean, what if we truly cannot escape? Yun Feiyong fell silent. Lu Xian's words held a kernel of truth, while one might dismiss unlikely events. The possibility of such an outcome loomed larger than mere chance, perhaps even a certainty. They were, after all, oblivious to their surroundings and lacked provisions. Could a simple assurance of survival suffice? The atmosphere grew heavy with despair as Lu Xian's voice dipped. If we cannot return, and we perish here, our parents would surely be heartbroken, suffering immensely. I owe them so much for nearly 20 years of nurturing and guidance. Yun Feiyong remained silent. Yet he too harbored similar thoughts. The debt owed to one's parents is profound and immeasurable. A mother's thread is tied to her wandering child before departure. She stitches it tightly, fearing a delayed return. Who speaks of a single blade of grass repaying the warmth of spring sunshine? Drawing a deep breath, he listened as Lu Xian continued, fortunately, I have an older brother. Even if I were gone, he would care for our parents, ensuring they are not left to fend for themselves in their twilight years. May they be well. Her words caused a shiver to pass through Yun Feiyong, who bitterly replied, I am an only child, without siblings, and our financial situation is dire. If I were to vanish, there would be no one to provide for my parents in their old age. I would be remiss in my filial duties. In the presence of parents, one should not wander far. Should they travel, it must be with purpose. In this dire situation, the pain in Yun Feiyong's heart was something only Lu Xian could comprehend. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. The child longs to care for their parents, but time waits for none. Lu Xian offered comfort. You do have a brother, after all. I recall you mentioning Zhangzha, who would assist in caring for your parents, as well as mine. He is your brother. I believe he will fulfill his obligations. Yun Feiyong paused, then sighed, true. I have a brother. Zhangzha is indeed my brother. He will undoubtedly help me complete what I could not. In truth, uncertainty gnawed at Yun Feiyong's heart. He questioned the depth of his bond with Zhangzha and whether it could withstand the test of time. Though he believed their connection surpassed that of true brothers. What if it faltered? As if sensing his trepidation, Lu Xian reassured him, he will, have no doubt. Zhangzha is your brother, a true brother. You must have faith in your own judgment, trust that you have not misperceived, and believe in my words. Brotherhood is akin to a colorless wine, a home without walls. One may not share in fortune, yet must certainly endure hardships together. The term brother is simple, yet laden with profound emotion. It serves as a distinctive interpretation of familial bonds. Brothers across the world, a call of brother resonates for a lifetime, with hope and aspirations. While carrying the weight of parting and melancholy, Yun Feiyong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you are correct. I should trust him, trust myself, and trust you. In my most desperate hour, he will be the first to appear. Then, Yun Feiyong gazed into the distance and declared, Brother, I entrust this to you. In this life, we are brothers. Let us not ponder the next. Perhaps to dispel the current sorrow, or to extend a gesture of care to her beloved, Lu Xian quietly concealed her pain. She then donned a bright smile and said cheerfully, Feiyong, from now on, you shall call me Xer. Yun Feiyong, lost in thoughts that had drifted far away, failed to catch her words. After a pause, he inquired, what did you just say? Shaking her head, Lu Xian replied, you are such a fool. I said that from now on, you shall call me Feiyong, and you can refer to me as Xian, your Xiner. The phrase your Xiner stirred Yun Feiyong's heart, alleviating much of his sadness. He responded slowly yet assuredly, very well. There was no need for excessive words. A simple affirmation sufficed to convey the steadfastness within Yun Feiyong's heart, surpassing countless sweet nothings. Suddenly, Lu Xian spoke earnestly. Feiyong, I want you to have me now. I wish to give you my body. A tremor coursed through his soul as Yun Feiyong turned to her, gazing into her eyes. Lu Xian continued, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, or even in the next moment, we may face death. I do not wish to leave any regrets. By giving myself to you, at the very least, I would have experienced a passionate and unforgettable love. I cannot. After a moment of silence, Yun Feiyong surprisingly declined her offer. Lu Xian's expression shifted. What? Do you find me undesirable? Is it because I rejected you earlier? Shaking his head, Yun Feiyong replied, no. You are overthinking this. Did you not say you were not yet prepared? Allow me to give you a little more time. I will wait for you. If we truly reach our final moments, we can discuss it then. When the mountains seem insurmountable and the waters appear endless, perhaps we shall unexpectedly discover a path back. Lu Xian, with an expression that was difficult to articulate, remarked, hope is indeed faint. In my moments of peril, you stood resolute. When I misjudged you, you still protected me. In my loneliness, you accompanied me. Feiyong, as long as you are willing, you may have me whenever you desire. My body, my heart, now wholly belong to you, and only you. Yun Feiyong was profoundly moved, and then, with a heavy yet resolute tone, he stated, Xing, having you in this life, I harbor no regrets. I shall not squander the splendid youth of my 18 years. No matter what tomorrow holds, should you not forsake me, I shall not abandon you. To remain unwavering and loyal. This is the most magnificent, solemn, and grand vow, embodying the deepest affection known to humanity. Tears streamed down Lu Xian's cheeks, both for Yun Feiyong and herself. With a heavy heart, she declared, very well, if you do not forsake me, I shall not abandon you. Chapter 16. Bound by life and death. If there exists a soul in this world willing to accompany you to the brink of death, then I believe this life would hold no regrets. When Lu Xian professed her desire to stand by him in life and death, the emotions swelling within Yun Feiyong transcended the capacity for words. Moreover, Lu Xian had made her intentions clear, her resolve unwavering. What more could he say but, very well, let us dine together? Unbeknownst to them, each extended a hand, quietly clasping the other's. With their free hands, they each picked a crystalline green fruit, slowly bringing it to their lips, their gazes solely fixed on one another. The wild fruit, though small in size, was consumed swiftly, its exquisite appearance matched by its delightful flavor, crisp and refreshing, overflowing with sweetness, seemingly surpassing all fruits they had ever tasted. Most astonishingly, this nameless wild fruit was devoid of pits, dissolving effortlessly upon contact. However, regardless of its delectable taste, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were oblivious to its allure. Their minds occupied with the anticipation of what was to come, life or death, the outcome was imminent. As moments slipped away, they felt only a mild hunger, devoid of any other sensations. Yun Feiyong gazed at Lu Xian, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Xir, it seems, perhaps, we are unharmed. Lu Xian echoed his sentiments. I too feel no ill effects. In fact, I feel remarkably revitalized. No poison. This wild fruit is harmless. We shall live. Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. Lu Xian joined in the laughter, her silence eloquently expressing her joy. Indeed, in the tapestry of life, who among us would willingly embrace death, even with preparations for demise? The thrill of survival ignites excitement in the heart. The two exchanged glances and found themselves laughing foolishly. Gathering the wild fruits, Yun Feiyong remarked, Xiner. I counted, together with those we just consumed, there are 18 fruits in total. Divided equally, we each have 9. It should sustain us for 2 days. Let us hope to escape this dreadful place within that time. Shall we continue on our journey now? Lu Xian inquired, nodding. Looking up at the sky, Yun Feiyong replied, not just yet. It is growing late and will soon be dark. There is no rush at this hour. This spot seems quite agreeable. Let us rest for the night. After all, sleeping under the stars is no different. Lu Xian checked her phone and said, it's almost 6. Nightfall is approaching. I will heed your suggestion to spend the night here. With their agreement reached, the two settled down to rest, awaiting the arrival of their second night in this place. As they took a moment to relax, Yun Feiyong turned his gaze to the surroundings, observing the area where they would soon find refuge for the night. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong pointed to a certain spot and said, "Shiner, do you see that? Is it not a cave?" The area where the two found themselves was rather confined, with steep cliffs surrounding them on three sides, except for the sloping path they had descended. On one of the cliffs, at a height of over a meter from the ground, there was indeed a recessed cave, which was precisely what Yun Feiyong was indicating. Following his gaze, Lu Xian exclaimed with delight, "Feiyong, that is indeed a cave. Do you intend to spend the night there?" "Yes, though it appears rather small. It can certainly accommodate a few people. At the very least, we can seek shelter from the wind and avoid the incessant chill of the night breeze." "Let us go," he replied, standing up. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sky darkened in an instant, followed by howling winds, and then, astonishingly, torrential rain began to pour. It is often said that the weather in the mountains can be unpredictable, and the two had just witnessed this firsthand, for it had been sunny moments before. Without time to say anything further, Yun Feiyong quickly lifted Lu Xian onto his back and dashed toward the cave. However, the ferocity of the wind and rain was overwhelming, and by the time they managed to scramble into the cave, they were thoroughly drenched. What an outrageous turn of weather! Just as I feared the night wind. It began to rain heavily, Yun Feiyong muttered in frustration. Beside him, Lu Xian tugged at her soaked clothes and remarked, "Our clothes are completely wet. We are truly unfortunate." Yun Feiyong glanced at Lu Xian, suddenly taken aback. Her garments, now clinging to her form due to the rain, accentuated her alluring figure in a most striking manner. It was evident that Lu Xian's physical development was quite impressive. Yun Feiyong swallowed hard, murmuring, "Shiner, your figure." The remainder of his sentence remained unspoken, but Lu Xian turned to look at him, asking, "What is it?" Then, noticing his unabashed gaze, she instinctively glanced down at her own body. "Ah, Yun Feiyong, you rogue!" Lu Xian shrieked, swiftly turning her back to him. An overwhelming awkwardness enveloped the air, prompting Yun Feiyong to hastily explain, "Sure, I didn't mean to. It's all the fault of this rain." Lu Xian retorted, "Be quiet and stop talking." After a moment, she added, "You didn't look when I offered it to you, but now you dare to steal a glance. Ah, this is a colossal misunderstanding. I merely noticed inadvertently. How could it be deemed as peeping?" Yun Feiyong murmured, "I have no habit of spying. It is solely because your figure is too remarkable. It is all this rain's doing. This is not my fault." Lu Xian remained silent, and the two fell into a contemplative silence, the only sound being the relentless howling of the wind and the continuous downpour outside the cave. After a while, Lu Xian gently turned to him, trembling slightly as she said, "Feiyong, I am cold. In this weather, in this place, at this moment, drenched like a drowned rat. Who could possibly remain warm?" As Yun Feiyong met Lu Xian's somewhat hopeful gaze, he sighed with resignation, "Xianer, I owe you an apology. If my clothes weren't soaked, I could lend you mine. But alas, I am unable to do so now. How about I hold you? Perhaps we can share warmth. I believe that might be a bit more bearable." Disappointment etched on her face. Lu Xian gently sighed. "Feiyong, I am the one putting you in a difficult position. I apologize. If only we had a fire." "A fire?" Yun Feiyong paused, suddenly reaching into his pocket, rummaging for a moment before producing a metallic object. Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Feiyong, is that a lighter?" In a surprisingly cheerful mood, Yun Feiyong replied, "Indeed. If you hadn't mentioned fire, I would have forgotten I even had it. But how could you carry a lighter? Do you smoke like the other boys?" Lu Xian's imagination ran wild. Yun Feiyong shook the lighter. "I don't smoke. Who says a lighter is only for smoking? I simply thought it looked nice, so I bought it. Let us not dwell on that. Making a fire for warmth is our priority. To be honest, the design of this lighter is quite exquisite." Disregarding Lu Xian's thoughts, Yun Feiyong turned to peer into the cave and noticed a corner filled with several dry twigs. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, there were some dead branches. Otherwise, how would they start a fire? Would he have to venture out into the rain to find firewood? But even soaked firewood wouldn't ignite. Swiftly and efficiently, Yun Feiyong quickly assembled a small pile that could barely be deemed a campfire. As the flames began to rise, the cave warmed considerably, and Lu Xian, who had been shivering, began to feel more at ease. She moved closer to the fire, saying, "Feiyong, you're truly remarkable for being able to build a fire. Where did you learn that?" Yun Feiyong chuckled. "When I was young, we used firewood for cooking. I learned it since childhood." Suddenly, Yun Feiyong stood up straight, and under Lu Xian's puzzled gaze, began to remove his clothing. When he took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and proceeded to remove his pants. Lu Xian blushed and exclaimed, "Fei Yong, now is not the time for that." "What do you mean by that?" Noticing Lu Xian's suddenly flushed face, Yun Feiyong quickly understood her implication. Clearly, she was overthinking things. He reassured her, "Xer, do not misunderstand. I intend to take off my clothes to dry them. You shouldn't hesitate either. Quickly remove your clothes so they can dry, or else you might fall ill." "What? I have to take mine off too?" "I think mine will dry just fine on their own, just a bit slower," Lu Xian protested reluctantly. At that moment, Yun Feiyong had already shed his pants, leaving only a pair of briefs, with a noticeable bulge swaying between his legs. Observing Lu Xian's reaction, he understood her discomfort and said, "We are both in this predicament. What is there to fear?" Indeed, now that they were in such a situation, what was there to fear? Lu Xian thought Yun Feiyong had a point, and without further hesitation, she gently turned her back and began to slowly disrobe. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyong chose not to look, but instead set about constructing a makeshift drying rack from branches. After a while, Lu Xian turned around, handing her clothes to Yun Feiyong, and asked, "Feiyong, is this acceptable?" Upon receiving the garments, Yun Feiyong was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lu Xian was entirely undraped, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that she retained 3 items, a bra, panties, and an orange shirt in her hand. However, it was precisely this modest yet alluring demeanor that provided the most striking visual impact. In this state, Yun Feiyong suddenly pondered. If Lu Xian were to enhance her beauty with just a touch of makeup, she would undoubtedly be an enchanting presence anywhere. He felt a warmth within. Perhaps this was a unique form of sharing both joy and hardship. Chapter 17. Sharing joy and hardship. If there exists a person in this world who would accompany you to the ends of the earth, then I believe there would be no regrets in this life. When Lu Xian declared her desire to share life and death with him, the emotions swelling within Yun Feiyong were beyond words. Furthermore, Lu Xian had made her intentions clear, resolute in her commitment. What more could Yun Feiyong say? He simply replied, "All right, let's eat together." Unbeknownst to them, each extended a hand, quietly grasping the other's. With their free hands, they each held a glistening green fruit. Slowly bringing it to their lips, their gazes solely focused on one another. The wild fruit was not particularly large, and before long, they had devoured the fruits in their hands. This remarkably beautiful wild fruit was also quite delectable, crisp and refreshing, with an abundance of sweet juice, seemingly more appetizing than any fruit they had ever tasted. Astonishingly, this unknown wild fruit contained no seeds and melted upon entry. Yet, regardless of its exquisite flavor, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were primarily preoccupied with their thoughts. At that moment, they quietly awaited the outcome, whether life or death was imminent. As time ticked by, they felt only a slight decrease in hunger, with no other sensations to speak of. Yun Feiyong fixed his gaze upon Lu Xian and, in a tone of uncertainty, remarked, "Xianer, it seems, perhaps, that we are all right." Lu Xian, equally puzzled, replied, "I feel no discomfort, and I believe I feel much better now. There's no poison. This wild fruit is safe. We won't perish." Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. Lu Xian joined in the laughter, her expression perfectly conveying her elation without the need for words. In truth, as long as one is alive, who would willingly choose death? Although they were prepared for the worst, the prospect of survival, of escaping the jaws of death, brought an undeniable thrill. They exchanged glances and began to chuckle foolishly. Gathering all the wild fruits, Yun Feiyong announced, "Xianer, I counted, including the ones we just consumed. There are 18 wild fruits in total. That gives us 9 each, enough to last us 2 days. Let us hope we can leave this dreadful place within that time. Shall we continue on our journey now?" Lu Xian inquired, nodding her head. Looking up at the sky, Yun Feiyong remarked, "No, it is getting late. Darkness shall soon envelop us, and we need not rush for this brief moment." I surveyed our surroundings and concluded, this place seems quite agreeable. Let us rest here for the night. After all, we are merely camping in the wilderness, and it makes little difference. Lu Xian then took out her phone and observed, "Indeed, it is nearly 6 o'clock. Night is approaching. I shall heed your suggestion. We will stay here for the night," she agreed. With their consensus reached, the two settled down to rest, awaiting the arrival of their second night in this locale. In a moment of respite, Yun Feiyong turned his gaze to the surroundings, examining the area where they would spend the night. Suddenly, he pointed to a spot and exclaimed, "Lu Xian, do you see that? Is it not a cave?" The place they occupied was rather small, with steep cliffs rising on 3 sides, save for the sloping path from which they had descended. On one of the cliffs, about a meter above the ground, there appeared a recessed cave, the very one Yun Feiyong indicated. Following his gesture, Lu Xian expressed her delight. Feiyong, that indeed resembles a cave. Do you intend to spend the night there? Yes. Although it appears modest in size, it can undoubtedly accommodate a few of us. At the very least, we can find shelter from the wind and avoid the chill of the night air. Let us make our way there, he replied, rising to his feet. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The sky darkened in an instant, followed by the howling of fierce winds, and soon, a torrential downpour began. They had heard tales of the unpredictable weather in the mountains, and now they were witnesses to it, as just moments ago the weather had been fair. Without a moment to spare, Yun Feiyong swiftly hoisted Lu Xian onto his back and dashed toward the cave. Yet, the tempest was relentless, and by the time they barely managed to enter the cave, they were soaked to the bone. What a dreadful weather. Just as I was expressing concern about the night winds, it starts pouring, Yun Feiyong grumbled. Beside him, Lu Xian tugged at her drenched clothes and lamented. Our clothes are completely soaked. We truly are unfortunate. Yun Feiyong glanced at Lu Xian and was momentarily taken aback. Her clothes clung to her form, revealing her exquisite figure, a testament to her remarkable development. Yun Feiyong swallowed hard and murmured, Lu Xian, your. The words hung in the air, unspoken. But they prompted Lu Xian to turn and inquire, what is it? Upon meeting his gaze, she felt a twinge of awareness and lowered her eyes to her own body. Ah, Yun Feiyong, you rogue, she exclaimed, suddenly spinning around to face away from him. An awkward silence ensued, and Yun Feiyong hastily explained, Lu Xian, wait. It was not intentional. This rain is to blame. Lu Xian retorted, be quiet. Do not say another word. After a brief pause, she added, you did not look when I offered, yet now you dare to sneak a glance. Oh, this is a monumental misunderstanding. It was merely an inadvertent observation. How did it become a matter of peeking? Yun Feiyong murmured, I do not possess a penchant for peeping. It is merely that your figure is too alluring. To be honest, it is all the rain's fault, not mine. Lu Xian remained silent, and a heavy stillness enveloped them, punctuated only by the howling winds and the relentless downpour outside the cave. After a moment, Lu Xian gently turned, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Feiyong, I am cold. In this weather, in this place, at this time, drenched by the rain like a soggy chicken, how could one not feel chilly? Meeting Lu Xian's expectant gaze, Yun Feiyong replied helplessly, Xianer, I am truly sorry. If my clothes were not wet, I could lend you mine, but alas, I cannot. Perhaps I could hold you. We might warm each other, and I believe that would help a little. Disappointment etched on her face, Lu Xian sighed softly, Feiyong, I am the one who has burdened you. I apologize. If only we had a fire. A fire? Yun Feiyong paused, suddenly reaching into his pocket. Rummaging for a moment before extracting a metallic object, Lu Xian noticed it appeared to be a lighter. In disbelief, she asked, Feiyong, is that really a lighter? Looking rather pleased, Yun Feiyong responded, indeed. Had you not mentioned fire, I would have forgotten I even had it. But how could you carry a lighter? Do you, like other boys, smoke? Lu Xian's imagination ran wild. Yun Feiyong shook the lighter, saying, I do not smoke. Who says one must smoke to carry a lighter? I simply found it aesthetically pleasing, so I purchased it. Let us not dwell on that. Starting a fire for warmth is the priority. To be honest, the design of the lighter is quite impressive. Disregarding Lu Xian's thoughts, Yun Feiyong turned to peer into the cave, spotting a corner where several dry twigs lay. He felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, there were dead branches, or how could they ignite a fire? Would they venture out into the rain to gather firewood? Yet, soaked firewood would not ignite. Swiftly and adeptly, Yun Feiyong soon constructed a small pile that could barely be deemed a campfire. As the flames gradually flickered higher, the cave warmed considerably, alleviating Lu Xian's earlier shivering. Drawing closer to the fire, Lu Xian remarked, Feiyong, you are truly impressive. You can even build a fire. Where did you learn that? With a chuckle, Yun Feiyong replied, in my childhood, we used firewood for cooking. I learned it from a young age. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong stood upright, and under Lu Xian's puzzled gaze, he began to undress. When he removed his shirt, revealing a well-built physique, and proceeded to unbutton his trousers, Lu Xian blushed and exclaimed, Feiyong, now is not the time for such things, is it? Such things? What do you mean? Upon seeing Lu Xian's suddenly flushed cheeks, Yun Feiyong quickly understood her implication. Clearly, she was overthinking. He reassured her, Xianer, do not misunderstand. I intend to remove my clothes to dry them. You should not hesitate. Take off your clothes as well, so they can dry before you put them back on, or else you may fall ill. What? I must take mine off too? I think I can manage without it. They will dry eventually, just more slowly. Lu Xian protested reluctantly. At that moment, Yun Feiyong had already shed his trousers. leaving only a triangular pair of undergarments, with a pronounced bulge swaying between his legs. Observing Liu Xian's demeanor, he comprehended the situation and remarked, "We have both arrived at this juncture. What is there to fear?" Indeed, having reached such a state, what was there to dread? Liu Xian felt that Yun Feiyang's words resonated with truth, and thus, without further hesitation, she gently turned her body and began to slowly disrobe. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang averted his gaze and constructed a rudimentary clothesline with branches. After a short while, Liu Xian turned back, handing her garments to Yun Feiyang, asking, "Feiyang, is this acceptable?" Upon receiving the clothing, Yun Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Liu Xian was completely unclothed, though not entirely so, for she retained 3 items, a bra, panties, and a bright orange shirt in her hands. Yet it was precisely this coyness, this half-concealed allure, that delivered the most profound visual impact. The pink lace-trimmed bra, supported by her firm back, swayed gently with her movements, revealing the distinct curves akin to cherry blossoms. Similarly, the pink semi-transparent lace panties were divided by a gentle rise, alluding to endless mysteries. In that triangular region, Yun Feiyang could faintly discern a hint of darkness, epitomizing Liu Xian's current state. With such a visage, complemented by a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh and skin as pristine as snow, Yun Feiyang suddenly mused, if Liu Xian were to present herself in this manner, with just a touch of makeup, she would undoubtedly captivate hearts wherever she went. He felt a warmth within. Perhaps this was a unique form of shared hardship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Friends, grant me the strength to persevere. Click, recommend, save, and leave reviews quickly. Let the popularity soar, just a little more. Chapter 18. Unwavering and embrace the torrential rain, under the shroud of night, scattered with a resounding crash. Dry twigs crackled under the searing flames. The flickering fire danced in the gusty wind, swaying with a whoosh. It was deep into the night. The fierce wind continued unabated, and the rain showed no signs of relenting, intensifying by the moment. Yun Feiyang and Liu Xian, partially clad, leaned against each other, quietly seated beside the fire. Their eyes were closed, and they appeared to be in slumber. The two drew warmth from one another, sharing a fervent heat. Their figures, illuminated by the flickering flames, swayed at times and remained steady at others, merging into one, intertwined, inseparable. Just as Liu Xiaohui in ancient times maintained his composure, so too did Yun Feiyang remain steadfast. Ultimately, he refrained from taking advantage of Liu Xian, stubbornly preserving the purity within him, safeguarding the beauty that adorned her. Suddenly, Liu Xian opened her eyes, slowly lifted her head, and, with her warm, crimson lips, gently pecked the corner of Yun Feiyang's mouth. With her eyes closed once more and a satisfied smile gracing her lips, Liu Xian leaned against Yun Feiyang's shoulder, softly murmuring, "Feiyang, I love you." Just as her whispers faded, Yun Feiyang opened his eyes, distinctly aware of Liu Xian's tender gesture and her heartfelt words. He maintained his comfortable position for her. Though his lips subtly moved, no sound escaped, yet the shape of his mouth conveyed a message. "Xer, I love you too, and in this life, I shall love only you." His gaze deepened, radiating boundless affection for Liu Xian, intertwined with an insatiable yearning against the whims of fate. As dawn broke, sunlight poured forth. The wind stilled, and the rain dispersed, casting a delicate mist through the forest that appeared almost ethereal. Yun Feiyang and Liu Xian, already prepared for their journey, continued along the uncertain path that lay ahead. The forest, once laden with the scent of withered branches and fallen leaves, had been rejuvenated by the rain, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. Leaves adorned with droplets swayed gently in the residual breeze, seemingly welcoming the unexpected guests from afar. Treading upon the muddy ground, raindrops quietly soaked their shoulders, while water dripped from the camouflage hats overhead. In these conditions, the duo pressed onward, leaving behind a trail of footprints slowly concealed by the upright blades of grass. This journey spanned 3 days, fleeting by in a blur. Throughout this time, they endured the elements, sleeping under the stars and facing countless hardships, still meandering through the woods. Had it not been for the serendipitous encounter with a handful of wild fruits, they might have succumbed to hunger, as they had found no other sustenance. The wild fruits they discovered, though visually appealing and pleasantly flavored, were not particularly large. Strangely enough, while they were unsuitable for filling one's stomach, they served well to quench thirst or stave off hunger temporarily. Remarkably, consuming just one fruit seemed to ensure they would not feel hunger for half a day. After partaking in these wild fruits, they found that their bodies felt invigorated and their spirits lifted. Thus, despite subsisting on merely 2 fruits a day, they managed to persevere for 3 full days. Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian pondered this phenomenon, curious about the miraculous properties of the fruits, yet remained baffled. Ultimately, they could only arrive at a baseless conclusion. Perhaps these fruits possessed medicinal qualities, which accounted for their remarkable effects. However, despite their endurance thus far, their supply of wild fruits had dwindled considerably and would not last much longer. Over the 3 days, they consumed a total of 12 fruits, plus the 2 from an earlier day, leaving them with only 4. As evening descended once more, the sun overhead was no longer oppressively hot, casting a gentle red glow across the sky. Stopping once again to rest, Lu Xian, feeling despondent, spoke softly. Feiyang, are we ever going to find our way out? Yun Feiyang's face bore an expression of profound helplessness. He hesitated to respond, not out of reluctance, but rather from uncertainty about what to say. After 4 arduous days of wandering, they remained trapped, a plight that would render anyone equally despondent. Particularly troubling for Yun Feiyang was the realization that their supplies were dwindling to the brink of exhaustion. Deep down, he understood that the remaining 4 wild fruits would sustain them for merely 1 more day, possibly 2 if they rationed carefully, after which they would confront the grim reality of starvation. A lack of sustenance inevitably leads to death, unless they could find a way out. Yet, was that even feasible? If escape were straightforward, they would not have spent 4 days wandering in the forest, with only 2 days left and seemingly no glimmer of hope. With a voice tinged by hoarseness, Yun Feiyang suggested, "Exa, let us rest briefly before continuing. Perhaps we are on the verge of finding a way out." Lu Xian shook her head despondently. "Feiyang, please do not deceive me. I am aware that only 4 fruits remain, and tomorrow we will face a dire lack of food. We have wandered for 4 days and are still here. Do you truly believe there is any hope left in these last couple of days?" Forcing a smile, Yun Feiyang replied, "We must not surrender until the very last moment. Who knows? The situation may yet take a turn for the better." Lu Xian, who had nearly resigned herself to despair, found her words caught in her throat upon witnessing Yun Feiyang's unwavering gaze, rendering her unable to speak. After a moment of steadying her resolve, she managed a strained smile and said, "Feiyang, we need not rest any longer. Let us press on." With a quiet sigh, Yun Feiyang nodded. "Very well, let us continue. Come, I shall carry you." Due to her foot injury, Lu Xian had been relying on Yun Feiyang to carry her for several days, and they had grown accustomed to this arrangement. However, this time, Lu Xian firmly refused his offer. "Feiyang, after these past few days, my foot has improved significantly. It no longer pains me as it once did. I can walk the remaining distance myself. You have borne my weight long enough, and I do not wish to burden you further." Yun Feiyang was taken aback. "I insist on carrying you. Your foot is not yet fully healed, and I fear you may injure it again." Before he could finish, Lu Xian interjected, "I wish to walk on my own." Her voice was imbued with determination. Initially inclined to persuade her otherwise, Yun Feiyang was suddenly struck by Lu Xian's resolute gaze, mirroring his own stubbornness. Words failed him, and in the face of their circumstances, he could only acquiesce. "Very well, Xian, let us walk together." Hand in hand, they continued along what they had foreseen to be their final journey. Under the setting sun, Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian supported each other, advancing step by step. Despite the injury to her foot causing her to stumble, Lu Xian persevered with great effort. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The blazing sun had completely dipped behind the mountain, leaving only a slender trace of twilight, defiantly illuminating the clouds. Suddenly, they halted, as their path was obstructed by a colossal tree, which lay across their way like a fallen giant. In the fading light, the shock and despair etched on Lu Xian's face became starkly evident. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Feiyang, what is this?" Yun Feiyang forced a bitter smile, responding with a tinge of sorrow, "I believe this is the very tree we encountered upon our arrival." With a voice tinged with tremors, Lu Xian uttered, "Indeed, it is it." Upon finishing her words, she fell to her knees and wept. No longer was her crying a quiet sob. Instead, it erupted into heart-wrenching wails, piercing the very fabric of despair. To Yun Feiyang's astonishment, he did not attend to Lu Xian. Instead, he stood motionless, murmuring, "After 4 arduous days, I find myself back here. Everything has returned to the starting point. Is this fate's design? I had thought that after traversing through thick and thin, there would be a glimmer of hope. Yet here we are, back at square one." Indeed, everything had reverted to its origin. Before Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian stood the colossal tree, reminiscent of the one they had encountered upon awakening. Although it appeared somewhat different from what they had previously seen, Yun Feiyang was certain they were one and the same. For such a magnificent tree could not and should not, exist in duplicates within the same vicinity. The reason for the disparity in appearance, he surmised, was due to the sheer girth of the tree. They had not glimpsed its entirety before, only a fragment of its grandeur, and now they beheld another aspect of it. Gently closing his eyes, an expression beyond words manifested on Yun Feiyong's face. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, drawing forth crimson rivulets, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Soon after, his entire being began to tremble subtly. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong opened his eyes, raised his head, and pointed skyward. His visage contorted in a fierce snarl as he bellowed, "Cursed heavens, if I possessed the power, I would surely vanquish you." As he cursed the heavens, an inexplicable aura radiated from him. It seemed as though the heavens themselves were sentient. After his outburst, a palpable shift in the atmosphere occurred. Yet, Yun Feiyong paid it no mind. He forcefully suppressed the boundless fury within, crouching down to embrace the sobbing Lu Exine tightly. In that moment, as he held her, he too was overwhelmed with tears. Together, they wept unabashedly under the setting sun, amid the embrace of the forest. As their tears flowed, they both sank to the ground. Fortunately, the sun had shone relentlessly for 3 days. Otherwise, the remnants of the prior torrential rain would have left them coated in mud. "Feiyong, we cannot go back." Lu Exine suddenly cried out, her voice laden with profound sorrow and despair. Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. "Ha, we cannot go back." His voice echoed her desolation and hopelessness. Both were utterly bereft of dignity, their unbridled anger consuming them. It was not their fault. Anyone in their situation would respond similarly. Over the past few days, they had leaned on each other, providing mutual support through their shared hardships, only to have hope cruelly shattered by the harshness of reality. What agony is this? What utter despair? Chapter 19. Utter despair. 2 small boats, solitary and adrift, floated amidst the stormy winds and rains. Finally, one fateful day, they encountered each other by the shore, clasping hands with a determination not to part. In the face of adversity, they pressed on, undeterred by the trials of life and death. Yet, fate proved itself to be most merciless, as they were repeatedly thrust into the abyss of despair at the very moment they harbored hope. Ultimately, when the path ahead was obstructed and everything returned to square one, all their aspirations dissipated like ephemeral dreams, vanishing without a trace. Yun Feiyong and Lu Exine wept inconsolably until the night descended, utterly exhausted. As time flowed gently, they embraced one another, slowly succumbing to slumber, merging with the desolate night. A ray of sunlight bathed the earth, heralding a new day. Yun Feiyong gently opened his eyes, emerging from his dreams into reality. The night's rest seemed to have done little to rejuvenate him, for his weary visage perfectly encapsulated his current state. He did not rise immediately, for Lu Exine was resting upon his chest, still lost in sleep. Observing her serene expression, a faint smile played upon Yun Feiyong's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by bitterness and a surge of agitation. "Oh heavens," he murmured, "since you have brought Exine to my side, why must you plunge us into despair?" Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes sparkled with fervent resolve. "No, I cannot surrender. I am Exine's anchor. If I give up, what will become of her? We are not yet defeated. There remains hope." With that, Yun Feiyong abruptly sat up, causing Lu Exine, who had been nestled against him, to slip down to his waist. However, his sudden movement did not rouse her. She remained sound asleep, showing no signs of waking. At that moment, Yun Feiyong noticed an unusual flush on Lu Exine's tear-streaked face. A pang of alarm shot through him, and he quickly enveloped her in his arms, gently shaking her, imploring, "Exine, what is the matter? Please wake up, do not frighten me." Yet, his pleas bore no fruit. Lu Exine remained unchanged, oblivious to his distress. Though he could feel the rhythm of her heartbeat, anxiety gripped his heart as he slowly raised his trembling finger to her nostrils. 2 steady breaths, warm and gentle, surged forth from her nose, brushing against his fingertip. His heart eased slightly, and his trembling hand gradually steadied. He then placed his palm upon her forehead. Hot. This was the first sensation that surged through Yun Feiyong's hand, leaving him puzzled. Why was Lu Exine's forehead so feverishly warm? Having studied biology, he understood the implications. Her temperature was far beyond the normal range. After a moment's reflection, it dawned on him. There was but one explanation. Lu Exine was ill, struck down by a fever, and not a mild one at that. Indeed, Lu Exine had succumbed to illness, her body ravaged after enduring numerous hardships and tasting both joy and sorrow. The depths of her despair had rendered her gravely unwell. "Shiner, how could you fall ill at this moment? How could you possibly be sick? How could you allow yourself to be unwell?" Yun Feiyong felt a disjointed sense of confusion. Yet, he could not blame himself. Lu Xian's illness was like adding insult to injury, rendering their situation even more dire. Nevertheless, despite uttering seemingly nonsensical words, Yun Feiyong's mind raced as he sought a solution. It was evident that Lu Xian had succumbed to a fever-induced fainting spell, and he could not merely stand by and watch. He had to devise a way to reduce her fever. Of course, water, under such conditions. Only cool water could swiftly bring down Sheener's temperature. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong exclaimed with a spark of realization. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings, searching for a source of water. Just then, a glimmer caught his eye. He followed its trail, and there, not far from him, lay a small pool of water at the base of a grand tree. The pond was diminutive, glistening softly under the sunlight. Thankfully, it was within close proximity. Otherwise, Yun Feiyong might have missed the elusive, faint reflections. Regardless, the sight of it at such a desperate moment felt like a divine blessing. With his heart racing, Yun Feiyong lifted Lu Xian and dashed toward the water. The short distance was quickly traversed, and he gently placed Lu Xian against the tree trunk before reaching into the pond to scoop up some water. The water was refreshingly cool, but he had no time to ponder. He carefully sprinkled the icy liquid on Lu Xian's forehead and cheeks. The moisture evaporated rapidly, prompting Yun Feiyong to repeat the action, ensuring her entire face remained damp. Again and again, he performed the same motion until he felt a dryness in his throat. Facing the pond, he plunged his face into the water, immersing himself completely, and then drank deeply, quenching his parched throat. A surge of vitality coursed through him, and as he lifted his head, he inhaled several deep breaths of fresh air. It was then he noticed that this pool of water was not the crystalline clarity he expected. Instead, it possessed a faint, milky hue. What was this? Why was the water so opaque? Yun Feiyong was puzzled, unable to fathom the reason behind this anomaly. Suddenly, he mused aloud. Could it be that the pond has been contaminated, or that the water is toxic? However, this thought barely took root before he dismissed it. He refused to believe this was a toxic pool. After all, the moment he drank the water, he felt invigorated and sensed an unusual essence. Life itself, to be precise. Life essence. How could such a thought arise in my mind? After all that has transpired, I've become paranoid. Yun Feiyong chuckled at himself, then continued. If it truly were poisonous, I would have to accept my fate. At worst, I would perish. At this juncture, life and death hung by a thread. And for Yun Feiyong, it had long ceased to matter. Should death come from poison, Lu Xian would not escape unscathed. Thus, the two would find companionship in their demise. If they were to live, the uncertainty of their escape loomed large, rendering the distinction negligible. With these thoughts clarified and his mind settled, Yun Feiyong felt an overwhelming tranquility wash over him, granting him the leisure to turn and behold the scenery around him. It was then that he laid eyes upon a statue, standing not far from a pond, resembling that of an adult figure. This stone effigy, perhaps worn by the ravages of time, battered by wind and sun, washed by rain, had developed indistinct contours. Yet, Yun Feiyong could still discern that it depicted a man clad in what appeared to be armor. The presence of such a stone sculpture puzzled him immensely, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Drawn by curiosity, Yun Feiyong approached the statue, gazing intently at this monument, whose duration of existence was a mystery. Despite the obscured edges of the sculpture, its eyes remained strikingly vivid, capturing his attention instantly. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him, within the depths of the statue's gaze. He perceived an infinite expanse of starry skies, vast and boundless. Following this revelation, a powerful aura surged toward him, penetrating the very core of his soul, rendering him acutely aware of his own insignificance. However, this sensation was fleeting. He soon regained his composure, feeling a chill run down his spine. Steeling himself, he murmured incredulously, "What is this? This statue is exceedingly strange, invoking such feelings within me." At that moment, Lu Xian's faint voice broke through. "Water, water, water." Casting aside the enigma of the statue, Yun Feiyong hurried back to Lu Xian's side, asking, "Xian, what did you say?" Lu Xian's voice persisted, whispering, "Water, water." Though her utterance was soft, it was sufficiently clear for Yun Feiyong to comprehend. It appeared that even in her unconscious state, Lu Xian was parched and yearning for water. This realization left him momentarily stunned. "Xian, if you wish for water, there is some available. But in your current state, how can you drink?" He recognized that Lu Xian's murmurs were mere instinctive responses, not signs of awareness. After pondering for a moment, Yun Feiyong cupped some water in his mouth, leaned in close to her lips, and gently pried her mouth open with his tongue, slowly administering the water, drop by drop. After several attempts, Lu Xian finally calmed, and Yun Feiyong breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his attention away from everything else, settling beside her, repeatedly sprinkling water onto her face to alleviate her fever. As he persisted in this ritual, time slipped away quietly, and night fell once more. He gathered some barely dry twigs and ignited a small fire, then cradled Lu Xian in his arms, sitting quietly near the flames. Suddenly, his stomach growled audibly, reminding him that he had not eaten for an entire day and night. He rummaged through his pockets to find the only 4 wild fruits he possessed, contemplated for a moment, and then returned 2 to his pocket, keeping only 2 in hand. Then, Yun Feiyong crushed one of the wild fruits, and, using a method akin to feeding water, carefully administered it to Lu Xian, drop by drop. He was uncertain whether Lu Xian would be able to swallow, yet felt compelled to proceed, at the very least. This would allow some of the fruit's nutrients to enter her body. By the time he had fed Lu Xian an entire wild fruit, a considerable amount of time had passed, and Yun Feiyong's stomach was already protesting with hunger. He picked up another wild fruit and quickly devoured it, reducing it to mere remnants with just a few bites. In truth, Yun Feiyong had wished to save this fruit for Lu Xian, but he understood that he could not afford to succumb to weakness. Lu Xian needed his care now more than ever. Thus, he resolutely consumed a wild fruit himself. In the ensuing hours, Yun Feiyong held Lu Xian tightly, cradling her in the warmth of his embrace. Despite the aches in his back and the cramps in his muscles, he persevered, all because Lu Xian had murmured a single phrase in her delirium: "I'm so cold." Chapter 20. A sickness that leaves one bettered in the night had deepened, and the flames gradually dwindled with the passage of time, on the verge of extinguishment. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, coalescing into a breathtakingly beautiful tapestry. The stars and flames danced in harmony, creating the solitary scenery of the valley, cold yet comforting. Yun Feiyong, cradling Lu Xian, felt his eyelids grow heavy. Though he resisted, the fatigue of both body and spirit proved overwhelming. As time slipped away, he unwittingly succumbed to slumber, while the flames quietly extinguished, restoring the night to its former chill. The day arrived punctually as always, the sun descending with a smile, banishing the coldness and darkness of the night. A ray of sunlight kissed Yun Feiyong's face and body, enveloping him in a sudden wave of comfort and warmth, dispelling the lingering chill. Gently opening his eyes, he hastily glanced down at Lu Xian in his arms. Her cheeks had regained their normal hue, and he swiftly placed his hand upon her forehead, relieved to find her temperature returning to normal. With a sigh of relief, Yun Feiyong knew that Lu Xian's fever had subsided. Now, all that remained was to await her awakening. He gazed at her, a soft smile gracing his lips, and leaned down to plant a tender kiss upon her rosy lips, a kiss imbued with gentleness. At that moment, Lu Xian unexpectedly opened her eyes, coinciding perfectly with Yun Feiyong's approach. This sudden passionate kiss ignited the most fervent response from Lu Xian, who had just awoken. The two embraced tightly, embarking on a prolonged kiss filled with longing. After what seemed an eternity, their lips parted. Yun Feiyong spoke softly to Lu Xian. "Xian, you're awake. How do you feel now?" With a blush adorning her cheeks, Lu Xian shyly replied, "I feel much better, just a bit tired." "Feiyong, thank you for everything during this night." Yun Feiyong, momentarily bewildered by her sudden expression of gratitude, murmured, "Thank you for what?" With her cheeks flushing deeper. Lu Xian lowered her gaze and confessed, "During my feverish delirium, I could sense the things you were doing for me." With a gentle pout, she continued, "I am aware of your kindness in providing me with water and wild fruits, and I sincerely thank you." Yun Feiyong was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "Xian, my methods may have been somewhat improper, but I truly did not know how to handle the situation, which is why I acted as I did. If I have offended you, I apologize. Your fever has just subsided, so please do not be upset." A soft chuckle escaped Lu Xian as she responded, "Silly. I would willingly give you all of myself at this moment. Why would I be angry?" Deeply touched, Yun Feiyong replied, "That is a relief. Now that you have just awakened, rest a little longer, and then we shall continue our journey. After several days of travel, we have returned here, and it seems we cannot escape." Lu Xian's expression darkened, clearly feeling disheartened. Shaking his head slowly, Yun Feiyong said, "Xian, we must not give up until the very last moment. As long as we are alive, there is hope. I will not abandon the last flicker of hope, whether for you or for myself, even if it appears distant." Perhaps it was Yun Feiyong's unwavering determination that instilled confidence in Lu Xian, as she declared, "Very well. Let us persevere together and not relinquish hope." Seeing Lu Xian regain her confidence brought Yun Feiyong great joy. He took out the last 2 wild fruits and handed one to Lu Xian, saying, "Xer, after such a long slumber, you must be hungry. Here, eat this to fill your stomach." Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before accepting the wild fruit, saying, "Feiyong, I believe this is our last food, isn't it?" Though reluctant to admit it, Yun Feiyong could only nod. "Indeed, it is the last 2. Sighing, Lu Xian expressed her concern. "What shall we do if we cannot find more food? Without sustenance, we will perish." Yun Feiyong forced a smile and replied, "What else can we do but take it one step at a time? I too am puzzled as to why, in such a vast forest, we have yet to see even a single small animal, aside from the birds whose sounds we hear, but whose forms we do not." With a gentle pout, Lu Xian lamented, "Oh, how wonderful it would be to enjoy a warm meal right now." While he wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment, Yun Feiyong could only respond with a bittersweet tone, "Xiner, please eat. Once you have finished, we can continue our journey. Once we escape, we shall feast on warm food." "Yes, all right," Lu Xian nodded. Her spirits dampened as she lowered her head and began to eat the wild fruit in her hands. Observing her actions, Yun Feiyong brought the last wild fruit to his lips and quickly consumed it without leaving a trace. They had a total of 18 wild fruits, 9 for each of them, and these final 2 were swiftly devoured. After finishing the wild fruit, Yun Feiyong noticed some dirt on Lu Xian's face. He glanced at the small pool of water nearby and said, "Xen, we have not encountered water in days and have not washed our faces once. Since there is water here, would you like to wash up?" Swallowing the last morsel of fruit, Lu Xian replied, "Yes. It has been several days since I last washed my face. It is indeed time." With that, Lu Xian quickly dashed to the edge of the small pool, scooping the water in her hands and splashing it onto her face. As she closed her eyes, she sincerely exclaimed, "Ah, it has been ages since I washed my face with cold water. It feels truly refreshing." Coincidentally, while Lu Xian was washing her face, her body was perfectly aligned with the stone statue that Yun Feiyong had already seen. After relishing the coolness of the water, she slowly opened her eyes and suddenly spotted the statue across from her, prompting her to cry out, "Heavens, is that a statue?" With a look of bemusement, Yun Feiyong replied, "Indeed, it is a statue. I happened to notice its presence yesterday. Wow, how marvelous. In this desolate wilderness, there exists a statue. Come, let us take a closer look." Lu Xian exclaimed with excitement. Nodding in agreement, Yun Feiyong assisted Lu Xian in standing up, and together they strolled towards the statue. Upon reaching its side, Lu Xian scrutinized the statue with awe, exclaiming her admiration and offering her commentary. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyong, observing the statue once more, wore a look of perplexity. In truth, upon this second gaze, he experienced an unfamiliar sensation. 2 observations of the statue yielded 2 distinct feelings. Although this time lacked the oppressive aura of the first, Yun Feiyong still sensed a different atmosphere. His heart gradually filled with confusion and intrigue, leaving him utterly baffled. Gently raising his hand, he caressed the statue, allowing his fingers to glide to the helmet adorning its head. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The statue suddenly burst forth with resplendent light, which rapidly expanded outward. Startled by this sudden spectacle, both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were taken aback. But before they could retreat, they were enveloped by the radiant glow. In that instant of being surrounded by light, Yun Feiyong realized he was unable to move. Aside from his thoughts functioning normally, even speech eluded him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lu Xian, who seemed to be in a similar predicament. "What is happening?" Yun Feiyong silently pondered, yet no answer came. He wished to move, but it was impossible. In the blink of an eye, they were completely encased in light, which now spread to the nearby pool of water. A strange phenomenon transpired as the water transformed into twinkling starlight, rushing swiftly towards them, leaving Yun Feiyong no time to react. The starlight derived from the pool surged into their bodies, swiftly vanishing. However, Yun Feiyong felt no discomfort. He deliberately glanced at Lu Xian, who appeared unchanged, mirroring his condition. Shortly thereafter, the pool's water had wholly morphed into starlight, all of which surged towards them and seamlessly entered their forms. At that moment, the light emitted from the statue suddenly retracted, vanishing in an instant and restoring tranquility. Aside from the now empty pool and the statue, whose features had grown even more indistinct, everything remained unchanged. Yun Feiyong suddenly felt he could move again, and he hurriedly asked Lu Xian, "Xian, how are you feeling?" Still somewhat dazed, Lu Xian responded softly, "I am fine. I feel nothing unusual." "Feiyong, what just happened? Why can I not move? What on earth is going on?" This is utterly unbelievable. The truth eludes Yun Feiyong, who can only sigh and respond, I cannot articulate it. The series of events unfolding these days has completely surpassed my comprehension, truly something unseen and unheard. Upon hearing Yun Feiyong's reply, Lu Xian sighed bitterly. The time tunnel. The colossal glass tower, the towering tree, the luminous statue, the pond transformed into starlight. What have we witnessed these days? It feels like a dream. No, it is beyond anything I could have dreamt of. Yun Feiyong was at a loss for words, merely stating, I too am unsure. Suddenly, I found myself unable to move. He continued, and those waters that turned into starlight, which infiltrated our bodies, I wonder if they pose any danger. Lu Xian shook her head. I feel no discomfort. It seems nothing has changed. How about you? What do you feel? Shaking his head in return, Yun Feiyong furrowed his brow. I do not feel any discomfort. However, I must admit, my body feels remarkably at ease, as if I have taken a refreshing cold bath on a scorching summer day. Exhilarating, and my spirit is considerably uplifted. Oh, now that you mention it, I too feel quite comfortable. Remarkably, my foot no longer hurts. It seems to have healed. As she spoke, Lu Xian twisted her injured foot and kicked the ground with vigor. Is that so? Could it be that the radiance we witnessed, or the starlight from the pond that entered our bodies, possesses healing properties? But is that even possible? Yun Feiyong's mind struggled to grasp this notion. Lu Xian offered a wry smile. I cannot say, but that is how it feels. This entire situation is truly beyond belief. Indeed, it was hard to fathom. And both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian could not comprehend the essence of it all. Chapter 21. Beyond belief. Throughout one's life, there are invariably events that defy belief. Yet the experiences of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian in recent days have far surpassed this realm. They have not merely witnessed these phenomena, they have lived through them. Not only have they never encountered such occurrences with their own eyes, they had never even heard of them, save for in myth and legend. Indeed, apart from myths and legends, everything else seems impossible, even beyond the realm of dreams, let alone reality. Yet, it has undeniably transpired. They have not only seen it, but have also personally experienced it. Before the two could piece together an explanation, Yun Feiyong suddenly felt a change within his body. A wave of warmth coursing through him, as if something were about to emerge from within. The reaction was swift. He soon sensed a mysterious liquid surging through his pores, rapidly escaping his body. This liquid was dark and accompanied by a pungent odor that was nauseating and unbearable. The foul-smelling black liquid quickly soaked his garments, then, at an astonishing speed, congealed into solid masses upon his clothes. With no time to ponder the reaction his body was undergoing, his eyes hastily darted toward Lu Xian. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian found himself in a similar predicament, his body enveloped in the same foul, black liquid, albeit to a lesser extent than his companion. While a thick layer had accumulated on Yun Feiyong, Lu Xian bore only a thin film. As they exchanged bewildered glances, both appeared equally lost and perplexed. Before they could engage in conversation, the black mass on their bodies began to crack, pieces falling away as if shedding a skin. In a brief moment, the remnants of the substance vanished completely, leaving not only a lack of the rancid odor, but also a hint of a subtle fragrance. The material that had solidified on their garments left no trace, rendering the situation utterly enigmatic. With trepidation, Lu Xian raised a hand to touch his cheek, and with a tone of confusion, he addressed Yun Feiyong. Feiyong, what is happening? This is so strange. How could we undergo such a transformation? Yun Feiyong could offer no explanation, merely responding, Indeed, it is peculiar. I do not know. Before Lu Xian could speak again, a third anomaly occurred. A beam of light erupted from the forehead of a blurred statue, illuminating the massive trunk of a nearby tree. The trunk trembled, coalescing into a profound vortex, reminiscent of the one they had encountered earlier. It spun rapidly, expanding, and exuded a powerful gravitational pull towards the two. Yun Feiyong hurriedly pulled Lu Xian behind him, bracing himself against the overwhelming force. Yet, ultimately, the vortex's irresistible draw proved too strong, gradually pulling them closer. With a resolute expression, Yun Feiyong gritted his teeth to withstand the force, while Lu Xian, filled with terror, clung tightly to him. In a trembling voice, Lu Xian remarked, Feiyong, it seems our time has come to an end. In this unfamiliar place, with no knowledge of when it will cease, at least I am not alone in facing death. It is enough to have your company. Those words struck a chord deep within Yun Feiyong's heart. He thought to himself, yes, if death is to come, let it be so. It is far preferable to live here aimlessly, in constant fear. Together, the journey to the underworld is indeed less lonely. Thus, Yun Feiyong relinquished his resistance, allowing the vortex's pull to guide them closer, yet he held Lu Exine tightly. Their intimate embrace defied any force that might seek to separate them. As their figures became enveloped by the vortex, darkness descended, and they instinctively closed their eyes. When they next opened them, they were greeted by light, both astonished to find themselves still alive. However, they were soon awestruck by the sight before them. They stood amidst a starry expanse, surrounded by countless twinkling stars, shimmering in and out of brilliance. They floated weightlessly in the vastness of the cosmos, untouched by gravity. The profound starry sky reveals a ceaseless twinkling light, resembling the tranquil depths of the ocean. Undisturbed by the slightest ripple, the silvery luminescence cherishes the companionship of the stars, cold and devoid of warmth. The drifting light, imbued with sorrow, plunges into the embrace of the celestial expanse, sinking into silence. Gazing at the myriad twinkling stars, both large and small, a stirring sensation arises within. Each star, a delicate embellishment, casts reflections beneath the inky heavens, suddenly illuminating the lake's surface, vibrant hues radiating with a brilliance akin to the celestial bodies. The shadows of the stars dispersing among the multitude. In the distance, a solitary star shines brightly and majestically, suspended in the heavens. It is so elevated, so resplendent, and incredibly beautiful, exuding warmth. Amidst the vast cosmos, as the stars blink and retreat, this lone luminary emanates an enchanting glow. It stands solitary and forlorn, lacking companionship, yet resilient and confident, overlooking all from its distant perch, casting its light upon everything. It possesses a grandeur that resonates with the universe. It renders the darkness exquisitely beautiful. Though this solitude is tinged with loneliness, particularly in its enduring and steadfast beauty. Once again, in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by the infinite expanse of the starry sky, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian are rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence that is simultaneously mysterious and awe-inspiring, evoking a blend of joy and sorrow, love and hate. Above their heads, beneath their feet, and in all directions, stars twinkle with a silvery glow, a dreamlike scene that threatens to ensnare them. Fortunately, as individuals who have weathered storms, they are not easily deceived by this ethereal spectacle. Xiner, what place is this? Yun Feiyong inquires with astonishment, turning to Lu Xian. Is this truly the starry sky? Are we actually floating among the stars? Lu Xian's voice echoes her disbelief. Just then, a beam of light suddenly appears from the depths of the cosmos, undulating like a silk scarf, drifting toward them. It pauses not far from the two, gradually coalescing into a faint silhouette. This figure is so translucent it borders on invisibility, had they not been in this starry realm. Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian might not have discerned it. Yun Feiyong notes that this figure bears a striking resemblance to the statue they encountered earlier. Taking a small step forward, he shields Lu Xian behind him and musters his courage to exclaim, "Are you human or ghost?" To his surprise, the figure smiles and responds fluently in Mandarin, "I am neither human nor ghost, but a spirit." A spirit? What is that? And it speaks Chinese? Yun Feiyong, bewildered, is relieved that this self-proclaimed spirit does not seem to harbor ill intentions. He questions further, "Were our recent experiences orchestrated by you? What do you desire?" The ethereal figure smiles again, "Certainly, it was not my doing, yet it is intricately connected to me." Yun Feiyong sneers, "Since you are involved, you must be the one who brought us here. Thus, you should return us." "Child, that is not feasible. I have awaited your arrival for far too long. Far beyond what you could possibly imagine. For 100,000 years, I have awaited your arrival. How could I ever send you back?" The figure resolutely shook its head, rejecting Yun Feiyong's thoughts. Regardless of the truth behind its words, 100,000 years is indeed an unimaginable span of time for Yun Feiyong. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Why have you brought us here? What do you desire?" A hint of anger laced his voice. The figure chuckled lightly. "The reason for summoning you here is quite simple. I have tasks that require your involvement. I am not devoid of purpose, but we only wish to return home." Lu Xian interjected loudly from behind Yun Feiyong. He nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. He found the figure's demands particularly irksome. However, the figure remained steadfast. "No. Since you have arrived, it is unreasonable to allow you to leave so easily." Yun Feiyong found himself at a loss for words. "In truth, whether you agree or disagree, you cannot leave. You shall undertake the tasks I assign, whether you consent or not. Refusal is not an option." With a wave of its hand, the figure summoned the swirling stars around them. In that instant, the winds roared and clouds surged, the stars shifted, and the cosmos itself seemed to turn. What sorcery is this? Yun Feiyong could hardly fathom. Such abilities seemed to belong only to the legendary deities of his memories, or perhaps even to beings far surpassing them. Such a display was beyond anything Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian had ever witnessed. They were utterly astounded. Faced with such immense power, Yun Feiyong recognized his inability to resist and could only shake his head in resignation, asking bitterly, "What is it that you want us to do?" The figure waved its hand once more, and the tumult subsided, returning the stars to their previous arrangement. What lies ahead cannot be divulged at this moment. You will come to understand in due time. When the moment arrives, the truth will be revealed. Yun Feiyong's anger flared. "You demand our service yet refuse to provide any context. What are your intentions?" To his surprise, the figure responded with a question of its own. "What do you think of my recent display of power?" Impressive indeed. It is nothing short of miraculous, beyond our comprehension. Yun Feiyong confessed, uncertain of the figure's motives. The figure sighed, stating, "This is not a miracle. The abilities of the divine far exceed my own. One day, if you can replicate what I just did, then you may commence the tasks I require." Yun Feiyong was taken aback. "What? How could that be possible? We are mere mortals. Such feats are unattainable." "No, if you persist, there will come a day when you can achieve this," the figure assured him. "I wish to know, do gods truly exist in this world?" Lu Xian suddenly inquired. "Do gods truly exist?" Both Lu Xian and Yun Feiyong were left in uncertainty, pondering the figure's surreal declarations. Chapter 22. Unbelievable in one's life. There are always events that defy belief. Yet the experiences and revelations that Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian had encountered in recent days had long surpassed such boundaries. They could not merely claim to have witnessed even a single event. Even the rumors had eluded them, save for those found within the realm of myth and legend. Indeed, apart from myth and legend, everything else seems impossible. Even dreams may not have brushed against such occurrences, let alone reality. Yet, it undeniably transpired. The two did not merely witness it, but lived it firsthand. Before they could fathom the implications, Yun Feiyong suddenly sensed a transformation within his body, warmth spreading throughout, as if something was striving to emerge from him. The body's reaction was swift. He soon felt an inexplicable liquid surging through his pores, rapidly escaping. This liquid was dark and accompanied by a nauseating stench, so repugnant it could induce vomiting. The foul black liquid quickly soaked his garments, then, in a blink, solidified into chunks upon his clothes. Yun Feiyong had no time to ponder his own condition and instinctively cast his gaze towards Lu Xian. To his astonishment, Lu Xian was similarly enveloped in the noxious black liquid, albeit to a lesser extent. A thick layer had solidified on Yun Feiyong, while Lu Xian bore only a thin coating. They exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed. Before they could communicate, the black solid began to crack, pieces falling away with surprising speed. In no time, the remnants had vanished completely, not only alleviating the foul odor, but also revealing a faint, pleasant fragrance. This substance had solidified on their clothes, yet left no trace behind, truly baffling. Lu Xian anxiously raised a hand to touch her cheek, then, with a tone of confusion, asked Yun Feiyong, "Feiyong, what is happening? This is too strange. How could our bodies undergo such a transformation?" Yun Feiyong could offer no explanation, responding, "Indeed, it is peculiar. I do not know." Before Lu Xian could speak again, a third anomaly occurred. A beam of light burst forth from the blurred statue's forehead, illuminating the immense trunk of a nearby tree. The trunk trembled, coalescing into a swirling vortex, deep and unfathomable. Much like the vortex they had encountered earlier, it spun rapidly, expanding and drawing the two towards it with an irresistible force. Yun Feiyong quickly pulled Lu Xian behind him, bracing himself against the tremendous suction. However, their strength proved inadequate. The vortex's pull was overwhelming, gradually drawing them in. Yun Feiyong's expression hardened as he clenched his teeth in resistance, while behind him, Lu Xian's face was filled with terror, her hands gripping him tightly. With a trembling voice, she said, "Feiyong, it seems our time has come to an end. In this unfamiliar place, where the end is uncertain, to perish alongside you is not so lonely after all. Your companionship is enough." Her words struck deep within Yun Feiyong's heart. He mused to himself, "Indeed, if death is to come, let it come. It is far better than living here in aimless dread. With companionship, the journey to the underworld is certainly less lonely." Hence, Yun Feiyong relinquished his resistance, allowing the vortex's pull to guide his body, drawing him closer to another. Yet, his arms remained tightly wrapped around Lu Xian. In their intimate embrace, nothing could sever their connection. As their figures were gradually enveloped by the swirling darkness, they instinctively closed their eyes. When they next felt the warmth of light, They opened their eyes together, each silently relieved. Astonishingly, they were unharmed. They were still alive. However, they were once again awestruck by the scene before them, finding themselves amidst the starry expanse, surrounded by countless twinkling stars, illuminating the cosmos with their intermittent brilliance. They floated weightlessly, suspended in the vastness of the universe, yet did not fall. The profound starry sky shimmered with a ceaseless glow, akin to the tranquil depths of a calm sea, devoid of any ripple. The silvery light, enamored with the companionship of the stars, exuded a chill that lacked warmth. The floating beams of light, tinged with sorrow, embraced the vastness of the cosmos, sinking into the silence. Gazing at the myriad of flickering stars, Yun Feiyong felt a stirring within. Each star, a brilliant point on the canvas of the night, cast reflections in the depths below, suddenly illuminating the lake's surface with a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent like the stars themselves, their brilliance enveloped in the celestial tapestry. In the distance, a solitary star shone brightly. Suspended high in the sky, it was so lofty, radiant, and beautiful, emanating a warmth that contrasted with the surrounding void. Amidst the vastness of the stars, as others blinked and hid away, it alone radiated a captivating glow from the haze. It was solitary, lonely, without companions, yet steadfast and confident, gazing down upon all, illuminating everything beneath. It possessed a grandeur that resonated with the universe. It rendered the darkness exquisitely beautiful, and this solitary beauty was tinged with loneliness, particularly that which is enduring and resolute. Once again in an unfamiliar realm, an endless starry sky, Yun Feiyong and Lu Exine stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the breathtaking beauty and enigmatic nature of their surroundings, both terrifying and enchanting, evoking a complex tapestry of emotions. Above them, beneath them, and all around, stars flickered with a gentle glow, this dreamlike panorama nearly drawing them into its depths. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, they were not easily beguiled by this seemingly ethereal expanse. "Exiner, what do you think this place is?" Yun Feiyong inquired, astonishment lacing his voice as he turned to Lu Exine. "Is this truly the starry sky? Are we really floating among the stars?" Lu Exine echoed his disbelief. Just then, a luminous ribbon suddenly emerged from the depths of the cosmos, undulating gracefully towards them. It paused not far from where they stood, gradually coalescing into a faint figure. This apparition was exceedingly ethereal, nearly transparent, had they not been in this celestial realm. Yun Feiyong and Lu Exine might not have perceived it at all. Yun Feiyong noted, with some astonishment, that this figure bore a striking resemblance to the statue they had encountered earlier. Yun Feiyong took a small step forward, positioning Lu Exine behind him, and mustered his courage to shout, "Are you human or a ghost?" To his astonishment, the figure smiled and replied fluently in Mandarin, "I am neither human nor ghost, but a spirit." "A spirit? What is that, and how can it speak Mandarin?" Yun Feiyong was entirely unaware, yet fortunately, this self-proclaimed spirit appeared to harbor no ill intentions. He inquired again, "Were the experiences we've had these past few days orchestrated by you? What do you intend to do?" The otherworldly figure smiled once more. "It was not I who caused your troubles, but I am intricately connected to them." Yun Feiyong scoffed, "If you are involved, then however you brought us here, you must also return us." "Child, that is not possible. I have awaited your arrival for far too long, an unimaginable span of time. 100,000 years have passed. How could I possibly send you back?" The figure resolutely shook his head, rejecting Yun Feiyong's plea, setting aside the truth of the figure's words. 100,000 years was indeed beyond Yun Feiyong's comprehension. Such an expanse of time was unfathomable. After a pause, he asked, "What do you truly want from us by bringing us here?" A hint of anger tinged his voice. The figure chuckled softly, "Naturally, I have a purpose for your presence here. I am not idle. But we only wish to go home." Lu Exine interjected loudly from behind Yun Feiyong. He nodded in agreement, vehemently disapproving of the figure's imposition. Nevertheless, the figure persisted, "No, since you have arrived, it is unreasonable to allow you to leave so easily." At a loss for words, Yun Feiyong found himself in a predicament. "In truth, regardless of your consent, you cannot leave. You must undertake the tasks I assign. Whether you agree or not, refusal is not an option." With a wave of his hand, the figure summoned a tumult of celestial bodies swirling around them. With a mere gesture, the winds roared, stars shifted, and the universe itself seemed to realign. What kind of power is this? Yun Feiyong could scarcely fathom, for it seemed only the deities of ancient lore could possess such abilities, or perhaps even surpass them. Neither he nor Lu Exine had ever witnessed such prowess. They were utterly astonished. Realizing the futility of resistance against such a formidable entity, Yun Feiyong could only shake his head in resigned laughter, bitterly asking, "What do you want us to do?" Once more, the figure waved his hand, and tranquility returned. The stars resumed their previous order. "What is required of you cannot be revealed at this moment. You will come to know in due time. The moment will arrive when clarity is necessary." Yun Feiyong, brimming with fury, retorted, "You demand that we undertake tasks without informing us of the circumstances. What do you truly desire?" Unexpectedly, the figure sidestepped the question, inquiring instead, "What do you think of my earlier display of power?" "Remarkable. It is akin to a divine miracle, beyond our imagination," Yun Feiyong replied, perplexed by the figure's intentions. The figure sighed, "This is not a miracle. The capabilities of deities far exceed my own. One day, when you are able to achieve what I have just demonstrated, then you may commence the tasks I have proposed." Yun Feiyong was taken aback. "What? How is that possible? We are mere mortals. How could we possibly emulate you? It is inconceivable." "No, as long as you persevere, one day you will be capable of it," the figure responded with unwavering certainty. "I wonder, does a deity truly exist in this world?" Liu Xian suddenly inquired. "Does a deity genuinely exist?" Liu Xian was uncertain, and so was Yun Feiyong. The words of the figure were utterly unfathomable. 80 years ago today, the Japanese army launched a full-scale invasion of China, igniting the War of Resistance. History must be remembered. We must not forget our national humiliation, for that is eternal. Chapter 23. Otherworldly time and space. The sky was a brilliant azure, reminiscent of a sapphire washed with pure water. The clouds seemed to morph in myriad ways, at times resembling a majestic steed galloping, at others, a squirrel bounding playfully. From afar, a melodious song echoed. It was the harmonious chorus of several birds. Their sweet melodies filled the air, awakening the lush trees around them, while the gentle breeze stirred an uncontrollable sense of joy and contentment. The air, infused with the sense of nature, fresh grass, and mint, intertwined with the blue sky and white clouds, creating a breathtaking canvas that needed no embellishment. This was the experience of Yun Feiyong and Liu Xian as they traversed this unfamiliar valley. It offered them an immediate sense of wonder. There were no garish lights or raucous crowds. Everything felt pure and beautiful, the most authentic taste of nature, leaving one enchanted. Liu Xian appeared exceedingly joyful, cheerfully exclaiming to Yun Feiyong, "If not for the knowledge that we are in another world, and that we must eventually return home, I could truly wish to remain here for a lifetime. This place surpasses even the most idyllic paradise." Yun Feiyong shared a similar sentiment. However, both understood the impossibility of such a desire. Their journey could not pause. They must continue onward. Otherwise, returning home would become an impossibility, and they might be forever trapped in this realm. Fortunately, the valley did not seem overly vast, and soon, a distant opening came into view. Joy surged within Yun Feiyong as he suddenly embraced Liu Xian, exclaiming, "Xian, look, we are about to exit this valley." Taken aback by the unexpected embrace, Liu Xian was momentarily confused and did not quite grasp Yun Feiyong's words. She foolishly asked, "Feiyong, what is the matter? What are you doing? By the way, what did you just say?" Yun Feiyong paid no heed to Liu Xian's reaction, his excitement unabated as he declared, "Xian, look over there. We have reached the exit." With that, he released Liu Xian from his embrace and took her hand, sprinting towards the opening with fervor. However, fate often intervenes in unexpected ways. Upon reaching the mouth of the valley, Yun Feiyong abruptly halted. For there, circling above, was a colossal bird, its wings unfurled, its body nearly 10 feet in size, perfectly obstructing the exit. To Yun Feiyong and Liu Xian, the creature bore an uncanny resemblance to an oversized eagle from their memories, albeit of a size far more imposing. Moreover, the feathers of this magnificent bird are a resplendent golden hue, unmarred by any trace of other colors, and its eyes are a striking emerald green. It is certain that Yun Feiyong has never encountered such a grand avian creature. However, he instinctively recognizes its name, the golden eagle with emerald eyes. He understands that this knowledge is not derived from his own memory, but rather forcibly imparted by the enigmatic figure. The great bird flaps its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that causes the two individuals to sway. Its gaze is fiercely fixed upon them, as if it intends to devour them whole. Yet, it merely circles outside the valley, appearing somewhat menacing, yet seemingly hesitant to venture within. With a hint of trepidation, Liu Xian remarks, "Feiyong, how can there be such a colossal bird here? It circles the valley's entrance. How will we escape? It seems reluctant to enter, yet we are also trapped." Yun Feiyong, grappling with a sense of powerlessness, responds, "What manner of world is this? In such a brief time, We have encountered such a giant bird. At that moment, 5 strangely attired individuals emerged from beyond the valley, 4 men and 1 woman. To Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, they resembled a primitive tribe, akin to the so-called indigenous peoples from his memories. The 5 individuals were scantily clad, with only their intimate areas concealed by what appeared to be animal hides or leaves. The men wore peculiar garments wrapped around their thighs, barely providing coverage, while the woman's attire was slightly more modest, shielding her chest. Such attire was reminiscent of depictions found only in television shows and books, strikingly similar to some of the more underdeveloped tribes in Africa. The sole distinguishing feature was that each of these 5 individuals carried a longbow and a quiver of arrows. Their skin bore a slightly darkened tone, with the 4 men exhibiting formidable physiques, exuding an aura of strength. The lone woman, however, possessed a curvaceous form, her simple covering unable to conceal her proud and prominent features, and her face was quite appealing. Standing beside Yun Feiyong, Lu Xian suddenly uttered, somewhat shamelessly, "Wow. Her chest is truly impressive." At that moment, such a topic should have been avoided, yet Yun Feiyong, almost instinctively, replied, "In comparison, I must admit I prefer yours. At least yours is a touch fairer." "You scoundrel," Lu Xian retorted playfully, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze. Before Yun Feiyong could respond further, the newcomers quickly formed a line at the valley's entrance, each gripping a longbow with arrows nocked, all aimed squarely at the 2 of them. Meanwhile, the great bird ceased its circling and perched nearby, its eyes still fixed upon them. This intimidating scene startled Yun Feiyong, prompting him to shield Lu Xian behind him as he shouted, "Please, do not release your arrows." However, in his panic, Yun Feiyong inadvertently spoke in Mandarin, a language the 5 individuals seemed unable to comprehend. The woman among them furrowed her brow and responded in a rapid, unfamiliar tongue, one that Yun Feiyong had never encountered before. This is an entirely new language that Yun Feiyong and his companion had never encountered before. Yet, he inexplicably comprehended its meaning. "Who are you?" He understood that this knowledge was bestowed upon him by that enigmatic figure. However, he found himself perplexed. Who among them could articulate in Chinese, and why were these individuals unable to do so? Listening and speaking, after all, are 2 distinct matters. And at that moment, Yun Feiyong was unable to articulate the language they understood. Suppressing his panic, he pondered the unfamiliar knowledge, striving to learn the new language. Noticing the 2 remained silent, the woman spoke again, asking, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Yun Feiyong was unable to respond promptly, still organizing his thoughts. After a moment, it seemed the newcomers were losing patience, ready to unleash their arrows. Observing this, Yun Feiyong quickly blurted out, "Do not shoot, we mean no harm." Despite his unsteady pronunciation, he managed to convey his intent, causing the tension in their bows to ease slightly. The woman continued, "Since you harbor no ill intentions, step forward. We will not shoot." As she spoke, she lowered her longbow. The 4 men, seeing her demeanor, also relaxed their weapons, though their gazes remained fixed on Yun Feiyong and his companion. Fortunately, their reaction calmed Yun Feiyong's inner turmoil, at the very least. He no longer faced the imminent threat of arrows. Yun Feiyong could understand the language spoken by the newcomers, and Lu Xian naturally grasped it as well. She turned to Yun Feiyong and asked, "What should we do?" He too wished for guidance in this moment of uncertainty. Yet, at this juncture, the only option was to step forward. Holding Lu Xian's hand, Yun Feiyong slowly approached the valley's exit, his gaze firmly fixed on the newcomers and the large bird. Outside, the 5 individuals, led by the woman, gradually withdrew a short distance, with the large bird also retreating slightly. Their intention was clear. They aimed to make way for Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian to exit. The distance was not great, and although they advanced slowly, they soon emerged from the valley. Beyond lay an endless expanse of forest, a sea of trees swaying in the breeze, the extent of which was unknown. However, Yun Feiyong was not preoccupied with the scenery. His focus was on the demeanor of the newcomers. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped out of the valley, the 5 individuals swiftly encircled them, trapping them in the center. The large bird flapped its wings ominously, as if poised to launch a fierce attack. Despite the absence of arrows drawn, Yun Feiyong felt a surge of fear. He quickly pleaded, "Please, do not act rashly. We truly mean no harm. I only wish to know who you are, and where this place is." The 5 individuals regarded Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian with hostile gazes, as though they had committed heinous acts deserving of disdain. Yun Feiyong was certain they had been perceived as adversaries. It appeared that the woman, leading the group, was the one to pose the next inquiry. "Who are you 2? How did you arrive here? What is your purpose for coming? Why did you emerge from the valley?" His words were laden with rudeness. How could this be explained? Yun Feiyong was utterly at a loss, still engulfed in confusion and ignorance. However, observing the expressions of the others, he realized that a single misstep could lead to a brutal outcome, a scene too gruesome to bear. Enduring a bit of hardship was inconsequential, but what about Lu Xian? Thus, Yun Feiyong resolved to respond with a mixture of truth and fabrication to assuage their suspicions. He grasped at the clumsy language he had barely mastered and replied slowly, "We arrived here in a haze, unaware of the circumstances." The woman, visibly irritated, retorted, "Nonsense. This valley is the sacred ground of our Wood clan. Our tribe's people are forbidden to enter, let alone outsiders. Furthermore, I have yet to see an outsider within our territory. I implore you to speak the truth, otherwise, I shall not be so courteous. We truly do not know how we ended up here. We simply woke up in the valley." Yun Feiyong continued to feign ignorance, perhaps sensing that she could not extract any further clarity. The woman shifted her line of questioning. "Your attire does not resemble that of ordinary folk. Indeed, both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were clad in camouflage, starkly contrasting with their surroundings. Yet this too proved difficult to elucidate. Should he say, 'We are not of the same world as you. We hail from another realm'?" Setting aside whether Yun Feiyong could articulate this, would they even comprehend it if he did? Hence, he remained silent. The woman, seemingly losing her patience, spoke harshly. "Do you think remaining silent will spare you? How dare you trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Wood clan? I shall take you back to the tribe for the chieftain and high priest to deal with." With that, she waved her hand, and 4 men seized Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, dragging them into the woods. Chapter 25. Execution and Judgment. The people of the Wood clan were clamoring for violence against Yun Feiyong and his companion, yet unexpectedly, the chieftain and high priest exhibited an entirely opposite demeanor. Not only did they show no intention of punishing the two, but they also treated them with the hospitality befitting esteemed guests, leaving everyone perplexed. Regardless of the elders' intentions, Yun Feiyong adopted a mindset of acceptance, momentarily setting aside his bewilderment. With a heart full of questions, he gently pushed open the door to the dwelling before him and stepped inside, followed closely by Lu Xian. Upon entering, the most striking feature was the multitude of animal bones and an array of bird feathers adorning the walls, presumably for decoration. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a few rudimentary household items, with the most prominent feature being an oval-shaped large bed. Though it was referred to as a bed, this was merely Yun Feiyong's interpretation, for he and Lu Xian had never encountered such a structure before. The oval contraption occupied the center of the room, consuming a significant portion of the space, and was adorned with a vibrant tapestry of woven feathers. Observing it, Lu Xian hesitantly inquired, "Feiyong, do you think this is a bed? Perhaps, or maybe it is indeed a bed." Yun Feiyong could not say for certain, as it resembled a bird's nest. "Oh, regardless, I am drenched in cold sweat from the earlier fright. I must take a moment to rest." Lu Xian plopped down onto the peculiar structure. Yun Feiyong settled beside Lu Xian with a sigh, lamenting the recent events. Observing the demeanor of the Wood clan individuals, it was evident that their intent was to eliminate us without hesitation. Yet, the so-called chieftain and high priest surprisingly spared us, treating us as esteemed guests. The most infuriating was that Captain Jimu, who seemed utterly determined to see our demise. On the other hand, the girl named Yua was rather commendable. Despite her lingering hostility towards us, she still interceded on our behalf. There was a hint of lingering fear in Lu Xian's voice. With a chuckle, Yun Feiyong remarked, "For now, we seem to be in the clear, but who knows what the future holds. Regarding Yua, I suspect her standing within the Wood clan is quite significant, as she addressed the chieftain as grandfather, and all the clan members exhibit profound respect towards her. Indeed, I have noticed that as well. When we next encounter her, we must tread carefully, otherwise, we may face dire consequences." Lu Xian nodded in agreement. "This tribe is far from simple. We must exercise utmost caution, or we may find ourselves in grave peril." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how did you discern that?" "I felt nothing more than their sheer ferocity. Have you forgotten about that azure-eyed golden eagle? Such a massive creature, with claws so terrifying and a beak so sharp. I believe even the tigers and lions of Earth would be mercilessly torn apart by its talons. The issue is that it is evidently at the beck and call of the Wood clan, with wings unfurled, nearly 10 meters in span. Such a creature was unlike anything Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian had ever encountered. Yun Feiyong understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg within the Wood clan. There were undoubtedly countless hidden wonders yet to be unveiled. Time swiftly passed, and as mealtime approached, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted in from outside. awakening Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian from their earlier slumber. After a long day of exertion, their stomachs growled in anticipation, the delectable scent further igniting their appetites. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Yun Feiyong to rise and answer it. Outside stood Yua, her expression serious, accompanied by the girl who had guided them earlier. However, the displeasure etched on the girl's face was still clearly visible. Observing them silently, Yun Feiyong remained quiet until Yua spoke. "Grandfather has sent me to invite you both to dine." "Oh, is it already mealtime? How time flies." Yun Feiyong raised an eyebrow, his tone lacking in courtesy. Yua remained silent, but the girl beside her was less than pleased, exclaiming, "Humph. Our princess has come personally to invite you. You should hurry. Don't think that the chieftain and high priest's politeness means they fear you. If you provoke the princess, you will regret it." While somewhat expected, it was still surprising to learn of Yua's royal status as the princess of the Wood Clan. What astonished Yun Feiyong even more was that she had taken the trouble to summon him and Lu Xian for a meal. This level of treatment was almost excessive, and it was only at this moment that Yun Feiyong truly grasped the meaning of being an esteemed guest. Not daring to be remiss, he quickly turned to call Lu Xian, who, understanding the urgency, hastily approached his side. "The princess has graciously come in person, leaving us utterly astonished. We are deeply grateful to her." Yun Feiyong expressed polite words to Yua. "You esteemed guests are our utmost dignitaries of the Wood Clan. It is only fitting." However, despite her words, there was not a hint of respect in Yua's voice. In fact, her eyes were filled with an unfriendly glimmer, unmistakably revealing a trace of hostility. At that moment, a girl interjected, "Hurry up, do you intend to keep the chieftain and the high priest waiting?" Yua finally exhibited the demeanor befitting a princess and sharply admonished the girl, "Zhuoma, be silent. They are honored guests of the Wood Clan." The girl named Zhuoma seemed inclined to retort, but, upon meeting Yua's icy gaze, merely pouted and held her tongue. Yun Feiyong stifled a chuckle inwardly, yet remarked aloud, "Please lead the way, princess. Let us proceed without further delay." With a slight nod, Princess Yua turned and walked ahead, accompanied by Zhuoma. The two men exchanged a smile and promptly followed. Yua and Zhuoma maintained silence, and Yun Feiyong and his companion gladly relished the tranquility as they walked behind them. Before long, they returned to the central square of the tribe. Observing the square, Yun Feiyong felt a pang of sentiment. Having visited this place twice, the treatment I receive is worlds apart. Yua guided Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian towards the largest dwelling, while Zhuoma halted at the square. After taking a few steps, Yun Feiyong quietly inquired of Yua, "Princess Yua, why has Zhuoma stopped? What is she doing there?" Without much thought, Yua casually replied, "That is the ancestral house of the Wood Clan. Zhuoma lacks the status to enter." From Yua's single statement, Yun Feiyong concluded that this was a society with rigid hierarchies. One must tread carefully. Stealing a glance, he exchanged a knowing look with Lu Xian, who understood his unspoken message instantly. The dwelling was just a few paces away from the square, and soon they arrived. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eye was a massive wooden table. It was already laden with platters of roasted meat and an array of fruits that greatly stimulated one's appetite. Surrounding the table were nearly 20 individuals, men and women, young and old. Among them were the chieftain, the high priest, and Zemu, whom Yun Feiyong had previously encountered. As the three entered, everyone rose, staring intently at them, particularly at Yun Feiyong and his companion. At the head of the table sat the chieftain alongside the high priest, with 3 empty seats conspicuously reserved for Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, as well as Yua. The chieftain, with a warm demeanor, said, "Welcome, young friends. Please, take a seat here." As he spoke, the chieftain personally led Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian to the 2 vacant spots beside him. His demeanor astonished everyone, as it was generally expected that the leader of a clan would not exhibit such familiarity. However, one individual remained unfazed, the high priest sitting nearby, whose expression was tranquil, as if the chieftain's reaction was entirely anticipated. Despite the astonishment of the others, the chieftain offered no explanation but proceeded to introduce Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian to the assembly. The chieftain spoke, "I am the aged Timu, the leader of the Wood Clan. Beside me is the high priest, Rama. Also present are the captain of the guards, Zhemu, and my granddaughter, Yua. You have met the 4 of us. The others are elders of the Wood Clan, whom I shall not introduce individually, allowing you to become acquainted with them gradually." After speaking, Chieftain Timu gestured for Yun Feiyong and his companion to take their seats, then signaled for the others to sit down, with Yua occupying the sole vacant chair. Once seated, the chieftain addressed Yun Feiyong, "Esteemed young friends, I have been rather presumptuous. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" In a spirit of mutual respect, Yun Feiyong replied earnestly. Chieftain Timu, you are exceedingly gracious. I am Yun Feiyong. He then pointed to Lu Xian, saying, This is my companion, Lu Xian. Nodding, Chieftain Timu continued, I must be so bold as to ask, how old are you two young friends? To this, Yun Feiyong candidly answered, Chieftain Timu, we are both 18 this year, having traversed 18 years of life. Indeed, a splendid age of blossoming youth. You are merely a year older than my granddaughter Yua. Yet she remains a child, while you two possess a maturity beyond your years. The chieftain jested lightly about his granddaughter. Although Timu spoke casually, Yun Feiyong dared not take his words at face value, for he could not afford to offend a princess. He hastily replied, Princess Yua is far superior to me. We are but children who have yet to grow, unable to compare with her in any regard. Initially displeased by her grandfather's remark, Princess Yua's expression softened upon hearing Yun Feiyong's words. In turn, she cast him a glance that conveyed her understanding. At least you possess self-awareness. Naturally, this exchange did not escape the keen perception of Chieftain Timu, who erupted in hearty laughter, saying, Young friend Yun Feiyong, you are quite admirable, humble and courteous, balanced in demeanor. What do you think, High Priest? With that, the chieftain turned his gaze towards High Priest Rama. High Priest Rama smiled slightly. Indeed, quite commendable, talented youth and graceful maidens. A delightful pairing. Yun Feiyong paid little heed to the High Priest's remarks, suddenly realizing that Chieftain Timu's earlier slight towards his granddaughter was merely a test of his character. What an astute leader. A simple phrase carried profound significance. Reflecting on this, Yun Feiyong felt fortunate for his measured response. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Chieftain Timu seemed to have discerned his thoughts, regarding him with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 26. Honored treatment. Food is the essence of life. Delectable dishes evoke the purest and most authentic emotions within everyone. When a large platter of roasted meat was placed before them, emitting a tantalizing steam, accompanied by an array of fruits, it stirred the appetites of all present. After days of subsisting on wild fruits, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian found themselves ravenous, their eyes fixated on the enticing feast before them. Yet, as they awaited the host's signal to begin, they could only watch eagerly, suppressing their salivation. Perhaps sensing their unspoken longing, Chieftain Timu finally spoke, inviting everyone to commence their meal. Eagerly, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them, pouring all their energy into savoring the delectable grilled meats. The time spent relishing the culinary delights was fleeting, and before long, the elders of the Wood clan had already taken their leave. Within the ancestral hall, only 5 remained. The clan leader, Tai Mu, the high priest, Rama, and Yua, along with Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian. As they enjoyed the fruits that followed their meal, clan leader Tai Mu inquired, Young friend Yun Feiyong, do you find our Wood clan's fare to your liking, despite its simplicity? For Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, this first meal after several days was a feast fit for the gods, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Yun Feiyong replied, The grilled meat is exquisite. We thoroughly enjoy it. As you can see, we have consumed quite a bit. We are deeply grateful for the Wood clan's generous hospitality. With a smile, clan leader Tai Mu responded, That is excellent to hear. You see, you are the first guests our clan has welcomed in countless ages. Hearing this, Yun Feiyong's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the earlier pleasantries were mere formalities, and the real matter was now at hand. Thus, he boldly questioned, Clan leader Tai Mu, given that we are outsiders who have trespassed upon your sacred ground, why extend such lavish hospitality? Yun Feiyong did not wish to dance around the topic, but rather pressed directly to the heart of the matter, maintaining a keen gaze upon the clan leader. His forthrightness seemed to take Tai Mu by surprise, momentarily rendering him speechless. After a brief silence, Tai Mu burst into laughter, saying, Young friend, your candor is refreshing. I shall speak plainly. Please. I am eager to hear the wisdom of the clan leader, Yun Feiyong replied with a modest smile, displaying neither deference nor arrogance. A glimmer of insight flashed in Tai Mu's eyes as he nodded and continued, According to our clan's laws, you two should face the punishment of 3 blades and 6 holes for intruding upon our sacred grounds, especially as you are not of our kin. His words were laced with a sense of brutality, causing Lu Xian to instinctively draw closer to Yun Feiyong. The latter raised an eyebrow and remarked, Yet, we have received such honorable treatment. I fail to comprehend the reason behind this. Yua chimed in, Indeed, grandfather, I too wish to understand the rationale. At this moment, Rama, the high priest, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. This is a secret of the Wood clan, known only to the clan leaders and high priests. What I am about to share must not be disclosed to anyone outside this circle, including Yua. Yua, filled with curiosity, pressed. What secret could it be that only you and grandfather are privy to? Suddenly, clan leader Tai Mu adopted a grave demeanor and declared, "You three, young friends, and Yua, must swear that whatever you hear next shall remain confidential and that no member of the Wood clan shall ever learn of it." The atmosphere grew tense, and Yun Feiyong realized that the forthcoming revelations might pertain to the very reason he and Liu Xian had arrived in this world. Thus, both he and Liu Xian solemnly vowed to keep the secret, while the usually playful Yua was compelled to swear the same oath. After the vows exchanged by Yu Feiyong, Liu Xian, and Yua, Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama exchanged glances. High Priest Rama spoke. The ancestors of the Wood clan left behind a prophecy, foretelling a day in the future when the clan would face a grave crisis. At that time, two individuals would emerge from the sacred land to assist the Wood clan in overcoming this peril. It is imperative that we treat them as esteemed guests. Chief Taimu continued. Regarding the survival of the Wood clan, although we do not know when this crisis will arise, the leaders and high priests of our lineage have always heeded the ancestral teachings. We have been vigilant regarding the sacred land, ever attentive to the presence of outsiders. And today, we are fortunate to have awaited your arrival. Yu Feiyong found it hard to believe that the ancestors had foreseen his and Liu Xian's coming, and he boldly inquired, setting aside the authenticity of the noble ancestors' teachings. How can the chief and the high priest be certain that we are the ones referred to in the prophecy? It is quite simple, Chief Taimu affirmed. You are indeed outsiders, and you have emerged from the sacred land. Shaking his head, Yu Feiyong countered, is it not possible that there are other outsiders? Individuals not of the Wood clan? There cannot be outsiders arriving here. Do not press for the reason, as it pertains to another secret of the Wood clan, which I cannot divulge. Rather, we ourselves are not entirely certain. Just know that outsiders cannot enter. Yet another secret. It seemed the Wood clan harbored many mysteries. Yu Feiyong refrained from further inquiries, realizing that Chief Taimu had made it clear he would not disclose more. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed. Even if the ancestral teachings are indeed true, how can the two of us assist the Wood clan? Chief Taimu waved his hand dismissively. Young friends need not concern yourselves with this. Since it is part of the ancestral teachings, we shall abide by them. The crisis has not yet arrived, and we can discuss this later. I only hope that when the time comes, you will be able to lend your support to the Wood clan. At this moment, there was little else to say. Yu Feiyong mustered his courage and responded, Chief Taimu, we assure you that if that time truly comes, we will do our utmost to assist the Wood clan in overcoming the crisis. With Yu Feiyong's and Liu Xian's commitment, Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama visibly relaxed. Chief Taimu smiled. In that case, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your willingness to help. I am confident that when the time comes, you will possess the ability to aid the Wood clan. Intending to respond politely, an unexpected doubt suddenly surged within Yu Feiyong. He quickly changed his question, Chief Taimu, may I boldly inquire about the era of the ancestor who left behind the ancestral teachings? Without suspicion, Chief Taimu replied, that was a matter from long ago. According to records, it should have been 100,000 years past. 100,000 years, indeed. The figure in the starry sky had also claimed to have awaited him and Liu Xian for 100,000 years. At this juncture, Yu Feiyong was certain that the individual who brought them to this world must be closely connected to the ancestors of the Wood clan. The perplexities in his heart multiplied. Yet no one could provide a satisfactory explanation. As he pondered, Yun Feiyong's brow furrowed involuntarily. This caught the attention of the chieftain of the Taimu tribe, who inquired, what is it, young friend? Are you intrigued by our ancestors? Naturally, Yun Feiyong held a fascination for the progenitors of the Wood tribe. However, there were certain matters he could neither articulate nor clarify. Since he could not justify his thoughts, he opted for silence and hastily replied, no. I merely think that 100,000 years is an incredibly long time. An astute observer would easily discern that Yun Feiyong's words were mere evasion, a fact not lost on the chieftain. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing further, instead stating unexpectedly, why not regard my granddaughter as a sister, dear friends? This proclamation astonished everyone present. Not only were Yun Feiyong and Lu Xini taken aback, but even the high priest Lama wore an expression of surprise, while Yua exclaimed, Grandfather, what are you saying? This is preposterous. However, the chieftain shot a sharp glance at Yua, silencing her, and spoke to Yun Feiyong and Lu Xini with warmth. Yua is 17, just a year younger than you both. It would not be unreasonable for her to take on the role of sister. What do you think? The implication in the chieftain's words was clear. He elevated Yun Feiyong and Lu Xini's status to that of the Wood tribe's princess, even suggesting they might outrank her slightly, as evidenced by Yua being asked to assume a subordinate role. For a moment, Yun Feiyong felt both honored and bewildered. But a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. The chieftain, Taimu, was not extending this familial bond out of mere affection for him and Lu Xini, but rather due to the ancestral edicts of the Wood tribe. According to these ancient teachings, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xini were destined to help the tribe navigate through life and death crises, a promise they had made. This was the true reason behind Taimu's willingness to lower his status to forge an alliance with them. Meanwhile, the usually reticent high priest Lama's eyes glimmered momentarily, as if he too grasped the underlying motives. Nevertheless, whether Taimu's intentions were genuine or tinged with ulterior motives, his demeanor alone had secured the approval of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xini. However, some matters cannot be accepted without hesitation, even when proffered. Yun Feiyong hastily responded, "Chieftain Taimu, Princess Yua's noble status is far beyond our reach. How could we presume to accept such an honor? My dear friends, you are esteemed guests of the Wood tribe, possessing a status that surpasses even that of Yua," the chieftain insisted. "It is settled, and I urge you not to decline." With that, he indicated his resolve. Turning to Yua, "Yua, quickly greet your brother and sister." Though Yua was clearly reluctant to comply, she was silenced by her grandfather's stern gaze, leaving her no choice but to reluctantly bow and address them, "Brother Yun, Sister Xini." Despite the chieftain's endorsement, Yun Feiyong dared not elevate his own status, quickly replying, "Princess Yua, there is no need for such formality." Beside them, Lu Xian hurriedly remarked, "Sister Yua, as the princess of the Wood clan, how could we ever accept such grand courtesy from you?" In a twist of fate, both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian unexpectedly found themselves with a sister, and a princess at that. This was beyond their wildest imaginings, yet the die had been cast, and there was nothing they could alter. Chapter 27. Ancestral teachings. Time flowed swiftly like a river, never to return. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and night enveloped the land. For the first time, immersed in an unfamiliar world, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian struggled to find slumber, finally drifting into sleep in the late hours of the night. The accommodation provided by the Wood clan featured only a grand bed adorned with colorful feathers, although both had already given their hearts to one another. Sharing a bed brought a hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, their self-control prevailed, and they refrained from any impropriety. At the break of dawn, the industrious Wood clan had already commenced their bustling activities, the clamor rousing Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian from their slumber. After a brief grooming, they stepped out of their abode, greeted by the sight of the Wood clan's folk bustling about. Standing at the threshold, they observed the simplicity and earnestness of the Wood clan's people, feeling a wave of comfort and joy. Before long, they overheard the crowd discussing a singular topic, the sudden emergence of Princess Xian and young Master Yun within the Wood clan. It was unmistakably referring to Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian. Both were acutely aware that this was the doing of the clan leader, yet they could not fathom why a mere acknowledgement from Princess Yua as brother and sister warranted such widespread attention. Nonetheless, the outcome was sealed, and they could not change it. They exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, a familiar figure approached swiftly from a distance. It was Princess Yua. In the blink of an eye, she stood before them. Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian dared not be negligent towards her, promptly bowing in respect. "Princess Yua, what brings you here so early? Is there a matter of importance?" With an expressionless demeanor, she spoke in a tone that bore equal parts reluctance and compulsion. "Brother Yun, Sister Xian, grandfather has sent me to invite you to the ancestral home." Though her words suggested an invitation, her manner lacked any semblance of courtesy, instead brimming with a sense of rudeness. Having delivered her message, Yua turned and departed, seemingly unconcerned with the feelings of the two behind her. Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless yet appreciating the straightforward nature of the princess. They hastily followed her, retracing the path that was becoming somewhat familiar. Along the way, Yua remained silent while Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian garnered the attention of the Wood clan's people, who were eager to glimpse the legendary young Master Yun and Princess Xian. Amidst the throng, the trio arrived once more at the ancestral home of the Wood clan, where a girl named Zhuoma stood at the entrance, her expression one of displeasure. Coldly, she remarked, "It is truly unexpected that you two outsiders have become our clan's princess and prince." Zhuoma's demeanor was entirely within the expectations of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian. Thus the two paid it no mind, and Yua remained silent. The ancestral hall was not a space one could enter freely. The group of Mu tribespeople lingered outside, with only Yua and Yun Feiyong permitted to step inside. Awaiting them within were the chieftain of the Taimu tribe and the grand priest Lama, who greeted their arrival with warm enthusiasm. As the three entered the ancestral hall, the crowd outside began to disperse, eventually departing entirely. The Taima chieftain invited Yun Feiyong and Yua to take their seats, and then said, "Esteemed young friends, I apologize for our inadequate hospitality. Did you rest well yesterday?" Yun Feiyong promptly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Chieftain Taimo. We rested splendidly and are immensely grateful for the hospitality of the Mu tribe." Nodding lightly, the chieftain continued, "That is wonderful. I have invited you both this morning to present you with a small token. The Mu tribe is humble and lacks fine treasures. I hope you will graciously accept this modest gift." As he spoke, he astonishingly produced a wooden box from thin air. This display of conjuring took Yun Feiyong and Yua by surprise, yet their prior encounters with mystical arts had dulled their astonishment. Rather, they were intrigued to discover what treasure the chieftain was bestowing. The wooden box appeared rather unremarkable, devoid of any embellishment. It was simply an ordinary wooden container. The chieftain opened the box to reveal two fruits quietly resting within, their vibrant green hue glistening enticingly. Initially expecting a rare treasure, they were somewhat disappointed to find that the offerings were merely two wild fruits, identical to the 18 they had previously gathered to stave off hunger, save for a slight difference in size. However, Yun Feiyong noticed a hint of reluctance in the chieftain's gaze as he regarded the fruits. Meanwhile, Yua's astonishment was palpable. His eyes widened as he fixated on the fruits, his breath seemingly quickening. Observing their reactions, a jolt of realization struck Yun Feiyong. Could these wild fruits indeed possess some extraordinary value? Thus, he racked his brain, combing through the newly acquired knowledge in search of information regarding such fruits. Eventually, he uncovered the revelation. These fruits were known as youngling fruits, renowned for their ability to enhance one's physical constitution. Though not a miraculous elixir of life, the capacity to improve one's physique alone rendered them a true treasure. With this newfound understanding, Yun Feiyong could not help but commend the chieftain for his generosity. Such a valuable gift was not easily offered. Despite his evident reluctance, the chieftain had willingly presented the fruits, thus earning the genuine respect of Yun Feiyong. Suddenly, Yua exclaimed, "Grandfather, the entire Mu tribe does not possess many youngling fruits. How could you possibly give them to?" With a stern glare directed at Yua, the chieftain reprimanded, "Yua, be silent. This is a decision made in concert with the Grand Priest." After speaking, he extended his hand, offering the box to Yun Feiyong, clearly indicating his hope that they would accept the gift. The principle of receiving rewards without merit is well understood by Yun Feiyong, especially with the irate Yua standing nearby. He tactfully declined, saying, "Chief Taimu, how could we dare to accept such a precious gift? Please, take it back. It is not customary to retract a gift once given." "You must accept it," Taimu insisted with evident determination. Although Yun Feiyong wished to refuse again, he recognized the chief's resolute demeanor made it impossible. Thus, he extended his hand and accepted the box. Upon witnessing this, Taimu's face brightened with unspoken joy. Taimu then stated, "I invited you both here today for this matter. Now that it is settled, I shall have Yua show you around the tribe and introduce you to the lifestyle of the Wood Clan. I hope you both come to appreciate our culture." Afterward, Taimu offered a few reminders to Yua regarding their tour. With the business concluded, it was natural for Yun Feiyong and his companion to take their leave. Under Yua's guidance, they departed from the ancestral hall of the Wood Clan and meandered through the tribal settlement, marveling at the exotic customs. Throughout the journey, Yua remained silent, clearly still upset, her demeanor subdued as she led the way. Observing this, Yun Feiyong felt a sudden urge to bring some joy to this straightforward and innocent princess, alleviating her troubles. He halted and called out, "Princess Yua, please wait a moment. I wish to speak with you." With evident displeasure, Yua turned back, her voice cool as she responded, "Brother Yun, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Handing her the wooden box, Yun Feiyong smiled and said, "I can see that you admire this. I am giving it to you." This surprised Yua, and she stared at him in disbelief, asking, "You wish to give it to me? You appeared so eager for those two fruits earlier. Why the hesitation now?" Yun Feiyong chuckled lightly. Yua, still perplexed and astonished, inquired uncertainly, "Do you truly want to give it to me? Are you aware of what it is?" Chuckling softly, Yun Feiyong replied, "Indeed, I know. It is a spirit-nurturing fruit, which is precisely why I am gifting it to you." Yua was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "Are you not aware of its effects? To so freely offer it to me?" Yun Feiyong clicked his tongue. "It merely enhances one's constitution. It is not of monumental significance. Since I have acknowledged you as my princess sister, it is only fitting to present you with a token of our acquaintance. However, we possess little of value, so I thought to offer this in goodwill." In truth, through prior contemplation, Yun Feiyong had acquired a fairly comprehensive understanding of the spirit-nurturing fruit. It can continuously improve a person's physique, facilitating smoother cultivation and enabling one to reach higher realms and journey further. Moreover, each individual may consume no more than 9 spirit-nurturing fruits in their lifetime. Any excess is rendered superfluous and wasteful. Coincidentally, both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian had unknowingly consumed 9 fruits each to stave off hunger, meaning any further consumption would indeed be wasteful. Yuwa exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean it has no effect? Do you realize that I have only consumed 2 of these fruits in my entire lifetime? And that was solely because I am the granddaughter of the clan leader? Such fruits are exceedingly rare. Hardly any of my kin have tasted them, and most have not even laid eyes upon them. Are they truly that precious? This revelation took Yun Feiyong by surprise. Nevertheless, once a promise is made, it is difficult to retract. He felt no regret in giving them away. After all, consuming them himself would be a waste, and it would be far better to present them to Yuwa as a gesture of goodwill. Before Yun Feiyong could respond, Yuwa continued. You know their value and still intend to give them to me, but why? This posed a dilemma for Yun Feiyong, who found it challenging to articulate the truth. He could hardly admit, we have already consumed 9 of them. Thus, he responded, there is no particular reason. It is simply a token of our acquaintance, nothing more. At this point, Yuwa was convinced that Yun Feiyong genuinely intended to gift her the pregnant spirit fruits. Thus, she cast aside her coyness, leaped forward, and eagerly snatched the wooden box from him, exclaiming, Brother Yun, Sister Xin, thank you so much. This time, when she addressed them as brother and sister, her sincerity was unmistakable. Yun Feiyong had not anticipated that such a simple gift of 2 seemingly insignificant fruits would so thoroughly win over the little princess. Yuwa. Chapter 28. Yuwa's surrender by casually offering 2 pregnant spirit fruits, which Yun Feiyong had deemed of little value. He and Lu Xian unexpectedly earned Yuwa's admiration. This outcome was unforeseen, yet delightful, marking the beginning of their friendship in this strange realm. The people of the Wood Tribe are truly genuine. As long as you treat them kindly, they will reciprocate with heartfelt loyalty. Princess Yuwa epitomized this trait. In the time that followed, she joyfully led Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian through every corner of the Wood Tribe settlement. As they traversed the paths, Yuwa enthusiastically shared insights about her tribe, showcasing her amiable and spirited nature. As time passed, she still felt an eagerness to continue, but recognized that their exploration had to pause momentarily. After parting ways with Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, Yuwa, brimming with excitement, rushed to find her grandfather, clutching the pregnant spirit fruits. At that moment, her grandfather, the clan leader, was deep in discussion with the high priest, Lama, in their ancestral home. He was somewhat taken aback upon her arrival. Bursting into the ancestral house without catching her breath, Yuwa raised the pregnant spirit fruits triumphantly and exclaimed, Grandfather, look what I have. The clan leader, recognizing the precious fruits, was taken aback at the sight of them in her hands. His expression shifted, and he barked, Yuwa, how did you come by the pregnant spirit fruits? Did you snatch them from those 2 young friends? Yuwa, who had been in high spirits, felt her enthusiasm wane under her grandfather's reprimand. With a hint of indignation, she retorted, Grandfather, you are mistaken. Brother Yun and Sister Xin gifted these to me. I did not take them by force. Please do not slander my name. Nonsense. Such treasures would not be given so easily. Speak the truth. How did you obtain them? The clan leader continued his chastisement. With tears welling in her eyes, Yuwa, feeling misunderstood, pleaded, No, I assure you, these were truly given to me by Brother Yun and Sister Xin. At this moment, the chieftain of the Tai Mu tribe wore an expression of perplexity. He understood that his granddaughter, though somewhat willful, would not resort to deception. However, he could not fathom why Yun Feiyong and his companion would part with such a precious treasure, which he himself was reluctant to relinquish. What he could not realize was that, to Yun Feiyong, the 2 spirit-nurturing fruits were akin to a tasteless delicacy, undesirable yet too valuable to discard. Thus, gifting them seemed the most prudent course of action. Moreover, he suddenly recognized that his granddaughter's earlier words, in addressing Yun Feiyong and his companion, were imbued with genuine respect. Previously, she had been most reluctant to acknowledge them as brother and sister. Why had her demeanor changed after merely a brief outing? The chieftain found himself utterly bewildered but could discern that his granddaughter now held a sincere admiration for Yun Feiyong and his companion, an attitude that was unmistakably authentic. Unable to deduce the reasons behind this shift, he could only inquire of Yuwa, Please recount the events in detail, without omitting any particulars. Yuwa, understanding her grandfather's intent, carefully organized her thoughts and recounted the circumstances surrounding Yun Feiyong's gift of the spirit-nurturing fruits with meticulous precision. Throughout her narrative, the chieftain did not interrupt, but listened intently until she had finished. Once Yua concluded, the chieftain remarked, "I see. Since they have bestowed the spirit-nurturing fruits upon you, you should graciously accept them. After all, I have already given them to them, and how they choose to handle them is their prerogative. You may leave now. I have pressing matters to discuss with the high priest." With a disdainful huff, Yua pouted and exited without uttering another word, seemingly still miffed by her grandfather's misunderstanding. Behind her, the chieftain's eyes gleamed with insight as he turned to High Priest Rama and asked, "What are your thoughts?" High Priest Rama, equally illuminated with understanding, replied, "Given time, that young man shall prove to be extraordinary." Nodding slightly, the chieftain affirmed, "Indeed, his ability to effortlessly earn Yua's trust speaks volumes. With such a skill, he is destined for greatness. Furthermore, his calm demeanor in the face of treasure is truly commendable." In truth, the chieftain had overestimated Yun Feiyang. The act of gifting the spirit-nurturing fruits was entirely spontaneous, devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, it was primarily because Yun Feiyang was unaware of the fruit's rarity. Had he known, he might not have acted so generously. Regardless of Yun Feiyang's intentions, the chieftain remained steadfast in his belief. High Priest Rama shared the same sentiment. "You are correct. Perhaps one day he will indeed fulfill the ancient prophecies and aid the entire Wood tribe." While Yua's excitement over receiving the spirit-nurturing fruits and the chieftain and High Priest Rama's perspectives on Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian are noteworthy at this moment. Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian had already returned to their temporary abode and were engaged in conversation. Lu Xian expressed her confusion, saying, "Feiyang, isn't it a pity to give away the spirit-nurturing fruits, which they value so highly?" Yun Feiyang chuckled softly. "What is there to lament? Do you also place such importance on treasures? Besides, it is not entirely without merit. At the very least, we have gained the little princess's endorsement. Furthermore, consuming the spirit-nurturing fruits ourselves would be utterly wasteful." Wasteful? How could that be? Lu Xian found himself perplexed by Yun Feiyang's words. "Alas, it seems you have yet to fully harness the knowledge you have recently acquired. Otherwise, you would not pose such a question. If you were to earnestly delve into your thoughts, you would comprehend my meaning." As he spoke, Yun Feiyang shook his head continuously. Although he criticized Lu Xian for not adequately utilizing that knowledge, deep within his heart, he harbored his own thoughts. Since there is no turning back in this world, destined to survive within it, one must diligently exploit the vast reservoir of knowledge at their disposal. A sudden realization struck him. He was like a treasure keeper in a mountain of riches, oblivious to the wealth he possessed, yet failing to utilize it effectively. Following the incident with the Ling fruit, he resolved to meticulously organize the chaotic new knowledge swirling in his mind. Time flowed swiftly, and for 3 tranquil days, Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian resided peacefully within the Wood tribe. During this period, Yun Feiyang devoted himself entirely to sorting through the intricate and disordered knowledge in his mind, finally gaining a general understanding of this world. This realm is boundless and teeming with diverse races, with humanity merely one among many, albeit a relatively dominant group. Numerous other factions exist, varied and countless, with the demon and witch clans standing out in particular, their overall strength second only to that of humanity. This world is chaotic, its trajectory of development starkly contrasting with that of Earth, which is driven by technological civilization. Here, it is a civilization of martial arts. After eons of evolution, a unique system of martial arts has emerged. Practitioners of martial arts, regardless of their race, share a common title, warriors. In this realm, martial prowess reigns supreme, and every race cultivates martial arts, each with its own method. However, generally, these practices can be categorized into 2 main types: spiritual cultivation and physical training. In the early days, various races coexisted harmoniously, fostering mutual development. However, this soon changed. While the methods of cultivation bore similarities, they diverged into myriad approaches. An inevitable consequence of historical progression where old ideas fade and new ones emerge. Amidst the interplay and clash of old and new, it became apparent that cultivation no longer adhered to a singular method. Instead, it blossomed into a plethora of diverse and vibrant techniques. Within the vast expanse of humanity, differing approaches to martial cultivation led to the emergence of numerous sects and families. The Wood tribe serves as a prime example of such dynamics. Nevertheless, despite the variations in cultivation methods among different races and within individual factions, the core essence remains unchanged: to absorb the purest energies from the heavens and the earth into one's being, thereby continually enhancing oneself. Over time, it was gradually discovered that martial cultivation transcended mere absorption of cosmic energy. It could also be complemented by various resources. Consequently, The warriors of this world remain embroiled in ceaseless conflicts over the acquisition of these resources. In this realm, anyone can cultivate martial arts. Yet not all can ascend to greatness. Those lacking innate talent remain as mere commoners. The disparity in aptitude leads to significant differences in martial achievements, compounded by variations in opportunity and resources, resulting in a spectrum of accomplishments among warriors. Mastering martial arts allows one to become a formidable force, a protector of family and kin, safeguarding against the oppression of others. However, this is not the sole reason for the flourishing of martial arts. Its greatest boon lies in the extension of life, with the potential to achieve sanctity and divinity, attaining immortality. To encapsulate this world of martial arts, it is rife with treachery, drenched in bloodshed, and fraught with life and death crises. Regardless of the circumstances, once one steps into this domain, there remains no choice. One must strive relentlessly to survive, continuously seeking strength, even if it means causing devastation in order to secure a place within this martial landscape. Is this the world that Xiner and I are about to enter? Contemplating this, Yun Feiyong could not help but feel a chill of trepidation. Such a world he had never wished to enter, yet he found himself with no alternative, a path irrevocably set. From the moment of his arrival, he could only yield unconditionally. In truth, Yun Feiyong's heart grappled with uncertainty. Should he embark on the path of a warrior? Should he choose to embrace this martial realm? He would inevitably confront its storms and tribulations, facing life-threatening perils at every turn. The path of martial arts is a one-way street, demanding unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. Without fierce determination and passionate fervor, one cannot travel far along this journey. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yun Feiyong resolved, if ignorance of the warrior's world was bliss, now that fate had placed him here, why should he falter? He yearned to explore the world beyond, even if it were steeped in bloodshed. This was the essence of Yun Feiyong's lofty aspirations and unyielding ambition. He pondered, perhaps one day in the future he could stand atop this world, surveying all of creation. Moreover, he and Liu Xin must fulfill the enigmatic task spoken of by the mysterious figures. They still had to return home. Chapter 29. The martial world. This was an ancient forest, devoid of underbrush, populated solely by towering trees that had stood for millennia, some even for 10,000 years. The branches intertwined, their lush foliage resembling emerald clouds, obscuring the azure sky above. Enormous ancient trees gradually came into view, some with bark of an astonishing dark green hue. The stout and peculiarly shaped branches coiled around the trunks like serpents, and as the gentle breeze passed through, the leaves rustled softly, akin to the size of dragons. Beneath the radiant sun that shone from an entirely clear sky, a mighty mountain range, resembling a colossal black centipede, slowly traversed the forest. Wherever it moved, trees lay broken and intertwined, reminiscent of the marks left by a giant python slithering across the grasslands. The soil and gravel scattered in its wake, erupting chaotically, as thousands of massive limbs rhythmically struck the ground. As the fissures in the earth intertwined and spread, resembling the cracks upon an icy surface, a group of individuals traversed the ancient forest. Upon closer inspection, one would discern the ranks of the Wood Clan. Among them stood Yun Feiyong and Yua, accompanied by the irascible Captain Zemu and the maid Zhuoma, alongside other members of the Wood Clan. This was the hunting party of the Wood Clan. The mindset shapes destiny. On the foundation of his newfound understanding of the world, Yun Feiyong's attitude underwent a profound transformation. Upon learning that Yua intended to lead a group into the forest for hunting, he fervently insisted on participating. Initially, Yua was resolutely opposed to Yun Feiyong's involvement. Fearing for his safety, Zemu also strongly objected, concerned that he would be a burden. Ultimately, however, due to Yun Feiyong's insistence and the tacit approval of Chief Taimu, he was permitted to join the expedition. This was a peculiar assembly, comprising nearly 30 individuals. In Yun Feiyong's mind, hunting was typically associated with those wielding longbows. Yet, in reality, only a few carried such weapons, including Yua, while the rest brandished an eclectic array of arms. Some wielded spears, others axes, some carried vines, and others bore the bones of unknown creatures or the teeth of colossal beasts. The remaining weapons were so unconventional that Yun Feiyong found himself at a loss to describe them. The most remarkable among them was Zemu's weapon, not due to its eccentricity, but because of its sheer size. Zemu wielded a long knife, its width spanning nearly 2 hands, and its length exceeding his own height. Upon first sighting this imposing blade, Yun Feiyong could not help but question whether Zemu could truly wield it. However, as Zemu effortlessly maneuvered through the dense underbrush with the knife in tow, Yun Feiyong realized he had underestimated him. Upon their departure, Yue had requested that Yun Feiyong remove his camouflage attire and don the garments of the Wood clan, arguing that his appearance was too conspicuous in the forest. Yet, he found himself unaccustomed to the revealing three-piece clothing of the Wood clan and chose not to change. Upon entering the woods, he surprisingly blended seamlessly with the surroundings. Yue remarked that hunting was perilous, which is why she did not allow Lu Xian to accompany them, opting instead to journey alone. It was precisely because of the danger that Yue remained by Yun Feiyong's side, taking on the role of protector, which deeply touched him. Yue's actions were undertaken willingly. However, the other members of the Wood clan were less than pleased. They were averse to witnessing their beloved little princess assume the role of a guardian for an outsider, even if only temporarily. With affectionate familiarity, Yue referred to him as Brother Yun, a term imbued with warmth and intimacy. Conversely, while the others, at Yue's behest, addressed him as Young Master Yun, their tone betrayed a palpable resentment, with some openly displaying disdain and aversion. After walking for a while through the forest, one individual could no longer contain their dissent. The princess's maid, Zhuoma, spoke with a degree of tact, merely advising Yun Feiyong to keep his distance from the princess. Zemu, however, was far less diplomatic, directly ordering Yun Feiyong to move away from the princess's side. Despite his aversion to the actions of these individuals, Yun Feiyong remained silent, while Yue was utterly displeased. In her capacity as a princess of the Wood clan, she forcefully suppressed the dissenting voices and resolutely stayed by Yun Feiyong's side, never straying far. Following this incident, the others grew increasingly disdainful of Yun Feiyong, and the atmosphere within the group became remarkably tense. Amidst this ambience, a day quietly slipped away, giving way to the night. Perhaps fortune was not on the group's side, for they encountered no substantial prey, only managing to capture a few small animals, barely sufficient for their evening meal. The forest at night was eerie and foreboding. The narrow, winding paths in the distance held an air of mystery. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a slow, looming whisper, as if a shifting sea of sand hovered above, accentuating the stillness of the night. Within the boundless woodland, a flicker of light illuminated a corner, resembling a guiding beacon. The hunting party gathered in the thicket, setting up a framework and igniting torches. The campfire shone with a golden glow in the tranquil darkness, warming the hearts of all present. Above the fire, the game was already turning a rich golden brown, its fat dripping down to provide the fire with premium fuel, while the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, infusing the surroundings with a delightful fragrance. Yun Feiyong was taken aback. The seemingly rugged Wood clan members were indeed adept at barbecuing. Due to their disdain and contempt for Yun Feiyong, the entire group, intentionally or not, isolated him from their circle. In this unfortunate circumstance, Yun Feiyong had no choice but to remain at a distance, though Yue consistently stayed by his side. Suddenly, Zemu approached, wielding his somewhat fearsome long knife and carrying a well-cooked piece of game. Upon reaching them, he extended the meat towards Yue, saying, "Yue, this is rabbit meat, it's delicious. For you." Yue smiled as she accepted the rabbit meat, expressing her gratitude before handing it to Yun Feiyong, saying, "Big brother Yun, you should eat too." Yun Feiyong smiled back and was about to reach out for the meat when Zemu abruptly thrust his long knife into the ground, causing the soil beneath to upheave. He then boomed at Yun Feiyong, "Young Master Yun, did you roast this rabbit today?" Zemu's voice was loud and coarse, echoing in the stillness of the night and drawing the attention of other Wood clan members, who turned to look. His words seemed unnecessary, tinged with a sense of provocation. Yet Yun Feiyong calmly replied, "No." Zemu then inquired, "So, did you capture it? Which of today's prey did you catch?" Before Yun Feiyong could respond, Yue, who was still holding the rabbit meat, swiftly stepped in front of him, her face filled with fury as she shouted at Zemu, "Brother Zemu, what are you doing? What do you want?" Ignoring Yue's reaction, Zemu, upon seeing Yun Feiyong shake his head in denial, bellowed, "Since you contributed nothing to the hunt and did not participate in the roasting, why should you enjoy this most delectable food? It is a delicacy reserved for the princess." Zemu's assertion was indeed quite accurate, leaving Yun Feiyong momentarily speechless. Upon witnessing Yun Feiyong's reaction, Zemu shifted his demeanor and said, "Young Master Yun, if you desire to savor this most exquisite delicacy, it is not entirely impossible. Should you manage to best me in a contest of skill, winning the long knife in my hand, you shall be entitled to enjoy it. The strong are entitled to all. A contest? So it is indeed a duel." Zemu's intentions become clear. Observing his well-defined muscles, Yun Feiyong could not help but reflect inwardly. Who claims that a brawny individual lacks intellect? Zemu stands as a prime example to the contrary. The inquiries posed by Zhemu were but a prelude, with the duel as his true objective. His eager demeanor unmistakably indicated that he was no stranger to combat, treating it as a matter of routine. Yun Feiyong was acutely aware of his own limitations. During his time on Earth, he scarcely engaged in arguments, let alone physical confrontations. Furthermore, he understood that Zhemu, as the chief guard of the Mu tribe, possessed formidable skills. He believed himself to be no match. The long knife, still quivering in the earth, struck fear into his heart. Hence, adopting a conciliatory stance, he conceded, "Chief Guard Zhemu, I have not trained in martial arts, so I shall forego the contest and admit defeat." Yun Feiyong's response only served to deepen Zhemu's disdain, even provoking scorn. At that moment, Yue seized the opportunity to speak. "Brother Zhemu, our elder has declared that Brother Yun is a distinguished guest of the Mu tribe. Who permits you to act thus?" Indifferently shrugging, Zhemu hoisted the long knife and turned to leave, leaving behind a taunting remark, "Coward, weakling." Yun Feiyong's retreat prompted further contempt from the other members of the Mu tribe. Sighing heavily, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yue, eager to console him, said, "Brother Yun, do not take it to heart. When we return, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation." Yun Feiyong, suppressing his frustration, managed a wry smile and nodded. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Yue, a smirk playing on his lips. Yue froze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she awkwardly retorted, "Brother Yun, stop it. Why are you staring at me like that?" With that, she turned away, focusing on the rabbit meat before her. Yun Feiyong chuckled inwardly, pondering, "Dear girl, are you truly unaware or merely pretending? Zhemu's evident jealousy indicates his affection for you. His interest lies not in me, but in you. Yet, you remain oblivious to the situation, reprimanding him instead." However, despite Yun Feiyong's lack of anger towards Zhemu's actions, he felt deeply unsettled. The disdainful and contemptuous glances from Zhemu, along with the words coward and weakling, struck a painful blow to his dignity. He silently vowed, "In this world, the strong command respect. I must become strong. I shall become strong." Chapter 30. Participation in the hunt. The bright bonfire illuminated a corner of the forest, the night well advanced. Yet the flames continued to blaze with fervor. The hunting team of the Wood clan had long since taken their rest, each finding a corner to succumb to a deep and blissful slumber. In this perilous realm, the necessity of keeping watch was undeniable, otherwise, one would be caught unawares in the event of a sudden crisis, perhaps due to being the strongest among them, or perhaps for his own reasons. Zhemu willingly assumed the duty of the night watch. He positioned himself at the perimeter, choosing a spot where the flickering firelight was less pronounced, and quietly sat there, with his long blade planted firmly in the earth beside him. Only his luminous eyes, glimmering in the erratic dance of the firelight, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with acute attention. Cloud Feiyong, perhaps due to an inner turmoil, found this night exceptionally prolonged. Although he was exceedingly weary, sleep eluded him. He shifted through various postures, yet none afforded him respite. His eyes might have been closed, yet his mind remained acutely alert, dragging on until the latter half of the night. Suddenly, not far from him, Yue stealthily approached and whispered, "Brother Yun, is this your first hunt? Are you having trouble sleeping?" "It's perfectly normal. After today, it will get easier. When I went on my first hunt, I felt just like you." "It is indeed a bit unfamiliar," Cloud Feiyong acknowledged Yue's words, though he could not articulate the tumult within his soul. "How about I keep you company? The night has already progressed significantly, and dawn should not be far off." Shaking his head, Cloud Feiyong replied, "I think it's best if you rest, to avoid disturbing your sleep." "Not at all. I've rested for a while. That much is sufficient. Unlike us, you have not trained in martial arts and are not as robust. You ought to rest well. At daybreak, we must continue our journey, which is quite extensive." Cloud Feiyong chuckled, "No need to worry. I am not so fragile. Although I have not practiced martial arts, my physical condition is still quite decent." "Very well. I am curious about your relationship with Sister Xian." Yue suddenly inquired about Cloud Feiyong and Lu Xian's connection. After a moment of silence, Cloud Feiyong responded, "As of now, we are friends." Yet, in his heart, he added a nuance of gender before the term friends. Nodding slightly, Yue continued, "Oh, I see. When did you meet? And where? Was it in your hometown? By the way, Brother Yun, where is your hometown? Do I know it?" As the topic of hometown arose, Cloud Feiyong's gaze drifted into the distance, his mood turning somber as he said, "Indeed, Xian and I met in our hometown, though it has not been long since our acquaintance. However, our hometown is very far away, so distant that we can no longer find our way back. Even if I told you, you would not know it. In fact, you have likely never even heard of its name." "That makes sense. I have lived here all my life and have never ventured far. knowing nothing of the world beyond. If given the chance, Brother Yun, you must take me to see your hometown. Sensing the shift in Cloud Feiyang's emotions, Yua refrained from pressing further. Very well, if the opportunity arises. I will certainly take you to see my hometown. Though verbally responding to Yua, Yun Feiyang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness within. He pondered whether he and Lu Xian had any possibility of returning home. Even if there were, it seemed a matter for some distant future. Upon receiving Yun Feiyang's affirmative reply, Yua was filled with joy and then inquired, Brother Yun, how did you and Sister Xian arrive at our sacred land? Grandpa mentioned that outsiders could never come here. How did you manage it? Well, we are not quite sure ourselves. We just appeared here suddenly, Yun Feiyang admitted, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. What? That can't be true. Brother Yun, please don't deceive me, Yua expressed her disbelief. However, upon meeting Yun Feiyang's sincere gaze, she suddenly felt that he was not misleading her and ultimately chose to trust him, refraining from further questions. Yun Feiyang appreciated Yua's understanding and said, Please share some interesting tales from the Wood clan. After acknowledging his request, Yua began recounting various amusing anecdotes from the Wood clan tribe. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, Zhemu was observing them, a flicker of anger occasionally crossing his face. Suddenly, Zhemu sprang to his feet, swiftly drawing his long knife from the ground, and shouted, Everyone, rise. We have a situation. His roar shattered the tranquil night, and the sleeping members of the Wood clan reacted swiftly, awakening in an instant. They appeared tense, weapons already in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Yun Feiyang and Yua halted their conversation and stood up as well. Yua quickly grasped her longbow and nocked an arrow. Observing their readiness, Yun Feiyang discreetly gripped a wooden stick he had fashioned during the day. However, after a considerable time passed, the surroundings remained eerily silent. With no sign of change, Yua furrowed her brow and remarked, Brother Zhemu, it seems there is no issue. Perhaps you are being overly sensitive. We have never encountered danger in this area before, she continued. I sense something is amiss. Yua, you know my instincts have always been reliable, Zhemu replied, still tense. Recognizing Zhemu's seriousness, Yua refrained from further questioning, understanding that he would not lie about such matters. Indeed, Zhemu's instincts proved correct. Shortly thereafter, Yun Feiyang felt a sudden chill emanating from the woods. At that moment, a large shadow abruptly leaped out from a dark corner. Though illuminated by the firelight, the shadow moved with such speed that Yun Feiyang could barely discern it as a massive beast. The creature, concealed by the night, struck silently and unexpectedly, causing chaos among the group. The beast lunged towards one individual, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth, poised to deliver a fatal bite. The man, caught off guard, was on the verge of meeting his demise at the beast's jaws when Zhemu finally exhibited the demeanor of a true warrior. As the beast flashed into view, he leaped forward with a great stride, his long blade aimed at the creature. In a moment of peril, Zemu's sword struck fiercely against the beast's back, blood spraying forth as the creature was undeniably wounded, propelled aside by Zemu's immense strength. Thus, the Wood tribesman, who had been attacked, narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Yun Feiyang noticed that, at the moment of confrontation, Zemu's body shimmered with a faint glow, leading him to ponder that this was likely a result of his martial cultivation. In pain, the beast, now injured, raised its head to emit a piercing roar that echoed through the tranquil night sky. Then, like a shadow, it swiftly retreated into the darkened woods, vanishing without a trace. The beast had come quickly and departed just as fast, though the encounter lasted mere moments. It was profoundly thrilling, particularly as the threat of death loomed over that individual. A chill ran down Yun Feiyang's spine, and beads of cold sweat formed upon his back. Though the beast had departed, Zemu remained vigilant, his expression tense as he scanned the surroundings. Only after a considerable time did Zemu gradually relax, turning to declare, It has indeed left. All is well. Upon hearing Zemu's words, everyone slowly lowered their weapons, easing their taut nerves, including Yun Feiyang. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Had the beast targeted him, he would have met a fate akin to that of the Wood tribesman, utterly unable to evade the attack. The thought of the beast's gaping maw intensified his yearning to become stronger. The recently endangered Wood tribesman expressed his gratitude, saying, Zemu, Chief Guardian, I am deeply thankful for your timely rescue. This was a perfectly reasonable expression of thanks. However, Yun Feiyang was taken aback when Zemu disregarded him, fixating intently on the man instead. The man, feeling uncomfortable under Zemu's unwavering gaze, attempted to speak again, only to be met with a swift kick from Zemu. Zemu's reaction astonished everyone, yet no one dared to admonish him, not even Yuva. Yun Feiyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation, and found Zamu's temperament rather peculiar. Even excessively so. Following the kick, Zamu sternly admonished the man. I have already warned you of the danger. What were you doing? Given your skills, even if you could not defeat the jaguar, you should at least have been able to evade it. After a pause, Zamu continued. Yet, you nearly lost your life. If you do not rectify your mistakes, refrain from participating in future hunts. I do not wish for you to perish. Remember, danger often arises when one least expects it. Thus, Zamu's kick was intended for the man's safety, a lesson meant to be etched in his memory. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong, deep in thought, turned to Yuva beside him and whispered, Yuva, did you already discern the reason behind Zamu's deliberate kick? Otherwise, given your disposition, you would undoubtedly have reprimanded Zamu for such actions. Yuva nodded and replied, Indeed, I understood from the outset that Brother Zamu's intentions were for their benefit. Brother Yun, as I have mentioned, hunting is perilous. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Just now, you witnessed how that individual nearly met their demise. Yua's words evoked an unexpected sense of unfamiliarity in Yun Feiyong. He had never anticipated that this seemingly headstrong young princess possessed such wisdom. Suddenly, he felt compelled to reassess the girl before him, who appeared innocuous yet defied his expectations. Chapter 31. The cheetah's night assault. An inadvertent conversation profoundly altered Yun Feiyong's perception of the Wood clan's young princess, Yua. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. It seemed that the reverence the Wood clan held for Yua stemmed not solely from her status, but rather from her courage and sagacity. However, recalling the earlier scene, the terror he had felt lingered within him. With a hint of self-deprecation, he remarked, Had that beast chosen to target me, I surely would not have evaded its grasp. To his surprise, Yua shook her head and stated, Brother Yun, I was right beside you. Even if it had aimed for you, I would have shielded you from harm. Unless I were unable to defend you or found myself in peril, unable to protect you. Yua's words deeply touched Yun Feiyong. It was evident that this young girl genuinely cared for him. Yet, it dawned on him that among everyone present, aside from Zamu, she appeared to be the most formidable. Reflecting on this, Yun Feiyong couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of a grown man relying on a young girl for protection. This thought intensified his desire to become stronger, even fervently so. Thus, with a bold spirit, he declared, From now on, should danger arise again, I shall protect you. Unbeknownst to him, Yua did not grasp the essence of his statement and instead inquired, Brother Yun, what does girl mean? Yun Feiyong was taken aback, pondering whether the term girl was unfamiliar in her world. Unable to ascertain the reason, he explained, In my homeland, girl is a term of endearment from an older brother to his younger sister. Yua nodded, somewhat understanding, and replied, So that is what it means. Then Brother Yun and Sister Xin can also call me girl in the future. Very well, he responded succinctly. Yet his mind wandered to another matter. He recalled Zamu mentioning the enormous beast that had attacked, which was apparently referred to as a cheetah. He strained to recall any information regarding cheetahs, but disappointment washed over him as he found his memory devoid of any relevant knowledge. With a wry smile, he realized that the vast repository of knowledge he had suddenly acquired was not all-encompassing. Thus, he asked, Yua, was the beast we encountered just now called a cheetah? Indeed. It is due to their swift movements and agile actions that they are referred to as leopards. In the forest, leopards abound. Yet I never anticipated their presence in this region. Yua appears to possess considerable knowledge about leopards. After Yun Feiyong nodded in acknowledgement, he continued to inquire. You seem quite familiar with leopards, don't you? At this moment, Yun Feiyong suddenly sensed a shift in Yua's aura, though he could not fathom the reason. It was unmistakable. With a grave demeanor, Yua replied, When I was very young, my parents fell victim to the jaws of a leopard. Yun Feiyong was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon Yua's wound. He quickly apologized, I'm truly sorry. Yua responded with a smile, It's all right, that incident occurred long ago. I merely harbor a trace of nostalgia for my parents. Within the entire Wooden tribe, many have perished at the hands of various wild beasts. We have long since grown accustomed to it. What kind of world is this? Relatives, friends, and kin, all devoured by beasts. The way Yua spoke of such tragedies was so detached, as if discussing the mundane act of eating or drinking. It was only then that Yun Feiyong gained a visceral understanding of this world. It is rife with violence, filled with indifference, steeped in bloodshed, and burdened with the relentless pressure of survival. Following this unexpected incident, sleep eluded everyone, and there was no inclination to continue resting. They all gathered around the fire, forming a circle anew. However, no one paid any further attention to the exchange between Yun Feiyong and Yua. Suddenly, Zamu approached Yun Feiyong empty-handed. Upon seeing him approach, Yun Feiyong inquired, Captain Zemu, what brings you here? After scrutinizing Yun Feiyong for a moment, Zemu remarked, Young Master Yun, while your strength may be lacking, your courage seems commendable. You are not frightened to the point of losing control and can still engage in conversation. This has indeed given me a new perspective of you. Wasn't he that a given? Having traversed through time and space and brushed against the precipice of death, Yun Feiyong's courage had burgeoned significantly. Though he felt a profound shock within, it was not to the extent that Zemu suggested that he would lose control. According to the sayings from southern China, no matter how timid one might be, certain experiences will inevitably instill a modicum of courage. Moreover, Yun Feiyong was not a coward. He was a man of unwavering resolve. After their exchange, Zemu turned to leave. Yun Feiyong noticed that the disdain and contempt in Zemu's eyes, while still present, had lessened considerably. Beside him, Yua explained, Brother Yun. Zemu's personality is simply like that. He means no harm. After expressing that he was unperturbed, Yun Feiyong fell into silence, and Yua refrained from further conversation. The others remained equally mute, quietly encircling the fire. All awaited the arrival of dawn, as the night was drawing to a close. The forest at night is enveloped in an unsettling silence, as the once audible whispers of the wind and the chirps of cicadas seem to have vanished into thin air. Only the lingering scent of blood pervades the desolate atmosphere, spreading like the final struggles of a wounded jaguar. The clouds conceal the moonlight, brewing a final moment of darkness that shrouds the land in obscurity, rendering the once fierce trees impotent beneath the pallor of death. The last vestiges of darkness before the dawn quietly approach, heralding the arrival of daybreak. Suddenly, Zemu rises again, shouting, or perhaps more accurately, panicking as he cries out, Everyone, quickly protect the princess. What has transpired? Aside from Zemu himself, no one knows, not even Yun Feiyong. However, following the earlier events, everyone is deeply convinced by Zemu's urgency. No sooner had he spoken than the remaining members of the Wood clan swiftly formed two concentric circles around Yua. The outer circle consists of those armed with various weapons, steadfastly guarding the most perilous front line. The inner circle comprises the archers, who, aside from Yua, are tasked with safeguarding the young princess's safety. As Yua's maid, Zhuoma is naturally placed in the inner sanctum, while Yun Feiyong, being closest to Yua, also becomes a target of protection. Once the protective formations are established, Zemu positions himself within the outer circle, integrating into the collective. Yua, gripping her longbow, inquires of Zemu, Brother Zemu, what is happening? What is the situation? Zemu does not turn back, yet his serious voice resonates. I fear we are in grave trouble. With that, he lapses into silence. Indeed, as Zemu had forewarned, no sooner had his words fallen than a cacophony of rustling erupted around them. In the blink of an eye, the formidable trouble he had mentioned materialized. A pack of beasts, akin to the earlier jaguar, surged forth from all directions, encircling them in a vast perimeter, trapping everyone at the center. Unlike the previous swift attack, this time the jaguars approached leisurely. By the flickering light of the fire, Yun Feiyong discerned their form. Each beast measured over 10 feet in length, standing nearly 5 feet tall and boasting long, sinuous tails. Such massive creatures were unprecedented in Yun Feiyong's experience. The largest animal he had ever encountered was merely an elephant at the zoo. He noted the jaguar's robust limbs, each paw adorned with sharp, grayish-white claws. Their heads featured short fur, with a bare, flesh-colored snout and yellowish short hair. Each side of their mouths was graced with several rows of white whiskers. Their foreheads, between the eyes, and cheeks were speckled with black spots. The backs of their ears were black, tips yellow, and the bases were also yellow, adorned with sparse black patches. Their necks were a deeper shade of yellow, embellished with black spots and rings. Beneath their necks, a pale yellow hue bore irregular black patches, with slightly longer fur. The outer sides of their forelimbs were tawny, while the inner sides were milky white, featuring black rings at the shoulders and black spots on both the inner and outer parts of their legs. Upon the jaguar's form, the deepest yellow resides upon its back, while the central black ring along the spine appears indistinct. The elongated black spots are arranged in a linear fashion, with elliptical black rings flanking either side of the spine. In this manner, aside from its gargantuan size, Yun Feiyong perceives little distinction between the jaguar and the leopards he has previously encountered. As he surveyed the jaguar's appearance, he silently counted their numbers and was taken aback. The approaching group of jaguars outnumbered them by more than double. This meant that, on average, each individual would face more than 2 jaguars. Given such a disparity, Yun Feiyong could hardly ascertain whether these wooden tribesmen could ensure their safety. In the shroud of night, the eyes of the jaguars glimmered with a faint phosphorescence. Illuminated by the flames, each jaguar bared its teeth, fixating its gaze upon the crowd. To them, it seemed that these humans had become the most delectable of prey. Among the pack, it was evident that the leader was the very jaguar that had previously attempted a stealthy attack, only to be injured by Zhemu. The reason for this recognition was simple. A deep wound on its back continued to bleed profusely. Zhemu suddenly whispered, "This is disastrous. Allowing that jaguar to escape has indeed brought forth great trouble. I now realize that its final roar was a call for its companions. Had I known this, I should have struck without mercy, delivering a fatal blow. Alas, it is too late. There is no remedy for regret in this world." Frustrated with his own lack of vigilance, he steadied his resolve, gripping his long knife tightly, his gaze fixed upon the jaguar's every movement. Chapter 33. The Fist That Vanquished the Beast King. The attack of the Beast King, the snow leopard, was swift and fierce, imbued with an overwhelming ferocity. Yet it abruptly fell into silence, calm and unyielding. It is likely that even in its final moments, it could not comprehend why the seemingly insignificant human before it was capable of delivering such a fatal blow. Not only the Beast King, but even Yun Feiyang himself found it unfathomable how he had become so formidable. He could not grasp why the Beast King, which had withstood Yua's utmost effort without a scratch, succumbed to the fists of an ordinary man. Initially, Yun Feiyang had merely been stirred by a surge of bloodlust upon witnessing Yua in peril, hence he resolutely positioned himself in front of her. In truth, when he launched his fists, a flicker of regret coursed through him, and he pondered, why did I choose to stand out? Now I may have jeopardized my own life. However, in that critical moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from his hands, blinding him and rendering his mind blank. In that instant, all thoughts of regret and fear were cast aside. Yun Feiyang's eyes, initially fixed upon the Beast King, were forced shut by the dazzling light, and at that moment, he felt an immense surge of power coursing through his fists. Guided by the clarity of his mind and the instinctual drive within, he unleashed his most formidable strike with unwavering determination. Had it not been for the moment when his fist made contact with the Beast King's forehead, accompanied by a sudden burst of golden light, Yun Feiyang might have retreated. Had it not been for the unexpected surge of strength in his hands, the outcome of their clash would likely have resulted in Yun Feiyang's utter defeat, or perhaps even his demise. Nevertheless, whether by coincidence or fate, the final result was that Yun Feiyang struck down the Beast King, thereby rescuing Yua. Of course, Yun Feiyang paid a heavy price, sustaining grievous injuries that left him bloodied and unconscious, yet he achieved a glorious outcome. As Yun Feiyang's fists collided violently with the Beast King's head, he felt a tremendous impact reverberate through his arms, followed by an excruciating pain. Almost immediately, a massive recoil surged through his body, constricting his chest as if he had been struck, forcing his throat to convulse and expel blood. Subsequently, a sharp agony seized his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. While Yun Feiyang lay in a state of oblivion, those nearest to him were left utterly astonished. Yua, having narrowly escaped death, was understandably shocked, and even Zhuoma stared wide-eyed at his slowly descending form, disbelief etched on her face. To the beast, engaged in battle, the sudden brilliance emanating from Yun Feiyang's fists was utterly perplexing, causing a momentary pause among them. Then, the Beast King's heart-wrenching wail echoed, prompting all the leopards to turn and gaze upon the scene. In an instant, they beheld their fallen sovereign, lifeless, and they raised their heads in a mournful cry. After a chorus of sorrowful roars, the leopards began to retreat, one by one, disappearing into the forest. Left behind were the bewildered members of the wood tribe, who stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the retreat of the leopards. Once it was confirmed that the leopards had truly departed, the surviving members of the wood tribe erupted into laughter, celebrating their miraculous escape from death. Zhemu was the first to regain his composure. He swiftly turned to look into the center of the circle, where he beheld Yua and Zhuoma, their faces etched with astonishment, alongside the motionless, lifeless form of Yun Feiyang and the massive corpse of the Beast King. He hurried to the side of the Beast King's body, staring intently for a moment before looking up at Yua and Zhuoma, asking, what transpired? Who possesses such power to have shattered the skull of this snow leopard? Who was it that felled him? Still in a state of shock, Zhuoma mechanically raised her hand and pointed at Yun Feiyang, saying, it was he. What? How can this be? Wasn't he untrained in martial arts? How could he possibly have the strength to slay a snow leopard? Zhemu's voice brimmed with disbelief. His astonishment at Zhuoma's revelation prompted him to raise his voice, drawing the attention of others around them. After a brief pause, Zhemu pointed again at Yun Feiyang and asked, Zhuoma, are you saying that the one who killed the snow leopard is him? With a gentle nod, Zhuoma affirmed. I too am reluctant to accept such a conclusion. Yet the truth remains as it is. It was he, with nothing but his bare hands, who delivered a fatal blow to the snow leopard and rescued the princess. By the way, that dazzling golden light just now was also conjured by him. Upon receiving Tsoma's confirmation, Zhemu finally displayed an expression of astonishment akin to Tsoma's. While the other members of the Mu tribe, who had been observing, also wore looks of profound surprise. They could hardly believe that the formidable warrior who single-handedly vanquished the Beast King was none other than Yun Feiyang. As the strongest among this group, Zhemu could not even catch a glimpse of the Beast King's form, yet it was indeed Yun Feiyang who had slain him. This outcome was most difficult for Zhemu to accept, muttering repeatedly, "How could this be? How could this be?" At this moment, the truly fortunate Yua finally regained her senses. She let out a piercing scream, quickly crouched down, and cradled Yun Feiyang's upper body, urgently imploring, "Brother Yun, what has happened to you? Please wake up. Don't frighten me." After speaking, Yua checked Yun Feiyang's pulse, her eyes brimming with tears as she propped him into a seated position, subsequently sitting cross-legged behind him. She then raised her hands, pressing them against Yun Feiyang's back, as a radiant light began to flicker from her palms. It seemed that Yua was attempting to heal Yun Feiyang, though it remained uncertain whether her efforts would bear fruit. Zhemu, having ceased his mutterings, reluctantly accepted the result he was most unwilling to believe. He turned to Tsoma and said, "Tsoma, please recount the events that transpired." Nodding gently, Tsoma meticulously narrated the scenes that had unfolded. The other members of the Mu tribe gathered around, eager to learn how Yun Feiyang had managed to slay the Beast King. By the time Tsoma finished her account, the expressions on everyone's faces were particularly peculiar. All eyes turned to the unconscious Yun Feiyang, and this time, their gazes were no longer filled with disdain, but rather with respect. It was not merely because Yun Feiyang had saved the life of their little princess, but primarily due to his remarkable strength in single-handedly defeating the Beast King. The Mu tribe revered strength. It was a world where the powerful were held in high esteem. Strength commanded respect, and regardless of Yun Feiyang's abilities, his triumph over the Beast King would not diminish the respect others held for him. Just then, as Yun Feiyang lay in a stupor, his entire being suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, surpassing the intensity of the earlier luminous display from his hands. The golden glow seemed to possess an expelling force, compelling Yua to retreat from Yun Feiyang, continuing to distance herself. The golden light enveloped Yun Feiyang entirely, obscuring his condition from those around him. Yua, anxious yet powerless, watched this sudden spectacle, her expression one of shock. This night was destined to be the most thrilling of their lives. However, these events bore no relation to Yun Feiyang, who remained completely unaware in his unconscious state. In his current state, Yun Feiyang felt as though he were immersed in a dream, a peculiar yet extraordinarily delightful dream. He envisioned himself once again in a strange cosmic expanse, where every star twinkled with its own distinctive radiance. These lights bathed him in warmth, enveloping him in a sensation of comfort akin to a soothing bath. However, as Yun Feiyang savored this refreshing moment, the starry sky underwent a transformation. A tempest roared, thunder crashed, and the formidable forces of nature wantonly shattered the tranquility and stability of the cosmos. The void fractured, stars shifted, and all things withered. Calamity seldom comes alone. Countless extinguished planets, spaces, and dimensions morphed into lifeless, gray meteors, hurtling aimlessly in all directions, wreaking havoc upon vibrant realms. They collided with one another, igniting cataclysmic explosions that birthed successive temporal black holes, devouring innumerable celestial bodies and dimensions, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, a resounding proclamation echoed throughout the universe, reverberating across the 8 desolations and the 10 directions. With the will of my heart, it is determined. The voice gradually faded within the fabric of time and space, accompanied by the instantaneous stillness of the recent cataclysms and explosions. As the black holes vanished, time and starlight arresting in their motion. Such a magnificent and vast voice, of unknown origin, emanated from an unseen source, wielding a power that rendered time and space eternal in that fleeting instant, an ability befitting a deity. Suddenly, amidst the frozen expanse of the starry sky, the silhouette of an elder emerged. Yun Feiyang strained with all his might to discern the elder's features, but his efforts were in vain. He pursued the elder, desperately inquiring, "Elder, did you bring me, an ex-inner, to this alternate realm?" Yet, the elder remained silent, smiling enigmatically, which left Yun Feiyang feeling quite helpless. He understood that the earlier display of cosmic power undoubtedly originated from this elder, a being of immense capability who must surely be a god. Thus, Yun Feiyong posed another query. Elder, I wish to possess your abilities. Can you assist me? The elder remained mute, his already indistinct form gradually dissipating, leaving behind only a few pages resembling paper. Yun Feiyong hurried over, picking up the remnants and bending down to examine the items left by the elder. The pages were inscribed with dense text. It took Yun Feiyong considerable time to decipher them. At last, he comprehended the elder's bequest. It was a cultivation technique specifically designed to refine the physical body, known as the method of sun, moon, and stars. This technique detailed the absorption of energy from celestial entities, transforming it into one's own to continuously enhance bodily strength. Yun Feiyong, uncertain of the technique's merit, recalled the elder's prowess and deemed that the gifts of such a powerful being could not be lacking. Thus, he embraced the teachings of the technique and commenced his cultivation in the realm of dreams, embarking on his path to strength. Chapter 34. The Path of Strength. As dawn broke, a ray of light pierced through the densely tangled branches and withered leaves, illuminating the eyes of all present. The dark clouds began their slow retreat from the sky, gradually revealing the sun, casting a clear reflection of the aftermath of the great battle, ruins and remnants strewn about. The land had transformed in hue, now a deep crimson, tinged with the scent of blood, saturated with the essence of carnage. The immense carcass of the jaguar lay scattered about, silently narrating the brutality and fervor of the recent battle. The surviving members of the Mu tribe paid little heed to the scene. Their gazes were entirely fixed upon Yun Feiyong. Enveloped in a radiant golden light that rendered him unreachable, their eyes remained steadfastly trained on his direction. This was a profound respect for strength. A patient vigil for the powerful, Yun Feiyong had earned their admiration, and they awaited his awakening. Among them, the one most anxious and concerned was undoubtedly Yua, who genuinely feared for Yun Feiyong's safety. The tale of a hero rescuing a damsel is an ageless legend, a timeless topic of fascination. At the most perilous and critical moment, Yun Feiyong had unhesitatingly positioned himself before her, his resolute silhouette etched deeply into Yua's heart. A ripple of emotion quietly emerged, gently tapping at her heartstrings, stirring subtle waves that gradually expanded, circling wider and wider. The brilliance emanating from Yun Feiyong intensified, enveloping an ever-expanding radius, outshining even the sun at that moment. Those surrounding him were compelled to step back, yet their eyes remained fixated on him, despite his form being nearly obscured from view. Observing this peculiar scene, Zhemu could not help but inquire, Yua, did he not lack any martial cultivation? How could this be? Shaking her head in confusion, Yua replied, I do not know. He indeed told me before that he had not practiced any martial arts. That is impossible. How could he slay the Beast King without any martial training? Look at him. His body radiates light, clearly indicating he has cultivated a body refinement technique akin to ours. Furthermore, the intensity of this light suggests that his technique is of considerable caliber. At that moment, Zhuoma suddenly interjected, Indeed, it is quite strange. I always thought of him as a weakling, yet it turns out he is remarkably powerful. No wonder the chieftain and the high priest regard them as supreme guests. It is due to his formidable strength. No, Zhuoma, you are mistaken. Grandfather holds Yun Gu and Xing Jia in high esteem, not because of their power. I am well aware that neither grandfather nor the high priest was privy to Yun Ji's true strength, Yua refuted. Then why? Why do the chieftain and the high priest treat them with such respect? It is utterly perplexing. Zhemu pressed Yua. After a brief moment of silence, Yua responded, Zhemu, I know the specific reason. Yun Gu and Xing Jia are also aware. However, I cannot disclose it, as it pertains to the secrets of our Mu tribe. We have sworn an oath before grandfather and the high priest to never divulge it. What? It involves the secrets of the Mu tribe? How could these two outsiders have any connection to us? Zhemu exclaimed in astonishment. Their ties to the Mu tribe run deep, and it cannot be explained in just a few words. I cannot elaborate further. Here, none of us have ever encountered outsiders, and you should understand the reasons behind this. It is utterly impossible for outsiders to come here. Yet, they unexpectedly entered, emerging directly from the sacred land. Do you not find this peculiar? The crowd was taken aback, and Zhemu suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, exclaiming in astonishment, Indeed, how did they manage to come in? The intricate reasons eluded him, but he was certain it was closely tied to the secrets of the Wood clan. Apologies, but I am still unable to disclose further. Once again, a secret. Another thing left unsaid. Zhemu felt a surge of frustration, akin to the feeling of blood rising in his throat, yet he was powerless to express it. His curiosity had just been piqued, only to be doused by Yua's cold words. leaving him in an indescribable state of vexation. While the others were engrossed in their discussions, Yun Feiyong, who had begun his path to strength in a deep slumber, suddenly experienced a violent pain in his head. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, he gradually awakened, yet was enveloped in a golden light, rendering him unable to open his eyes or rise. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that his injuries were gradually healing, albeit with lingering pain. He was baffled by the situation, entirely unaware of how he had acquired such formidable self-healing abilities. Thus, he delved into contemplation, meticulously searching for information pertaining to this newfound phenomenon, piecing together every detail from the beginning. He recalled the memories from his recent dream, a perplexing blend of reality and illusion that he could not discern. Ultimately, after considerable introspection, he came to realize that the previous experience was indeed a dream, but the cultivation technique he encountered was undeniably real. This technique had already existed within the forcibly implanted memories. It was merely that his focus had not previously been directed toward it. It was only after the unexpected incident, following his injury and subsequent unconsciousness, that Yun Feiyong began his cultivation in a state of hazy awareness. The reason he felt his body healing autonomously stemmed entirely from practicing this technique. This incident also afforded Yun Feiyong greater and more detailed insights into the martial path. In this world, martial cultivation is fundamentally divided into two categories: spiritual cultivation and physical cultivation, each with clear hierarchical distinctions and realm differences. Both spiritual and physical cultivation encompass 9 realms. The distinction lies in that spiritual cultivation is further subdivided into 9 levels within each realm, while physical cultivation is categorized into 3 stages: minor success, major success, and perfection. The 9 realms of spiritual cultivation, ranked from lowest to highest, are Qi gathering, Yuan transformation, Sea opening, soul forging, void insight, true perception, clarity, nirvana, and unity. The 9 realms of physical cultivation, also ranked from lowest to highest, are mortal body, spirit flesh, celestial master, true person, Qi gathering, golden body, dharma form, Dao Luo, and primordial unity. Following the 9 realms of both spiritual and physical cultivation, there exists a semblance of convergence. Spiritual cultivation culminates in divinity, while physical cultivation culminates in sanctity. It can be said that the ultimate goal of both cultivation systems is fundamentally aligned, aimed at achieving immortality and coexisting with the heavens, a divine being. For many in this world, the motivation for cultivation lies not in the martial path itself, but in the pursuit of this ultimate goal. However, the arduous journey to divinity and sanctity is fraught with challenges. Innate talent stymies many, and disparities in opportunity and mindset result in only a select few reaching the pinnacle of their potential. God, omnipotent and omniscient. Yet those who achieve divinity and sanctity are but a mere drop in the vast ocean. Yun Feiyong finally comprehended that the being who urged him and Lu Xian to act, referring to himself as a spirit, spoke in an exceedingly simplistic and vague manner. To wield the power to summon clouds and rain, to command the winds and stir the heavens, to witness the shifting of stars and the turning of the cosmos, such a realm is immensely arduous to attain. The opportunities are scant, but more critically, the time required is exceedingly prolonged, to the extent that many do not endure until the end. Furthermore, throughout this protracted period, various conflicts and slaughters ensue, with many perishing along the path of progress. A general's triumph is often built upon the bones of countless others. In the struggle for survival, every individual resorts to extreme measures, often tainted by the scent of blood. Yun Feiyong was truly reluctant to succumb to such depravity, unwilling to be complicit with the denizens of this world. Yet he and Lu Xian found themselves ensnared in the web, unable to extricate themselves. Thus, he resolved to drift with the current, aspiring merely to secure a place to exist in this brutal world. Consequently, Yun Feiyong began to channel the martial arts techniques from his memory, the method of the sun, moon, and stars. However, he soon fell into a quandary, for he was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his physical realm had already attained a remarkable level of maturity. What could this mean? Yun Feiyong was certain that today marked his inaugural foray into cultivation, yet his realm was undeniable. He engaged his mind, meticulously reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, ultimately uncovering the source of the anomaly. It turned out that in that unfamiliar valley, before the indistinct stone sculpture, a pool of milky white spring water was indeed a millennium-old spiritual essence. This essence, a condensation of spiritual energy, could cleanse one's physique, fortify the body, and significantly enhance one's cultivation. No wonder, at that time, Both Yun Feiyong and Liu Xian had exhibited black impurities. Those were the toxins expelled from their bodies after being purified by the 1,000-year spiritual liquid. In light of this revelation, it was plausible that his physical realm had been forcibly elevated by 2 levels due to the benefits conferred by the spiritual essence. Yun Feiyong felt an insatiable urge to return swiftly. He yearned to inquire of Liu Xian whether her realm had likewise been uplifted. Yet, a greater perplexity soon followed. He could not fathom why that pool of millennium spiritual essence transformed into twinkling starlight, merging seamlessly into both his and Liu Xian's bodies. It is worth noting that at that moment, Yun Feiyong had not yet engaged in cultivation, nor had he become a martial artist. Ultimately, he discerned the crux of the matter. It was all due to the stone sculpture and the radiance it emitted. However, the stone sculpture was merely an inanimate object. How could it possess such extraordinary capabilities? This remained a question for Yun Feiyong to investigate in the future. However, he finally understood the reason behind his ability to vanquish the Beast King. It was due to the increase in his realm and the substantial enhancement of his strength. Moreover, he comprehended why his hands had shimmered with golden light during the confrontation. It was a unique reaction of a body-refining martial artist. For spiritual cultivators, as long as they did not deliberately conceal their realm, it would be evident to those of a higher level. In the realm of physical cultivation, subtle differences abound. Typically, practitioners appear quite ordinary, revealing their true prowess only when their techniques are in motion. The radiance they emit serves as one distinction. Thus, in the eyes of Yun Feiyong, the seemingly mundane members of the Wood clan possessed the capability to confront leopards due to their shared physical cultivation. Regardless of the underlying reasons, the outcome is undeniably splendid, eliciting joy and admiration from all. Otherwise, Yun Feiyong could not have vanquished the Beast King and rescued Wu Hua from peril while simultaneously extricating himself from danger. Chapter 35. The hierarchical system contemplating the intricate web of cause and effect. Yun Feiyong calmed his thoughts and wholly dedicated himself to the art of cultivation. As it was his inaugural attempt, he proceeded with utmost caution, allowing the technique to unfold at a languid pace while meticulously attuning himself to the novel sensations coursing through his body. As the day, moon, and stars technique commenced, he felt a gentle prickling throughout his being, akin to something burrowing into his limbs and torso. He recognized it as the influx of spiritual energy, incessantly permeating his skin, muscles, and bones. With familiarity, the cadence of his technique quickened, intensifying the prickling sensations. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, acutely aware of his predicament. He understood that to relinquish his efforts would render his return home mere fantasy. Amidst the discomfort, Yun Feiyong was rewarded. He distinctly sensed the injuries sustained while slaying the Beast King gradually mending. With the healing came a wave of relief, and in this duality of pain and comfort, he continued his unwavering pursuit. At the moment Yun Feiyong truly immersed himself in his practice, a transformation occurred around him. The vast golden light that had enveloped the area began to contract, ultimately coalescing into a thin layer encircling his form. Surrounding Wood clan members witnessed a peculiar spectacle. Swirling vortices materialized around Yun Feiyong, each rotating gently. The previously imperceptible and intangible spiritual energy coalesced in his vicinity. Subsequently, the small vortices stirred the air around Yun Feiyong, creating a sensation akin to a breeze. In this localized area, centered on him, extraordinary changes unfolded. Unbeknownst to all, several trees in proximity to Yun Feiyong exhibited a subtle desiccation, though it remained faintly perceptible. Wu Hua, with a hint of concern, inquired, "What is happening to Brother Yun? Is he all right?" Beside him, Zemu replied, "Young Master Yun must be healing. I believe there is no cause for alarm." The term young master distinctly marked a shift from previous sentiments. Upon hearing Zemu's words, Wu Hua abruptly turned to him, an odd expression gracing his features as he remarked, "Brother Zemu, why do I sense a change in you? You previously held a rather unfavorable view of Brother Yun, yet your newfound respect is evident in your words." With an awkward smile, Zemu scratched his head with his unarmed left hand and replied, "Isn't it different now? Let us not speak of young Master Yun's triumph over the Beast King, for not only did he rescue the princess and himself, but he also safeguarded the lives of us all. Such prowess alone is sufficient to earn my respect and that of everyone present. My disposition is simple. I disdain the weak and revere the strong." Zemu's character is forthright and bold. He harbors no hidden animosity, expressing his disdain openly, and likewise, he does not conceal his respect, declaring it openly. His words elicited a chuckle from Yuwawa. "Brother Zemu, do you think I am unaware of your nature?" At that moment, Zhuama interjected, "Princess, I too hold young Master Yun in the highest esteem. He is truly remarkable, and I am profoundly impressed." The remaining members of the Wood clan erupted in laughter, clearly amused by Zhuoma's comments. The young girl, however, appeared slightly vexed, her irritation evident as she exclaimed, "What is so funny? I speak nothing but the truth. Do you not share my sentiments?" The crowd momentarily stilled, realizing that they all, like Zhuoma, had previously regarded Yun Feiyong with disdain, but now their feelings were transformed into gratitude and heartfelt respect. Just then, the golden radiance enveloping Yun Feiyong dissipated, and the surrounding cyclone vanished, restoring tranquility. Leading the charge, Yuwawa hurried towards him, anxiously inquiring, "Brother Yun, how do you fare? Are your injuries healed?" Having sensed that his wounds had completely mended, Yun Feiyong halted his cultivation. In that instant, the golden light and the cyclone around him vanished, leaving behind a profound stillness. As he opened his eyes, he was met by a pair of tear-filled gaze. Rising slowly, he gently wiped away the tears from Yuwawa's cheeks and smiled, "Silly girl. Why are you crying? It's all over now, do not weep." This simple gesture from Yun Feiyong prompted Yuwawa, who had been stifling her sobs, to burst into tears. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his embrace, leaving Yun Feiyong and the others momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. While Yun Feiyong stood frozen, Zhuoma gazed at Yuwawa in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that her young mistress would so readily seek solace in another's arms. Zama's expression was particularly peculiar. He pursed his lips, but chose to remain silent. As Yuwawa wept in Yun Feiyong's embrace, she exclaimed, "Brother Yun, I thought you would never awaken." Gaining his composure, Yun Feiyong gently patted her back and reassured her, There, silly girl, I am quite well." Yet Yuwawa continued to cry, saying, "I believed I was destined to perish. But you, disregarding your own safety, stepped forward to protect me, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Did you know that when you fainted, I was terrified you would not awaken?" In response, Yun Feiyong could only offer further comfort. "Do not weep, dear girl. See, I am well now, and you are safe. We should all rejoice. You are the little princess of the Wood clan. If you continue to cry, you shall become unattractive." What a dreadful thought, Yun Gu. I will not become ugly. At last, Yuwa transformed her tears into laughter, gently stepping back a couple of paces away from Yun Feiyong. Indeed, the desire for beauty is an intrinsic nature of all women, transcending any realm. With his masterstroke, Yun Feiyong elicited an instant smile from Yuwa. As she retreated, Yuwa raised a hand to wipe away the traces of her tears, then bowed her head, standing silently to the side. Her demeanor bore a hint of playfulness, and Yun Feiyong noticed the rosy blush that adorned her lowered cheeks. However, he feigned indifference and turned to the others, inquiring, "Is everyone well?" Regrettably, he lamented for that unfortunate brother. Everyone understood whom Yun Feiyong referred to, the individual felled by the Beast King's strike. Even now, his lifeless body lay cold on the ground, untouched by anyone. Observing the expressions of those around, they appeared remarkably indifferent, showing no concern for the deceased. Not a single soul, including Yuwa, paid heed to the fallen man. The others expressed their gratitude towards Yun Feiyong. Yet he couldn't shake off an inexplicable sense of gloom. For the first time, he truly grasped the cruelty and callousness of this world. Gazing at the lifeless form, its head utterly shattered, brain matter strewn across the ground, a chill crept into Yun Feiyong's heart. When the man was alive, they had called each other brothers. Yet now that he had perished, none showed even a flicker of sorrow. The sight of the headless Wood clan corpse, alongside other dismembered jaguar bodies scattered about, rendered the scene grotesque. Initially, one might expect Yun Feiyong to be unsettled by such a bloody tableau, but he felt no discomfort at all. His heart had already been deeply pierced by the indifference, ruthlessness, and coldness surrounding him. He even sensed that in this world, apart from Liu Xian, there was no one he could truly trust. The only reliable entity was himself. Lost in thought, Yun Feiyong's expression darkened, prompting confusion among the others. Only Yuwa, sensing his distress, remarked, "Yun Gu, do not be saddened. We have witnessed such events far too often throughout our lives." Zama chimed in, stating, "It is not that we are devoid of compassion, but rather that we have grown accustomed to it. The entire Wood clan has become numb. Hunting is perilous. Many hunting parties frequently encounter danger, and it is uncertain when someone might perish." At this, Zemu paused, and Yuwa interjected, "However, for the sake of survival, for sustenance, we are compelled to venture forth. We must repeatedly brave peril, risking death in the depths of the forest." Nodding, Zemu continued, "Indeed, it is all for the sake of life. Thus it is inevitable that some must perish. No one knows who the next victim will be. We cherish our existence. Yet we are all prepared for the possibility of death, including Yua. Yua reaffirmed, yes, I too am ready to face death at any moment. In the entirety of the Wood clan, aside from the chieftain, the high priest, and the elders, no one possesses the privilege of evading the hunt. Otherwise, my parents would not have succumbed to the jaws of a jaguar. After a brief pause, Yua continued, thus, we must relentlessly cultivate our martial skills and continuously strengthen ourselves, hoping to enhance our chances of survival when faced with peril. In truth, every generation of chieftains, high priests, and elders has forged their strength through the crucible of danger. This embodies the essence of the Wood clan. It is a way of existence passed down through generations, explaining our emotional detachment. Upon hearing the words of Yua and Zhimu, a tumult of emotions surged within Yun Feiyong, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing the sudden silence enveloping the group, he felt a pang of sympathy for them. They all cherished life, yet stood perpetually at the precipice of death. During the initial jaguar attack, Zhimu had reprimanded another for valuing life, a sentiment Yun Feiyong had already witnessed. Now, he listened as all willingly embraced death. He suddenly empathized with the Wood clan's conflicted psyche regarding life and death. Yun Feiyong understood that the people of the Wood clan did not wish to perish easily, yet they felt powerless to alter their reality. This mirrored his recollections of the past, when countless noble souls of China valiantly rushed to the front lines during the Japanese invasion, sacrificing their lives for their country and their people, among whom were his ancestors. They too valued their lives, yet for the sake of their nation and righteousness, they willingly embraced their fates. Chapter 37. Nurturing Love in a Daze. Yun Feiyong and Zhimu had been engaged in conversation for quite some time, isolated from the rest. It was only when the others had nearly finished tending to the jaguar's carcass that they finally paused, with Zhimu appearing somewhat reluctant to conclude their discussion. Casting a glance at Yua, who seemed on the verge of losing her temper, Yun Feiyong hastily interjected, all right, brother Zhimu, let us call it a day. If we continue, I fear Yua might truly sever ties with us. Ah, is that so? Then let us cease our discussion. Zhimu, most apprehensive of Yua's potential ire, readily agreed. Thus, the two returned to Yua and Zhuoma, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Yun Feiyong cheerfully addressed Yua. My dear, it appears everything is nearly in order. Are we prepared to depart? We have all had quite a taxing night, and ought to return for some well-deserved rest. They say that one should not strike a smiling face. Yet Yua showed no mercy, sharply retorting, Brother Yun, Brother Zhimu, have you finished your chit-chat? It seems the hour is still early. Why don't you two continue your conversation a while longer? We can wait for you. Zhuoma chimed in, embellishing the moment. Exactly. There's still plenty of time. You may converse a bit longer. The princess can wait. Yun Feiyong and Zhimu were taken aback by Yua's lingering resentment. Yet they were reluctant to offend this somewhat capricious young princess. Yun Feiyong quickly responded, My dear, are you upset? Please don't be. Brother Zhimu and I merely stepped aside to bond a little. We thought you might not appreciate the matters of men, hence our retreat. If you wish to know, I can share our conversation with you. With a disdainful snort, Yua replied, No need. I have no interest in your trivial matters. Yet, Brother Yun, why do you deceive me? Deceive? From where does this notion arise? Yun Feiyong was taken aback and hastily inquired, My dear girl, do not speak recklessly. When have I ever deceived you? Wu Hua scoffed once more, turning her head aside and retorting, Humph, is that so? Did you not once tell me that you had not cultivated martial arts? Indeed, I have said so. That is the truth. A sudden unease gripped Yun Feiyong. He had not anticipated that Wu Hua would remember such a matter. Are you still deceiving me? If you had never practiced martial arts, how could you possibly be so formidable? How could you have slain the Beast King? Moreover, how could your injuries have healed so rapidly? The golden light that emanated from you was evident. It signifies that you were indeed channeling your energy to heal. Yes, Brother Yun, the princess speaks truthfully. As a dutiful maid, Zhuoma loyally aligned herself with Wu Hua. The inquiry posed by Wu Hua left Yun Feiyong at a loss. Only he was aware that he was speaking nothing but the truth. However, he found himself unable to articulate an explanation. If he revealed the truth, who would believe him? And if he attempted to explain, he was unsure where to begin, lost in a haze of confusion. This quandary indeed left Yun Feiyong speechless for a moment. At that juncture, Zhimu chimed in, Brother Yun, I too wish to understand what is happening. Just moments prior, Zhimu had held Yun Feiyong in high regard. But now he stood in solidarity with Wu Hua. The three of them stared intently at Yun Feiyong, awaiting his response. Yet, Yun Feiyong was utterly at a loss for words and chose silence, hoping to evade the situation. However, Wu Hua would not grant him the luxury of evasion. promptly cutting him off. Brother Yun, it is best for you to speak the truth. Do not attempt to obscure matters with silence. Wu Hua discerned Yun Feiyong's thoughts with clarity. In utter desperation, Yun Feiyong prepared to speak, ready to bear the burden of deceit. However, Zhemu unexpectedly interjected, inadvertently providing him with a semblance of relief. Brother Yun, I believe you are deliberately concealing your strength, hence the falsehoods, am I correct? A quiet laughter welled up within Yun Feiyong. He had not anticipated that Zhemu would devise such a clever excuse for him. Concealing one's prowess, indeed, that was a fitting explanation. Let them all believe that he feigned ignorance of martial cultivation to hide his true abilities. Such a notion would spare him from lying. Thus, Yun Feiyong shrugged noncommittally, neither affirming nor denying. Yet, his reaction led the trio to assume he tacitly accepted Zhemu's interpretation. Consequently, Wu Hua chimed in, Brother Yun, do you also wish to conceal your strength from me? That truly wounds my heart. Gently shaking his head, Yun Feiyong expressed his apologies to Wu Hua, but she was not prepared to let him off easily. Brother Yun, you have indeed hurt me. You led me to foolishly believe you were weak, making me willingly stay by your side, wishing to protect you. Yet, I find you so formidable. My actions now seem utterly laughable, akin to that of a clown. Upon hearing Wu Hua's words, a flicker of emotion stirred within Yun Feiyong. She had indeed treated him well. Although he spoke the truth, the unpredictable nature of reality had inadvertently caused her distress. Therefore, he sincerely addressed Wu Hua, My dear girl, it is I who has wronged you. With that, Yun Feiyong slightly bowed, using the gesture to convey his sincerity. Wu Hua finally relented, saying, Brother Yun, please do not deceive me again. Yun Feiyong chuckled, while Zhemu quietly gave him a thumbs up, their shared understanding known only to the two of them. At that moment, a member of the Wood clan loudly reported that the jaguar carcasses had been collected and they could return, shifting Yua's focus. Observing the towering pile of jaguar remains, Yun Feiyong inquired with curiosity, Do we need to carry the jaguar carcasses back? Yua, with a resigned expression, cast him a sideways glance and replied, Brother Yun, do not concern yourself with that. You will understand shortly. With that, Yua produced a bone flute from her waist and began to play it softly. Yun Feiyong, somewhat perplexed, chose not to ask further and waited in silence. Before long, the golden-eyed eagle he had previously encountered appeared suddenly above them, blotting out the sun. Realization dawned upon Yun Feiyong. Yua had summoned the eagle to transport the jaguar carcasses, thus sparing everyone considerable effort. However, he harbored some doubts. Could a single golden-eyed eagle truly carry away so many jaguar remains? The eagle circled in the sky, and after Yua played a few more notes, it let out a call and took flight. Yun Feiyong had an epiphany. The golden-eyed eagle was likely fetching reinforcements, suggesting that the Wood clan must command several of these majestic creatures. Just as the group, having narrowly escaped danger, prepared joyfully for their return home, a new disturbance arose in the forest. A scent far more potent than that of the accumulated jaguar carcasses wafted toward them, accompanied by a rustling sound that grew ever closer. Today, Yun Feiyong was no longer the same as he had been yesterday. He and Zhemu were the first to sense the anomaly in the woods, their expressions shifting in alarm. Yun Feiyong glanced at Zhemu, who nodded slightly, then called out urgently, Attention, there is a situation. Be ready for battle, and do not let your guard down. The jubilant members of the Wood clan momentarily failed to comprehend, looking at Zhemu with puzzled expressions, as if unsure of his meaning. Time was of the essence, and Yun Feiyong shouted, What are you waiting for? Quickly gather together. There is danger. At this, everyone snapped to attention, abandoning the jaguar carcasses to swiftly congregate. Yun Feiyong and Zhemu found themselves closest, and Zhemu asked, Brother Yun, do you sense it too? What do you believe it could be? Yun Feiyong nodded. There is a strong scent of blood, far more intense than that of the jaguar carcasses. Moreover, judging by the sounds, something approaches at great speed. Yua, accompanied by Zhuoma, stepped beside them, her expression one of confusion. Brother Yun, Brother Zhemu, what is happening? Before they could respond, Yua's expression shifted to one of alarm. I sense it too. There is indeed danger. As one of the few powerful individuals next to Zhemu, Yua was quick to notice the unusual situation, followed closely by the young Zhuoma, who also sensed something amiss. Gradually, the others began to feel the tension in the air, each sensing the impending threat. All stood poised, bracing themselves for the unknown perils that lay ahead. The sensation was one of suffocating dread, for none could fathom what lay ahead. This fear of the unknown was far more chilling than any visible threat. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. A violent rush of air reeking of decay assaulted the senses. Before the crowd, a colossal python materialized, its head held high, eyes glinting with fierce intent, fixated on the onlookers and the heaps of jaguar carcasses. The serpent appeared abruptly, its vibrant crimson skin adorned with sporadic dark spots, stretching nearly 5 yards in length. Yet, its girth was not particularly formidable, akin to that of a human leg. Entirely enveloped in tightly packed scales. Curiously, at a point slightly behind its crown, it boasted a pair of delicate wings reminiscent of butterfly wings, equally resplendent in crimson, ceaselessly fluttering as if eager to take flight. The python continuously flicked its scarlet tongue, its dark eyes radiating an ominous glow. Its tail lashed about, conjuring a chilling wind that swept towards the crowd. It seemed to emit a gurgling sound, as if it could vocalize. Gazing upon the creature, a name flickered in Yun Feiyong's mind, butterfly-winged crimson serpent. At that moment, he observed that, with the serpent's emergence, the expressions of everyone present, including Zhemu and Yua, had turned markedly grim. Yun Feiyong was perplexed. During the jaguar swarm's assault, there had been no such reaction, yet now, facing merely a python, they appeared transformed. Zhemu's demeanor was particularly striking. In the face of the jaguars, he had only shown slight tension, yet now, Yun Feiyong could clearly see worry, even fear, etched across his face. Zhemu feared. This was incomprehensible to Yun Feiyong. At that juncture, Yua, trembling slightly, uttered, "This is dire. It is indeed the butterfly-winged crimson serpent." Confounded, Yun Feiyong furrowed his brow and replied, "What is the fuss over a mere python? Why do you all appear so terrified? Is the butterfly-winged crimson serpent truly more formidable than the beast king snow leopard or a pack of jaguars?" Yua nodded, "Yes, and far more so. The beast king snow leopard remains a beast, but the butterfly-winged crimson serpent is a monster." Chapter 38. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent through the excavation of his memories. Yun Feiyong had gained a rudimentary understanding of the major races in this otherworldly realm. The human race required no elaboration, followed by the monster race, wherein creatures that cultivate to a certain level of refinement are termed monsters, capable of extraordinary feats. In terms of sheer numbers, avian, terrestrial, reptilian, and aquatic creatures constitute the largest populations in this world, inhabiting every corner. However, they generally possess limited intelligence, surviving primarily through instinct, with only a scant few capable of awakening their intellect to cultivate like humans. Conversely, the monster race is distinct. They are inherently endowed with human-like intelligence and talents, allowing them to continuously cultivate and ascend. Evaluating solely on aptitude, monsters are almost naturally inclined warriors, surpassing humans in superiority and capable of rapid advancement to lofty realms of power. Only the human race possesses rapid fertility and extraordinary intelligence, granting them an advantage in the struggle for dominance among species. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the demon race can transform into human form, whereas humans cannot assume other forms. This is the most significant distinction between the two. Among the demon race, there exist some peculiar beings known as wild demons, who, regardless of their cultivation level, are unable to take on human form. This inability to transform is a notable flaw of the. However, fate is equitable, for individuals often possess formidable combat prowess. Thus, despite their scarcity, hold considerable weight within the demon race, and the butterfly-winged crimson serpent before them is one such. Fortunately, Yun Feiyong observed that this butterfly-winged crimson serpent is merely of the lowest rank, its power not particularly formidable. Should the black spots upon its body shift to shades of purple, blue, gray, and white, or even become a uniform hue, its strength would undoubtedly reach terrifying extremes. Yet, Yun Feiyong could not ascertain the true destructive capability of the serpent before him, prompting him to inquire of Yua, "How does its strength compare to that of the Beast King?" Yua, still displaying signs of fear, replied, "The two are worlds apart. Compared to it, the Beast King, the snow leopard, could barely be considered a half-demon. Then, does this not render our situation exceedingly perilous?" Yun Feiyong pondered, taken aback. If such a formidable Beast King, the snow leopard, barely possessed half-demon strength, how powerful could this butterfly-winged crimson serpent truly be? Indeed, we are in grave danger. It is likely that all present will perish here, Yua affirmed with a nod. But why would such a fearsome serpent appear in this place? Did you not mention, my dear, that formidable beasts do not dwell in this region? Yet, not only have leopard packs emerged, but this serpent as well. Yun Feiyong expressed his confusion. "I do not know," Yua replied candidly. "The butterfly-winged crimson serpent has an inherent nature that draws it to the scent of blood. It is likely attracted by the bloody aroma emanating from the carcasses of the leopards." Zhemu assisted Yua by responding to Yun Feiyong's query, alleviating some of his confusion. Zhemu then addressed everyone. You all see before us the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, and you are aware of its strength. Now, heed my command. During the battle, everyone must exert their utmost power, for failure to do so will inevitably lead to our demise. After a brief pause, Zhemu continued, once the battle commences, ensure the princess is protected at all costs, even if it means sacrificing your lives. He then turned to Yun Feiyong, saying, Brother Yun, you possess great strength. We shall hold the serpent at bay while you escort the princess to safety. With that, Zhemu brandished his blade and stepped forward, positioning himself directly before the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. However, the serpent clearly comprehended Zhemu's words, its fierce eyes betraying a hint of disdain. In its perception, these individuals were mere lambs to the slaughter, delectable morsels, unworthy of any resistance. Upon hearing the words of Zhemu, Yun Feiyong felt a surge of emotion within him. Gazing at Zhemu's back, he came to a renewed understanding of this valiant man. Although fear still lingered on Zhemu's face, he resolutely stepped to the front, confronting the serpent demon with unwavering determination as he brandished his weapon. Zhemu's words and actions profoundly stirred Yun Feiyong, igniting a fervor within him. At the prime of his youth, filled with passionate resolve, he clenched his fists, eager to join his comrades in battle. In that moment, Yuwa also declined Zhemu's goodwill, declaring, Brother Zhemu, I shall not depart. I wish to fight alongside everyone. Upon learning of Yuwa's sentiments, Yun Feiyong chuckled, Brother Zhemu, do you believe the serpent demon will allow any of us to leave unscathed? I reckon we must unite as one, for only in solidarity can we weather this crisis. Otherwise, we shall be picked off one by one. He continued, in my homeland, there is a saying I cherish, though we may not share the same birth date. May we meet our end together. Brother Zhemu, let us fight with all our might, embracing life and death together. Even in demise, I shall tear a piece from it. Yun Feiyong had resolved to face the impending peril alongside all, confronting death with unwavering resolve. The phrase together in life and death ignited a fervor in everyone, lifting their spirits. Yuwa and Zhuoma gazed at Yun Feiyong with admiration, starry-eyed. Zhemu, the most straightforward among them, bellowed, Good brother. Let us test the true strength of this butterfly-winged crimson serpent. Perhaps the serpent's intent mirrored Yun Feiyong's words, seeking to dismantle them one by one. Hence its reluctance to launch a direct assault. Yet now, galvanized by Yun Feiyong's rallying cry, the group stood united, their collective resolve seemingly provoking the beast. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent coiled its body and opened its massive jaws, swiftly snapping up the corpse of a fallen member of the Wood clan. A sharp crack echoed through the air as blood spurted forth, the body cleaved in two. The unfortunate Wood clan member, already a victim of the Beast King, the Snow Leopard, now faced a gruesome fate at the hands of the serpent. Zhemu's eyes blazed with fury as he leapt high, wielding his long knife and aimed a powerful strike at the serpent's head. However, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent showed no signs of evasion, brazenly enduring the blow. The sound of Zhemu's blade clashing against the serpent's scales rang out like the clash of metal. Yet, his furious strike left only faint marks upon the serpent's tough hide. Yun Feiyong narrowed his eyes, contemplating, is this the might of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent? Even the formidable Zhemu cannot breach its scales. Then, the serpent whipped its head back, retaliating with a forceful strike to Zhemu's chest, sending him hurtling away as he rolled several times across the ground. The others, rallying their spirits, shouted as they brandished their weapons, rushing to besiege the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, while those armed with bows and arrows unleashed a volley of arrows toward the beast. The butterfly-winged scarlet serpent, after enduring a combined assault from the crowd, writhed its body and swiftly extricated itself from the encirclement. It then lashed out with its elongated tail, executing a sweeping motion that sent the foremost attackers flying effortlessly. Blood gushed forth as those few were grievously wounded, and they experienced firsthand the formidable might of the serpent. This initial onslaught marked the commencement of a fierce battle, with all the Wood clan warriors exerting their utmost in a fervent assault. The injured Zhemu, propelled far away, roared with rage and charged back into the fray, emboldened by fury. The severely wounded members of the Wood clan gritted their teeth and rose once more, determined to continue their fight against the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent. This clash between humans and serpent was brutal and tragic, with casualties mounting, yet warriors rising to face their foe again and again. The clang of metal echoed continuously, and blood flowed freely as the Wood clan warriors were tossed about like petals in the wind by the relentless serpent. Standing aloof, Yun Feiyong could no longer restrain himself. He was unwilling to watch others bleed in battle while he remained idle. He knew that if his comrades were overwhelmed and fell to the serpent, he too would face a similar fate. Despite lacking combat experience, he had gleaned various ambush techniques from films and dramas. Seizing the moment when the serpent's attention was diverted, he stealthily approached and struck with precision during an opening in its defense. For Yun Feiyong, this was a rare opportunity to engage the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent, and he poured all his strength into this attack. Even more potent than his previous strike against the Beast King, the familiar yet foreign golden light flickered as his fists connected with the serpent's form. Regrettably, the blow that had once felled the snow leopard Beast King failed to inflict any harm on the serpent, instead inciting its wrath. The serpent abruptly swung its head, catching Yun Feiyong off guard and sending him crashing into a large tree. In that moment, he felt as though his entire body might shatter. Every nerve ending sent waves of acute pain coursing through him. Particularly intense was the agony in his chest where the serpent had struck, and in his back, where he collided with the tree, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, Yun Feiyong's unexpected assault did not go entirely without effect. After flinging him away, the serpent let out a piercing shriek, its crimson tongue flickering ominously as it advanced menacingly toward him, seemingly intent on eliminating him first. The butterfly-winged scarlet serpent moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Yun Feiyong in an instant, its massive jaws poised to snap down upon him. At that critical moment, a swift arrow struck, deflecting its head slightly to the side, allowing Yun Feiyong to roll away just in time, evading the serpent's deadly bite. This arrow, of course, had been shot by Yua, who had been keeping a portion of her attention on Yun Feiyong. Without hesitation, as soon as she sensed his peril, she unleashed a fierce arrow, saving him from the brink of death. Enduring excruciating pain, Yun Feiyong temporarily evaded danger, yet was overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation. Had Yua's lethal arrow been delayed by even a fraction of a second, his demise would have been inevitable. At this moment, he acutely understood the formidable strength of the serpent demon, whose ferocity was unparalleled. Chapter 39. The ferocious serpent demon distracted by the arrow. What was once a meal prepared for the pot, Yun Feiyong managed to escape, inciting the wrath of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. It let out a furious roar, baring its fangs, and relentlessly pursued Yun Feiyong, plunging him once more into a life-threatening crisis. With no time to strike back and fully aware of his limited power to inflict any harm on the creature, Yun Feiyong utilized every ounce of strength he possessed to evade the serpent. Yet, his efforts proved futile. Perhaps fate was unwilling to allow Yun Feiyong to fall so easily. At this critical juncture, Zemu, wielding a long blade, arrived by his side. With a swift swing, Zemu struck the serpent on its forehead, momentarily halting its advance and providing Yun Feiyong a fleeting chance to escape the jaws of death. However, although Yun Feiyong had evaded peril, Zemu now stood exposed before the serpent, facing his own life-threatening predicament. Having narrowly escaped, Yun Feiyong could not bear to see Zemu endangered for his sake. Without hesitation, he returned to Zemu's side, and together they confronted the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. Zemu, seeing Yun Feiyong's return, urgently shouted, "Brother Yun, why have you come back? You must flee. Quickly, Brother Zemu, I cannot stand by and watch you face danger for my sake. I am not that heartless. Let us confront this vicious beast together, united in life and death. Even if we perish, it is far better than living on alone, burdened by guilt. United in purpose." Zemu and Yun Feiyong forged a bond of life and death through their brief exchange. The two formidable warriors joined forces against the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, with Zemu wielding his blade and Yun Feiyong throwing punches, creating a stirring ballad of heroism. The winds howled coldly, the waters of the Ishui froze, the valiant departed, never to return. In that moment, Zemu and Yun Feiyong had already forsaken their lives, intent only on inflicting harm upon the serpent, even if but a fraction. From a distance, Yua clearly discerned their intentions, her eyes brimming with tears. In her heart, Yun Feiyong and Zemu appeared as towering figures, embodying strength and valor. These two men, with their unwavering resolve, gently stirred the depths of Yua's heart, evoking a torrent of emotions that brought forth her tears. She silently murmured, "Brother Yun. Brother Zemu, you must survive. Live well. I believe in you." The butterfly-winged crimson serpent seemed equally unwilling to allow the two to engage in prolonged communication or proximity. With disdain, it gazed upon the two insignificant figures before it and unleashed all its might in a thunderous strike, its formidable tail sweeping towards them. The strongest among this group, facing the impending onslaught, Zemu and Yun Feiyong simultaneously launched their most incisive counterattack with blade and fists. Yet, they found themselves outmatched. against the ferocious butterfly-winged crimson serpent. Both were gravely wounded, bloodied, and thrown aside. At this moment, the sky suddenly became darkened as a multitude of birds gathered, obscuring the sun's light. Yun Feiyong gazed upward and realized that it was the azure-eyed golden eagle summoned by Yuwawa, returning to transport the carcass of the jaguar. Moreover, it was not alone. A flock of azure-eyed golden eagles accompanied it, varying in size. The group circled overhead, generating a whirlwind that rustled the leaves incessantly, catching the attention of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent. Upon witnessing the arrival of the azure-eyed golden eagles, Yuwawa's face brightened with joy. She immediately exerted herself to blow the bone flute, orchestrating the aerial assault of the golden eagles. Under her command, the golden eagles unfurled their massive talons and dove down, launching an attack on the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent. Although the serpent was colossal, the golden eagles were formidable in number, and soon the butterfly-winged serpent found itself encircled. In this chaotic scenario, everyone was compelled to cease their actions and momentarily withdraw from the fray. The entry of the azure-eyed golden eagles significantly enlarged the battlefield, prompting the onlookers to retreat further. Gradually, they congregated, their eyes fixed intently on the clash between the serpent and the eagles, hoping fervently for a victory for the golden eagles. At this juncture, the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent was entirely enveloped by the azure-eyed golden eagles, rendering it invisible to the spectators, who could only hear its hissing mingling with the calls of the eagles. Yun Feiyong, observing the spectacle, inquired, "Do you think the golden eagles can prevail?" Yuwawa understood his concern, responding with a shake of her head, "Brother Yun, I cannot say. Though numerous and powerful, like the jaguar, they are beasts, not demons." The disparity in strength between beasts and demons is starkly evident, as illustrated by the Beast King, the snow leopard, and the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent. Yun Feiyong's expression turned grave as he pressed further. In comparison to the Beast King, how does this group of azure-eyed golden eagles fare? This time, it was Zhimu who addressed Yun Feiyong's query, stating, "In my estimation, the strongest among the golden eagles would barely stand a chance against the Beast King. The others fall short and do not belong to the same echelon." Zhimu's words filled Yun Feiyong with a sense of resignation. If even the strongest golden eagle lacked the prowess to match the Beast King, how could it possibly triumph over the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent? He was acutely aware that a single punch from him could shatter the head of a Beast King, yet it would inflict no harm upon the serpent. However, at this moment, Yun Feiyong found himself bereft of alternatives, left to place his hopes on the azure-eyed golden eagles for a potential victory. Thus, like the others, he anxiously watched the battlefield, yearning for the golden eagles to emerge triumphant. The multitude of azure-eyed golden eagles, darkening the sky as they coordinated their assault, forced the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent into a state of frantic defense. Nevertheless, due to the eagle's aerial advantage, the serpent, despite several attempts to retaliate, failed to inflict significant damage on even a single golden eagle. After a while, the attacks were still ineffective, and the butterfly-winged crimson snake let out a roar. Clearly enraged, it was a demon, a formidable beast, and it could not tolerate a flock of feeble birds soaring above it while incessantly taunting it. The butterfly-winged crimson snake raised its head and emitted a fierce cry as the pair of butterfly wings atop its head began to tremble rapidly. Soon, a faint crimson glow enveloped its body, and it gradually lifted off the ground, soaring into the air like the azure-eyed golden eagle. This scene filled Yun Feiyong with trepidation. He had not anticipated that the butterfly-winged crimson snake could fly, albeit briefly. However, this single maneuver shattered the advantage of the azure-eyed golden eagles in an instant, rendering it non-existent. Indeed, at the moment the butterfly-winged crimson snake ascended, a slightly slower azure-eyed golden eagle was caught in its massive jaws. With a powerful bite, the unfortunate eagle did not even have time to struggle before its head was brutally torn off. Blood spurted forth, and the ill-fated eagle plummeted to the ground, flapping its wings weakly a few times before succumbing to its fate. In the blink of an eye, a once vibrant azure-eyed golden eagle met its demise in the jaws of the butterfly-winged crimson snake. Evidently unsatisfied with such a result, the butterfly-winged crimson snake sought further carnage. It swung its tail, ensnaring a nearby large tree. With a flash of blood-red brilliance, the entire tree was uprooted, and it swept the massive trunk towards the flock of azure-eyed golden eagles. The sudden surge in power from the butterfly-winged crimson snake caught the eagles off guard. Two unfortunate eagles were struck by the tree, feathers scattering as they fell, crying out in despair before they could no longer rise. Displaying its true might, the butterfly-winged crimson snake wrought havoc in mere moments, resulting in the demise of one eagle and injuring two others. At that moment, Yun Feiyong experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that during the previous skirmish, the butterfly-winged crimson snake had not exerted its full strength. It had merely been toying with them. What he witnessed now was the true manifestation of the butterfly-winged crimson snake's power, a serious engagement in battle. Had it not played with them from the outset and unleashed its full might from the beginning, Yun Feiyong wondered if they would have even survived long enough to witness the arrival of the azure-eyed golden eagles, and how many lives had already been lost among them. Seeing such a dire outcome, Yuo exclaimed, "This is disastrous. The butterfly-winged crimson snake is far too powerful. The azure-eyed golden eagles stand no chance." As Yuo had foreseen, the entire flock of azure-eyed golden eagles, shaken by the devastation wrought by the butterfly-winged crimson snake, was clearly frightened. Lacking intelligence, they relied heavily on instinct in battle. When faced with danger, their instinct compelled them to retreat without hesitation. Unlike humans, who might maintain composure in the face of peril, wild beasts only think of fleeing when threatened. After being startled, the entire flock of azure-eyed golden eagles took to the skies, flapping their wings vigorously as they distanced themselves from the butterfly-winged crimson snake. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent soared through the air, its head held high as it emitted a piercing cry, seemingly mocking the frailty of the azure-eyed golden eagle while exuding the pride of a victor. At that moment, Zhimo, standing beside Yun Feiyong, suddenly dashed towards the butterfly-winged crimson serpent without a hint of hesitation, prompting Yun Feiyong to swiftly follow suit. Behind them, Wu Hua shouted, "Brother Yun. Brother Zhimu, what are you doing? It's dangerous, come back." However, neither Yun Feiyong nor Zhimu heeded Wu Hua's warning before anyone else could react. And while the serpent still held its head aloft, they launched their assault. Zhimu's long blade pierced upward with force, striking the serpent's abdomen. Despite the serpent being a formidable creature, it belonged to the class of snakes. Its scales, while resilient and not easily harmed, left its abdomen as its most vulnerable spot. And in that moment of unawareness, Zhimu's blade found its mark. The sudden injury to its abdomen elicited a thunderous roar from the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, which writhed violently, throwing both Zhimu and his weapon aside. The massive tree ensnared by its tail was discarded, crashing to the ground and causing the earth to tremble. Chapter 40. The battle of serpent and eagle, as the saying goes, strike a snake at its vital point. When the spine of a serpent is injured, the spinal cord it protects suffers grave harm, obstructing the pathways between the central nervous system and the rest of the body. The closer the injury is to the head, the greater the impact. Yun Feiyong keenly observed that, proportionate to the serpent's length, the location of Zhimu's strike was indeed near its vital point. The once mighty butterfly-winged crimson serpent, unexpectedly pierced by Zhimu, was now reeling from the blow. The onlookers, who had been observing Zhimu and Yun Feiyong from the outset, erupted in cheers upon witnessing the powerful serpent finally sustain a serious injury. Zhoma could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, Princess, Zhimu the captain has wounded it. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent is hurt." The worry etched on Wu Hua's face dissipated significantly, his eyes shining with admiration as he murmured, "Brother Zhimu is truly remarkable." Yet, all present underestimated the serpent's ferocity. Despite its grievous wound, it continued to twist in the air, showing no signs of descending. In addition to casting Zhimu aside, it hurled the tree down, creating a deep crater upon impact. In its fury, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent lowered its head, its gaze fixed on the now distant Zhimu, as if seeking to annihilate the insignificant creature that had dared to inflict pain upon it. Unbeknownst to it, Yun Feiyong, who had closely followed Zhimu, was positioned directly beneath its abdomen. Heaven knows what thoughts coursed through Yun Feiyong's mind, but he executed an unexpected move that caught everyone off guard. He leapt high beneath the soaring butterfly-winged crimson serpent, propelling himself upward with all his might, his hands plunging directly into the wound created by Zhimu. Perhaps this position was deliberately chosen, for how else could his hands have landed precisely within the serpent's injury? Nonetheless, his audacious action caused the serpent to writhe in agony, abandoning its fixation on Zhimu as it continued to thrash its massive body. It seems that the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent intended to rely on its twisting motion to fling Yun Feiyong off like a mere ragdoll. However, Yun Feiyong was acutely aware of its intentions, gripping tightly to the exposed flesh at his wound, resolutely refusing to let go. Thus, a rather bizarre scene unfolded. The enormous body of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent danced in midair, its abdomen burdened by the diminutive figure of Yun Feiyong. This spectacle left everyone momentarily dumbfounded, their minds perplexed as to Yun Feiyong's true intentions. Yuhua, in a daze, turned to Zhuoma and asked, Zhuoma, can you analyze what Brother Yun is trying to accomplish? What can he achieve by doing this? Zhuoma, shaking her head in resignation, replied, Princess, I am equally baffled. Brother Yun's actions are truly peculiar. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhimu, having been flung aside by the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent but unharmed, stood up only to see Yun Feiyong dangling beneath the serpent's belly. He could not help but shout, Brother Yun, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Let go and get away from it. Yet, Yun Feiyong seemed oblivious to Zhimu's words, showing no intention of releasing his grip. In truth, it was not that he could not hear Zhimu, but rather that he could not afford to let go. He understood that even a slight loosening of his hold would result in being violently cast away by the serpent, leading him to face its wrath, a prospect that filled him with dread, as he had no confidence in his ability to withstand the fury of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent alone. Seeing Yun Feiyong's steadfastness, Zhimu brandished his long knife, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the soaring butterfly-winged scarlet serpent suddenly let out a heartbreaking howl, as if engulfed in excruciating pain, causing Zhimu to hesitate momentarily. Then, he witnessed a grisly sight. Yun Feiyong, with both hands, forcefully tore open the serpent's previously modest wound, ripping it wide. The serpent's blood cascaded down like a torrent, as though it had been abandoned. Accompanying this was Yun Feiyong's furious roar, Beast, I vowed that even in death, I would rip a piece of flesh from you. To rend a serpent demon with bare hands was already a fiercely brutal and terrifying act, and combined with the gushing blood, Yua and Zhuoma from a distance found it increasingly difficult to bear. No one had anticipated that the usually refined and amiable Yun Feiyong could be so merciless in his frenzy. Even Zhimu wore an expression of disbelief. Yua muttered repeatedly, Heavens! What has happened? Is this still the Brother Yun I know? Zhuoma, her face pale with fear, remarked, Brother Yun, this is far too cruel. Even more so than our own people. However, despite the horrific scene before them, the words shouted by Yun Feiyong imbued everyone with a sense of something different. Considering the perilous situation he faced and the meaning behind his words, his figure suddenly appeared much more imposing. In the heat of battle, where life and death hung in the balance, it was a matter of either you or me, whether with hands or teeth. As long as one could fiercely bite down on the enemy's flesh, it was entirely justified. Contemplating this, the figure of Yun Feiyong took on an air of tragic valor. Zhuoma, in a daze, murmured with admiration, Wow, at this moment, Brother Yun truly looks magnificent. The wound of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent was brutally torn open by Yun Feiyong's hands, intensifying its agony, causing its body to writhe even more violently. Yet, Yun Feiyong did not relent, firmly gripping the flesh of the serpent as it thrashed. The serpent's mournful cries echoed, its body twisting incessantly. But Yun Feiyong held on with unwavering determination. Perhaps it was the scent of blood that provoked him, or perhaps the primal instincts lurking deep within him were awakened. He let out a fierce roar, exerting his strength once more, tearing at the wound of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent again. This time, unlike before, the onlookers were caught off guard, unaware of the impending event until it transpired. As Yun Feiyong exerted his force, they recognized the sound akin to fabric tearing, reverberating in their ears. The original wound, barely a foot in length, had astonishingly expanded to nearly 6 feet after Yun Feiyong's 2 brutal renditions. The serpent's blood gushed forth, splattering across Yun Feiyong's face and his camouflage attire. Ultimately, after a decisive strike and 2 savage tears, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent could no longer sustain its flight, its colossal form plummeting to the ground. Nevertheless, even upon hitting the earth, the serpent continued to thrash, its movements becoming even more frantic. As the serpent fell, Yun Feiyong followed suit, landing amidst the tumultuous rolling, yet he steadfastly refused to release his grip, leaving no one able to fathom his intentions. In the background, Yua shouted desperately, Brother Yun, let go. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent is finished. Yet, Yun Feiyong remained unmoved. In fact, the strength in his grasp intensified. His body rolled on the ground alongside the serpent, a relentless cycle of tumult. At that moment, Yua, unable to dissuade Yun Feiyong, raised her longbow and rushed towards the entangled pair, seemingly intent on assisting him. Observing Yua's actions, the others began to react, following her in haste. They all wished to aid Yun Feiyong, yet the entwined struggle with the serpent instilled fear in them to act recklessly. To intervene might inadvertently harm Yun Feiyong, while hesitating left them witnessing his peril, creating a dilemma for everyone involved. Perhaps due to its inability to shake off Yun Feiyong, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, in its torment, altered its strategy, writhing its massive body, It coiled tightly around Yun Feiyong, seemingly intent on using this method to eliminate the detested pest. This shift placed Yun Feiyong in a perilous predicament, prompting all to silently think. See, this is what happens when you refuse to let go. Now you are in danger. In truth, it was not that Yun Feiyong was unwilling to release his grip. Rather, as the blood splattered across his face, his mind had already succumbed to a void of thought. The blood of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent emitted a distinctly pungent odor, which splattered across Yun Feiyong's face, overwhelming his senses and momentarily clouding his thoughts. All that occupied his mind was the determination to not let go. He was resolute in tearing a piece of flesh from the serpent. Yun Feiyong's body was ensnared tightly by the serpent, rendering any attempts from others to assist him futile. Zhemu swung his blade at the serpent, but inflicted no harm. For his strike landed upon the serpent's spine, where the scales were impenetrably hard, in stark contrast to the softness of its underbelly that could be pierced with ease. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent constricted Yun Feiyong's body below the neck, applying relentless pressure. The onlookers could almost hear the creaking of his body, as if his demise was imminent. The excruciating pain finally jolted Yun Feiyong into a semblance of clarity, prompting him to engage in an utterly reckless act. He turned his head and sank his teeth into the serpent's flesh, a spot conveniently close to his head. Who could fathom Yun Feiyong's intentions? As he bit into the serpent's bloodied flesh, the acrid liquid rushed down his throat, and astonishingly, he swallowed it whole. The first gulp of the serpent's blood was merely the beginning. He found himself unable to cease. He ravenously consumed the surging blood and fragmented meat of the serpent, as if he had suddenly discovered the most exquisite delicacy in existence, and he was loath to relinquish it. Yun Feiyong had never realized he possessed such an insatiable appetite. He was acutely aware that he had ingested an excessive amount of serpent's blood, yet his stomach bore no discomfort, compelling him to continue his frenzied indulgence. The flavor of the serpent's blood was something he did not take the time to savor. Rather, he mechanically continued to gulp down the serpent's flesh, his throat working tirelessly. Chapter 41. Rending the demon's body. In this moment, Yun Feiyong instilled a renewed sense of fear in everyone present. His primal act of devouring raw serpent flesh and blood sent shivers down their spines. In terror, Yua involuntarily stepped back, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, what are you doing?" Yun Feiyong paid no heed to Yua, lost in his bestial actions and the overwhelming bloodlust that consumed him. Each individual harbors a latent ferocity, and Yun Feiyong's was ignited, rendering him oblivious to the reactions of those around him. The butterfly-winged crimson serpent, massive in size, initially underestimated Yun Feiyong. However, as time passed, and he continued his relentless consumption, fear began to seep into its eyes. It thrashed violently, gradually loosening its grip on Yun Feiyong, perhaps in the hope of escaping the source of its growing terror. Yet, as if entranced and mad, Yun Feiyong, having attained complete freedom, continued to devour. In the beginning, as the sanguine liquid coursed into his mouth, Yun Feiyong felt a searing pain in his throat, akin to being scorched. The blood of the butterfly-winged red serpent was hot and boiling, like an explosive eruption of lava, threatening to engulf him, yet he did not flinch. Enduring the burning sensation, he swallowed the first mouthful of blood without hesitation, consuming it entirely. Soon after, a similar wave of pain surged within his abdomen, a fiery torment that pierced deep into his mind with alarming clarity. Having undergone a series of tribulations, Yun Feiyong's heart had become resolute, unyielding to any force. The wounds and agony only ignited within him an indomitable spirit, a primal desire that refused to bow or retreat. Do you wish for me to relent? Not a chance. Do you desire me to cease my consumption? Absolutely not. You consider yourself powerful, do you not? You see us as mere playthings, do you? I shall see whether your beastly blood is more abundant than my capacity to endure. These were the final yet profound thoughts that echoed in Yun Feiyong's mind at the brink of life and death. Ever since he was forcefully brought into this world, an unspoken rage had simmered deep within him, wild and frenzied. He yearned to rebel, to refuse, yet he found himself powerless, incapable of altering his fate or choosing his path. He harbored resentment towards the heavens for their unfairness, loathed the earth for its inequity, and felt deep animosity towards the individual who had forcibly brought him and Lu Xian to this place. He perceived himself as an ant, a creature at the mercy of others, akin to meat on a cutting board, compelled to tread the path dictated by others. His heart brimmed with frustration and resentment. He longed for freedom, for home, yet felt utterly helpless. Thus, he buried this fury deep within, until this very moment when it could no longer be contained. The repeated mockery by the butterfly-winged red serpent, coupled with the constant peril to his life, ignited the inferno of anger within him. Like a volcano erupting, it obliterated all in its path. His fury consumed him, boiled his blood, leaving only raw desire. With blood surging and anger ablaze, Yun Feiyong wielded the flames of his spirit, yearning to incinerate all worldly matters, to reduce the universe to ashes. He allowed the flames of his wrath to burn unabated, scorching the heavens and the earth, leaving only a choice. Either you perish, or I do. The unfortunate butterfly-winged red serpent, having unwittingly crossed paths with his fury, became the target for Yun Feiyong's unrestrained outpouring of rage, the perfect fuel for his silent inferno. The blood of the butterfly-winged red serpent surged forth, acting as the finest catalyst, intensifying the flames of his wrath. The inferno, unabated, consumed everything in its wake, draining the serpent's blood and ceaselessly extinguishing its vibrant life force. Yun Feiyong continued to devour, spiraling into madness, engaging in a final struggle for survival against the butterfly-winged red serpent. At long last, the formidable butterfly-winged crimson serpent began to tremble with terror, its eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. Blood seeped away gradually, vitality waning with each passing moment, as its once tranquil heart stirred into a tempest. In a desperate bid to escape Yun Feiyong's grasp, it thrashed violently, accompanied by agonizing shrieks and terrifying wails. Yet, at this juncture, Yun Feiyong would not easily relent. His hands plunged deeply into the serpent's flesh with unyielding resolve. I shall ensure your demise. I shall reduce you to ashes. I shall demonstrate that even the smallest of creatures can wreak havoc upon the heavens. Clinging to his singular aspiration, Yun Feiyong swore not to let go, wagering his very life in a final, frenzied struggle against the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. Amidst the serpent's relentless writhing, despite being grievously injured and racked with pain, Yun Feiyong gritted his teeth, persisting in his last stand. Staking his dignity as a man, even if he had but a single breath remaining, he was determined to annihilate his formidable foe, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. His entire being was drenched in the serpent's blood, enveloped in a ghastly crimson hue that exuded a repugnant odor. A thin veil of golden light enveloped his form, and his breath grew erratic, causing those nearby to take note of the palpable shift in the atmosphere. His wildness, his madness, his frenzied state had instilled a profound fear in the onlooking members of the Wood clan. Their eyes were fixated on him, every subtle change in his demeanor laid bare before them. It was evident to all that Yun Feiyong was in a state of disarray, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. With a face full of concern, Yue lamented, "Brother Yun, what has happened to you? What is going on?" No one could provide an answer to Yue's query, not even Yun Feiyong himself, as he was ensnared in a surreal limbo, caught between dreams and wakefulness. His consciousness was already in disarray, and had it not been for the singular thought sustaining him, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhemu, having joined the group, spoke gravely. Brother Yun's current state is exceedingly troubling, profoundly perilous. Yue was struck with alarm, grasping Zhemu's arm. "Brother Zhemu, you must help Brother Yun, otherwise he will perish." Observing the blend of concern and urgency in Yue's expression, Zhemu shook his head in resignation, sighing, "I am powerless." Indeed, Zhemu spoke the truth. Yun Feiyong's condition stemmed entirely from within, and outsiders could offer no semblance of assistance. Moreover, entangled with the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, the others could not approach, let alone provide help. In the pursuit of martial cultivation, one often experiences various energetic phenomena, most of which are within normal expectations, though some may be rather improper. The latter typically lasts but a short duration, dissipating quickly with appropriate adjustment. Yet, if not corrected in a timely manner, it may persist, gradually leading to enduring physical and mental anomalies. These varying degrees of psychosomatic disturbances are what one might refer to as losing oneself to madness. At this moment, Yun Feiyong's condition, in the eyes of all, could only be interpreted as a descent into madness. Such a state is perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to a reversal of vital energy, resulting in damage to the fine nerves and meridians. In severe cases, it could cause one to spit blood, suffer paralysis, or even lose all powers and face death. Only through timely correction might one hope to recover and resume their cultivation. To those observing, it was inconceivable that anything other than madness could account for Yun Feiyong's current state. However, the cause of such madness typically lies within oneself. Outsiders could only assist if they were close, yet the circumstances did not permit this. Despite their profound concern, Wu Hua could only murmur, "Brother Yun, please, do not come to harm." Others shared Wu Hua's apprehension, for Yun Feiyong had once saved their lives. Moreover, his struggle with the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent had effectively halted its rampage, thus preserving their lives once more. At that moment, a new wave of turmoil erupted in the arena. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss and depleting strength, the writhing form of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent began to slow. Although it continued to twist, the intensity had markedly diminished, and it could no longer toss Yun Feiyong about. Finally, Yun Feiyong released his relentless grip and bellowed, "Beast, why do you not continue to writhe? Are you not formidable? Have you surrendered now? Let me tell you, it is too late. Today, it is either you who dies or I who perishes." On the surface, Yun Feiyong appeared to have regained his senses. Otherwise, how could he articulate such rational thoughts? Yet, keen observers noted that his eyes were awash with crimson, and his state remained unchanged from before. In a fit of rage, Yun Feiyong's hands glowed with a golden radiance, and with renewed vigor, he tore open the wound of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent a third time. The serpent's eyes were now completely filled with terror. Its psychological defenses had been utterly breached by the frenzied Yun Feiyong. However, Yun Feiyong had no intention of letting it escape unscathed. He thrust his right hand deep into the wound, extracting one of the serpent's internal organs. To the astonishment of all, it was the serpent's gallbladder. Not particularly large and dripping with blood, Yun Feiyong clearly recognized it and laughed maniacally. "Huh? Beast, is this your gall? Today, before your very eyes, I shall consume it whole." With that, he devoured the gallbladder raw. Yun Feiyong's actions, frenzied and mad, extinguished the last flicker of hope for the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent, inciting it to unleash a final, desperate fury. Once on the brink of death, the serpent now thrashed wildly, still clutching Yun Feiyong. Yet, its strength had diminished significantly. It could no longer shake off Yun Feiyong as it had before. The two were tossed about in a chaotic dance, yet Yun Feiyong refused to relinquish his hold. Amidst the tumult, he laughed heartily, liberating the pent-up rage within him without restraint. His fervor still surged, and his wrath continued to blaze. Chapter 42, Madly Enchanted. Before the crowd, the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent made its final, desperate struggle, while Yun Feiyong laughed maniacally, the disparity between them starkly evident. Yun Feiyong, in his madness, and the scarlet serpent, in its frenzy, engaged in a contest of will, with Yun Feiyong ultimately gaining the upper hand. Alone, he embraced his madness, wielding his flesh and blood, barehanded, and spiritually vanquished the demonic creature. The wound on the abdomen of the scarlet serpent, after Yun Feiyong had torn through it thrice with his bare hands, reached a horrifying length of 10 feet. Such a grievous injury would have brought any ordinary beast to its demise. Yet, as a creature of the wild, the scarlet serpent continued to fight with all its might. The struggle persisted between man and demon, both unwilling to relinquish the prospect of victory, however minuscule. Though the scarlet serpent expended its formidable vitality, Yun Feiyong too was depleting his own life force amidst this frenzy. The demon's blood gushed forth, saturating the earth in a crimson hue, while a foul stench gradually permeated the air, drifting far and wide. At last, the scarlet serpent could no longer thrash about, resigned to the ground, writhing in its last throes, as if it had reached the final moment of its existence. In this fleeting time, Yun Feiyong finally released his grip. The imprint of his palm was faintly visible on the flesh of the scarlet serpent. In its dying moments, the serpent's eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions: despondency, fear, sorrow, malice, regret, and a sense of loss. Among these myriad feelings, regret and fear predominated. Had it not initially withheld its full strength, the spectators would not have survived to be rescued by the golden-eyed eagle. Had it not succumbed to hubris after defeating the eagle, it would not have been wounded by Zemu. Had it not underestimated Yun Feiyong, it would not have fallen to his hand. Through a series of coincidences and unforeseen events, Yun Feiyong inflicted grievous wounds upon the scarlet serpent. In his frenzied zeal, he gradually magnified his triumph until only the barely breathing serpent remained, regretfully lying there. The scarlet serpent lamented its underestimation of these humans, particularly of Yun Feiyong, which led to its current fate. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Time cannot be reversed, and the serpent could only reap the bitter fruits of its actions. Yun Feiyong, with bloodied hands, wiped the crimson from his face, revealing a cold expression for all to witness. This visage, paired with his blood-red eyes, exuded an extraordinary and unique allure. The scarlet serpent continued to struggle, but Yun Feiyong did not relent. He plunged his hand once more into its wound. The injury, already perilously close to its head, had been torn further down to the jawline by Yun Feiyong's relentless assault. Thus, with a deft motion, Yun Feiyong's hand effortlessly penetrated the form of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, driving straight into its head. After a moment of exploration, the serpent let out a mournful cry, and only then did he withdraw his palm, bringing forth an object from within. It was a circular orb, resplendent in fiery red hues, exuding a gentle warmth and a hint of heat. The instant Yun Feiyong extracted this orb, a subtle fragrance permeated the air, mingling with the lingering scent of blood. As he drew the orb from the serpent's mind, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent thrashed violently, emitting continuous shrieks. It appeared that the item Yun Feiyong had retrieved was its most vital possession, something it desperately yearned for, even if it meant fighting to the bitter end. However, the serpent's injuries were far too grave. It had lost the strength to continue the struggle and could only watch helplessly as Yun Feiyong toyed with the orb. Ultimately, sorrow and boundless despair filled its eyes, and it could no longer muster a cry. After a few more futile struggles, the massive form of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent lay still, evidently lifeless. The onlookers nearby rejoiced at the demise of the serpent, collectively exclaiming how wonderful it felt to have once again escaped death. At that moment, Yun Feiyong unexpectedly swallowed the red orb, seemingly indifferent to its nature. The urge to consume was overpowering. Otherwise, how could he have engaged in such an astonishing act? Meanwhile, Wu Hua, witnessing Yun Feiyong's actions, shouted, "Brother Yun, that is the demon core of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. You cannot consume it directly. The demon core is an inner essence formed by the gathering of spiritual energy through the cultivation of demon creatures, somewhat akin to the dantians cultivated by humans, yet distinct. If a human's dantian shatters, it results only in the loss of cultivation, not life. However, if a demon's core is destroyed, death is inevitable. For demon beings, as long as the core remains intact, even the gravest of injuries can be healed through cultivation. It can be said that the demon core embodies the essence of the demon's life, possessing immense power and significance, and can be wielded as a weapon in times of need. Fortunately, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent did not have the chance to use its demon core in battle. Otherwise, all would surely have perished. Perhaps there was another reason it could not utilize its inner essence. In any case, the serpent's restraint from using its core allowed the crowd to escape a dire fate. The demon core condenses all that a demon is, infused with vast amounts of spiritual energy. Generally, even the weakest demon's core cannot be consumed directly. It must be refined with certain medicinal herbs into elixirs before it can be ingested without harming the body. Aside from alchemy, another method of utilizing the demon core involves absorbing its spiritual energy for personal gain. This method, however, is also limited. Typically, one can only absorb the cores of demons weaker than themselves, and this must be done externally and gradually. Should anyone attempt to consume a demon core directly without their body being able to withstand it, the inevitable result is catastrophic, a violent explosion of the body. The ordinary inner elixir of the demon clan is already perilous. Thus, consuming the inner elixir of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent would undoubtedly lead to Yun Feiyong's demise. The might of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent surpasses that of Yun Feiyong, and to devour it directly would be tantamount to courting death. Hence, Yua interjected to deter his reckless action. However, Yun Feiyong, enveloped in a state of madness, was beyond the reach of Yua's words. The inner elixir of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent, though modest in size, exuded a faint yet alluring fragrance. This very aroma led Yun Feiyong to perceive the fiery orb as the most delectable delicacy, far more appetizing than the foul-smelling serpent's blood and dismembered flesh. As he swallowed the inner elixir whole, Yua's expression transformed to one of sheer astonishment, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Brother Zhimu, Yun has consumed the inner elixir of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent. His body will undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. He will explode from within. What shall we do? What could be done?" The deed was irrevocably done, and none could intervene. Zhimu replied helplessly, "I do not know." At that moment, having ingested the inner elixir, Yun Feiyong suddenly let out a resounding howl that reverberated through the forest. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent after it vanquished the golden-eyed eagles, embodying the glory of a victor. Enraged, deluded, deranged, frenzied, and bewitched, this was the truest depiction of Yun Feiyong at that moment. Under the stimulation of life and death peril, and with the fury within him unleashed, he transformed into a figure both mad and wild. His howl resonated, stirring the hearts of all who heard it, and even caused the golden-eyed eagles still circling above to descend into confusion. Yet, his cry was one of fervent passion and unwavering strength. stirring the entire flock of golden-eyed eagles to join in their own cacophony. A single man and a multitude of eagles harmonized to create a stirring anthem that echoed through the air. Madness had gripped them all. The unity and synchrony between one man and a flock of birds was astonishing, as they collectively expressed their innermost sentiments. The members of the Wood clan gazed in awe at this spectacle, their faces awash with disbelief. Jamal murmured, "What has transpired?" This prolonged howl continued for quite some time, its magnitude unwavering and resonant. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong's triumphant cry morphed into a mournful wail, as if he were enduring insufferable agony, prompting an involuntary scream. Following this, he trembled and sank to the ground, his form radiating a golden light interwoven with streaks of crimson, his aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Simultaneously, the air surrounding him began to ripple, akin to waves spreading outward in all directions. Yun Feiyong's mournful cries disrupted the harmonious chorus of the golden-eyed eagles, his disordered essence capturing Yua's attention. Yua rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Yun, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Let me assist you." As he reached out to grasp Yun Feiyong, an immense force repelled his hand before he could make contact. Yua then witnessed the golden light enveloping Yun Feiyong gradually succumb to the encroaching blood-red hue. At this moment, others, under the leadership of Zhemu, gathered around Yun Feiyong. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yua inquired, "Brother Zhemu, why is the golden radiance surrounding Brother Yun obscured by a blood-red glow? What has happened to him?" After a brief moment of silence, Zhemu replied, "The golden radiance emanates from Brother Yun's martial arts cultivation, while the blood-red glow is likely a consequence of the demon core of the butterfly-winged scarlet snake. At this moment, Brother Yun is undoubtedly refining the demon core within him. But the situation appears rather dire. Brother Zhemu, what can we do? Brother Yun's strength is insufficient to withstand the erosion of the demon core from the butterfly-winged scarlet snake. We must assist him, otherwise, Brother Yun will perish." Yua was filled with anxiety, yet felt utterly helpless, turning to Zhemu for aid. Zhemu slowly shook his head, reiterating his impotence. In a moment of desperation, Yua reached out once more towards Yun Feiyong, but Zhemu, quick to react, seized his hand and said, "Your hand was just repelled. What do you intend to do now?" I wish to help Brother Yun." Yua's voice trembled with suppressed tears. Zhemu sighed and stated, "None of us can assist him. He must rely on himself." Chapter 43. Devouring the demon core in the eyes of all present, Yun Feiyong was at a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of life and death. Indeed, this was the reality. Yun Feiyong's internal state had long since descended into chaos, the severity of his condition far exceeding what others could perceive. Upon consuming the blood of the butterfly-winged scarlet snake, the fiery serpent blood coursed through him like molten lava, wreaking havoc within his body. From the outset, he had succumbed to madness, rendering him indifferent to the turmoil within. The blood of the butterfly-winged scarlet snake was imbued with an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy. Once ingested, it transformed into pure spiritual qi that coursed through Yun Feiyong's limbs and organs. Like air, it infiltrated every crevice, as the serpent's blood recklessly surged throughout his body. The scalding blood, akin to molten lava, seared Yun Feiyong's internal organs and meridians, placing his body in a precarious state. Initially, the burning pain was faint, but as he consumed more of the serpent's blood, the heat and intensity of the burning escalated, accompanied by an increase in torment that grew ever more excruciating. Under normal circumstances, Yun Feiyong would have sworn that he could not endure such a progressive, torturous pain, akin to slow dismemberment. Yet, in his frenzied state, he surprisingly bore this inhuman suffering with surprising ease. However, as the consumption of the serpent's blood intensified, the spiritual energy within Yun Feiyong surged rapidly. Once his meridians were filled to capacity, an overwhelming influx of excess spiritual energy began to force its way in, causing them to swell. This phenomenon was essentially a method of spiritual cultivation. Spiritual practitioners accumulate the absorbed spiritual energy within their meridians, breaking through successive barriers. Ultimately, once the spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold, it results in a breakthrough in cultivation level, accompanied by an enhancement in strength. However, Yun Feiyong lacked any cultivation techniques for spiritual refinement, nor had he ever practiced in such a manner, leaving him unable to harness the rampant spiritual energy. Consequently, he remained utterly ignorant of how to channel this energy, how to utilize it to break through the barriers that hindered his advancement. Ordinarily, had he possessed a method of cultivation, Yun Feiyong would have been capable of managing this spiritual energy with finesse. Alas, he found himself powerless in the current predicament. Thus, as the meridians could no longer accommodate the surging energy, its continued influx merely caused the vessels to swell. Had Yun Feiyong never trained in martial arts, his frail meridians would undoubtedly have succumbed to such an abrupt expansion. Fortunately, having consumed 9 spirit-nurturing fruits, his constitution had been progressively enhanced, and further improvement was bestowed upon him by the ancient spirit liquid he absorbed from the stone sculpture. Additionally, his physical cultivation unexpectedly reached a remarkable state, enabling him to barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, despite his significantly improved constitution, which allowed him to begrudgingly contain the spiritual energy, the pain of expansion remained inescapable. The agony surged suddenly, granting Yun Feiyong a fleeting moment of clarity, only to be swiftly overwhelmed once more. As the spiritual energy continued to swell, his meridians reached their breaking point, teetering on the brink of rupture. In that critical moment, due to the near demise of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent, he ceased to consume the demon's blood, temporarily curbing the escalation of spiritual energy and averting the destruction of his meridians. Nevertheless, Yun Feiyong's meridians resembled fragile porcelain, precariously close to shattering at the slightest external force. Unexpectedly, in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently extracted the gallbladder of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent. The serpent-esque gallbladder was a precious commodity, known for its medicinal properties, capable of healing and detoxifying, while the gallbladder of an ordinary serpent possessed such virtues. That of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent was undoubtedly more potent. Furthermore, as a demon, its gallbladder harbored a considerable amount of spiritual energy. In a stroke of fortune, Yun Feiyong swallowed the gallbladder whole. Upon entering his system, the gallbladder transformed rapidly into pure spiritual energy, akin to blood, flooding into Yun Feiyong's extraordinary meridians and internal organs. However, unlike the scorching heat of blood-derived energy, the essence derived from the demon-esque gallbladder was gentle and soothing, like a spring breeze bringing rain. The spiritual energy from the gallbladder quietly calmed the restless energy derived from his blood. The gallbladder's essence, akin to a mountain spring, tenderly smoothed over the fiery turbulence of blood-derived energy, transforming the once rampant and tumultuous spiritual force into a tranquil, undulating sea, reminiscent of a refreshing spring day. In a heartbeat, Yun Feiyong's fragile meridians found solace. The spiritual energy, born from the demon-esque gallbladder, radiated a gentle coolness amidst its comforting warmth. Its quantity, though far less than that of the energy derived from blood, possessed a unique quality capable of soothing the restless forces. As the spiritual energy settled, the tumult ceased, and the sensation of expansion in his meridians dissipated, along with the accompanying pain. Moreover, it was that faint, refreshing chill that soothed the meridians scorched by flames, causing Yun Feiyong to suddenly feel a wave of comfort enveloping him. This physical ease, combined with the exhilaration following the release of his pent-up fury, merged into a singular state of heightened madness. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, his hand plunged once more into the body of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent, extracting its demon core. In that moment, Yun Feiyong was undeniably entranced. Even in such a frenzied state, he recognized the orb in his grasp as the demon core of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent. Consequently, he voraciously consumed the demon core, akin to devouring a demon's essence, heedless of Yuva's desperate cries to stop, which he either did not hear or simply ignored. The act of devouring the serpent's flesh, blood, demon essence, and demon core was not born from a propensity for brutality or bloodshed. Rather, it was an unconventional outlet chosen in the face of overwhelming stimulus, a life-or-death juncture where he sought merely to slay the demon serpent. Nothing more. Yun Feiyong did not possess violent inclinations, nor was it in his nature. His intentions were straightforward and noble. He aimed to obliterate the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent by any means necessary. Thus, he tore with his hands, bit with his teeth, employing every method that came to mind to vanquish his foe. His methods were indeed fierce and sanguinary, yet his purpose was simple and lofty, leading to a conclusion that was both fulfilling and beautiful. Under his relentless assault, the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent gradually lost its life, ultimately succumbing to death. Witnessing the demise of the serpent before him, the singular thought in Yun Feiyong's mind materialized, and his excitement stemmed from the depths of his soul. Therefore, he could not help but unleash a triumphant roar towards the heavens, summoning the golden eagles with azure eyes to join in harmonious celebration, altogether performing a victorious symphony. However, calamity often strikes when least expected. Yun Feiyong consumed the demon core, which was not meant for direct ingestion, resulting in unforeseen repercussions. Upon being swallowed, the orb-like demon core swiftly transformed into spiritual essence, akin to blood and demon essence, flooding into Yun Feiyong's meridians and limbs. Yet, the demon core contained the quintessence of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent, its concentrated spiritual energy far surpassing that of mere blood. If the countless quantities of blood transformed into spiritual essence could be likened to the surging Yangtze River, then the essence from the demon core was akin to the vast, tumultuous ocean. The intensity of the latter was on an entirely different level, incomparable to the former. Moreover, the spiritual essence derived from the demon core was equally volatile and chaotic, exuding a searing heat akin to molten lava. In an instant, Yun Feiyong felt as though he were being torn asunder. The pain that was once bearable intensified exponentially, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Thus, in an unbearable moment, his victorious roar morphed into a wretched wail of profound agony. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could no longer maintain his footing and was compelled to sit upon the ground lest he collapse. It was at this juncture that the searing torment jolted Yun Feiyong's consciousness back into clarity. Furthermore, the members of the Wood clan fortuitously beheld the golden and crimson radiance emanating from him, intertwining and clashing in a fervent display, until the golden hue was gradually engulfed and concealed by the sanguine glow. Upon suddenly awakening, Yun Feiyong promptly grasped the precarious state of his body. Without the luxury of pondering the cause, he hastily sought a remedy. His initial instinct was to unreservedly activate the Sun-Moon Stars technique, endeavoring to harness the chaotic spiritual energy. Nevertheless, while the technique proved somewhat effective, continually absorbing spiritual energy to fortify his physical form, it felt akin to a mere drop in the ocean. The spiritual energy surged relentlessly, beyond his control, causing his already saturated meridians to swell excessively, some even threatening to rupture. His corporeal form was strengthening, yet his meridians were deteriorating, a dire predicament that risked rendering Yun Feiyong a paralyzed being, robust in body but utterly devoid of functional meridians. In that moment, he could conceive no means to halt the unfolding disaster. At that juncture, a sudden surge of an unfamiliar, searing yet distinct essence emanated from the area 3 fingerbreadths below his navel. Through his understanding of martial arts, he recognized this location as the Dantian, its significance to a human being akin to that of a demon's demon core. As misfortune compounded upon misfortune, with his meridians in turmoil, the Dantian began to shift, prompting Yun Feiyong to silently lament his plight. He even contemplated whether fate conspired against him. As both the Dantian and meridians encountered calamity simultaneously, how could he possibly resolve such a dual crisis? Yet, to his astonishment, the essence from the Dantian did not wreak havoc upon his meridians as the spiritual energy had. Rather, it sought to mend them, defying his expectations. The essence from the Dantian was profoundly dense and harmonious, swiftly coursing into his meridians, continuously soothing, compressing the chaotic energy, and repairing the damaged pathways. Gradually, the meridians began to mend, the spiritual energy within them taking on a texture reminiscent of a liquid state, though it was not truly liquid. Once the ruptured meridians were entirely restored, and the tumultuous spiritual energy thoroughly compressed and reclaimed, Yun Feiyong sensed that his bodily injuries had completely healed. At that moment, he was struck with astonishment as he beheld an extraordinary sight. His physical realm had unexpectedly transcended a level, evolving from a perfected mortal form to a consummate mortal state. The reasons behind this transformation eluded him. In Chapter 45, The Tower of Haoyan, with the abrupt emergence of the Haoyan Tower aiding him, Yun Feiyong navigated this life and death crisis. With all bodily injuries restored to their original state, and moreover, he experienced a breakthrough in his realm. While this should have been a moment of jubilation, he found it difficult to muster any semblance of happiness. A cloud of doubt enveloped his mind. He first questioned why, as a non-spiritual cultivator, he possessed the essence of the Dantian. Upon thorough contemplation of the entire sequence of events, he was struck with the realization that the essence of the Dantian bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Haoyan Tower, leading him to the conclusion it was all due to the Haoyan Tower. In his moment of peril, the Haoyan Tower, concealed within his Dantian, exuded its essence, attempting to aid him. Yet, in its limited capacity, it ultimately required its true form to reveal itself, thereby extricating him from his predicament. One could say that it was the Haoyan Tower that saved Yun Feiyong's life. The Haoyan Tower, wielding its formidable power, forcibly pulled Yun Feiyong back from the precipice of death, ensuring his safety. As he compressed his spiritual energy, he transformed the excess into a spherical form, storing it within his Dantian. Observing the semi-liquid essence of energy and the spirit orb gently floating in his Dantian, Yun Feiyong felt a flicker of delight in his heart. In this state, engaging in spiritual cultivation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results, accelerating his progress and conserving considerable effort and time. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, an urgent desire surged within him to acquire a method of spiritual cultivation and commence his practice without delay. However, he was uncertain whether the spirit and body could be cultivated simultaneously, and the difficulties involved remained a mystery, leaving such inquiries for future exploration. Reflecting on these matters, another question arose in Yun Feiyong's mind. How could the Haoyan Tower reside within his dantian? He distinctly recalled that the Haoyan Tower had only appeared momentarily, vanishing completely after he and Lu Xian regained consciousness, never to be seen again. Moreover, after saving his life, the Haoyan Tower had once more disappeared, just as it had before. Yet, Yun Feiyong could distinctly sense the presence of the Haoyan Tower within his dantian, although he felt its existence. He could not perceive it visually. Upon reaching this understanding, Yun Feiyong realized that the Haoyan Tower's initial disappearance was not a vanishing act, but rather a quiet concealment within his dantian. He had not yet been a spiritual cultivator and had remained unaware of it until today, when faced with a crisis, the Haoyan Tower finally revealed itself. A wave of gratitude washed over Yun Feiyong for the Haoyan Tower, for without it, he would undoubtedly have met his demise today. Simultaneously, his resentment towards the one who had brought them to this world waned, if only slightly. After all, this person had bestowed upon Yun Feiyong such a life-saving treasure. Contemplating this, Yun Feiyong suddenly pondered. Since he had arrived here and received a precious tower, did it imply that Lu Xian possessed a treasure of her own? He could not ascertain the specifics and chose to set the thought aside, resolving to inquire with Lu Xian upon his return. Ultimately, one lingering question, or perhaps astonishment, remained in Yun Feiyong's heart. His physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the third stage of the mortal realm, the final level of the ordinary body, and he was merely a half-step away from entering the realm of corporeal spirit. The path of martial cultivation is fraught with challenges, with each breakthrough proving to be exceedingly arduous. Feiyong had not anticipated that, in a state of complete unawareness, he would be forcibly elevated to the advanced stage of the ordinary body by the statue. Now, having experienced life and death, he had attained the fullness of the mortal realm. Such a pace of advancement seemed rather astonishing. Yet, Yun Feiyong had effortlessly reached the pinnacle of the ordinary body. And with just one more appropriate opportunity, he could immediately step into the realm of corporeal spirit. Nonetheless, his progress had not been without its trials. He had faced life-threatening circumstances that nearly led to his demise. Thus, he arrived at a conclusion. In the pursuit of martial arts, rewards must be earned through sacrifice. The return is directly proportional to the effort expended. While the challenges of martial cultivation are indeed formidable, the rewards reaped from such endeavors are equally substantial. After Yun Feiyong wandered between life and death, he naturally gained significant rewards. His realm was elevated, his physique was enhanced, and his strength had already surpassed multiple thresholds. Yun Feiyong finally comprehended that the transformation of the demon core from the butterfly-winged crimson serpent into spiritual energy began to wreak havoc within him. He frantically operated the celestial cycle technique, absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy and condensing it within his physical form. The result of this was a qualitative transformation born of quantitative change, leading to a breakthrough in his realm. He finally discovered the reason behind this breakthrough, and thus, several lingering doubts in his heart were, to some extent, resolved. He meticulously examined his body once more, and upon confirming his complete recovery, he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him were numerous pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him, each reflecting a myriad of colors. Some expressed confusion and bewilderment, others astonishment and admiration, while a few bore signs of panic and fear. Among them were Yua, Zhemu, and Zhuoma, each displaying distinct reactions. In Zhuoma's eyes flickered a hint of fear alongside admiration. Zhemu maintained a more typical expression of joy and excitement. However, Yua was the most extraordinary. Her eyes glistening with tears, shimmering with a complex array of emotions: confusion, worry, fear, joy, and tension. Since Yun Feiyong had participated in the hunt, he had seemed ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits, and the special attention Yua afforded him led others to regard him with disdain. Yet, when the jaguar attacked, followed by the Beast King's onslaught, he suddenly erupted with power, vanquishing the Beast King and saving Yua and the others, thus earning their respect as a formidable warrior. Shortly thereafter, when the butterfly-winged crimson serpent appeared, he bravely fought alongside his companions against the serpent demon. Subsequently, he directly tore the demon apart, and drank its blood in a manner both brutal and sanguinary. In the eyes of the crowd, he had transformed into a representation of ferocity and violence. Then, Yun Feiyong descended into madness, continuously consuming the serpent's blood and repeatedly tearing apart the demon. He even resorted to excavating the demon core of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent with his bare hands and swallowing it whole. At this juncture, astonishment and a tinge of fear began to manifest in the gazes of those around him. Following this, he continued to extract the demon core, and despite Yua's imploring him to desist, he obsessively devoured it. At this moment, the astonishment and fear in the eyes of the onlookers gradually morphed into a profound, visceral terror. Ultimately, in a feat beyond the capabilities of the average person, Yun Feiyong absorbed the demon core, transforming it into his own spiritual power. It was evident to all that his strength had grown considerably, leading some to gaze upon him with a mixture of confusion and admiration. In summary, the series of transformations that Yun Feiyong underwent, each more unexpected than the last, altered how everyone perceived him. Thus, when he opened his eyes, he was met with a multitude of varied, even chaotic, gazes. In truth, when Yun Feiyong swallowed the demon core and suddenly let out a wailing cry, trembling as he sat on the ground, Yua wished to assist him but found herself powerless, and even her plea to Zhimu yielded no results. Consequently, all eyes were completely focused on him. At the outset, the golden light emanating from him was gradually engulfed by the crimson glow, causing concern among the onlookers. However, moments later, the golden light retaliated, compressing the crimson aura step by step, clearly indicating an impending victory for the golden light, which brought joy to the crowd. Yet, in just a few fleeting moments, the crimson glow regained its power, forcing the golden light to retreat. Once again, the spectators felt a sense of dread. As they watched the golden light being cornered, reduced to its last thread, their hearts sank, believing that Yun Feiyong would not be able to contend with the demon Dan. But in the blink of an eye, the golden light surged once more, swiftly reclaiming the territory lost to the crimson glow, ultimately annihilating it entirely. The crowd's anxiety dissipated. But then, Yun Feiyong's aura suddenly intensified, and everyone felt his strength amplifying. Ever since Yun Feiyong had recklessly consumed the serpent's blood, his presence had been chaotic, even disordered. With each clash between the golden light and the crimson glow, the spectators' emotions mirrored the tumult, rising and falling unpredictably. It was only when Yun Feiyong's aura gradually calmed that they instinctively gathered around him, eager to witness the current state of Yun Feiyong. They sought to understand how he had managed to recover and absorb the formidable demon Dan of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent. Thus, when Yun Feiyong opened his eyes, he was met with a multitude of gazes, each reflecting a different emotion. Observing the crowd gathered before him, he broke into a smile and, with a slightly hoarse voice, inquired, "What is the matter with all of you? Why do you look at me in such a way? Big brother Yin, what just happened to you?" Yua retorted, tears welling in her eyes and slowly cascading down her cheeks. Upon hearing Yua's words and witnessing her tears, Yun Feiyong instantly comprehended the reason behind their reactions. Clearly, his series of transformations had been visible to all, and Yua's concern stemmed entirely from her worry for him. Hastily, he rose and gently wiped the tears from Yua's face, saying, "Enough now, my dear girl, do not cry. Look, the butterfly-winged crimson serpent is dead, and all of you are safe. I am well too. This should be a cause for celebration." Yua, through her tears, managed a smile and replied, "Big brother Yun, your transformation was so strange that it left me deeply worried for you." Despite a period of confusion and disorientation, Yun Feiyong recalled the reckless actions he had taken upon regaining consciousness. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he reflected on his own audacity. Although the outcome was favorable, the journey was fraught with peril, and it was no wonder that Yua had been so concerned for him. Therefore, Yun Feiyong sincerely apologized, saying, "My dear girl, I regret causing you worry. It was my fault, and I owe you an apology. Please do not be upset." Yua suddenly scoffed and replied, "As long as you understand, you must never act that way again. It is far too dangerous." Yun Feiyong nodded vigorously in agreement, signifying his promise to Yua. At that moment, Zemu suddenly interjected, "Brother Yun, have you just experienced a breakthrough in your realm?" After speaking, Zemu fixed his gaze on Yun Feiyong, eager to know the answer, and the others shared the same curiosity. Chapter 46. After the rain, the sky clears at dusk, the horizon was adorned with scattered, yellowing clouds. And as the wind arose, it shattered their forms. The sun sank in the west, casting its lingering rays upon the scattered dark clouds, illuminating the vast sky in an instant, while a gentle breeze came forth, evoking a sense of tranquility. In the ancient woods, a procession moved slowly. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be one of the hunting parties of the Wood clan, including Yun Feiyong himself. Their trajectory indicated they were on their way home. With the archway of the Wood clan's settlement already in sight, this party had ventured out for merely a day and a night. Yet they had endured numerous hardships and trials, all the while reaping substantial rewards. The remains of over a dozen massive jaguars had already been entrusted to a flock of golden eagles for transport, and now the group journeyed back empty-handed. The atmosphere on this return was markedly different from their departure the previous day. Yesterday, Yun Feiyong had been deliberately overlooked by the others, but today, he had become the focal point of the entire team. Everyone regarded him with deep respect, some even with trepidation, hesitant to approach him too closely. In less than a day, Yun Feiyong's various actions and performances had left a profound impression on the minds of his companions. Particularly notable was the moment when Zemu inquired if he had achieved a breakthrough in his realm, to which Yun Feiyong silently nodded in affirmation, eliciting a wave of astonishment. His defeat of the Beast King had already established his strength. Now, with this newfound advancement, he had become the undisputed leader of the group. Upon learning of his breakthrough, questions arose. Some inquired about the nature of his advancement, others sought insights on how he had navigated crises, and still others asked how he had absorbed demon cores, among various other inquiries. However, apart from the reasons for his breakthrough, Yun Feiyong could barely provide answers to the rest. This was due to the involvement of the Haotian Tower, a treasure he preferred to keep concealed. He had witnessed firsthand its ability to alter size and vanish from sight. A life-saving artifact in times of peril, such a precious item could not be revealed lightly. Moreover, Yun Feiyong firmly believed that the mysterious individual who had brought him and Liu Xian here had bestowed upon him something far more complex than it appeared. He was convinced that the Haotian Tower held even greater powers, waiting to be discovered in time. Furthermore, even if the Haotian Tower possessed no additional functions, its capacity to save lives alone rendered it a supreme treasure. Such artifacts would undoubtedly tempt many, and Yun Feiyong could not guarantee that among all present, none would be tempted by its allure. It was not that he doubted the integrity of Yua and the others. Rather, in a world like this, some truths and matters were best left undisclosed. Having witnessed the cold-heartedness around him, Yun Feiyong believed that aside from himself, trust was a luxury he could not afford, at least, not entirely. Of course, one exception existed, Liu Xian. In Yun Feiyong's heart, she was not only the object of his affections, but also his sole compatriot. There were certain matters and sentiments he could not share with anyone but her. As Yun Feiyong faced the inquiries of the crowd, he skillfully diverted the conversation, weaving between topics, and when confronted with unavoidable questions, he masterfully obfuscated the truth. Ultimately, as the relentless questions persisted, it was Yua who intervened, citing the need to return home to halt the incessant probing. Initially, Yun Feiyong assumed Yua's intervention stemmed from concern over his apparent agitation, fearing the crowd might overstep their bounds. However, as they walked the path homeward, Yua whispered to him, "Brother Yun, your words are a blend of truth and illusion. Even a ghost would find them hard to believe." This sudden remark took Yun Feiyong by surprise, and he regarded Yua with a peculiar gaze. Yua rolled his eyes and, in a voice barely audible to others, continued, "Brother Yun, I may be simple-minded, but I am not foolish. Much of what you say is deceitful." A pang of discomfort shot through Yun Feiyong, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yua pressed on, "However, there are matters you choose not to disclose, and I shall not press further. Everyone harbors secrets. I cannot and will not compel you to speak the truth." Thus, Yun Feiyong's seemingly flawless deception was effortlessly unraveled by Yua, leaving no shroud of secrecy intact. Fortunately, Yua did not seek to probe deeper. Instead, his candor brought a sense of embarrassment to Yun Feiyong. After Yua quelled the crowd, Zemu instructed everyone to reorganize the jaguar corpses, as the chaos from the battle with the butterfly-wing red snake had left the previously arranged bodies in disarray. Meanwhile, Yua played a bone flute to soothe the frightened flock of golden eagles with azure eyes. Ultimately, Yua directed the golden eagles to transport all the jaguar corpses back, along with the remains of the butterfly-wing red snake, ensuring nothing was left behind. Among these corpses, Yua specifically noted the necessity of preserving the bodies of the butterfly-wing red snake and the beast king snow leopard, deeming them valuable. Oh, but the headless corpse of the Wood clan member, torn asunder by the butterfly-wing red snake, and the similarly headless body of the golden eagle, were buried on-site and not taken back. Yun Feiyong, puzzled, inquired, "Why not bring them back?" Yua replied, "For the Wood clan, when one dies outside, the place of death becomes their burial ground. A burial in situ is the utmost respect. Should fortune be unkind, and all who ventured outside perish, including those who would bury them, it would not take long, merely a day, for the remains to be devoured by birds and beasts, leaving no trace. Yua's cold and sorrowful words left Yun Feiyong feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. Indeed, in this world, the specter of death looms at all times. As when facing the butterfly-winged red snake, had luck not favored him, he would have already met his demise. He had no desire to perish upon his arrival in this world. He felt an urge to witness the realms beyond the Wood Clan. Yun Feiyong had previously inquired of Yua, "What is the world beyond like?" Yet, Yua could only share that he had never encountered outsiders nor ventured into the outside world. According to the records of the Wood Clan, their tribe was merely a corner of this vast world. Thus, Yun Feiyong harbored his own aspirations. Sooner or later, he would venture forth to discover what the world outside truly held. He pondered the appropriate moment to inquire with Chief Taimu about any possible routes for him and Lu Xun to venture forth. As he traversed the path homeward, Yun Feiyong became acutely aware of his own unsightly state. His body was smeared with the congealed blood of the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent, as well as the mud clinging to him from crawling on the ground, and the dark impurities expelled from his body following his breakthrough in physical cultivation. How filthy! Suddenly overwhelmed by his own appearance, he expressed a desire to find water for a bath. However, in the forest, locating water proved to be a daunting task. Unexpectedly, Yua managed to discover a pristine spring along their return journey. Elated, Yun Feiyong leaped into the spring without bothering to disrobe. Yet, he realized that shedding his clothing might not be entirely appropriate, considering the presence of women. Moreover, he reasoned that if he washed while clothed, both his body and garments would emerge clean, for they were all soiled regardless. Regrettably, Yun Feiyong recalled that he had a lighter in his pocket, rendering it useless after his plunge. Nevertheless, he did not discard it, as it was the only item he had brought from his homeland, a cherished memento. Gazing at the now ruined lighter, he remembered that there were other keepsakes from home. He then felt around his neck for a small rectangular jade pendant, a gift from his father at the time of his birth. This modest pendant, small and simple, bore inscrutable lines and patterns etched on both sides. Due to their family's poverty, they could not afford anything precious. Thus, his father had scoured the town and purchased it for a mere 5 yuan. Although the jade pendant was worth only 5 yuan, Yun Feiyong held it dear, for it was a token of his birth, lovingly bestowed upon him by his father. This pendant symbolized his last connection to his parents and family in this world. Gently pressing the pendant against his chest, he silently vowed never to part with it. Yun Feiyong was indeed filthy, and after his bath, the once clear spring water had transformed into murky liquid. Upon cleansing himself, he suddenly noticed that some of the minor scars on his body, as well as the wounds sustained from battling the butterfly-winged vermilion serpent, had vanished. Furthermore, he discerned that his skin appeared significantly improved compared to before. More intriguingly, he felt as though he had grown a few inches taller. Uncertain of the reason, he attributed it to the breakthrough in his physical realm. However, he also observed that his clothing had sustained considerable damage from being tumbled about by the serpent, with numerous holes appearing. He couldn't help but think that this camouflage outfit might not last much longer. It seemed likely that he would soon have to don the attire of the Wood tribe. Once Yun Feiyong had cleaned himself, the group resumed their journey. And after some time, the arched gates of the tribe finally came into view. At this moment, they felt emboldened to declare that this hunting expedition had finally reached its conclusion, for as long as they remained in the forest, danger could still lurk around every corner. Among them, the most profoundly affected must undoubtedly be Yun Feiyong. On his inaugural hunt, he encountered peril at every turn, leaving him uncertain whether it was fortune or misfortune. If one were to consider it luck, he faced crises that neither he nor Yua had ever encountered. Yet, if deemed misfortune, he consistently managed to transform danger into safety. Regardless of the nature of his luck, the essential truth remained: Yun Feiyong returned alive. It is only through the gift of life that hope persists. Gazing at the archway before him, Yun Feiyong was vividly reminded of the moment he and Lu Xian first arrived here. Little did he anticipate that merely a few days had passed, and his mindset had undergone such a profound transformation. Upon reaching the entrance, Yua suddenly declared, "My brother Zhimu and I must report to the clan leader and the high priest about our expedition. Everyone else should return home for now. We will notify you once we have completed our report and are ready to distribute the food we have gathered." After delivering this message, Yua specifically instructed Zhuoma to ensure that Yun Feiyong was escorted back to his residence, warning her that she would not be so polite otherwise. Presently, Zhuoma held Yun Feiyong in the highest regard, and thus, she was more than willing to comply with Yua's request. Although Yun Feiyong was already familiar with the route back, he felt it inappropriate to decline Yua's guidance at this moment, and thus he followed Zhuoma, who bounced eagerly ahead toward the abode he shared with Liu Exan. Chapter 47. The journey home within the ancestral hall of the Wood clan, Yua and Zhimu made their way directly here after parting from the others. Before them stood Taimu, the clan leader, alongside High Priest Rama. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Clan leader Taimu spoke sternly. Yua, Zhimu, tell me, how could you possibly achieve such remarkable success after only a single day and night? A dozen leopards, including the Beast King, the Snow Leopard, and even a serpent demon like the butterfly-winged Crimson Snake has been brought back. The corpses of the leopards and the butterfly-winged Crimson Snake were delivered by the Golden Eagles, who flew swiftly, undoubtedly faster than the returning group. It was clear that clan leader Taimu was already aware of the bounty from their hunt. Thus he posed his inquiries before Yua and Zhimu could begin their report. Exchanging glances, Yua and Zhimu reached a silent agreement. Zhimu subtly nodded while Yua replied, "Grandfather." It was Brother Yun who felled both the Beast King Snow Leopard and the butterfly-winged Crimson Snake. Without his help, we might not have returned at all. Taimu and High Priest Rama were taken aback simultaneously, with Taimu urging, "Oh, please elaborate on what transpired." Nodding, Yua recounted the events in detail to her grandfather and High Priest Rama, starting from the moment they were attacked by leopards, to Yun Feiyong consuming the demon core, and ultimately miraculously recovering. She narrated the entire process with great seriousness and without omitting any detail, even briefly mentioning her own shifting thoughts throughout the ordeal. Whenever there was a slight inaccuracy, Zhimu, standing by her side, would provide appropriate clarification. Though the recounting did not take long, it was filled with dramatic twists and turns, rendering the tale utterly captivating. Had it not been for the discreet interruption by Zhimu, she might have continued her lengthy discourse indefinitely. Yuva spoke with great detail, and both Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama listened intently. By the time Yuva concluded, their expressions had shifted numerous times. After a moment of silence, Chief Taimu inquired, "What you have shared is indeed the truth, devoid of any fabrications." Both Zhimu and Yuva affirmed that every word was genuine, prompting Taimu and Rama to lapse back into silence. After a while, Chief Taimu slowly remarked, "Remarkable. At such a tender age, he possesses such prowess and a fierce tenacity. It is truly commendable. Indeed, despite being 2 years his senior, I find myself lacking in comparison." Zhimu nodded in agreement. The he they referred to was, of course, Yun Feiyong. Once Zhimu finished speaking, Yuva suddenly interjected, "Brother Yun is truly impressive, and he carries himself with such humility. Had I not been in peril, he might not have intervened at all." Nodding in tacit acknowledgement, Chief Taimu turned to Zhimu and asked, "What do you think of his current strength? How does he compare to you?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhimu replied, "Initially, he was able to defeat the Beast King with a single punch, which seemed to indicate he was slightly stronger than I. Although I could also accomplish this feat, given the circumstances at that time, had I been in his position, I may not have been able to strike effectively. Should Yun Feiyong be present, he would undoubtedly laugh heartily. His actions then were merely impulsive. As for striking the Beast King, it was entirely because the Beast King underestimated him, and he himself was unaware of his formidable strength. However, even if Yun Feiyong were to disclose this reality, few would readily believe it, particularly after his subsequent displays against the butterfly-winged serpent. Many perceived him as a master who simply preferred not to reveal his abilities. Upon hearing Zhimu's response, Chief Taimu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you suggesting that his realm is not inferior to yours?" Zhimu clarified, "No, his realm was not below mine before his breakthrough. However, after his ascension, I believe he has achieved the consummation of the mortal body." A flicker of indescribable light passed through Chief Taimu's eyes as he remarked, "The consummation of the mortal body? Are you implying that he is also a physical cultivator?" Zhimu confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, he, like us, is a physical cultivator. Furthermore, I sense that his techniques are quite extraordinary." "Oh, his techniques are extraordinary? What kind of radiance does he emit while practicing his techniques?" Chief Taimu asked, momentarily taken aback and probing further. At this juncture, Yuva responded to the query. "When Brother Yun cultivates, a golden light emanates from him, pure in hue." Upon hearing the mention of gold, Chief Taimu's expression subtly shifted, and he discreetly glanced at the high priest. He then stated, "Well, we are now apprised of the events that transpired. You shall continue to treat them as esteemed guests. Prepare the leopard meat for distribution among everyone." Yuva and Zhimu readily agreed, but High Priest Rama interjected, "For now, do not distribute the bodies of the snow leopard and the serpent. I have use for them. Particularly in the case of the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, it must not be further harmed. It now lacks both demon gallbladder and essence. I hope no other artifacts are rendered useless. Following the counsel of the Ironwood clan chief and the high priestess Rama, Yuva departed the ancestral home of the Wood clan alongside Zemu. Behind them, the Ironwood clan chief sighed and remarked, "This young man possesses limitless potential. He is indeed worthy of the mention in our ancestral teachings. Chief, do you truly believe that just because he has slain the Beast King and the Serpent Demon, his future is boundless? Perhaps it was mere happenstance? Happenstance? Even so, that is a testament to his abilities. If not, why did Yuva and Zemu not accidentally kill the Beast King or the Serpent Demon? And you heard it yourself. He has achieved the perfect state of a mortal. One more step, and he will be on par with us in realms, and he is but 18. The high priestess scoffed in disdain among the Wood clan. If we were not sealed here, such a pace of cultivation could be attained by anyone. Sealed? What does this entail? No one knows, not even Yun Feiyang. Perhaps only the Ironwood clan chief and high priestess Rama are privy to this knowledge. Such secrets ought to be regarded as the true core mysteries of the Wood clan, concealed from all. As soon as high priestess Rama finished her statement, the Ironwood clan chief snorted, seemingly reproaching her, and then said, "High priestess, the matter of our clan's sealing must never be disclosed. Otherwise, chaos will surely ensue. Such a secret should not be spoken lightly. Alas, this secret has been passed down through generations for so long that even if revealed, no one would likely believe it. Regardless of belief, we cannot utter it, as it is our ancestors' directive. Nevertheless, I suddenly feel that the great crisis mentioned in the ancestral teachings concerning the Wood clan may indeed be related to the sealing." The Ironwood clan chief furrowed his brow. High priestess Rama paused, astonished, and said, "That question is beyond our clarity. However, the Wood clan has been sealed for a full 100,000 years without any change. Could it be that this young man alone possesses the ability to unravel the seal? One wonders what our ancestors were thinking. 100,000 years? Another 100,000 years. If Yun Feiyang were here, he would undoubtedly be astonished. His and Liu Xian's presence in this otherworldly realm reveals an inextricable link to events and individuals from 100,000 years past. Yet, what precisely transpired all those years ago remains a mystery to him." With a wry smile, the Ironwood clan chief said, "Whether the crisis of the Wood clan is related to the sealing, we cannot ascertain. We shall discuss it when the time comes. However, High Priestess, do not underestimate that young man. If what Zemo claims is true, he is indeed formidable. At merely 18, having attained the perfect state of a mortal is not particularly remarkable," the High Priestess remarked, unfazed by Yun Feiyang's achievements. The Ironwood clan chief slowly shook his head. "We have both witnessed the level he was at upon his arrival. I would say he was barely at the threshold of initiation. Yet, in just a few days, he has ascended to the perfect state of a mortal, a rate of advancement I have never encountered before." The chieftain remarked, "Perhaps you are overly concerned. It is conceivable that the young man initially concealed his true abilities, not wishing for us to discern his cultivation level. He may indeed possess the pinnacle of a mortal form and, by chance, consumed the demon core of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent, leading to his sudden advancement to a perfected mortal state overnight. Regardless of the specifics, the fact that he could devour the demon core without sustaining harm and yet still transcend his limits is extraordinary, well beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. According to Yuwa and Zemu's accounts, the realm and strength of the butterfly-winged scarlet serpent should have far surpassed his own at that time." After a brief pause, the high priest Rama responded, "Chieftain, your words suggest that this young man is indeed somewhat remarkable. How did he dare to consume the demon core, given his lesser realm and strength, without being overwhelmed? How did he achieve such a feat?" With a long sigh, Chieftain Taimu replied, "This is a question I, too, yearn to understand. He must harbor numerous secrets. Should we not probe into his background to ascertain the truth?" Rama inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Perhaps we should refrain from such actions. What if they are genuinely capable of aiding the Mu tribe in times of peril, as the ancient texts suggest? Would we not be courting folly? Have you not noticed that even Zemu has been swayed by him? Let us allow things to unfold naturally and treat them as friends." Nodding slightly, Rama concurred, "I have observed that his influence has noticeably increased following our visit. Powerful individuals invariably attract a multitude of followers or admirers. This is to be expected. I sincerely hope that, in the future, he can indeed lend his assistance to the Mu tribe. Ultimately, despite the cunning nature of Chieftain Taimu, all his actions aim for the welfare of our people. While I too wish for him to fulfill the prophecies of our ancestors, I remain skeptical. Perhaps in the future, he may struggle even against this vexatious seal above him. If he cannot contend with the seal, how can he aid the Mu tribe? Alas, We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I am aware of the seal's formidable nature. Perhaps only the deities chronicled in our texts possess the means to dismantle it. Yet, we are confined here, only able to cultivate to the second realm, pinning our hopes on him. Nonetheless, I have discerned a secret about the young man, one you might have overlooked. Rama raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What secret is that? Yuwa mentioned that when he cultivates, a golden radiance emanates from him, pure in color. We both know that only those whose techniques are of celestial caliber, or higher, can emit such unblemished light. Chapter 48. The millennial seal upon returning to the Mu tribe, Yun Feiyong, accompanied by Zhuoma, made his way to his temporary abode. Meanwhile, Yuwa and Zemu proceeded to report their experiences to the chieftain. Unbeknownst to Yun Feiyong, particularly the private discourse between Chieftain Taimu and High Priest Rama was taking place. At this moment, his temporary residence lay not far ahead, visible to the naked eye. Yun Feiyong could already see Lu Xian standing at the entrance, gazing into the distance. Perhaps at this moment, Lu Xian's distant gaze was filled with anticipation and hope for Yun Feiyong's safe return. Before long, Yun Feiyong and Zhuoma arrived at the entrance of their dwelling, where Lu Xian had long awaited them with a beaming smile. Upon reaching their destination, Zhuoma turned to Yun Feiyong and said, "Brother Yun, I shall take my leave now. Should you and Princess Xian require anything, simply let me know." "Ah, very well. Dear little Zhuoma." Yun Feiyong chuckled in response. Zhuoma, who had been smiling throughout their journey, appeared even more elated at his compliment. She exclaimed, "Brother Yun, I will ensure that the finest meals are prepared for you and Princess Xian, delivered punctually each day, so you need not worry." With that, Zhuoma warmly greeted Lu Xian before joyfully bounding away. Soon after, Yun Feiyong noticed a peculiar expression on Lu Xian's face, one that seemed to dance between amusement and skepticism. He couldn't help but inquire, "Xian, what troubles you?" "Young Master Yun, you have done remarkably well. After just one outing, you have managed to win this little girl over completely. Tell me, was it sweet words that charmed her?" Lu Xian's tone bore a hint of playful sarcasm aimed at Yun Feiyong. "Xian, please don't jest. I assure you, my heart is quite clear," Yun Feiyong stammered, taken aback by her insinuation. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Who occupies your heart?" "I cannot say. Perhaps you'd care to share? Could it be Wu Hua?" Suddenly, Yun Feiyong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was evident that Lu Xian was feeling a touch of jealousy, leading her to feign ignorance. Despite his frustration, he persisted in his explanation, "Xian, my heart belongs solely to you, as you well know." Feigning disappointment, Lu Xian replied, "That may have been the case before, but now I can hardly be certain. After all, Wu Hua is younger and more beautiful, and she is a princess. It's hardly surprising that you might take a liking to her. Moreover, she comes with an adorable little girl, leaving you in a position to embrace both." Yun Feiyong felt as if he had plunged into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse himself of the implications. Yet, he felt compelled to defend himself. Despite the futility of his words, "Xian, I speak the truth, I can swear to it." Slowly shaking her head, Lu Xian's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she said, "Then explain this. In just a day and a night, how could Zhuoma's attitude towards you have changed so dramatically? I witnessed it firsthand." "Xian, if this is the question you wish to ask, you might as well have asked it directly instead of beating around the bush," Yun Feiyong replied with a sigh of exasperation. Eventually, Lu Xian could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter, saying, "Ah, you are such a bore. I was merely teasing you for a bit of fun. Why must you unravel my intentions? Very well, since you've seen through my ruse, I shall speak plainly. What transpired to cause such a shift in her demeanor?" Yun Feiyong sighed and clicked his tongue in thought to pinpoint the cause. "It all stems from this hunting expedition." Lu Xian frowned slightly, pressing on with her inquiry. "What transpired during the hunt? By the way, weren't you supposed to be away for several days? Why did you return so soon after setting out yesterday? Did something indeed occur to hasten your return?" Last night, having taken the first step, Yun Feiyong gradually recounted the events to Lu Xian. After some time, he conveyed the entire narrative from beginning to end, albeit not in great detail, merely outlining the general circumstances while omitting certain specifics. For instance, he refrained from mentioning the numerous crises he faced, fearing that Lu Xian might worry. Furthermore, he did not disclose his consumption of snake blood, raw snake gall, or the subsequent devouring of demon cores. In truth, everything that transpired during that brief episode of mental blankness, when he descended into madness, remained unspoken. Despite Yun Feiyong's succinct account, Lu Xian was left wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Goodness! You encountered a herd of leopards, butterfly-winged red snakes, enormous beasts. and even flying snake demons all at once. Shaking her head in exasperation, she added, "Yet, with such encounters, danger was ever present, and we nearly didn't return." Lu Exine paused for a moment and remarked, "Alas, this world is truly cruel. Life holds little value. The Wood Clan must constantly confront peril for survival. Yet they cannot afford to retreat." Having absorbed some memories, she possessed an understanding of this world. "Indeed," Yun Feiyong replied, suddenly shifting the focus of his discourse. "Thus, Exiner, we must cultivate martial arts to survive in this world. Otherwise, we might carelessly meet our demise, leaving us with no hope of returning home." Through the newfound memories, Lu Exine recognized the distinctiveness of this realm compared to Earth. It was a world of martial prowess. However, this notion of cultivating martial arts was something Yun Feiyong had never previously mentioned, and today he brought it forth unexpectedly. At that moment, Lu Exine discerned a change in Yun Feiyong, one that was unlike him before the hunt. Although subtle, she could sense an unmistakable air of audacity and an indomitable spirit emanating from him. What had transpired? She pondered silently, bewildered by this sudden transformation in Yun Feiyong. She understood that during the hours they had been apart, he had undoubtedly encountered extraordinary experiences. Thus, she inquired, "Feiyong, what exactly did you go through on this outing?" Shaking his head slowly, Yun Feiyong chose not to reveal the full truth to Lu Exine, merely stating that he had faced danger and been startled. However, Lu Exine was not easily deceived. She pressed on with her inquiries, prompting Yun Feiyong to divulge a fragment of the truth. As anticipated, upon revealing even a sliver of reality, Lu Exine became anxious, persistently questioning whether he had been harmed. After several inquiries and receiving assurance that he was unscathed, she finally relented. In the end, Lu Exine sighed. "Is it because you faced such peril that you resolved to pursue martial cultivation?" Indeed, Yun Feiyong's response was succinct, yet resonated with unwavering determination. At this moment, Lu Exine finally comprehended the reason behind Yun Feiyong's sudden change. It was indeed surprising. However, recalling what Yun Feiyong had previously stated, she promptly inquired, "Feiyong, are you suggesting that we both need to cultivate martial arts?" Yun Feiyong responded with conviction. "Now that we find ourselves in this world, having become one of its denizens, to survive, we must adopt their ways. We not only need to cultivate martial arts, but also continuously strive to grow stronger until we transform into true powerhouses. But you can just cultivate. You will protect me, won't you?" Lu Exine uttered a rather foolish remark. "You are correct. I will safeguard you with my very life," Yun Feiyong affirmed. "Nevertheless, accidents are inevitable. Who can guarantee that we will always be together? Who dares to assure that I can be by your side whenever you face danger?" His words left Lu Exine momentarily speechless. He was right. Who could assert that they would never be separated, even for a fleeting moment? Just recently, had they not experienced a near-fatal separation after Yun Feiyong had only been away for several hours? Subsequently, Yun Feiyong shared with Lu Exine the myriad thoughts that had flooded his mind after encountering peril and madness multiple times. Ultimately, he persuaded her to join him in a resolute commitment to begin cultivating martial arts. However, Lu Exine then queried, "But Feiyong, how can we cultivate without martial arts techniques? How is it possible that you have no recollection of any cultivation techniques, Exiner?" "That cannot be. I have some in my memory," Yun Feiyong expressed his bewilderment. After explaining the general concept of the celestial law of sun, moon, and stars, Lu Exine found it utterly fascinating. Yet, she firmly assured him that there was not a shred of memory regarding any cultivation techniques in her mind. In the end, feeling rather helpless, Yun Feiyong proposed that they should endeavor to acquire a cultivation technique for Lu Exine when the opportunity arose. It was not that he was unwilling to impart the celestial law of sun, moon, and stars to her. Rather, he believed it was not suitable for her. As their conversation continued, Yun Feiyong suddenly remarked, "Exiner, do you recall the glass tower that appeared above us when we arrived? The one that could change size? I remember it vividly. It terrified me when it plummeted down. But didn't it vanish afterward? Why do you bring it up now?" Lu Exine looked somewhat puzzled. "No, it is called the Haotian Tower. It did not disappear, but rather hid within my body," Yun Feiyong replied, shaking his head. "How can that be? How could the glass tower possibly be concealed within your body?" Lu Exine found it hard to believe this bizarre notion. Seeing her skepticism, Yun Feiyong had no choice but to disclose everything regarding the Haotian Tower. After he finished speaking, Lu Exine's face was filled with astonishment. She was finally witnessing the marvels of this martial arts world, which seemed reminiscent of the tales from her memories of the investiture of the gods. Suddenly, Lu Exine exclaimed, "Feiyong, if what you say is true, and the Haotian Tower assisted you in breaking through your realm, Does that mean you could now be considered a master? At least here, wouldn't you? Yun Feiyong gently shook his head in denial, saying, "It is not that simple. I have merely just embarked upon the path of martial arts." In the ensuing hours, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian engaged in a heartfelt conversation, sharing whispers by candlelight. Their discourse transitioned from the threshold of the cottage to within its intimate confines, lasting well into the depths of the night. The following morning, Yun Feiyong awoke from his slumber to find the space beside him, once occupied by Lu Xian, now vacant. He hastily rose, eager to rush outside, only to collide with Lu Xian as she entered through the door. "Ah," she exclaimed. "Feiyong, why are you in such a hurry this early in the morning? What are you up to?" Yun Feiyong quickly steadied Lu Xian, who had nearly been knocked over, and replied, "I opened my eyes and didn't see you. It made me anxious. Oh, I merely stepped out for a moment. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you." Lu Xian chuckled, a hint of mischief in her demeanor. Ruffling his hair in mild confusion, Yun Feiyong remarked, "Hunting is truly exhausting. Hence, I slept rather deeply. Are you all right?" "Why would I be anything but well? It is you I am concerned about." Lu Xian's gaze bore into Yun Feiyong, unwavering. Feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Yun Feiyong questioned, "What issue could I possibly have?" With a playful grin, Lu Xian responded, "This morning, I overheard many people discussing a certain matter. It seemed they were talking about someone specific. I recall their words. The fist vanquishes the beast king to rescue the princess. A true man rends the serpent demon." Yun Feiyong was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "Heavens, what on earth is this? Who has spread such tales?" "Feiyong, who do you think they are speaking of?" Lu Xian queried, but before he could respond, she interrupted him. With a sigh of resignation, Yun Feiyong replied, "Shiner, who do you think they are referring to? The answer is right before your eyes." However, Lu Xian appeared not to hear his words, continuing, "Oh, there is another line I remember clearly. To drink blood and consume flesh is quite mad. The serpent demon's core devoured in one bite. How astonishing. I wish to meet this person." At that moment, Yun Feiyong realized that Lu Xian was fully aware that she was the subject of the rumors, yet she feigned ignorance, intentionally drawing him into the conversation for clarity. "All right, Shiner, if you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to dance around the subject," he said, shaking his head in exasperation. Finally, Lu Xian dropped her pretense and confronted him. The beast king vanquished, the serpent demon torn apart, blood and flesh consumed, and the core devoured. "Feiyong, I never imagined you accomplished so much on your outing. Yet, why did you not share this with me last night?" It became apparent that Lu Xian's behavior stemmed from the fact that Yun Feiyong had not disclosed everything. He sighed deeply, responding, "Shiner, it is not that I wished to keep it from you, but those matters were perilous, and I feared for your peace of mind." "Feiyong, you still do not understand me," she retorted. As she spoke, Lu Xian gently leaned into Yun Feiyong's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his form. She continued, "If you do not confide in me, it will only cause me concern. If you truly care about me, refrain from hiding things in the future." Lu Xian's sudden reaction caught Yun Feiyong off guard. He was momentarily stunned. However, her words resonated deeply within him, causing a tremor in his heart. He raised his hands and firmly wrapped them around Lu Xian's waist, responding resolutely, "All right." Though his reply was but a single word, it beautifully encapsulated Yun Feiyong's resolve. From that moment on, he would never conceal anything from Lu Xian again. That simple affirmation felt akin to a vow, drawing their hearts closer together in harmonious unity. He then lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against Lu Xian's, to which she fervently responded, a springtime warmth beginning to blossom between them. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from outside, "Brother Yun, Sister Xian, grandfather sent me to summon you. He said there is something important." Before the words had fully left the speaker's lips, Wu Hua's figure appeared at the doorway, which had been left ajar. Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian remained in their embrace, not anticipating Wu Hua's sudden arrival, and the open door inadvertently revealed them. They hastily separated, their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment, while Wu Hua uttered a remark that left them both exasperated. "Ah, Brother Yun, Sister Xian, please continue. I didn't see anything truly." With that, Wu Hua playfully covered her eyes with her hands. Yet both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were acutely aware that she had indeed witnessed their moment. Regaining his composure, Yun Feiyong responded with a few murmurs before asking, "What does Chief Taimu wish to discuss with us?" Hearing his question, Wu Hua lowered her hands and replied once more, "Brother Yun, I genuinely did not see anything. Please carry on, do not mind me. I'll just wait, after all, it is still early." As she spoke, she giggled incessantly. clearly teasing Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian. Lu Xian was already blushing profusely, while Yun Feiyong feigned irritation, saying, "Oh, you little rascal. You have quite the audacity to mock both your brother Yun and sister Xian." Wu Hua continued to chuckle, saying, "Brother Yun, who told you to be so shameless? Leaving the door ajar like that? I am not peeking." With an air of mock seriousness, Yun Feiyong snorted, "Child, your grandfather is waiting for us. Let us not keep him." He then took Lu Xian's hand and led the way out of the house, with Wu Hua bursting into laughter for a moment before quickly catching up with them. In truth, Chief Taimu's summons for Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian was not of great significance. He merely inquired about the hunting situation. Subsequently, Chief Taimu expressed his gratitude to Yun Feiyong for saving Wu Hua's life, as well as the lives of other members of the Wood clan. Yun Feiyong naturally responded with humility, exchanging pleasantries until they were finally able to take their leave from the ancestral home of the Wood clan. It was only from that day onward that Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian truly endeavored to integrate into the lives of the Wood clan, ultimately finding their footing. This journey, of course, was not devoid of Yua's assistance, but it also bore the contributions of Zhemu and Zhuoma. After a period of interaction, the camaraderie between Yun Feiyong and Zhemu flourished rapidly, prompting Lu Xian to jest, "You two are the best of friends." Meanwhile, the bond between Zhuoma and Lu Xian, under the influence of Yua and Yun Feiyong, also grew warmer, becoming remarkably close. The relationships among the five of them blossomed, as they frequently arranged outings, leaving their footprints across various locales. Thus, time drifted by, and unbeknownst to them, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian had resided in the Wood clan for a full month. As this month elapsed, Yun Feiyong found no advancement in his cultivation of martial arts. He had reached an impasse that he could not easily surpass. Naturally, Lu Xian had made no progress either, as she had yet to acquire any cultivation techniques to facilitate her growth. However, during this period, Yun Feiyong did learn some rudimentary combat skills from others. Perhaps influenced by Zhemu, he developed a particular fondness for the long sword among various weapons, though the length of his weapon was not as daunting as Zhemu's. In truth, this inclination was not entirely new. Back on Earth, Yun Feiyong had harbored a keen interest in bladed weapons, surpassing the prevailing preference for firearms. At that time, he was particularly enamored with knives. Unlike many who favored long swords, Yun Feiyong believed that both knives and swords are instruments of conflict, capable of causing harm, penetrating armor, and embodying danger. However, the sword, with its double edge, is the king of weapons, adhering to the principle of moderation. The knife, on the other hand, is single-edged and exudes a fierce dominance, striking with lethal intent. In such a tumultuous world, the use of a knife seemed more appropriate than that of a sword. In the past month, Yun Feiyong participated in several hunts, but encountered no peril. Eventually, Lu Xian joined him on one such expedition. Through these hunts, while he did not acquire much in terms of knowledge, he did master the art of capturing small animals with remarkable efficiency. During this time, he successfully caught a few smaller beasts, earning Yua's praises for his swift learning. Most unexpectedly, during one outdoor barbecue, he playfully grilled a piece of meat that elicited rave reviews from others, who clamored to finish it. Yun Feiyong was utterly unaware of his newfound talent for grilling. He even pondered whether it was due to his indulgence in barbecues during his school days. However, unlike in the past when he merely consumed, this time he took an active role, employing the grilling methods of the Wood clan. In summary, after a month had passed, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian not only fully acclimated to the lifestyle of the Wood clan, but also gleaned various new skills. Yun Feiyong's learnings encompassed simple combat and hunting techniques, as well as the art of archery. Notably, he excelled in trapping small animals and mastering the craft of barbecuing. However, the knowledge Lu Xian acquired was entirely distinct from Yun Feiyong's. She spent a month mastering the intricate art of processing animal hides, ensuring they remained supple. Additionally, she learned to craft garments from these hides, a skill that Lu Xian also acquired, as the Wood tribe's clothing styles were simplistic and rudimentary. Particularly noteworthy was Lu Xian's newfound ability to prepare delectable jerky, which she eagerly shared with Yun Feiyong. After participating in numerous hunts, Yun Feiyong's camouflage attire had become tattered and worn, rendered almost into rags by the branches and vines. In a moment of necessity, he resorted to donning a distinctive outfit akin to that of the Wood tribe. Consequently, Lu Xian felt that her wearing camouflage was rather outlandish, prompting her to change into attire reminiscent of Wu Hua's. Initially, she felt quite uncomfortable, perceiving her outfit as overly revealing, akin to being unclothed. Indeed, the minimal coverage of her chest and the mere wrapping of animal hide around her thighs left much exposed, her legs, abdomen, and shoulders, making her attire barely distinguishable from nudity, which explained Liu Xian's unease. Although Yun Feiyang had been somewhat accustomed to Liu Xian's form, witnessing such a simplistic three-point garment for the first time caused him to involuntarily experience a nosebleed. Chapter 50. Adapting to life. The people of the Wood tribe all practiced martial arts, and naturally, there was a considerable training ground within the tribe designated for combat practice. On this particular day, Yun Feiyang and Zhemu engaged in a sparring session, while Wu Hua, Liu Xian, and Zhuoma became devoted spectators. After a period of practice, despite not possessing Zhemu's prowess in combat techniques, Yun Feiyang was able to hold his own against him, thanks to his superior cultivation level. Currently, both Yun Feiyang and Liu Xian donned attire indistinguishable from that of the Wood tribe, and due to frequent excursions into the forest, Yun Feiyang had applied medicinal salves multiple times to ward off mosquitoes, giving his skin a subtle bronze hue. In contrast, Liu Xian's complexion remained notably fair, tinged with a hint of rosy undertones, as she spent most of her time indoors, unlike Yun Feiyang. This difference rendered Liu Xian the most striking figure within the Wood tribe, as the tribe's people, accustomed to bronze skin, found her unique complexion fascinating. Often, individuals would follow her simply to observe, yet they were respectful and refrained from inappropriate behavior. At this juncture, it is essential to mention a small episode between Liu Xian and Wu Hua. Observing the throng of admirers trailing behind Liu Xian, Wu Hua playfully inquired, "Sister Xian, with so many people fond of you, you wouldn't suddenly lose interest in Brother Yun, would you?" Liu Xian replied with a laugh, "How could that be? My heart will never change." However, she noticed a slight shift in Wu Hua's expression, who then replied in an oddly serious tone, "Sister Xian, even if you did change your heart, it would be of no consequence. After all, if Brother Yun were to leave you, I would still be here to accompany him." Yua's words left Liu Xian feeling profoundly uncomfortable, as she realized that this little girl had developed feelings for Yun Feiyang. Consequently, Liu Xian seized the opportunity to discuss this matter with Yun Feiyang, inquiring about his perspective. His response was simply to regard her as a younger sister. Trusting Yun Feiyang's words, Liu Xian did not dwell on Yua's situation. Both of them genuinely treated the little girl Yua as a sister, despite her minor princess-like flaws. After a period of training, Yun Feiyang's physique, which had once shown signs of slight indulgence, underwent a remarkable transformation. The scattered excess weight had vanished, and the abdominal muscles he had once jokingly referred to with Zhang Yao re-emerged, now defined into 8 distinct blocks. The most notable changes were in his hands and feet. Yun Feiyang's legs had become remarkably powerful, allowing him to leap effortlessly to heights of nearly 10 feet. His hands also exhibited significant transformation. With a mere exertion, his muscles became prominent and well-defined. Overall, Yun Feiyang had become sturdier. His musculature developed not in an explosive manner, but rather with a subtle elegance. His physique could best be described in a single phrase: slim in clothing, yet robust when bare. In the training arena, Yun Feiyang and Zhemu engaged in a lively exchange of martial arts, much to the delight of the 3 women observing from the sidelines. Finally, as they paused, Zhemu wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Brother Yun, your progress is truly astonishing." With a chuckle, Yun Feiyang replied, "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Brother Zhemu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have improved so swiftly." Zhemu quickly waved his hand, insisting, No, Brother Yun, I cannot take credit for this. It is all your own prowess." The two exchanged compliments, and seeing them pause, the 3 women joined in their conversation. Suddenly, a series of beastly roars erupted from deep within the mountains, causing the entire forest to tremble. The terrifying sounds resonated like a torrential flood, instilling a sense of dread. Many within the Wood clan were taken aback by the astonishing roars. What could be occurring within the mountains to provoke such a cacophony from all the beasts? Growing increasingly intense, the 5 individuals in the training arena, including Yun Feiyang, were bewildered, deeply shaken by the unexpected roars. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky, illuminating the innermost depths of the mountains. This light was exceptionally bright. The moment it appeared, the surrounding illumination dimmed noticeably, leaving only its striking brilliance. Zhemu suddenly shouted, "It's bad. The changes in nature have driven the beasts wild. It seems something significant is about to happen." Yua was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother Zhemu, what should we do? Quickly, we must find the clan leader and the high priest. They should know what is occurring." With that, Zhemu sprinted towards the ancestral home of the Wood clan with remarkable speed. Following him, Yun Feiyang and the other 4 did not hesitate to follow suit. However, before they could reach their ancestral home, the ground suddenly trembled, the mountains swayed, and the forest surged, accompanied by a pervasive stench and an ominous aura rising to the heavens. The voice of the clan leader, Taimu, resonated throughout the tribe. Everyone, prepare for battle. All capable fighters, ascend the walls and ready yourselves for combat. As soon as Taimu's words echoed, they rang out again. Thus, the 5 individuals in flight heeded Taimu's directive, altering their course towards the main entrance of the tribe. Such circumstances were evidently perilous, prompting Yun Feiyong to urge Lu Xin to return to their dwelling to avoid injury. Yet, Lu Xin uttered a single phrase that rendered Yun Feiyong speechless. Even in the face of danger, I wish to remain by your side, otherwise, my heart shall be troubled. What more could Yun Feiyong say? He had no choice but to allow Lu Xin to closely follow him, while secretly vowing to protect her at all costs. Upon their arrival at the archway of the tribe, Yun Feiyong beheld that the interior of the massive wooden barricade was already teeming with individuals atop the scaffolding. The scene bore a resemblance to a military encampment defending a city, though the identity of their adversary remained unknown. The archway had been securely closed, and both Taimu and the high priest, Lama, had gathered there. Upon their arrival, Taimu greeted them with a loud call, ascending to the highest scaffold. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe the situation beyond the tribe's borders. Zhamu inquired, "Leader, what has transpired? Why have the wild beasts erupted in chaos? Is it related to that beam of light?" Taimu replied gravely, "The precise cause remains unknown, but I suspect that the sudden cacophony of beasts is indeed connected to that ray of light. Alas, behold, a great upheaval is imminent, and many within the Wood clan shall perish once again." Taimu's words were imbued with profound sorrow, as though he already foresaw the forthcoming events. The 5, recognizing the weight of his tone, refrained from posing further questions, turning their gazes outward towards the tribe's periphery. Yun Feiyong failed to notice the peculiar glint in Taimu's eyes as he regarded him, softly murmuring, "A seal that has remained unchanged for 100,000 years is now facing turmoil. Could it be due to your arrival? Are you truly the ones capable of altering the fate of my clan?" Yun Feiyong's attention was wholly absorbed by the unfolding events outside the tribe, rendering Taimu's murmurs nearly inaudible. He could only vaguely discern a few words from Taimu's lips: 100,000 years, seal, turmoil, fate. Although these words were few, they were potent enough to stir Yun Feiyong's spirit, particularly the phrase 100,000 years. He yearned to inquire further of Taimu, but the moment was clearly ill-suited for such questions. At that moment, a horde of ferocious beasts and predatory birds surged forth from the mountain woods. A dark mass that was truly astonishing. The ground trembled with the wild stampede of beasts, while countless avian creatures flapped their wings overhead, even causing the canopies of towering trees to be severed in their wake. In an instant, the forest trembled, massive boulders tumbled, the earth quaked, ferocious birds beat their wings, and wild beasts charged forth, their roars echoing through the land with a force that seemed to shake the very heavens. The commotion left those present in a state of alarm, their spirits shaken, with the timid among them already contemplating retreat. Behind Yun Feiyong, Lu Xin's face had turned pale in the face of such turmoil, cold sweat involuntarily beating upon her brow. In truth, not only Lu Xin but also Yun Feiyong displayed signs of fear, though he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, concealing his trepidation. The monstrous beasts were approaching swiftly. It was a beast tide, a sudden onslaught of wild creatures. Someone exclaimed from the crowd, "The beast tide has arrived." Yun Feiyong recalled hearing Wu Hua mention this phenomenon. Every so often, a horde of wild beasts would assault the tribe. The wooden walls and arched gates he observed were erected as a defense against these occasional incursions. However, he distinctly remembered Wu Hua stating that the number of beasts involved in each tide was usually limited, with a singular variety. As long as everyone remained within the confines of the tribe, they were generally safe. The creatures would attack for a time before retreating on their own. Yet, the current situation starkly diverged from Wu Hua's description. The numbers had multiplied exponentially, far exceeding mere thousands. With an incomprehensible variety of creatures, birds soaring in the sky and beasts racing on the ground, a relentless stream that was impossible to count. In the wake of the beast tide, chaos reigned. The members of the wooden tribe immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, gripping their weapons and standing ready. Yun Feiyong questioned whether this colossal display could still be termed a beast tide. Perhaps it would be more aptly labeled a beast calamity. Indeed, this was a disaster. Thousands upon thousands of wild creatures emerged unexpectedly, and the unprepared wooden tribe was caught entirely off guard. In this clash of offense and defense, one could only wonder how many lives would be lost. The beast tide advanced rapidly, soon reaching the wooden walls of the tribe, and without a moment's pause, they launched their assault. Chief Taimu urgently commanded Zhimu, "You must organize the guard. Your guards are the elite of our wooden tribe. Their contributions in this battle are vital, and we must not squander even a single effort." Chapter 51. The sudden beast tide. In this critical moment, Zhimu said little, simply acknowledging Taimu's command before hastening to assemble his guard. At that very moment, the swiftest of the beasts had already leaped onto the walls, initiating their attack on the wooden tribespeople. A fierce wolf burst forth, its dark form shimmering with an ominous glow. It moved with lightning speed, its gaping maw roaring menacingly as it brandished its claws, instantly tearing apart a wooden tribesman who had not reacted in time. Blood gushed forth, splattering in all directions, and a spray of crimson struck Lu Xian, who stood not far from Yun Feiyang. Never before had she witnessed such a scene of brutal carnage. Overwhelmed by the horrific violence, she could not contain herself and let out a piercing scream. As Lu Xian witnessed a man perish before her eyes, drenched in blood. A wave of nausea washed over her. Yet, before she could succumb to her queasiness, danger loomed closer. A ferocious wolf, having torn apart its victim, lunged in her direction, seemingly designating her as its next target. In that moment, the steadfast back of Yun Feiyang became Lu Xian's sanctuary as he shielded her behind him. He seized the formidable blade he had clutched during his bout with Zhimu and, summoning all his strength, delivered a decisive strike to the menacing wolf. The creature, caught off guard by Yun Feiyang's ferocity, was struck severely, a torrent of blood erupting from its wound, clearly left gravely injured. Without hesitation, Yun Feiyang followed up with a powerful kick, sending the wounded beast tumbling over the wall and into the abyss beyond. The wolf's figure was swiftly engulfed by the advancing horde, leaving its fate uncertain. Beside Yun Feiyang, Yua, with a hint of trepidation in her voice, remarked, "Brother Yun, that was a black wolf. It is akin to the beast king, the snow leopard, a half-demon of comparable strength. Is this black wolf also a half-demon?" Its size was diminutive, hardly a match for the snow leopard, and even lesser than an ordinary jaguar. Yet its power was eerily similar to that of the snow leopard, making Yun Feiyang realize that the strength of a demon cannot be judged solely by its size. Furthermore, he grasped the grave peril of the current beast tide. It was merely the onset of the assault, and yet half-demons lurked among the wild beasts. Gazing at the ominous mass behind him, Yun Feiyang pondered how many half-demons remained concealed within, and whether true demons were present among them. With the immediate threat momentarily abated, Lu Xian, still shaken, inquired, "Feiyang, are you all right?" "I am unharmed," he replied, his visage and hands splattered with the black wolf's blood, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. At that juncture, further conversation was impractical. They exchanged a brief reassurance before falling silent. Yun Feiyang continued to shield Lu Xian, flanked by Yua and Zhuoma, who stood resolutely by his side, cognizant of Lu Xian's lack of martial training and her need for protection. While Yun Feiyang repelled the black wolf, battles erupted elsewhere, creating a tempest of conflict. He observed a location where two wild beasts simultaneously leaped into the fray, causing a flurry of panic among the defenders, who ultimately united to confront the intruders. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, surging from all directions, with the entire perimeter besieged by the chaos of combat. Injuries were rampant, blood spraying incessantly, intermingling the cries of humans with the roars of beasts, blurring the lines between them. Yet, the presence of half-demons was not isolated to a single entity. Apart from the Black Wolf, others emerged in different locales. Not every member of the Wood tribe possessed the combat prowess of Yun Feiyang, and in certain areas, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of half-demons, with their defenses on the verge of collapse. In this dire moment, the formidable Zhimu and his retinue of guards proved invaluable. Wherever a crisis arose, they promptly arrived to assist in repelling the beasts and even the half-demons. However, the front was too extensive, and the limited numbers of Zhimu's guards could not possibly cover every front. At this moment, not far from Yun Feiyang, Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama rushed in opposite directions, each endeavoring to assist others. Simultaneously, Chief Taimu's voice echoed, instructing, "Yua, young friend Yun, this position is entrusted to you for defense, albeit temporarily." His words conveyed profound faith in Yua and Yun Feiyang's capabilities, believing they could safeguard this crucial position. Indeed, aside from Yun Feiyang's prowess, which surpassed that of Zhimu, both Yua and Zhuoma beside him were also notably more formidable than many of the Wood tribe members. Yun Feiyang and his companions occupied a vantage point atop the archway, the highest position within the battlefield, devoid of other Wood tribe members. After the departure of Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama, only 4 individuals remained in this location: Yun Feiyang, Lu Xian, Yue, and Zhuoma. Perhaps due to Yun Feiyang's recent success in repelling a half-demon, the surrounding beasts did not immediately launch an assault on their position. The elevation afforded Yun Feiyang the leisure and perspective to observe a vast expanse of the battlefield. Initially, Yun Feiyang struggled to discern whether certain beasts were half-demons or mere wild creatures. However, owing to the disparity in strength, ordinary Wood tribe members could slay common beasts but found it exceedingly arduous to defeat half-demons, necessitating significant effort. Thus, Yun Feiyang gradually learned to identify most half-demons, even if he could not always name them. In numerous locations, the emergence of half-demons hindered the Zhimu Guard's ability to arrive in time, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Then, Yun Feiyang witnessed Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama effortlessly dispatching half-demons with a single strike each. Incredible, he gasped, realizing that these 2 esteemed figures held the greatest power within the Wood tribe. Their ability to annihilate half-demons with such ease suggested a mastery that transcended the mundane realm, likely placing them in the realm of corporeal spirits. Suddenly, Yun Feiyang pondered whether the dozen or so elder clan members shared a similar formidable strength as the chief and high priest. Casting his gaze across the battlefield, he indeed spotted an elder delivering a decisive blow to a half-demon. Although this elder's strength was evidently inferior to that of Chief Taimu, he was certainly superior to Zhimu. Yun Feiyang surmised that this elder also resided within the realm of corporeal spirits, albeit slightly weaker due to variations in strength even within the same realm. From this, it was apparent that the remaining elders, even if somewhat less powerful, were undoubtedly formidable warriors. Just as Yue had remarked, the chief, high priest, and the elder clan members were all honed through the crucible of life and death, true masters of their craft. Reflecting on this, Yun Feiyang felt reassured that despite the sudden onslaught of beasts, the presence of nearly 20 seasoned warriors would mitigate the threat. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations, as the ferocity of the beasts was overwhelming, and the Wood tribe members continued to fall. Even with those powerful figures traversing the battlefield and providing aid, it became increasingly apparent that their efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. The lengthy battlefront, reliant on fewer than 20 individuals, coupled with the guards of Zemo, was utterly incapable of managing the situation. A formidable member of the Wood clan wielded a large blade that flickered with a faint luminescence, indicating its exceptional quality. He channeled his strength, transforming the blade into a radiant arc that cleaved towards a beast leaping onto the wall, exuding an impressive aura. With a thunderous roar, as the warrior struck, a colossal purple-eyed white tiger, surpassing the size of an elephant, suddenly pounced from the opposite side. Its bloodthirsty scent filled the air, and with its foul-smelling maw, it severed the warrior's arm, wielding the sword in a single bite. Subsequently, the beast, destined to fall beneath the warrior's blade, raised its head and lunged, sinking its teeth into the warrior's throat. Despite an elder of the clan arriving nearby, he was a moment too late. Left helplessly watching as the warrior met a gruesome fate, his throat torn apart. Blood gushed forth from the warrior's neck, and he drew his last breath, unable to close his eyes, seemingly unable to fathom his impending demise. The arriving elder, filled with fury, struck fiercely, vanquishing 2 beasts. However, despite his prowess, the Wood clan warrior lay lifeless, not due to the elder's inadequacy, but rather the distance that had delayed his arrival. Such tragic events unfolded relentlessly in every corner. As bloodthirsty tigers emerged, Yun Feiyang recognized clearly that the sudden appearance of the purple-eyed white tiger was that of a half-demon. Had it not appeared so unexpectedly, the Wood clan warrior would have easily dealt with a mere beast, a tragic loss indeed. Snow leopards, black wolves, and bloodthirsty tigers, abounding in this realm of half-demons, surged forth. The ordinary Wood clan members stood no chance against them, many falling prey directly to the gaping maws of these ferocious beasts, rendering the scene horrifically grim. The bodies of the Wood clan and the beasts piled higher, their blood intermingling and flowing down, staining the earth crimson. At this moment, Lu Xian could no longer endure the sight of such a hellish scene, retching uncontrollably. Even Yun Feiyang, who had once savored serpent blood, felt his stomach churn at the sight of blood splattering everywhere and the dismembered limbs strewn about. It was not only Yun Feiyang and Lu Xian, hailing from a civilized earth, who had never witnessed such carnage. Even Yue and Zhuoma, born into this world, had never encountered such a purgatory. They had seen their share of bloodshed and death, but the scale of this devastation was unprecedented. Suddenly, Yun Feiyang recalled the atrocities committed by the Japanese army during their invasion of China, particularly the massacre of hundreds of thousands in Nanjing. The current conflict involved fewer than 10,000 Wood clan warriors against merely several thousand beasts, a scale far inferior to the Nanjing massacre. Moreover, this battle was against a foreign threat, a matter of survival, devoid of guilt. Yet, the Japanese had slaughtered individuals of their own kind, unarmed Chinese civilians, their hands stained with the blood of innocents. In the heart of Yun Feiyong, an overwhelming fury surged. He contemplated that had he been born in that era, he too would have willingly laid down his life, fighting valiantly against the invaders until the very end, just like those pioneers before him. Chapter 52. The army approaches the city. It was not only Yun Feiyong and his companions who had never witnessed such a scene. Many of the Wood tribe members shared a similar reaction. This hellish reality was an unprecedented experience for them, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong furrowed his brow, involuntarily emitting a sound of alarm. Hiss. Feiyong, what is it? Lu Xian managed to suppress the urge to vomit and inquired of Yun Feiyong, while Yue and Zhuoma turned to look as well. A potent aura enveloped the surroundings, akin to a multitude of ferocious beasts converging. I wonder if there are even more wild creatures to join the impending beast tide, he mused, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought. Indeed, as Yun Feiyong had anticipated, the once clear skies gradually darkened, swirling gray mists coalescing above. Then, vast expanses of dark clouds formed, obscuring the sun as they swiftly approached, instilling a sense of dread within Yun Feiyong. What is this? For a moment, Yun Feiyong was perplexed, but within mere seconds, he discerned that the dark clouds were, in fact, flocks of flying creatures. These avian beasts were rapidly heading toward the Wood tribe settlement, arriving in the blink of an eye. However, it seemed that this beast tide was orchestrated by a commander. Otherwise, why had the flying creatures remained aloof during the initial assault? They had merely allowed the terrestrial beasts to unleash chaos, incessantly leaping upon the wooden walls, engaging in relentless combat. Now, with the ground creatures proving ineffective in their attacks, akin to an army in battle, they were replaced by the airborne forces taking over the mission. The ground beasts gradually retreated, leaving behind a grim scene of carnage, while those flying creatures that had already taken to the skies merged with new arrivals. As the Wood tribe witnessed the retreat of the terrestrial beasts, they scarcely had a moment to rest before the united aerial assault commenced from above. This was a clear display of combined land and air warfare. The ground infantry's charge had shifted to a vertical onslaught from the air. Beast tides occurred frequently, and although previous instances had been small in scale, the Wood tribe had gleaned some experience. The aerial creatures, being the fastest and most lethal, were responsible for the most casualties during these events. Whenever a small beast tide appeared, the presence of flying creatures was always a cause for great concern among the Wood tribe. Now, with such a vast array of flying beasts emerging, the hearts of all Wood tribe members collectively sank. Unlike the terrestrial beasts, the sturdy and towering wooden walls offered no protection against the aerial assault. They could only rely on their weapons. With the onslaught of the flying creatures, even the initial wave claimed numerous lives and severed limbs. Witnessing the tragic demise of many kin, the strongest chieftain of the Ironwood tribe was incensed. Summoning a sword from thin air, and fiercely swung it toward the most densely clustered avian foes. In the next moment, a long sword, accompanied by a howling sound, swept through the air, its sword aura piercing forth. Any avian creature struck by this force plummeted from the sky like a torrential downpour. The chieftain of the Ironwood tribe felled dozens of birds with a single stroke. This scene was witnessed by Yun Feiyong, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He had believed that as a fully realized mortal, the gap between himself and those at the minor spirit level was not significant. However, the chieftain's display of power shattered this illusion. The disparity in martial prowess is vast, with even a minor difference in realms. What then can be said of a major difference? Suddenly, a gray bird with dual wings and 3 claws dove towards Yun Feiyong at an alarming speed. A 3-clawed eagle. Yun Feiyong recognized this creature. It too was a half-demon, albeit among the weaker of its kind. Yet, it possessed a notable advantage, its extraordinary speed, surpassing many demons. As the foe approached, Yun Feiyong swung his blade in a desperate sweep, but alas, his speed was no match for the 3-clawed eagle, and he failed to land even a scratch. The eagle circled around him, evading harm, before ascending into the air. After making a turn, it dove down again. Faster than before, Yun Feiyong furrowed his brow, contemplating how he might slay the eagle. He considered a dangerous ploy, yet decided to take the risk. As the 3-clawed eagle descended, Yue and Zhuoma released arrows in rapid succession, but none even grazed its feathers. In the blink of an eye, It was upon them. At that moment, Yun Feiyong appeared oblivious, leaving his back exposed, as the sharp claws were poised to strike. However, just as the eagle's talons grazed his body, he swiftly turned, delivering a decisive blow to one of its wings. The wing fell to the ground with a resounding thud, rendering the eagle incapable of flight. Though Yun Feiyong's arm bore several deep gashes from its claws, the wingless, three-clawed eagle fell directly before Yun Feiyong and his companions, its small size taking up little space. Observing it still flapping its remaining wing, Yua knocked an arrow and shot it through, pinning it to a wooden frame. Blood began to flow from Yun Feiyong's arm. Though fortunately, the wounds were not excessively deep. Lu Xian gasped in alarm. "Feiyong, are you all right?" After assuring them with a smile that he was fine, Yun Feiyong noticed that many other members of the Ironwood tribe faced similar predicaments. Despite their strength to slay the birds, their swift flight rendered them nearly helpless. One area was besieged by a dark mass of avian attackers, overwhelming in numbers. With their limited strength, they could hardly defend their line. And this was merely the first wave. Countless more birds followed, each slain replaced almost immediately. Certain positions required several individuals to withstand the onslaught of half-demons. While the elders and the guard were already stretched thin, at that moment, they found themselves in dire straits, besieged by avian creatures from all sides, leading to their swift demise, with not even a trace of their bodies left behind. Those who had not been eliminated promptly fell victim to the subsequent wave of attackers. Similarly encircled, fortunately, they encountered a mere flock of ordinary birds. Thus, through their collective efforts, albeit with some delay, they managed to vanquish each avian foe. Zhemo, on the other hand, faced a formidable adversary, a pair of twin doves. These twin doves, by nature, always appeared together, regardless of the circumstances. Consequently, Zhemu was not contending with a single bird, but rather a duo. The twin doves, bound by their lives, consistently coordinated their movements with remarkable skill. Therefore, despite being merely ordinary avians, not even half-demons, they posed considerable trouble for Zhemu. One of the twin doves launched a frontal assault on Zhemu, engaging him and rendering his long blade less effective. Meanwhile, the other dove attacked from behind, its sharp claws striking swiftly at Zhemu's back. Had those claws found their mark, Zhemu would have sustained severe injuries. In this moment, Zhemu's adaptability was put to the test. He twisted his body just enough to evade the dove's talons and, seizing the advantage of his long blade, managed to divide the two doves into four. Yun Feiyong, observing this spectacle, could not help but internally commend Zhemu's prowess. He realized that had he been in Zhemu's position, he would have found it nearly impossible to evade danger while simultaneously eliminating the adversary without sustaining injury. This was a testament to Zhemu's reflexes, honed through countless life-and-death encounters, enabling him to instinctively make the right choice in an instant. Despite Yun Feiyong's higher cultivation level, he recognized that his own experiences with life and death were far too limited. The essence of one's strength is not merely a reflection of their cultivation level. Rather, it encompasses mindset, experience, technique, weaponry, and, indeed, a touch of fortune. Yun Feiyong understood that the path of martial arts ahead was long and arduous, and he had only just begun to take his first steps. Even then, he had yet to find solid footing. If he could safely navigate this crisis, only then would his first step be deemed truly stable. Who among us does not fear death? Yun Feiyong certainly wished to avoid perishing amidst this beast tide. Moreover, he had individuals he needed to protect and responsibilities he must uphold. Behind him stood Lu Xian, whom he was duty-bound to safeguard. And upon his shoulders rested the charge given by the clan leader, Taimu. As Taimu departed, he had imparted the words, "Let Yua and Yun Feiyong guard their respective fronts." While Yun Feiyong was more than willing to protect Lu Xian, he was also a person of responsibility, and the clan leader's directive became an obligation he could not shirk. The number of avian creatures was overwhelming, outnumbering the Wood clan by several times. On average, each member of the Wood clan would face multiple avian foes. Fortunately, the birds were relatively larger in size, and the confined space limited their ability to attack simultaneously, allowing them to approach in a staggered manner. In such circumstances, the plight of the Wood clan has certainly improved. Otherwise, the death toll would likely be even higher. However, as time progresses, the avian assailants continue their relentless attacks. Although they leave behind numerous carcasses, the bodies of the Wood clan also increase. Among the 4 individuals, only Yun Feiyong has sustained minor injuries, while the other 3 remain unscathed. The number of avian corpses at their location is not substantial, merely a handful. Yet the quality of those remains is exceptional. Among them, 3 or 4 are of the half-demon variety, a fact that underscores their formidable strength, as one half-demon avian is equivalent to several ordinary ones. The scarcity of avian corpses can be attributed to other reasons, not due to Yun Feiyong and his companions' lack of prowess, nor the diminished number of attacking avians. In this quartet, there is also Lu Xin, who is not a warrior and has never engaged in combat. Notably, both Wu Hua and Zhuoma wield bows and arrows. Before the avians could even approach, their sharp arrows had already pierced through, causing the creatures to plummet beyond the walls. Nevertheless, regardless of the quantity, wherever battles rage, the ground is strewn with corpses. These remains, varying in their tragic fates, are undeniably gruesome and bloody, comprising both avian and terrestrial creatures, as well as members of the Wood Clan. Chapter 53. Smoke on all sides. The lethality of the avians indeed surpasses that of terrestrial beasts during equivalent intervals of assault. The number of Wood Clan members who perish at the talons of avians is several times that of those felled by beasts. As one after another of the brave Wood Clan warriors collapses, the elders of the clan descend into madness. They unleash their most potent offensive capabilities, and wherever they tread, avians fall like leaves in autumn, as though traversing an uninhabited realm. Among them, one elder stands out in his frenzy, drenched in blood, surpassing even Yun Feiyong's earlier ferocity when he tore apart serpent demons and savored their blood. This elder wields no weapon. Instead, his iron fists serve as his most formidable armament. Wherever he goes, any avian that comes into contact with him either has its wings torn apart or its claws shattered, with some even losing their heads entirely. Not a single avian corpse remains intact. All are reduced to mere fragments, to the point where their original species is indiscernible. As time drags on, an increasing number of avians fall to the blades of the Wood Clan, yet the number of their own who perish rises alarmingly. Yun Feiyong watches in pain. During their previous hunt, the loss of a single life had weighed heavily on him, and now the toll is far greater. He estimates that from the onset of the battle until now, which has scarcely exceeded half an hour, nearly 1,000 Wood Clan members have fallen. In contrast, the combined number of avians and beasts slain far surpasses this figure. Yet, despite the elders' intensified efforts, resulting in a significantly accelerated rate of avian slaying, Yun Feiyong is uncertain how long this can be sustained. The Wood Clan's numbers are limited. As the battle rages on, their ranks dwindle, and their combat effectiveness continually declines. Conversely, the avians and beasts remain numerous. For every group that is slain, another swiftly takes its place at the forefront, with no decrease in their fighting capacity. However, at present, the Wood Clan is momentarily withstanding the pressure and staving off the avian onslaught. In the short term, the birds are unlikely to breach the entire defense, thus preventing an incursion into the Wood Clan's territory. Yet, this respite will not endure for long. Indeed, as the avian assault falters, a tremendous beastly roar erupts from the midst of the avian and beast throng, the source of which remains unknown. Upon hearing this roar, the birds suddenly exhibit renewed vigor, significantly enhancing their combat capability and complicating the slaughter. Concurrently, the beasts, which had previously retreated, surge back into the fray, swiftly re-engaging in battle. In this moment, both avians and beasts unite, unleashing aerial and terrestrial might, placing the Wood Clan's defenses in a perilous state. In the position occupied by Yun Feiyong, the pressure abruptly intensifies. A peculiar entity manifests in midair, hurtling toward Yun Feiyong. Could this be the fabled flying pig? This is the initial impression that strikes Yun Feiyong. This extraordinary creature bears a striking resemblance to the wild boars from his memory, yet it possesses one fundamental difference. It boasts a pair of wings. This creature is a veritable flying pig, its strength far exceeding that of the ordinary wild boar. This is a jungle pig, with just a glance. Yun Feiyong discerns its name and its method of attack. The jungle pig lacks sharp lips or claws, and apart from its slightly protruding tusks, it exudes no feral essence. Were it not for its wings, the jungle pig would appear as nothing more than a plump mass. Its method of attack is rather singular, relying on its aerial speed to augment its momentum, thereby amplifying its force, and it strikes its target with its body. In truth, if one's physical condition is adequate, one could allow the jungle pig to collide without sustaining injuries, as it is incapable of inflicting harm. As the jungle pig rolls toward him at great speed, Yun Feiyong is tempted to laugh, yet he suppresses it, deeming the moment inopportune. The jungle pig approaches rapidly, and in an instant, Yun Feiyong throws a punch with his left hand, sending the jungle pig flying. With a mournful cry, the jungle pig rolls away, its form unchanged from its approach. Yun Feiyong is confident that his punch has not harmed the jungle pig, nor has he sustained any injury. This exchange is evenly matched, neither party gains an advantage, resulting in a stalemate. After striking the jungle pig away, Yun Feiyong remains vigilant in that direction, wary of its potential return. Suddenly, a creature, seen only as a fleeting shadow by Yun Feiyong, darts toward Lu Exine, who, already pale with fright, is rendered immobile. At this juncture, Yua and Zhuoma have just released several arrows, dispatching a few avians, and are in need of a moment to recuperate. With Yua and Zhuoma momentarily incapacitated, and Yun Feiyong's attention diverted by the jungle pig, this swift beast, visible only as a blur, seizes its opportunity to strike Lu Exine. Yua and Zhuoma, unable to provide timely assistance, can only scream in alarm. Yun Feiyong's reaction was prompt, yet too late for him to wield his blade. In a moment of desperation, he threw himself upon Lu Exine, shielding her from the beast's ferocious assault with his own back. The beast's shadow swept by, leaving deep claw marks on Yun Feiyong's back, nearly exposing bone. Experiencing the swiftness of the creature's attack firsthand, he finally comprehended its true nature. It was a lightning weasel, aptly named for its lightning-fast speed and small stature, lacking in strength and relying solely on stealthy ambushes. The lightning weasel excelled in identifying the opportune moment to deliver a potentially lethal strike. Should it miss, it would vanish without a trace, its escape being its most formidable skill. Exine, are you alright? Despite the excruciating pain on his back, Yun Feiyong managed a charming smile as he inquired after Lu Exine. I'm fine. Lu Exine shook her head, indicating that she was unharmed. Her reaction was slower than Yun Feiyong's, and she had not yet realized the injury he sustained. It seemed that Yun Feiyong had no intention of elaborating, merely helping her to her feet. Perhaps he was deliberately concealing his wound from Lu Exine, since standing up, he positioned himself in such a way that his injured back remained hidden from her view. The intense agony he felt was deeply buried, showing no sign of its presence. However, Yuawa's voice erupted at an inopportune moment. Brother Yun, you're hurt. Are you alright? Yun Feiyong was momentarily taken aback and said nothing. But Lu Exine was taken aback, exclaiming, Feiyong, you're injured. Where? Let me see. Shaking his head vigorously, Yun Feiyong insisted he was fine. Yet Lu Exine had already noticed the bloodstains on his back. Tears instantly filled her eyes as she spoke with a quivering voice. Feiyong, why were you so foolish? Why did you take that blow for me? With a slight chuckle, Yun Feiyong replied, Exine, you know that for you, I would not hesitate to face death. A sweet smile immediately graced Lu Exine's face. In Droma's eyes, there was nothing but admiration for Yun Feiyong. Yuawa's gaze was particularly unique, an indescribable blend of emotions that was profoundly complex. Among the myriad creatures, not only the lightning weasel excelled in ambush tactics, there were others equally adept at stealthy strikes. In the midst of the battle, those like Lu Exine, who were safeguarded from the beast's ambush and emerged unscathed, were indeed a rarity. A significant number of the Wood tribe perished not in direct confrontation with the beasts, but rather fell victim to these sudden assaults. Even Jia Mu came perilously close to demise from an ambush, narrowly evading a fatal blow by deftly parrying with his long knife. As a result, the pressure on all was markedly heightened. They were compelled not only to withstand the frontal assaults of the beasts, but also to remain ever vigilant against ambushes. The Wood tribe, thus divided in focus, saw their combat effectiveness plummet, with many positions on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the resonant voice of Chief Taimu reverberated throughout the entire Wood tribe. Brave sons of the Wood tribe, hold your ground. Behind us lies our homeland, where our wives, children, parents, relatives, and friends reside. We must not retreat even a single step. In the tribe, those who had not participated in the battle, the old, the young, the sick, the disabled, and the weak, erupted into a thunderous roar following Taimu's proclamation. It seemed as though they were not only echoing the chief's words, but also venting their inner fury, rallying support for those engaged in combat. After the clamorous outcry of the Wood tribe, Taimu's voice rang out once more, uttering a single word, kill. Though merely one word, kill, was imbued with the clangor of weapons and the essence of ruthless bloodshed, accompanied by an unrelenting inferno of wrath. In an instant, everyone was filled with fervor, their spirits soaring, unable to contain their voices as they collectively bellowed, kill. This battle cry was akin to a flag unfurling, a torrent surging forth, compelling each individual to unleash their most potent means of slaughter upon the enemy from the depths of their souls. In that moment, flesh and blood flew asunder, with the sounds of beasts roaring and birds screeching echoing continuously. A single wave of assault resulted in countless casualties among the avian and beastly ranks. Yun Feiyong was similarly stirred, his blood boiling. yearning to unleash a primal roar. The people of the Wood tribe resembled the indomitable force of the Chinese nation during its direst hour, a battalion invincible in battle, charging forth without hesitation, embracing death without regret. Perhaps it was the sudden surge of the Wood tribe's combat prowess that caught the avian and beastly forces off guard. Or perhaps they had underestimated the tenacity of the Wood tribe. In the blink of an eye, they suffered grievous losses, leaving behind numerous fallen kin. Initially, under the combined assault of the avian and beastly forces, the Wood tribe's defense felt precarious. Even with the presence of Chief Taimu and several esteemed elders, these formidable figures could not alter the tide of battle or salvage the entire front. Yet, unexpectedly, a single word, a roar from Chief Taimu, transformed the entire situation instantaneously. The Wood tribe erupted in fury, slaying one avian and beast after another, even willing to exchange lives with them. Chapter 54. Flames of war from all directions. Time dragged on, and despite the relentless onslaught of the avian and beastly coalition, the Wood tribe's defense, though teetering, held firm. Moreover, the recent surge of strength from the Wood tribe had subtly shifted the balance of offense and defense in the battle. At that moment, the commanding roar from deep within the ranks of the beastly tide echoed once more. As this sound spread, all avian and beastly forces began to retreat. Though they did not withdraw far, their gazes still fixed upon the Wood tribe. Suddenly, a group of avian and beastly creatures emerged from the ranks, numbering around 200 or 300, advancing to the forefront. Upon witnessing these half-demon beings, Yun Feiyong's heart could not help but tremble, for they were indeed half-demons. Upon closer inspection of the past, there were numerous beings he recognized: the Crimson Flame Bird, the Copper Ghost Crow, the Brahmin Goldfinch, the Demon Head Eagle, the Crimson Demon Hawk, the Flying Lizard, the Golden Winged Jackal, the Thunder Sound Vulture, the Spirit Shadow Butterfly, the Fiery Bear, the Smokewood Steed, the Blue Shadow Rhino, the Holy Ghost Beast, the Thunder Tongue Dog, and the Glass Lion. These half-demons, each unique and belonging to distinct clans, now stood united. In that fleeting moment, Yun Feiyong could only identify a handful of names, while many others remained elusive within the recesses of his memory. Wu Hua was taken aback, exclaiming, "Heavens! What do they intend to do? Why was I unaware of the multitude of half-demons residing in this mountain range?" Yun Feiyong also found himself in a state of shock. Yet his astonishment extended beyond the half-demons before him. He pondered the ferocious beast lurking behind, capable of commanding such a plethora of avian and terrestrial creatures, including several hundred clan leaders. Suddenly, a thought stirred within him. Could it be that the hidden mastermind was a demon? Yet, simultaneously, he felt a flicker of doubt. It seemed implausible that even a demon could exert control over such a multitude of beasts and half-demon leaders. However, the half-demons did not grant Yun Feiyong the luxury of contemplation, launching a direct assault without hesitation. Among the throng of 200 or 300 half-demons, a leader emerged, a colossal splintered divine tiger. Yun Feiyong recalled vividly that this creature possessed immense power, far surpassing that of the other half-demons, even comparable to an ordinary demon. Its size was akin to that of a snow leopard, yet Yun Feiyong knew that the snow leopard would tremble before it, likely unable to withstand a single swipe. Should fortune favor the splintered divine tiger, it could ascend to true demonhood, significantly enhancing its prowess. Other half-demons also harbored the potential for such ascension. A mere glance revealed many, including the Demon Head Eagle, Crimson Demon Hawk, Flame-Biting Vulture, Spirit Shadow Butterfly, Clear Kiss Wolf, Fiery Bear, Explosive Ancient Monkey, Holy Ghost Beast, Blue Shadow Rhino, Flame-Scaled Horse, Fiery Leopard, and Glass Lion. An astonishing yet entirely plausible scenario leapt repeatedly to the forefront of Yun Feiyong's mind. He contemplated, if these half-demons survived this battle, would it mean they could all potentially evolve into true demons? The thought sent a tremor through his spirit. If such a fate were to manifest, could the Wood clan still stand as their adversary? Should that day arrive, the entire Wood clan would likely face annihilation, leading to their utter obliteration. With the splintered divine tiger leading the charge, the 200 to 300 half-demons unleashed a ferocious assault on the long-held defenses of the Wood clan. However, the Wood clan members were scattered across the periphery of the walls, stretching their lines too thin, making it challenging to organize a cohesive response against these half-demons. The half-demons concentrated their strength on a single point, swiftly breaching and capturing a section of the Wood clan's defenses. This outcome filled the Wood clan with despondency. While the distant creatures outside erupted in a cacophony of roars, their spirits suddenly invigorated. At this very moment, Chief Taimu and High Priest Rama, along with the elders of the clan, finally gathered together, standing resolutely at the forefront of the resistance. Fewer than 20 souls faced an enemy that vastly outnumbered them. Yet they hesitated not for a moment, for they were the guardians of the Wood clan. Their actions and demeanor invigorated all present, rekindling the flickering flame of hope that was on the verge of extinguishment. Yun Feiyong suddenly felt an overwhelming impulse to join their ranks, to confront the formidable adversary with all he possessed, unafraid of life or death. Had it not been for the need to protect Luxin and the responsibility of his current position, he would have already taken a step forward. The group, led by Chief Taimu, comprised formidable warriors capable of effortlessly slaying half-demons. However, the disparity in numbers was too great. They found themselves encircled, unable to effectively deal with the half-demons, and in danger of being overwhelmed. Just as the elders were detained, a roar resonated from the shadows, commanding the beasts of the air and land for the third time. The previously retreating creatures surged forth again, launching a frenzied assault, igniting the flames of battle once more. In that moment, Yun Feiyong experienced a profound realization. The sudden concentration of half-demons and their attack was merely a tactic to momentarily hinder the strongest members of the Wood clan, allowing the remaining beasts to advance methodically. How remarkable! He marveled at the cunning of the unseen mastermind, whose strategic acumen rivaled that of humans. Orchestrating troops and employing military tactics, this maneuver struck at the Wood clan's vulnerabilities, facilitating the relentless advance of the beast tide. The Wood clan's numbers were already vastly inferior to those of the beast horde, yet their individual strength surpassed that of ordinary creatures, enabling them to inflict casualties. To eliminate a single member of the Wood clan, the beast horde would incur multiple, if not greater, losses. Furthermore, whenever a particular position appeared on the verge of being breached, the elders would swiftly rush to provide assistance. Thus, through their persistent skirmishes, the front line remained unbroken, inflicting significant damage upon the beast horde, yet they remained stalled. However, now that the elders were detained, it was merely a matter of time before the beast horde would breach their defenses, likely at the cost of only a few more creatures. Yun Feiyong observed that although the half-demons managed to delay the elders, their numbers were dwindling rapidly. They were clearly expendable pawns, deliberately sacrificed by the mastermind to achieve their objective. One could not deny the brilliance of this tactical decision, a small sacrifice in exchange for the triumph of the greater forces. Yun Feiyong could not help but reflect. This is what is meant by the phrase "the success of one general costs the lives of thousands." In the eyes of those renowned commanders, life and death were but mere figures. As long as the final outcome aligned with their expectations, the sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. He questioned himself, realizing he could not possess such a heart of stone, and thus, he was destined never to become a general. For him at present, he possesses the power to extinguish any life, yet he cannot casually abandon the multitude of lives. He perceives such an act as akin to slaughter. Coincidentally, Yun Feiyong abhors massacre and despises those who resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. He harbors an even deeper loathing for the so-called deities who regard all beings as mere ants, discarding them as if they were worn-out shoes, willing to let rivers run red with blood to fulfill their ambitions. Lost in these thoughts, an overwhelming fury suddenly surged within Yun Feiyong. He wielded his blade with fervor, ruthlessly slaying the approaching beasts and birds. He continued to strike, heedless of their already lifeless forms, until he had reduced them to a mangled mess. This state of being was evidently aberrant, and Yua immediately sensed it, realizing that Yun Feiyong was transforming into a visage reminiscent of his hunting days. She wished to intervene, yet felt powerless. At that moment, Lu Xian's voice resonated. "Feiyong, what has come over you?" Lu Xian's voice, akin to the sweetest nectar after a millennium of drought, gently quenched the madness that Yun Feiyong teetered upon. The fire of wrath within him quietly extinguished, and the unintended urge to kill gradually receded, allowing his mind to regain clarity in an instant. "Xian, I am fine. Thank you." Yun Feiyong smiled, and from that moment on, Lu Xian became his remedy, soothing his troubled heart and quelling his fury. "Is that so?" Lu Xian and her companions wished to inquire further, yet the present circumstances were far from suitable. While Yun Feiyong managed to annihilate several beasts, not all members of the Wood tribe possessed his remarkable prowess. In many areas, the tribe's people had already been slaughtered, their defensive lines breached, and the entire front teetered on the brink of collapse. Surrounded by half-demons, the High Priestess Rama suddenly extricated herself from the encirclement, producing an object resembling a scepter from thin air. She began to perform a series of intricate gestures with her hands while muttering incantations in a tongue that Yun Feiyong could not comprehend. At that moment, the entire Wood tribe began to tremble, and a colossal pillar of pale green light coalesced at the center of the tribe. The light then curved and surged towards the high priestess, entering her body entirely. Yun Feiyong, puzzled, was about to inquire of Yua regarding the phenomenon when, to his astonishment, the high priestess ascended into the air, soaring above the tribe. He widened his eyes, staring at her, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The levitating high priestess, with her eyes closed, continued to wave the scepter-like object with fervor. As she did, a radiant aura, identical in hue to the green light that had just coalesced within the tribe, began to envelop her. The green light, upon its emergence, swiftly expanded like waves, dispersing in concentric circles in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield. At that moment, the most extraordinary event transpired. Any beast or bird ensconced within the green light met a gruesome end, their bodies exploding without a trace. The only distinction was that those of greater strength could endure slightly longer, yet ultimately could not escape their fate. Countless creatures, one after another, erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Their blood, mercilessly spilling across the heavens and the earth, flowed incessantly, akin to a rain of crimson. All the blood ultimately pooled amidst the fallen corpses, converging into a river of blood. Yun Feiyong's pupils constricted, murmuring, "A river of blood. This is the true essence of a river of blood." Chapter 55. A river of blood. Once, Yun Feiyong had often pondered what a river of blood truly resembled. As the beast tide surged forth, chaos erupted. He witnessed life treated as mere fodder, discarded like tattered rags, slaughtered as one would cull pigs or dogs. He also beheld severed limbs, flesh and blood flying, a hell on earth where corpses lay strewn across the land. Now, he finally witnessed a river of blood. It was not that the previously slain birds and beasts, along with the number of the Wood Clan people, were insufficient. The heaps of corpses revealed that the count was indeed substantial. Nor was it that the blood of those earlier deaths was lacking compared to the current slaughter. The reason Yun Feiyong had not seen a river of blood before was that the corpses did not all perish simultaneously. It accumulated gradually, with blood flowing out bit by bit. Despite the considerable quantity, it merely stained the earth red. Now, however, it was different. Thousands of birds and beasts fell dead within the span of a single breath, and they perished in explosive bursts. Their blood, in an instant, gathered, and the ground, already soaked with blood, could not absorb it quickly enough, thus forming a river of blood. As he beheld so many creatures meet their end in an instant, Yun Feiyong felt his throat dry. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Yua, could it be that High Priest Rama is indeed a spiritual cultivator? Is he adept in both spirit and body?" Yua slowly shook his head, replying, "No, Brother Yun. High Priest Rama is purely a body cultivator." Yun Feiyong pointed at the floating figure of High Priest Rama, perplexed, and inquired, "Then what is this? What is happening?" "This is an array. It is something left behind by the ancestors of the Wood Clan. The High Priest merely borrows its power," Yua explained to Yun Feiyong. An array? Such a concept was foreign to Yun Feiyong's memory, yet it piqued his curiosity. He yearned to understand what this phenomenon was that could exponentially amplify an individual's strength. He firmly believed that in the future, he would surely learn to wield the array. As Yun Feiyong fantasized about mastering the array, he failed to notice the pale countenance of Lu Xian beside him. Her eyes were tightly shut, her body trembling slightly. She was terrified by the scene of the river of blood. In stark contrast to Lu Xian, all the Wood Clan people erupted in laughter. The demise of the birds and beasts brought them immense joy. Some Wood Clan individuals, who had been on the brink of death, were saved by the overwhelming power of High Priest Rama, which was cause for even greater celebration. The half-demons who had besieged the clan elders also perished under the mysterious green light, sparing the elders from a tragic fate. They, like the other Wood Clan members, had been engaged in battle, yet suddenly found their adversaries bursting into oblivion, leaving them momentarily stunned. The High Priest's prowess invigorated the Wood Clan, while it instilled fear in the birds and beasts. As they beheld thousands of their kin inexplicably perish in mere moments, they were struck with terror, retreating hastily away from the Wood Clan's tribe. Their withdrawal was not solely due to the sheer number of their fallen brethren, nor the bizarre nature of their demise. Rather, it was primarily the death of those half-demons that instilled fear within them. These half-demons were the sovereigns among many species of beasts, under normal circumstances. The death of a ruler would have sent them scattering in panic. Yet, here, although their ruler lay dead, a more formidable sovereign lurked in the shadows, the unseen puppet master. Even as fear compelled them to recoil, none dared to flee, for the puppet master remained silent. It was evident that the morale of these creatures had been shattered. Even if they were forced to continue their assault, their combat effectiveness was pitifully diminished. The Wood Clan's crisis was momentarily alleviated, and everyone, including the clan elders, exhaled in relief. Observing the second retreat of the beasts, Yun Feiyong felt a twinge of confusion. Could this wave of monsters truly be at an end? However, they were clearly still encircling the tribe, showing no inclination to depart. Why was that? Then, Yun Feiyong contemplated the puppet master. Instantly, he understood that as long as the puppet master remained concealed, this wave of beasts would not conclude. Yet, he was unaware of what tactics the puppet master would employ next to assault the Wood Clan. At that moment, the ever-hidden puppet master roared for a third time, this one lasting longer than the previous two brief calls. The beasts once again retreated, halting at a greater distance from the tribe. However, a few of the creatures did not follow the main force in retreat. Instead, they boldly approached. Their numbers were few, precisely 20, comprising both terrestrial and avian beings of varying shapes and sizes. Upon seeing these remaining adversaries, Yua let out a wail. Heavens! How can this be? Indeed. How could this be? Yun Feiyong pondered the same question, his body trembling involuntarily. He recognized all of these remaining creatures, could name each one, with the leader being the golden feathered falcon. Following closely were the blood-stained thief, the Tsongshan vulture, the gale sparrow, the ice crane, the unicorn gold immortal, and the black feathered eagle. Among those on the ground were the crimson flame tiger, the thundercloud leopard, the gale fox, the flame demon bear, the berserk ape king, the ironhide bull, the woolly mammoth, the unicorn rhinoceros, the fire sand rat, the thorny deer, the mountain dog, the ground spike lizard, and the rampaging fire lion. It was precisely because he recognized them all that Yun Feiyong trembled. They were all demons. The golden feathered falcon, at the forefront, let out a roar, and Yun Feiyong discerned that it was indeed the concealed puppet master. However, he felt a twinge of doubt. Why had the puppet master emerged into the open? Something seemed amiss. But that roar was unmistakably identical. No one could provide answers to Yun Feiyong's queries. His doubts were fated to remain buried within his heart. Perhaps no one, like him, has truly noticed the fierce cry of the golden-winged hawk. Thus, he could only remain quietly vigilant, observing whether other events would unfold. In this vast mountain range, the congregation of tens of thousands of birds and beasts should hardly raise any eyebrows. After all, the expanse is immense. Even the presence of several hundred half-demons would not be surprising, as such a multitude of species could easily harbor these formidable beings. However, now, before him, stood 20 demons, whose prowess was entirely distinct from that of the avian and terrestrial creatures. The sudden appearance of so many demons had never been witnessed by the wood tribe inhabitants of this land. Moreover, no one could ascertain whether these were all the demons present. If these were merely the 20 demons, the tribal elders could manage. Yet, should there be more lurking within the tide of beasts, the wood tribe's fate would indeed be dire. This potential outcome was one none wished to see, and a collective lament was heard. Yun Feiyong, possessing a clearer perception than most of the wood tribe, recognized that half of these demons were at the transformation realm, comparable to the elder of the Ironwood clan. Generally speaking, when comparing beings at the same realm, demons tend to possess slightly greater strength. This meant that the overall combat capabilities of these 20 demons far surpassed those of the tribal elders and the Ironwood chief, leaving them with considerable surplus strength. Fortunately, Yun Feiyong found some solace in the sight of the high priestess Rama hovering in the air. She still retained her formidable array of powers. This was a cause for relief, yet it was an unexpected turn of events. When the 20 demons, led by the golden-winged hawk, charged forward, only the Ironwood chief, accompanied by the tribal elders, swiftly engaged them. The high priestess Rama remained entirely still, refraining from employing her emerald light in defense. The most powerful among these demons, the golden-winged hawk, was naturally met by the Ironwood chief, while the other elders sought their own opponents. However, their numbers were fewer than those of the demons, resulting in some elders, who were already weaker, facing two adversaries at once. The impending battle was palpable, and all eyes were fixed on the battlefield, hoping for a victory from the Ironwood chief and the elders. Only Yun Feiyong understood that the current situation was gravely unfavorable for them. They were in imminent danger. Yun Feiyong yearned to join the fray, yet he felt utterly powerless. His strength paled in comparison to these demons. Although he had previously vanquished the butterfly-winged crimson serpent, that creature was of a significantly lower realm and weak in power. It was mere fortune that led to its demise. In comparison to the demons before him, Yun Feiyong's strength was negligible. In truth, his realm was not particularly low, and he was not far behind several of the demons in terms of cultivation level. However, he was only adept in practicing techniques, lacking formidable martial skills, resulting in a disparity between his strength and realm. Yun Feiyong possessed the self-awareness to refrain from overstepping his capabilities, yet his underlying anxiety intensified with the progression of the battle. He gazed skyward at the High Priestess Rama, hoping she would intervene and lend her aid. Alas, disappointment washed over him. The High Priestess's eyes were fixated on the battlefield, her face betraying evident concern. Yet she remained motionless, refraining from action. This left him in a state of helplessness. He yearned to cry out for the High Priest Rama to intervene, yet ultimately restrained himself. The golden-winged falcon truly lived up to its reputation as a leader, exhibiting formidable strength. The chieftain of the Timber clan exerted all his might, barely managing to match its prowess. His sword, capable of annihilating numerous avians, proved ineffective against it, inflicting no harm other than severing a few feathers. Its speed was remarkable, evoking a sense of vanishing into thin air. Its massive form was of no consequence, as it unfurled its wings, stretching several yards. They were sufficient to support its bulky body as it soared through the skies with astonishing swiftness. Its claws were exceptionally sharp and imbued with great power, emanating a faint, chilling luminescence. Coupled with its quickness, these talons became its most effective and fearsome weapon, occasionally causing trouble for the Timber chieftain. In battles against aerial creatures like the golden-winged falcon, the greatest disadvantage was the inability to fly in kind. This rendered the Timber chieftain stationary, awaiting the falcon's assault while he stealthily sought an opportunity for a lethal strike. Once more, the golden-winged falcon relied on its swiftness and immense strength, extending its razor-sharp claws towards the Timber chieftain's back. Just a fraction more, and its talons would plunge deeply into his flesh. At that moment, if the Timber chieftain's reaction were to falter even slightly, the best outcome would be severe injury. Otherwise, it would mean death. Yua, standing beside Yun Feiyong, witnessed this scene unfold with alarm, exclaiming, "Grandfather, be careful." However, the Timber chieftain, his focus razor-sharp, could scarcely hear Yua's urgent warning. Her anxiety, known only to a few nearby. Yun Feiyong, fixated on the visage of the Timber chieftain, could not believe that such a formidable figure would lack a countermeasure. Indeed, a sudden flash of earthy light appeared on the Timber chieftain's back, and he reversed his sword behind him. With a clang, the golden-winged falcon's talons clashed against the blade, failing to inflict any damage upon the chieftain. However, the falcon's strength was immense, though its claws gripped the sword. They forcefully struck the chieftain's back. Fortunately, the Timber chieftain, possessing foresight, had already activated his protective technique, safeguarding his back. Otherwise, he would have sustained significant injury. What a remarkable move, reversing the sword behind his back. Yun Feiyong silently applauded the Timber chieftain's ingenuity. This technique was executed with remarkable skill, yet was audacious and perilous. A mere miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, the outcome proved favorable. The Timber chieftain adeptly safeguarded himself using the experience gained from his past life and death trials. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded his sword with renewed vigor, launching a fierce counterattack against the golden-winged falcon. As the falcon's claw failed to land, it momentarily lost focus. And in that fleeting instant, the chieftain's sword, glimmering with light, lunged forward. The falcon reacted in time, hastily flapping its wings to shield its vital areas before retreating swiftly. Its body swiftly distanced itself from the Ironwood clan chief, yet it was evident to all that a considerable wound marred its wing. Clearly, the chief's sudden strike had caught the golden-winged falcon off guard. Despite its rapid response, it had sustained an injury. Both the golden-winged falcon and the Ironwood clan chief were contemplating how to vanquish their opponent, and such a scenario was not surprising. At that moment, the chief had seized a prime opportunity to inflict harm upon the falcon, a consequence of the mental duel between the two. With a piercing cry, the golden-winged falcon raised its head, its voice reverberating across the land, unmistakably laced with fury and ferocity. As the reigning beast of the area, it possessed an air of haughty pride, and being wounded by the chief's sword ignited its rage. Following its cry, the falcon's momentum surged. Its enormous wings stirred a tempest as it launched toward the chief. Closely behind was the falcon's formidable talons, capable of shattering wood and stone, imbued with tremendous power. In this moment, the golden-winged falcon, engulfed in wrath, experienced a dramatic escalation in strength, reaching an entirely new echelon compared to before. Meanwhile, other beasts engaged in battle with the clan elders, upon hearing the falcon's fury, succumbed to a frenzy, their power likewise surging in mere moments. Consequently, the clan elders, who had been barely managing to contend with these beasts, found themselves under even greater pressure. Not all elders possessed the formidable strength of the Ironwood clan chief. As the falcon's rage intensified, Some struggled to maintain their composure and ensure their own safety. Among them, one elder suddenly found himself in a perilous situation. He was not the strongest among them, and misfortune struck as he faced the combined assault of the ice crane and the crimson flame tiger. One beast wielded the chill of ice, while the other radiated searing fire, their powers harmoniously complementing one another. The unfortunate elder, caught in their joint attack, was rendered powerless to counter, forced only to evade danger, just as he narrowly dodged the ice crane's frigid claws. The crimson flame tiger's massive jaws clamped down on his left arm. With a sharp crack and a sickening snap, the elder's left arm was bitten off, as if torn like fabric by the tiger's fierce bite. Blood gushed forth from the severed limb, leaving him no time to assess his injury as he quickly retreated, narrowly escaping the tiger's second onslaught. His situation was dire, and the other elders fared little better, each grappling with their own crises as they struggled to respond. The Ironwood clan chief was similarly beleaguered. The battlefield's dynamics had become starkly clear. The elders of the Wood clan were utterly outmatched by the horde of beasts. Yun Feiyong felt a surge of urgency, glancing repeatedly at the sky where High Priest Rama hovered. Yet the visibly anxious priest remained inactive. He silently implored, "High Priest Rama, what is your intention? Why do you not intervene?" As time passed, the situation grew even more critical, with several elders already wounded, teetering on the brink of life and death. Even the Ironwood clan chief had sustained a minor injury, a few shallow gashes left by the golden-winged falcon's talons. The situation has become precarious, with the elders of the clan facing imminent peril, and the hearts of all the Wood clan members are lodged in their throats. Should the elders falter, no matter how many Wood clan members remain, they would be unable to withstand the assault of these beasts and the tide of the beast horde. At long last, the moment that Yun Feiyong has long awaited has arrived. High Priestess Rama raises her staff-like object for the second time, performing a series of intricate gestures. Once again, she utters incantations in a language that Yun Feiyong cannot comprehend. She has finally taken action. A wave of relief washes over Yun Feiyong, dissipating the tension that had gripped him. The entire Wood clan tribe begins to tremble once more, as a massive pale green pillar of light coalesces at the heart of the tribe. Just as before, the pillar bends and surges toward High Priestess Rama, eventually merging completely into her being. The green light, which instills fear in the beast horde, gathers around High Priestess Rama, slowly becoming more substantial, distorting the surrounding light. This time, the accumulation of green light takes significantly longer than before, as if she is preparing for something grander. As the green light manifests, the golden feathered hawk breaks free from the grasp of the Ironwood chieftain, raising its head and screeching. The other beasts, upon hearing its call, swiftly disengage from their opponents. 20 beasts congregate around the golden feathered hawk, forming a united front against High Priestess Rama. The High Priestess moves her hands, and the green light expands rapidly. Yet unlike before, it does not radiate in all directions. This time, the green light is highly concentrated, aimed solely at the location of the beasts, as if the priestess's target is exclusively the monsters. The 20 beasts, now gathered together, gaze at the oncoming green light, and under the leadership of the golden feathered hawk, they all raise their heads and roar defiantly. What is this? A realization strikes Yun Feiyong. As he comprehends the beast's intent, they aim to counter the High Priestess's enigmatic green light with their collective roar. Yun Feiyong is uncertain whether this strategy will succeed, yet he fervently hopes it will not. However, events unfold contrary to Yun Feiyong's expectations. As the green light strikes the group of beasts, it appears to have little effect. It neither injures them nor causes them to burst apart like the previous avian and terrestrial creatures. They remain unharmed. Yun Feiyong's mind is in turmoil, astonished. As he questions, could the unified roar of the beasts truly resist the green light? This green light harbors a mysterious power. Or perhaps it is the formation mentioned by Yua that imbues the green light with its mystique. High Priestess Rama can wield it to annihilate countless avian and terrestrial creatures effortlessly, half-beasts included. Yet, faced with merely 20 beasts, the green light seems utterly ineffective, as if it has lost its original potency. Why is this so? Yun Feiyong wishes to cry out in anger, yearning to inquire why the formidable and inscrutable green light is rendered powerless against the roar of only 20 beasts. Yet, he must remain unanswered, for no one knows the true nature of this phenomenon. Indeed, this notion originates from Yun Feiyong, exhibiting a degree of obsession. He is singularly fixated on the necessity of obliterating the horde of demons, yet he has overlooked a crucial point. The demons are currently locked in a standoff with the Emerald Light, while High Priest Rama, harnessing the power of the formation, has managed to restrain a total of 20 demons, a feat of considerable merit. Were it not for this, who knows how many of the clan elders would have survived until this moment. The possibility of total annihilation looms large. Even in the most favorable scenario, it would only result in the elders fighting to the death, leading to a grim stalemate, a mutually assured destruction. Such an outcome, however, is something the Mu clan cannot possibly withstand. Should all the clan elders perish, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the entire Mu clan. Devoid of these elite combatants, the approaching tide of beasts would merely require a single surge to breach their defenses. At that juncture, it would not only be those Mu clansmen engaged in battle who would suffer, even those who remained uninvolved would likely fall victim to the onslaught of the beast horde. If that were to occur, the entire Mu tribe may very well face obliteration beneath the iron hooves of the beast army. As the demons and the emerald light remain locked in confrontation, Yun Feiyong has yet to extricate himself from his somewhat obsessive mindset. Gazing at the unchanging horde of demons, he spoke with evident distress. Yua, is it truly impossible for the Mu clan's formation to contend with these demons? Yua sighed softly, replying, Brother Yun, I cannot provide an answer to your question. Even regarding this formation, I am merely aware of its existence within the tribe. I possess no understanding of how such a formation operates. Upon hearing Yua's response, Yun Feiyong offered a helpless smile, then, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Is there truly no means to deal with these demons? If I possessed the strength, I would certainly charge forth and slay them all. Yet, if even the formidable elders and this powerful formation cannot inflict harm upon them, what recourse do you have? Does mere fury suffice to vanquish them? Calm yourself. Do not act impulsively. At some point, Lu Xian's countenance had regained much of its composure, interjecting with soothing words. Beside her, Yua nodded vigorously, saying, Brother Yun, Sister Xian is right. You must not act rashly. Chapter 57. The Battle of Beasts and Humans in This World. The individual Yun Feiyong trusts most unequivocally is Lu Xian. Thus, irrespective of his fury, he is inclined to heed her counsel. Consequently, the blaze of his wrath quietly extinguished upon hearing her words, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, he finally took note of Lu Xian's serene demeanor. No signs of panic, no anxious fidgeting, no feelings of pity, nor any nausea. He suddenly sensed that Lu Xian seemed somewhat different from before, though he could not precisely articulate how. With a hint of confusion, Yun Feiyong inquired, Xian, are you all right? Lu Xian paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, Me? How could I possibly be unwell? Now, concerning you, I advise you to remain calm. Did you hear me? Indeed. Lu Xian was behaving unusually, and Yun Feiyong felt he had not misjudged. Her current demeanor was decidedly abnormal. Amidst a crisis fraught with peril, where corpses lay strewn and rivers of blood flowed, Lu Xian, given her temperament, would typically be engulfed in fear, her heart heavy with compassion and her stomach churning. Yet, to Yun Feiyong's knowledge of her character, it was unfathomable that she would exhibit any divergent reaction. Strangely, in this moment, Lu Xian remained breathless, her heart steady, her countenance unchanged, exuding an unsettling calmness that seemed almost unnatural. Yun Feiyong urgently grasped her hand, pressing her for answers. Xian, what is happening to you? Please do not frighten me. I am truly fine. What is wrong with you? Why do you think I am in trouble? Lu Xian's words were laden with confusion. Yun Feiyong yearned to delve deeper, yet the battlefield's evolving dynamics commanded everyone's attention, and he was no exception. The demons, previously confronting the green light, began to retreat slowly, their demeanor betraying a reluctant withdrawal. Despite their continued screeches and roars, their bodies were indeed moving backward. Yun Feiyong could not suppress his excitement. Excellent, truly excellent. I posited that such a formidable formation could not possibly have no effect on these demons. As they were compelled to retreat, the shrill cries of the golden-feathered falcon soared once more, joined by the heightened sounds of others. Gradually, a faint radiance enveloped the bodies of the demons, stabilizing their steps and halting their retreat. What is happening? Yun Feiyong pondered, perplexed, as the green light seemed to have taken effect, yet simultaneously faltered. His attention was drawn to the luminous aura surrounding the demons, leading him to a sudden realization. They were harnessing the power of their demon cores. As this thought surged through his mind, he instinctively raised his head and called out to High Priest Lama. High Priest, be cautious. These demons are now employing the power of their demon cores. Do not underestimate them. His words reached the High Priest's ears clearly, causing a brief frown that soon relaxed, evidently indicating his belief in Yun Feiyong's warning. Subsequently, High Priest Lama waved forth another beam of green light towards the horde of demons. When the two beams of green light converged, enveloping the demons, the tide of battle shifted. All the demons suddenly trembled, ceasing their shrieks and roars. They began to expel torrents of blood from their mouths, their bodies hastily retreating. In that moment, Yun Feiyong distinctly perceived a glimmer of fear in their eyes. An astonishing sight indeed. As the demons retreated, High Priest Lama withdrew the green light that had surrounded them, which also vanished from her own form. Following their withdrawal, led by the golden-feathered falcon, the demons suddenly appeared listless and dispirited. Observing their state, it was clear they had sustained grave injuries, rendering them incapable of further combat. The members of the Wood clan erupted into raucous laughter, celebrating the demons' retreat. Yet, Yun Feiyong found no joy in this victory. He noticed that the chieftain of the Ironwood clan and the elders bore no expressions of elation. Rather, their faces were etched with profound sorrow. Their reaction left Yun Feiyong momentarily stunned. Could it be that something ominous was about to unfold? Indeed, as thoughts often manifest, a startling event occurred. The High Priest Rama, suspended midair, suddenly spewed blood and plummeted to the ground. The chieftain of the Taimu tribe, quick-witted and agile, rushed forward to catch the descending priest, preventing him from meeting the earth. What on earth is happening? Why did the high priest falter? Yun Feiyong pondered, unable to suppress his murmurs. His grandfather had once mentioned that the power of the formation was formidable and individual strength was limited, merely allowing one to harness a fraction of its might. Exceeding the body's capacity would inevitably result in self-harm. Upon hearing Yun Feiyong's words, Yua gently offered an explanation. Ah, so that is the case. In an instant, Yun Feiyong's many confusions began to unravel. No wonder the Mu tribe had suffered thousands of losses without the high priest invoking the power of the formation initially, and later, when compelled to act, she had only borrowed its strength once to eradicate thousands of beasts. Subsequently, he witnessed the elders fighting against a horde of demons, beset by peril, and only in a moment of dire need did she resort to her powers. Moreover, even then, her actions were merely to stall the horde. Had it not been for Yun Feiyong's call, she might not have even struck at the demons. Now, all of the high priest's abnormal reactions were rendered comprehensible in Yun Feiyong's eyes. It was not that she was unwilling to act, but rather that the power of the formation she could invoke was exceedingly limited. The first two instances of borrowing had already been a strain, thus leading to her spitting blood and falling after the third attempt. In his hasty conclusions regarding matters he had yet to clarify, he had misjudged the high priest. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong felt a twinge of self-reproach for harboring such presumptions. At that moment, from the depths of the beast tide, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating across the land. Simultaneously, an aura of unfathomable terror spread forth, charging towards the Mu tribe's settlement. This presence was exponentially more ferocious than that of the horde led by the golden-feathered falcon. In that instant, whether it be the birds and beasts or the scant few demons, or even the hidden half-demons, all began to tremble. Their eyes betrayed a fear and reverence that stemmed from the depths of their souls, as they collectively prostrated, akin to worshipping a sovereign, with the earth-shaking roar echoing. The previously chaotic Mu tribesmen and the beastly army fell into a brief, stunned silence. Within the throngs of beasts, a long passageway emerged, with all creatures bowing low, as if to welcome the arrival of a monarch. From afar, Yun Feiyong beheld an enormous, jet-black serpent, slowly advancing from the distance. It raised its head high, surveying the surrounding birds, beasts, and demons, as if conducting a review of its troops. The serpent's length was nearly 15 zhang, its girth surpassing even that of Zhemu's by several folds, with a distinctly triangular head. Its eyes glowed a blood red, its forked tongue a fierce crimson, and on its dark scales, flickering flames danced, emanating an aura that sent tremors through the very soul. Yun Feiyong's gaze met the eyes of the monstrous serpent, which radiated an aura of annihilation. The flames that danced upon its form sent a shiver through Yun Feiyong's very soul. As the creature advanced step by step, a profound silence enveloped the hearts of the Wood clan members, momentarily rendering them speechless. What is this? Yun Feiyong thought, his body gripped by sheer terror. It is none other than it, the legendary being among the wild demons, the celestial abyss serpent. Within the demon realm, the wild demons undoubtedly represent one of the more formidable branches, and among them are certain powerful figures, akin to kings. The celestial abyss serpent before them is one of the fabled monarchs of the wild demons. This serpent embodies the essence of the wild demon kings. Regardless of its location or realm, as long as it exists amidst beasts and demons, it reigns supreme. This is an innate bloodline oppression of the demon species, an unalterable distinction of hierarchy. If the 20 demons led by the golden-feathered hawk are the sovereigns of the entire beast tide, then the celestial abyss serpent stands as their ultimate ruler. In fact, the status of the celestial abyss serpent within the demon realm surpasses that of the monarchs of their respective clans. The celestial abyss serpent is the king among kings of the demon realm, holding an unparalleled position of reverence and unmatched strength, not to be trifled with lightly. To oppose the celestial abyss serpent means to stand against all wild demons, and thus the entire demon kin. Who would dare to take on such an adversary? Hiss. At this moment, how could such a formidable wild demon appear? Yun Feiyong inhaled sharply, a flicker of profound fear crossing his eyes. Though Yue did not perceive the terror in Yun Feiyong's gaze, he clearly heard his words. Suddenly, Yue inquired, "Brother Yun, do you recognize this serpent? What is its name? And how powerful is it?" Upon hearing Yue's question, Yun Feiyong pondered. Could it be that the celestial abyss serpent had never appeared here before? Otherwise, why wouldn't Yue know it? Yet, if it had been absent until now, why had it emerged, and what were its intentions? Nevertheless, Yun Feiyong felt compelled to respond to Yue's inquiry, stating gravely, "The celestial abyss serpent, the king of demon kings." This title alone conveys the serpent's formidable nature. Though merely 8 succinct words, they impart the most profound impact upon Yue. Moreover, the overwhelming aura that accompanied its appearance, along with the scene of countless beasts bowing before it, provided Yue with compelling evidence of its might. Yue stood there, stunned, while Zhuoma beside her was equally taken aback. Both had encountered the celestial abyss serpent for the first time and were thoroughly intimidated by Yun Feiyong's assertion. Yue stammered, "The celestial abyss serpent, the king of demon kings? Is it possible that heaven has decreed the annihilation of the Wood clan today?" This statement left Yun Feiyong at a loss for words, as he genuinely did not know how to comfort the young girl. At that moment, Lu Xian interjected, "As far as I know, the celestial abyss serpent is not particularly bloodthirsty. It should not resort to indiscriminate slaughter." Yue was once more taken aback, gazing at Lu Xian in a daze. "Sister Xian, do you also know about the celestial abyss serpent?" Stealthily glancing at Yun Feiyong, Lu Xian nodded silently and remarked, "Indeed, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the celestial profound serpent." Chapter 58. The king of monsters. Yun Feiyong's acquaintance with the celestial profound serpent had already astonished Wu Hua. Yet the revelation that Lu Xian also possessed knowledge of it was utterly unexpected. In truth, the information about the celestial profound serpent was something Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian unearthed from the fragmented memories implanted within them, which were not particularly detailed. It is likely that the original bearer of this memory had only a vague understanding of the true nature of the celestial profound serpent. For Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, their comprehension was limited to mere recognition of its outward appearance. Thus, when the monstrous serpent made its appearance, they were able to identify it at first glance. However, despite the scant and sporadic memories, there were some rudimentary descriptions of the celestial profound serpent. It was said that the serpent was inherently lethargic, cold by nature, preferring tranquility over chaos, and feasting upon the extraordinary talents of the world. Despite being a king of monsters, it abhorred bloodshed and slaughter. Hence, based on this simplistic understanding, Lu Xian sought to reassure Wu Hua, even though she could not definitively ascertain its veracity. Nevertheless, her words alleviated Wu Hua's panic to some extent, prompting her to exclaim, "Sister Xian, please do not deceive me." Before Lu Xian could respond, Yun Feiyong interjected, "Child, what your sister Xian has said is indeed true." Regardless of the extent of truth in the words of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, their assertions that the celestial profound serpent was not bloodthirsty convinced Wu Hua. Yet, they alone understood the ambiguity of the truth. They merely harbored hope that it was indeed so. Amidst the multitude of birds and beasts that prostrated in reverence, the celestial profound serpent approached the Wood clan's territory with a slow and deliberate grace. However, it refrained from launching an attack, instead raising its cold, ethereal gaze to scan the humans atop the walls. Merely this fleeting glance caused an inexplicable shiver to run through the bodies of all present, constricting their breaths. The celestial profound serpent came to a halt not far from the wall, its massive form elevating its head, its indifferent gaze fixed upon the Wood clan. At this moment, the height of its head surpassed the walls of the Wood clan entirely, compelling all to look up in awe. In truth, it was not only from their standing positions that they needed to look up at the celestial profound serpent. The unparalleled might it exuded upon its entrance had already deeply subdued everyone. Its power necessitated reverence from all. Suddenly, a voice resonated, stirring the air and causing the surroundings to tremble. "I ask, who here holds authority to speak?" Silence enveloped the crowd, as no one could ascertain the origin of the voice, some even turning their heads in confusion. At that moment, The celestial profound serpent let out a piercing cry, and the voice echoed once more. What? Does no one dare to speak? Boom. A resounding echo reverberated within the minds of all present. It was then that they realized the voice emanated from the gaping maw of the colossal serpent before them, having never encountered a creature capable of direct speech. The mere fact alone instilled a profound terror within the hearts of all. The most intense reaction came from Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, who possessed a profound understanding of the heavenly earth Xian snake. They were acutely aware of one crucial fact. For the heavenly earth Xian snake clan to utter a word, one must attain at least the fifth major realm, namely, the void realm in spiritual cultivation and the gathering qi realm in physical cultivation. What then does the fifth major realm signify? How formidable would its power be? At present, Yun Feiyong was merely at the first realm, and Lu Xian had yet to embark on his cultivation journey. They were utterly oblivious to the true nature of the fifth major realm's strength. Furthermore, historical accounts only stated that the heavenly earth Xian snake required a minimum of the fifth major realm to speak. What if its realm was even higher? They pondered. What if the heavenly earth Xian snake resided within the sixth, seventh, or even eighth major realms? There was also the possibility of it being at the ninth major realm, in which case it would be perched atop the pinnacle of this world. Should this be the case, the combined strength of all the Wood clan members might not withstand even a mere breath from it. Even if the heavenly earth Xian snake were only at the fifth major realm, Yun Feiyong still believed that the clan elders, along with the Ironwood clan leader, would not stand a chance against its might. Regardless of the truth, one thing remained certain. The heavenly earth Xian snake's realm was at least the fifth major realm, and its prowess was formidable. Consequently, when Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian heard the heavenly earth Xian snake speak, their reaction was one of utmost alarm. Upon realizing that it was the serpent demon addressing them, Ironwood clan leader was equally astonished, yet he remained unaware of the creature's true nature. However, he clearly understood the implication of the words spoken by the heavenly earth Xian snake, which were evidently directed at him or the leader of the Wood clan. As the head of a clan, the Ironwood leader recognized that he could not retreat. He must confront this entity. Thus, he passed the already unconscious high priest Lama to a nearby elder and stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the heavenly earth Xian snake. As he advanced, a glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of the heavenly earth Xian snake, which thundered, "So you are the leader of the Wood clan? TSK, how disappointing. The strongest among you is merely at the flesh-spirit great completion realm." The Ironwood leader felt no surprise at having his realm perceived. After all, a serpent demon capable of speech would not be simple. He replied with solemn respect, "Elder, my talents are limited. Reaching such a realm is a blessing bestowed by my ancestors. Given the current state of the world, where various races existed in equality, the Wood clan and the Demon clan were no exception. Hence, the Ironwood leader addressed the evidently stronger heavenly earth Xian snake with the honorific elder. This was entirely reasonable. Yet the moment those words left his lips, every Wood clan member gasped in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that their usually lofty and powerful leader would show such deference to this serpent demon. However, regardless of the Wood clan's reaction, the Ironwood leader's demeanor and response were unmistakably clear, and none could hinder it. All eyes widened in anticipation, eager to discern the reaction of the serpent demon before them. Roar! The celestial serpent let out a low growl before speaking. "Humph, the ancestral progenitor of the Wood clan? Your forebear is nothing more than an old turtle." The tone of the celestial serpent suggested a familiarity with the Wood clan's ancestor, accompanied by a palpable disdain and even fury. The leader of the Ironwood clan's pupils contracted, and he spoke sternly, "Respected elder, the ancestor has long since passed. I hope you will show restraint in your words." After a brief pause, he continued, "Might I inquire as to your identity? It seems you are acquainted with my clan's progenitor." On the surface, the leader of the Ironwood clan maintained a calm demeanor and steady tone, yet internally, his heart surged with tumult. The realization that the serpent demon might possess knowledge of the ancestor indicated that it was an ancient being, possibly existing for countless millennia. After a moment, the celestial serpent remarked, "Young one, by your appearance and words, it seems you are unaware of who I am." Young one, in the context of the Wood clan, the leader of the Ironwood clan was among the oldest, yet in the presence of a creature as ancient as the celestial serpent, he indeed felt like a mere youth. Thus, despite the astonished expressions of the Wood clan members, he managed to remain composed. With a hint of confusion, he replied, "I must admit, I am unaware of your esteemed identity and would appreciate your enlightenment." The celestial serpent paid little heed to the leader's words and, filled with indignation, swayed its immense form before bellowing towards the heavens. "Roar! You old turtle, You have imprisoned me for so long that even your descendants are oblivious to my existence." Its roar transformed the very atmosphere, darkening the skies and stirring the winds, conjuring a whirlwind that sent several nearby Wood clan members tumbling. Even the strongest, the leader of the Ironwood clan, found himself swaying, barely managing to maintain his footing through sheer strength. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyong noted the significance of the serpent's words. It had been confined by the ancestor of the Wood clan. Confined? Such a term carried profound implications. To imprison a being as formidable as the celestial serpent would require immense power. Yet, the serpent had clearly stated that it was the ancestor of the Wood clan who had done so, raising questions about the ancestor's own might. Yun Feiyong felt a wave of confusion. While the Wood clan's ancestor was undeniably powerful, why did the current clan appear so feeble? With the strongest among them barely reaching the realm of corporeal spirits? He recalled the leader mentioning that the ancestor had lived 100,000 years ago, suggesting that the celestial serpent must also belong to that era. He felt a deep sense of helplessness since arriving in this world. It seemed that he and Liu Xian were inexplicably intertwined with events and figures from 100 millennia past, their connections shrouded in mystery. He yearned to uncover what had transpired back then, yet remained in the dark. As the whirlwind gradually subsided, the celestial serpent spoke again. "You old turtle, had you survived, your inept descendants would surely drive you to your grave with their incompetence." It seemed the serpent had no intention of revealing its identity to the leader of the Ironwood clan. With each utterance of old turtle, it derided the ancestor of the Wood clan, yet none dared to retort. Having merely roared once, it had already altered the heavens, conjuring a tempest that the Wood clan members could not withstand. Who would dare to speak in such a tempest's wake? However, the celestial serpent of the universe seemed to harbor no intention of engaging in conversation. It continued, "Old turtle, behold your descendants. Each one is more pitifully weak than the last. The grandeur you once commanded is utterly absent in them." The venom in its words betrayed a profound resentment, suggesting that the celestial serpent held a deep-seated animosity towards the ancestral figures of the Wood clan. Yet, amidst this enmity, Yun Feiyong discerned an unmistakable undertone, a vague sense of nostalgia intertwined with the bitterness. In that moment, he felt a conviction that the historical relationship between the celestial serpent and the ancestor of the Wood clan was far from a mere adversarial one. At that juncture, the chief of the Ironwood clan spoke up. "We, in our ignorance and feeble cultivation, have sullied the name of our ancestors. Yet, do you not know the reasons behind this? What brings you, esteemed elder, to our humble Wood clan today?" The celestial serpent paused in silence before declaring, "I have come solely for vengeance." Chapter 59, Solely for Vengeance and Truth. When the celestial serpent revealed that it had been imprisoned by the ancestor of the Wood clan, the chief of the Ironwood clan had already sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions. However, he had not anticipated the directness with which the celestial serpent would respond to his inquiry. The declaration of vengeance sent a shiver through all the Wood clan members, for the strength of their foe was undeniably formidable. As the chief grappled with the shock, he suddenly felt that the celestial serpent possessed insight into why the Wood clan had failed to ascend to greater heights of cultivation. Coupled with the knowledge that it hailed from the same era as their ancestor, he surmised that it might hold some critical details. Thus, the chief summoned his courage to ask again, "Esteemed elder, do you know the reasons behind the current state of this world? Who is behind it?" He was alluding to the concealed seal above, a closely guarded secret of the Wood clan, which he dared not mention outright, but sought to inquire about indirectly. His first question pertained to the reason for the clan's sealing, while the second sought to unveil the identity of the one who had enacted the seal. Upon hearing this, the celestial serpent momentarily hesitated before exclaiming, "Ah, so you are unaware." The implication of its words indicated that it understood the full context, which filled the chief with hope. He quickly replied, "Indeed, I am ignorant. I know everything. All that you seek to understand is clear to me. Yet, why should I divulge this information to you?" The sudden shift in the celestial serpent's demeanor cast a pall over the chief, who had previously felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, why would it choose to enlighten him? Though he felt a sense of frustration, the chief came to terms with the reality that they were adversaries. The celestial serpent continued, "I have come solely for vengeance. The knowledge you seek shall remain withheld from you." Yun Feiyong couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the childishness of the celestial serpent's words. Originally, it was aware of certain matters. Since it was reluctant to speak, silence would suffice. Yet, it chose to utter, "I shall not divulge anything." However, the other members of the Wood clan did not perceive the childishness of the celestial serpent as Yun Feiyong did. Their sole understanding was that this immensely powerful serpent demon had come for vengeance, as the ancestors of the Wood clan had once imprisoned it. In that moment, the chief of the Ironwood clan seemed to age several decades, expressing his profound melancholy. Since the ancients held a grudge against you, we, their descendants, shall not retreat. This enmity is a burden we shall bear for our entire tribe. It appeared that the Ironwood clan chief was determined to shoulder the hatred of the past. A flicker of indescribable complexity flashed in the eyes of the celestial serpent as it spoke. You are commendable. Though your strength is feeble, your courage is not lacking, displaying a hint of an old rascal's demeanor. With an unseemly smile, the Ironwood clan chief replied bitterly, your prowess is unparalleled, and we of the Wood clan humbly acknowledge our inability to contend. We willingly submit. Yet, I implore you to leave a seed for our clan, so that we do not face extinction. Upon finishing, the chief deeply bowed to the celestial serpent, as if in plea and gratitude. Behind him, thousands of Wood clan members wailed and roared, unwilling to submit, some even shouting their desire to perish alongside the celestial serpent. Nevertheless, although they were unaware that the serpent before them was the celestial serpent, the Ironwood clan chief could sense its overwhelming strength. Thus, he hastily reassured his people, hoping not to provoke the celestial serpent, for otherwise, leaving behind a seed would be utterly impossible. The celestial serpent slowly swayed its massive head and declared, with a single move, your entire Wood clan shall be reduced to ashes. Do you think anyone would survive? If you wish to leave a seed, very well. Let us see who possesses the strength to endure. I shall spare them. How could this be possible? The Ironwood clan chief felt desolate. Even if he were to escape the wrath of the celestial serpent, he knew he could not save himself. Undoubtedly, the words of the celestial serpent severed all hope, as none believed they could survive in the presence of such a formidable being. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, the celestial serpent added, very well. I shall grant the Wood clan an opportunity. Choose one person to remain. Its intent was clear. Among those present, one would have a chance at survival, with the choice resting upon the Ironwood clan chief. All eyes turned to him, including those of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, who remained remarkably calm. It was not that they felt any assurance of survival before the celestial serpent. Rather, they recognized their status as mere passers-by in this realm, where death might simply be the path back home. In truth, the one in the most precarious position was the Ironwood clan chief. Forced to choose but one person, whom should he select? His gaze wandered to Yua, then to Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, to Zhimu and Zhuoma, and finally to the elders and all the members of the Wood clan. However, despite casting his gaze upon all those present, the chieftain of the Ironwood tribe remained unable to reach a decision. In his heart, he yearned to keep Yua, yet he was at a loss regarding the esteemed guests Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian. Moreover, how could he bear to witness the demise of so many valiant sons of the Ironwood tribe? Given his role as chieftain and the weight of his responsibilities, he could not selfishly choose to retain his own granddaughter Yua, but rather had to consider others. As the chieftain grappled with his indecision, the celestial serpent spoke again. Very well, I grant you the choice of two. 1, 2. Did it truly make a significant difference for the chieftain or the entire Ironwood tribe? Yet, there was a distinction, at the very least. The chieftain could select one male and one female, ensuring the possibility of progeny and the tribe's future strength. As the chieftain pondered whom to retain, Yua's voice reached Yun Feiyong's ears. Brother Yun, you and Sister Xian are not of the Ironwood tribe. You need not be entangled in our fate. I shall ask grandfather to keep you, which conveniently aligns with the number required. After a pause, Yua continued, I only hope, Brother Yun, that you do not forget about me. With that, her eyes brimmed with tears. Adversity reveals true sentiments. In the past, Yun Feiyong had risked his safety to rescue Yua. Now, Yua was willing to sacrifice her own life to ensure the survival of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian. In this moment, Yua's genuine nature was unveiled in its entirety. Naturally, both Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were deeply moved, expressing their heartfelt gratitude, though the intent to decline was evident. Yua, puzzled, inquired, Brother Yun, Sister Xian, do you not wish for me to have grandfather keep you? As long as we are together, we fear not death. Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian exchanged a knowing smile. Yua, increasingly bewildered, remarked, but if we can survive, would that not be the best outcome? Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian shared a slight smile, refraining from explaining their placid stance, for their reasoning was beyond words. They merely expressed their gratitude to Yua, uttering phrases about facing death together. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged within Yun Feiyong's mind. The celestial serpent was merely toying with them. If this were not the case, given its formidable power, it could easily resolve the situation with a single strike, rather than complicate matters by unleashing a beastly horde upon the Ironwood tribe. If it sought vengeance, why speak at all, ultimately granting the tribe the opportunity to preserve what it called seeds? Furthermore, its words resembled a discourse of emotions, leaving Yun Feiyong with the impression that it was not in pursuit of revenge. Ignoring Yua and Lu Xian's attempts to restrain him, Yun Feiyong stepped forward, positioning himself prominently, and declared loudly, "With your status, position, and strength, you surely look down upon us feeble beings and would not deign to engage with us directly." His voice resonated across the expanse, capturing the attention of all, including the celestial serpent. He stood at the edge of the wall, his gaze unperturbed, the feathers at his waist swaying without a breeze, exuding an air of calm that left all in awe, as if he alone inhabited the entirety of the world. No one could discern whether Yun Feiyong's emergence was fortuitous or ominous, nor could they fathom his intentions. Yet, his demeanor garnered quiet admiration from many. No one else could maintain such tranquility and poise in the presence of the celestial serpent of the earth and heaven. The colossal serpent twisted its massive head to regard Yun Feiyong, a flicker of confusion appearing in its eyes. It spoke, "Young man, do you know me?" In the eyes of the celestial serpent, both the chieftain of the Ironwood clan and Yun Feiyong were merely young men, as if there were no distinction between them. Yet, Yun Feiyong could not help but chuckle, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. He dared to laugh aloud. The celestial serpent let out a low growl, demanding, "Young man, what is it that amuses you? Speak. Do you know who I am?" Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to laugh, Yun Feiyong spoke earnestly. "Celestial serpent of the earth and heaven, king of the wild demons, monarch of the demon kings." He articulated each of the 12 words with deliberate precision. As he finished, an invisible wave surged through the crowd of the Wood clan, rippling with intensity. They may not have understood the entirety of celestial serpent of the earth and heaven or king of the wild demons, but they grasped the significance of monarch of the demon kings. The golden-winged falcon was formidable, well known among the masses, yet it did not rival the might of a demon king. The serpent before them, however, was the king among kings. And even if they had been unaware of its power before, the mere utterance of those 4 words now illuminated its formidable nature. With a resounding roar, the celestial serpent unleashed a powerful gust of energy that surged towards Yun Feiyong, compelling him to step back involuntarily. The serpent then proclaimed loudly, "Young man, you recognize me. You are not of the Wood clan. You are an outsider." Nodding earnestly, Yun Feiyong replied, "Indeed, I am not of the Wood clan. I am an outsider." With another roar, the celestial serpent continued, "Young man, I offer you an opportunity. Accompany me, and I shall spare the lives of all here. What say you?" Chapter 60. The Dilemma. Celestial serpent of the earth and heaven, king of the wild demons, monarch of the demon kings. These 3 phrases, comprising 12 words, wielded a greater power of intimidation than legions of avian and terrestrial beasts combined, rendering the entire Wood clan speechless. As for the celestial serpent, it too was taken aback, not out of fear, but rather due to Yun Feiyong's precise identification of it. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the serpent to be enraged or at least slightly perturbed upon being recognized. However, it exhibited no trace of anger, instead deducing that Yun Feiyong was not a member of the Wood clan, but an outsider. Upon receiving Yun Feiyong's definitive answer, the celestial serpent proposed an enticing condition: the life of Yun Feiyong in exchange for the lives of all the Wood clan members. Moreover, it was not a coercion nor a demand for Yun Feiyong's life, but merely an invitation to accompany it. Though the rationale behind the serpent's desire to take Yun Feiyong remained a mystery, the prospect was undeniably alluring. One life for the salvation of many. All the members of the Mu tribe, in unison, fixed their gaze upon Yun Feiyong. Many appeared to be fervently hoping that he would acquiesce to the Tian Di Xianxi. However, there were also those who wished for him to refuse. Among them Wu Hua, Zhuo Ma, and Zhemu, whose eyes reflected their disapproval. Wu Hua directly implored, "Brother Yun, do not agree. Must we, the people of the Mu tribe, exchange another life for our own survival?" Among the Mu tribe, there existed a unique individual, the chieftain of the Tai Mu tribe, whose eyes betrayed a tumultuous blend of emotions. It seemed he both desired Yun Feiyong to comply and yet wished for him to decline. His internal conflict was palpable. The only one unchanged was Lu Xian, who calmly observed Yun Feiyong's silhouette. It appeared that regardless of the decision he made, she would unwaveringly support him. Whether in life or death, she would steadfastly follow in his footsteps. As for Yun Feiyong himself, he neither hastily dismissed the proposition nor immediately consented, but instead furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. No one among the Mu tribe dared to urge him to decide, and even the Tian Di Xian she remained silent, granting him ample time to ponder. After a while, Yun Feiyong turned to Lu Xian, offering a gentle smile, as if he had arrived at his conclusion. Noticing this, Lu Xian stepped beside him and softly took his hand, her meaning clear. Whatever decision Yun Feiyong made, she would stand by him. Receiving Lu Xian's silent yet resolute support, Yun Feiyong nodded slightly, gripping her hand firmly. His gaze then swept over Wu Hua and Zhuo Ma, followed by a glance at the more distant Zhimu. After surveying the members of the Mu tribe, his attention finally settled on the Tai Mu chieftain. It felt as though Yun Feiyong was silently conveying his thoughts to those around him, yet it remained uncertain who, if anyone, would grasp his sentiments. Unnoticed by all, 2 tears silently traced down Wu Hua's face. She understood Yun Feiyong's heart. At that moment, the Tian Di Xianxi spoke, his voice calm. Young man, have you made up your mind? Yun Feiyong looked at the Tian Di Xianxi with an expression of serene determination and replied, Yes, I have made my decision. Suddenly, a voice rang out from among the Mu tribe. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and agree. If you do, we can all survive. Trading your life for ours is worth it. Please, you must agree. This declaration took everyone by surprise, prompting the Tai Mu chieftain to shoot a fierce glare at the speaker. Wu Hua immediately retorted, Silence. Upon hearing those words, Yun Feiyong turned to the individual, responding coolly. Why should I agree? I am not one of the Mu tribe. What compels me to sacrifice myself to save you? And who are you to me that I should make such a sacrifice? The speaker was left speechless by Yun Feiyong's retort. The Tai Mu chieftain's expression darkened, realizing that the foolish words had jeopardized their cause. Wu Hua's expression was particularly peculiar, as if she could hardly believe that Yun Feiyong could utter such words. Yet, it was precisely this that Yun Feiyong uttered, and the multitude present, along with countless creatures, could attest to it. Wu Hua stared blankly at Yun Feiyong, as if to say, Brother Yun, I never imagined you were such a person. I misjudged you. On the other hand, Zhuo Ma's face revealed a look of disappointment, disheartened that Yun Feiyong would utter such words. Similarly, Zhimu, who had long considered Yun Feiyong a brother, could not help but feel let down, for his words hardly resembled those of a sensible person. Among the other members of the Mu tribe, some exhibited expressions of disillusionment, while others remained hopeful. Yet a few had already succumbed to despair. Only Lu Xian and the Heavenly Serpent remained unfazed, as if Yun Feiyong's decisions held no bearing upon them. Suddenly, the Heavenly Serpent let out a low growl, turning its gaze toward the boisterous member of the Mu tribe. Its eyes ignited with fiery intensity, launching forth 2 blazing lines towards that individual. The man was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade, but it was futile. The 2 fiery lines struck with unparalleled speed, vanishing as soon as they made contact. The onlookers witnessed an exceedingly bizarre scene. The man began to disappear, starting from his limbs, bit by bit, seemingly oblivious to his own fate. From his limbs to his torso, and finally his head, he faded away gradually, his expression remaining unchanged. There were no gory remnants, no severed limbs. The man simply vanished silently, leaving no trace behind. The display of power by the Heavenly Serpent instilled a profound terror among the Mu tribe. Yet Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian remained largely unaffected. They had witnessed the shifting of celestial bodies and the voraciousness of black holes. In comparison, the disappearance of a single person seemed rather trivial. After the man had vanished, the Heavenly Serpent spoke languidly. Old tortoise, this is your descendant, utterly disgracing your name. Do not worry, I have taken care of him. He shall no longer bring shame upon you. You needn't thank me. I take pride in it. In the midst of jest, it had dispatched a life without a trace, and the might of the Heavenly Serpent left the Mu tribe in a state of shock, their hearts racing with fear. However, it appeared indifferent, even somewhat exhilarated, as it turned to Yun Feiyong and inquired, Kid, what do you think of my little trick? Yun Feiyong exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Xian, shaking his head slightly as he replied, Not particularly impressive. Uft. All the members of the Mu tribe, including the Heavenly Serpent, were struck by an overwhelming urge to spew blood. Yun Feiyong's casual remarks sharply provoked everyone present, both humans and beasts alike. Yet, his words rang true. But who would believe it? Wu Hua and Zhuo Ma, the 2 young girls, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom Yun Feiyong's audacity in speaking thus before the Heavenly Serpent. They soon fell into a shared anxiety, fearing that the Heavenly Serpent might unleash its wrath and obliterate them all. The Heavenly Serpent's head dipped slightly, seemingly at a loss due to Yun Feiyong's words. Nonetheless, it did not appear angry. Instead, it calmly remarked, Good lad, you have quite the nerve to speak so boldly in my presence. With a dismissive shrug, Yun Feiyong declared, "I speak the truth. It is indeed not impressive." The celestial serpent, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and rendered speechless, swayed its colossal form and remarked, "Very well. Young one, since you refuse to accompany me, it implies that you are unwilling to save them. Hence, stand aside while I proceed to annihilate them." Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura surged from the celestial serpent, stirring the very elements and causing the heavens to tremble. Its formidable presence compelled the surrounding Wood tribe members to bow submissively to the ground. Yet curiously, not a single soul was harmed. Astonishingly, the direction where Yun Feiyong stood remained unbothered by this oppressive force, as if the celestial serpent had deliberately spared him. Thus, in this entire vicinity, only Yun Feiyong and his 3 companions remained upright, their eyes glimmering with uncertainty. As the oppressive energy intensified, it became evident that some could scarcely endure it. With Wu Hua already in tears, she yearned to implore Yun Feiyong for salvation, yet hesitated, unwilling to risk his life, and still harboring resentment over his previous words. At this moment, Yun Feiyong released Lu Xian's hand, approached Wu Hua, and reached out to wipe away her tears. However, she turned her head sharply, evading his touch, and regarded him with a complex gaze, as if questioning, "What do you truly desire?" With a resigned smile, Yun Feiyong suddenly embraced Wu Hua, assuring her, "Silly girl, do not worry, all will be well." Startled by this unexpected gesture, Wu Hua struggled to escape his embrace. Yet, upon hearing his words, she froze for a brief moment, allowing him to release her. Once again, Yun Feiyong raised his hand to wipe her tears, and this time, she did not shy away. After tending to Wu Hua, he casually patted the shoulder of Zhuoma, who, like Wu Hua, was also shedding tears. "These 2 foolish girls, Brother Yun will ensure your safety," he declared with a smile as he returned to his previous position. Then, Yun Feiyong called out assertively, "Enough. Cease your actions. I promise to accompany you. Spare the Wood tribe." This proclamation was evidently directed at the celestial serpent, yet it astonished both Wu Hua and Zhuoma behind him. Wu Hua, in disbelief, uttered, "Brother Yun, my kin spoke so ill of you, and I misunderstood you. Will you truly save us?" Without turning back, Yun Feiyong stood resolutely alongside Lu Xian, his voice resonating, "I will not allow anything to happen to you." Boom. A resounding echo reverberated in Wu Hua's mind, and tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. This time, her heartstrings were genuinely plucked by Yun Feiyong's words. Zhuoma, observing Yun Feiyong with renewed admiration, reflected the unwavering reverence she once held. The celestial serpent turned its head, its voice booming, "Young one, are you certain? Have you made your decision?" Yun Feiyong replied with unwavering conviction, "Of course. Would I deceive you? I will accompany you." Chapter 62. Awaiting your return, Yua vehemently reproached her kin, solely for uttering words that should have remained unspoken, for tarnishing the reputation of the one held dear in her heart. In this moment, she unleashed a torrent of emotions: anger, sorrow, regret, affection, and longing, venting them all at once. Concurrently, this served as a revelation of the entire sequence of events, leaving everyone engulfed in shame. The chieftain of the Taimu tribe led the way. Every able-bodied member of the tribe, regardless of their injuries, bowed deeply towards the depths of the mountains. Regardless of how Zhuoma reacted afterward, or the transformation witnessed in Yua, or even the changes among the Wood tribe members, not to mention the post-disaster reconstruction of the tribe, these matters were beyond the knowledge of Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian, who had been taken away. Now, they found themselves ensconced within a shadowy cavern, where a faint and eerie breeze stirred, leaving them uncertain of their whereabouts. When they were gently engulfed by the vortex conjured by the celestial mysterious serpent, they felt as if only the blink of an eye had passed before arriving here. The cavern stood approximately 14 to 15 zhang high, with the ground taking on an irregular shape. In its narrowest parts, it measured around 11 or 12 zhang, while the broadest area approached 25 zhang. This colossal void was either nestled within the mountain's belly or buried deep within the earth. In the faint light, Yun Feiyong discerned numerous stalactites hanging overhead. In one direction, on a rugged stone wall, there existed an aperture resembling a passageway, shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. In the most expansive section of the cave, the celestial mysterious serpent coiled its massive form, resting quietly, its colossal head occasionally twisting. In a corner of the stone wall, where a faint light emanated, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were astonished to discover the source of illumination, a simple pattern etched into the stone, exuding an aura of enigma. At that moment, it radiated a glow. Yun Feiyong had never encountered a substance capable of producing light on its own, aside from spontaneously igniting white phosphorus. It seemed that only the legendary luminous pearl could do so. However, the object before him was evidently just a pattern, merely carved into the stone. Why then did it emit light? Filled with curiosity, Yun Feiyong inquired, "Respected Elder Serpent, I have several questions. May I seek your enlightenment?" He employed a term of respect. The voice of the celestial mysterious serpent echoed through the cavern. "Humph, I have a name, Xianming. All of my kin bear the surname Xian." Suppressing a chuckle, Yun Feiyong quickly corrected himself. "Very well, Elder Xianming. I have a few queries that I hope you can clarify." Seemingly a bit impatient, Xianming replied, "Ask away, ask away. I shall allow you to pose all your questions at once." Pointing towards the glowing area, Yun Feiyong asked Xianming, "Elder, why does this object, being merely a pattern, possess the ability to emit light?" With a low growl, Xianming expressed surprise at Yun Feiyong's inquiry. Its gaze fixed intently on Yun Feiyong. It took a moment before responding. "Young one, I expected you to inquire about my purpose in bringing you here, yet you have surprised me by asking this. Elder Xianming, we have names. I am Yun Feiyong, and she is Lu Xin." Yun Feiyong unexpectedly replied to Xianming in a tone not unlike his own. He then continued, "I find this small pattern exceedingly intriguing." Xianming, taken aback by Yun Feiyong's audacity, could not suppress a cold snort. Yet, he seemed unfazed and said, "Very well, Yun Feiyong. You truly possess quite the spirit to speak to me in such a manner." After a brief pause, Xianming continued, "Both of you have shown commendable composure. Upon your arrival, you neither inquired about me immediately nor succumbed to panic. Instead, you quietly observed the entire cave and even discerned something unusual." With a slight smile, Yun Feiyong replied, "One could say we have weathered a few storms. We are not as timid as mice. You brought us here. Surely it is not to eliminate us. Given your prowess, such a task would be unnecessary." At this moment, Lu Xin interjected, "Since you have no intention of harming us, why should we remain anxious? Your strength is undeniable, and we are powerless to resist, left only to submit to your whims." Lu Xin, in sync with Yun Feiyong, easily picked up the thread of the conversation. Perhaps it was their unspoken understanding that rendered Xianming silent, for after Lu Xin finished speaking, he ceased to respond. After a considerable pause, Xianming finally spoke, "Yun Feiyong, if you wish to inquire about something, feel free to ask. Today, I am in a good mood and may entertain a few of your questions. However, I cannot guarantee that I will divulge everything." Yun Feiyong dared not hope for Xianming to answer every query. His willingness to respond at all was already quite generous. Thus, he promptly asked, "Who carved that small pattern? How is it engraved, and why does it emit light?" He returned to his earlier question. "This is an array, one that I inscribed. As for why it glows, that is not easily explained, so I shall refrain from elaborating. An array. This small, luminous pattern is indeed an array. It appears to possess a certain profundity." Yun Feiyong could not help but recall the array within the Wood Clan tribe. He wondered if the two arrays were akin to one another. Contemplating, he asked, "Is the array in the Wood Clan tribe similar to this one?" Boom. Xuanming's aura suddenly became disordered, perhaps provoked by Yun Feiyong's words. He bellowed, "Young man, do not speak of that which you do not understand. The array of the Wood Clan is infinitely more formidable than this glowing little array. They are incommensurable." Xuanming's voice rose considerably, echoing throughout the cave and leaving Yun Feiyong's ears ringing. Yun Feiyong waited until the deafening sound subsided before responding, "I am utterly ignorant of arrays." Seemingly resigned, Xianming said, "Ah, very well. Let me provide you with a brief introduction. An array, also known as a formation, differs in purpose and power, thus leading to various classifications. There are countless types of arrays such as killing arrays, defensive arrays, trapping arrays, and illusion arrays, among many others. Ever since witnessing High Priest Rama wield tremendous power through the array, Yun Feiyong had become profoundly intrigued by it. Now, with Xianming providing an explanation, he naturally continued to inquire, "What exactly is a formation? How does the one from the Wood Clan differ from this luminous formation?" Shaking his large head slightly, Xianming replied, "I have little knowledge of formations and cannot articulate it well. It would be better for you to learn on your own when the opportunity arises. Then, you will understand everything." The words of Xianming resonated in Yun Feiyong and Lu Xin's ears, leaving a lasting impression in their hearts. The first part was unremarkable, but the latter part eased their apprehension considerably. Xianming's implication was clear. It seemed he had no intention of killing them. At that moment, Xianming continued, "The purpose of this luminous formation is solely for illumination. Beyond that, it serves no other function. However, the formation of the Wood Clan is both offensive and defensive. The little girl from the Wood Clan merely harnessed a minuscule fraction of its power. Good heavens! The power capable of annihilating thousands of creatures was merely a fraction of that formation's strength. If the formation's full power were unleashed, what unimaginable might would it possess? A shiver of excitement coursed through Yun Feiyong's heart. I must learn about formations. Overwhelmed with eagerness, Yun Feiyong asked, what are these luminous patterns? They are formation patterns. The operation and existence of a formation depend on them for support. They are akin to the meridians in our bodies, an indispensable part. Without them, the formation would merely be a hollow shell, utterly useless. So that is how it is. A formation requires patterns for support. Without them, it cannot exist. Yun Feiyong's understanding of formations deepened further, and he continued, are all formations composed of the same patterns? Or do they differ from one another? They are certainly not the same. The purpose, scale, power, and location of a formation vary, and thus the patterns differ as well. To put it simply, the greater the power of the formation, the more intricate the patterns, of course. There is also the possibility of simple patterns wielding boundless power. Lu Xian suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How can that be possible? If the patterns are simple, how can the formation's power be limitless? Xianming glanced at Lu Xian and said, because the complexity of the patterns also has a profound level of significance. Generally speaking, more complex patterns are more profound, yet some skilled formation masters can create formations with seemingly simple patterns that are incredibly profound and possess terrifying power. After a brief pause, Xianming continued, a masterful formation artist can create a formation with 3 to 5 patterns that is far more potent than one crafted by a novice with thousands of patterns. By the way, a formation artist is a term used to describe someone well-versed in formations. Through Xuanming's elucidation, Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian deepened their understanding of formations. They learned that formations come in many varieties, differing in size and purpose, numbering in the thousands, with patterns providing support, where complexity and profundity enhance power. At this moment, Yun Feiyong's desire to learn about formations intensified. He was utterly captivated by the allure of formations, whether it be their power, their functions, or the intricacies of their patterns. He found himself deeply enthralled. Suddenly, Yun Feiyong recalled that Xianming had mentioned being confined here by the ancestors of the Wood clan. However, looking around this mere cave, how could it possibly restrain the formidable earth and sky Xian snake? Thus, he pondered, could it be that this cave possesses some extraordinary feature? With this thought, he promptly inquired, Senior Xianming, with your immense power, how could you remain trapped here for so long? Roar. Xianming let out a sudden low growl, its aura becoming chaotic once more, seemingly incited by Yun Feiyong's words. Nevertheless, it did not allow its fury to escalate, but rather subdued it quietly, responding, it is all because of that. As soon as Xianming finished speaking, Yun Feiyong felt a tremor beneath his feet. Then, he beheld the ground of the entire cave revealing intricate patterns, radiating a faint golden light. The patterns were numerous, sprawling across the entire floor in an exceedingly complex manner. With each pattern gradually illuminating, the cave was filled with ample light, resembling daylight. Moreover, the golden radiance enhanced the already colorful stalactites, rendering them even more vibrant. Observing the patterns beneath him multiplying and densely covering the ground, Yun Feiyong experienced a sense of dizziness, not from the brilliance of the light, but from staring at the patterns, which contained boundless mysteries, leaving him bewildered. What is this? Is this the formation? In an instant, Yun Feiyong comprehended that these lines emanating a soft golden glow were the formations Xianming had referred to. However, he could not fathom what kind of grand formation could be created from such an array of profound patterns. A spark of insight ignited in his mind, and Yun Feiyong pointed at the patterns, saying, is it this formation that has trapped you here? Roar. Xianming's entire body writhed, appearing quite uncomfortable under the illumination of the formation's patterns. Then, it opened its massive jaws and declared, indeed, you are quite correct. It is this damned formation that has kept me confined here, unable to escape. But how did you manage to reach the Wood Clan tribe? Yun Feiyong wondered, sensing a contradiction in Xuanming's words. Adjusting its posture for comfort, Xianming replied, look closely at the center of this formation. Is there something different about it? Following Xuanming's guidance, Yun Feiyong lowered his gaze to the center of the formation, where he discovered a small area devoid of patterns. What is the meaning of this? Logically, a complete formation should have uninterrupted patterns, yet this section was clearly missing a portion. Perhaps Xianming discerned the doubt in Yun Feiyong's heart, as it sighed and remarked, you see, it is precisely because the center of the formation lacks a crucial component that it has become ineffective, allowing me to escape with ease. According to Xuanming's words, coupled with his own knowledge, Yun Feiyong understood that Xianming had been trapped for a staggering 100,000 years. After such a lengthy period without escape, why was it successful now? He could not help but say, "This must not have been your doing, right? If you had such capability, you would have left long ago." Indeed, this is not my doing. It is not that I lack the capability, but rather that I have been confined within, powerless to dismantle it. However, now that the formation has been destroyed, you are able to emerge. How is this possible? Yun Feiyong prepared to probe further. Roar. Xianming swung its massive head, growling incessantly, akin to laughter. Then it spoke. You must have seen the white beam of light that descended from the heavens, correct? That was it. It shattered the formation, allowing me to walk free. From Xuanming's voice, Yun Feiyong could distinctly sense a thrill of excitement, yet he also discerned something extraordinary within its words. The very formation that had ensnared Xianming was obliterated by that beam of white light, born from the transformation of heaven and earth. No wonder that beam had appeared so suddenly, descending with unparalleled might from the sky and vanishing deep within the mountains. It had inadvertently destroyed this formation, liberating Xianming and granting it the opportunity to escape. Yun Feiyong exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that divine power descended, annihilating this formation and aiding your release?" Roar, roar. Xianming let out two roars, seemingly acknowledging Yun Feiyong's assertion. Then it continued, "Perhaps this is fate. For countless ages, I have yearned to escape, yet I have always failed. Who would have thought that success would come so suddenly? Indeed, or perhaps, as Xianming posits, the forces of heaven and earth dismantled the formation, inadvertently freeing it. This is destiny. Otherwise, how could such a fortuitous occurrence transpire, with divine power fortuitously landing here and precisely destroying the core sigils of the formation? Originally, whether Xianming was trapped or liberated bore little relevance to Yun Feiyong. However, upon recalling the recent beast tide, a surge of fury erupted within him. He was engulfed in rage. In this world, Yun Feiyong had come to comprehend the cheapness of life. His anger did not stem from mourning the fallen members of the Wood clan, but rather from witnessing so many innocent lives extinguished before his eyes. He found it intolerable. Moreover, what truly incensed Yun Feiyong was that this beast tide nearly claimed the life of a friend he had come to recognize. He and Lu Exan had faced peril repeatedly. He was indifferent to his own safety. For him now, Lu Exan's well-being was far more significant than his own life, and he cared immensely. Thus, Yun Feiyong was furious, enraged that the beast tide instigated by Xianming had nearly cost Lu Exan her life. He spoke coldly. "Since you have been liberated, it should be a cause for celebration. Yet why did you muster the beast tide to assault the Wood clan's tribe?" Gulp. Xianming was evidently taken aback by Yun Feiyong's sudden shift in demeanor. Then, the glimmer of a once dormant fire ignited in its eyes, and it remarked, "Should I not seek vengeance against the old tortoise who confined me for so long?" Suddenly, the wind rose from nowhere. The atmosphere within the cave became chaotic for reasons unknown. Yet the flicker of fire in Xuanming's eyes indicated its fury. It was evident that Yun Feiyong's words had provoked its wrath. The oppressive atmosphere surged forth, prompting Yun Feiyong to swiftly shield Lu Exan behind him, gritting his teeth in defiance. However, in the blink of an eye, the pressure dissipated, and tranquility returned to the cavern, as if nothing had transpired. Xianming once again assumed a somewhat languid demeanor, with the flicker of fire in his eyes vanishing completely. Gathering his courage, Yun Feiyong addressed Xianming. "It was the ancestor of the Wood clan who imprisoned you, not his descendants. Why do you seek vengeance on the Wood clan?" Casting a glance at Yun Feiyong, Xianming replied, "Young man, precisely because of this, I commanded those lesser beings to attack without intervening myself. Otherwise, with my strength. Do you think the diminutive Wood clan could still exist?" Upon hearing Xuanming's words, Yun Feiyong found them quite reasonable. Had Xianming chosen to act, the Wood clan would surely have perished. Suddenly, a somewhat absurd thought flashed through his mind, and he inquired, "From the very beginning, did you never intend to annihilate the Wood clan?" Xianming fell silent, as if lost in reminiscence. After a moment, he simply responded, "Yes." His answer was succinct and unequivocal, confirming that he had no desire to obliterate the Wood clan. Yet, Yun Feiyong remained puzzled. If such was the case, why instigate an attack? At that moment, Lu Exan, sharing a mental connection with Yun Feiyong, voiced the question, "If you harbor no intent to destroy the Wood clan, why then the assault?" Xianming lapsed into silence once more before slowly speaking. "Because the fauna of this mountain range has become somewhat excessive, if given sufficient time. Who knows how many half-demons will emerge, and among them, how many will ascend to become true demons?" Pausing briefly, Xianming continued, "At that juncture, the Wood clan would face genuine peril. My actions merely serve to reduce the likelihood of demonic emergence and to alert the Wood clan, ensuring they do not lose their sense of crisis. While Xuanming's rationale seemed to stem from a place of goodwill for the Wood clan, the loss of over 1,000 lives raised doubts. Liu Xian couldn't help but press further. With an overabundance of creatures, you could easily eradicate them yourself. Why allow them to attack the Wood clan, leading to such a tragic toll? Gently shaking his head, Xianming replied, just a mere 1,000. Insufficient to shake the foundation of the Wood clan. Were it not for this, how could I impart a bloody lesson? Moreover, I must project an image of wanting to annihilate them. Otherwise, how would they learn? At this point, Yun Feiyong interjected, so, when you discovered I was an outsider, you used the pretense of taking me with you as a means to circumvent them? What if I refuse your terms and am unwilling to accompany you? Fear not. I have my own methods. However, this is a matter you need not concern yourself with. Xuanming's response tacitly acknowledged the rationale behind bringing Yun Feiyong along. Yet it was clear he intended to withhold the particulars of his so-called methods. Sensing Xuanming's reticence, Yun Feiyong refrained from further inquiries and merely smiled, saying, "Are you not concerned that the Wood clan might indeed be annihilated by your own disciples? It is indeed true that I am aware of the formation possessed by the Wood clan. I also know that although they can only harness a fraction of its power, it suffices to contend with the oncoming beast tide. However, I did not anticipate that they had weakened to the point of being able to utilize the formation only a handful of times. Thus, at this juncture, Yun Feiyong had finally grasped the intricacies surrounding the occurrence of this beast tide. He comprehended the transformations of the world, the arrival of the beast tide, the emergence of Xianming, and the Wood clan's formation that had ensnared him, among other related matters. Suddenly, a thought struck Yun Feiyong. Xianming had claimed to be trapped here by the ancestors of the Wood clan for an extensive period. Yet, if it were indeed confined, how could it possibly be privy to the events transpiring outside? How could it know that within the Wood clan's tribe, there existed a formation left behind by the ancestors? Logically, the ancestors of the Wood clan and Xianming ought to be adversaries. It would be inconceivable for one to casually divulge to the other the means bequeathed to future generations. Yet, paradoxically, Xianming appeared to be aware of the existence of the formation within the Wood clan. What could this signify? Upon reflecting on this, Yun Feiyong concluded that the relationship between Xianming and the ancestors of the Wood clan was far more intricate than mere enmity. The connection between the two must be complex. Otherwise, Xianming could not so readily refer to the ancestors in such a dismissive manner while simultaneously assisting the Wood clan. Thus, Yun Feiyong cautiously inquired, "Xianming, esteemed elder, what precisely is your relationship with the ancestors of the Wood clan?" As soon as the words left his lips, Xianming widened its eyes in astonishment, quickly averted its gaze, and replied, "He is my enemy." With a resigned shake of his head, Yun Feiyong understood that it was evident Xianming would not divulge the truth of the matter. Chapter 64. Thus it is the affairs of the world often unfold in the most peculiar manner. The more one yearns to uncover certain truths, the more elusive they become. Yun Feiyong was eager to discern the true nature of the relationship between Xianming and the ancestors of the Wood clan, yet given Xuanming's demeanor, it was clear that he would not be forthcoming. In truth, Yun Feiyong's desire for the truth stemmed not from a mere curiosity for secrets, but from a deeper consideration. He believed that if he could ascertain the connection between the two, he might glean insights into the events of the past. 100,000 years prior, the ancestors of the Wood clan had left behind teachings, certain that one day outsiders would arrive. It was also at that time that Xianming had been trapped here. Given the timeline, the two events were likely interconnected. In other words, Xianming might possess some knowledge of the past. Alas, it seemed that from Xianming, Yun Feiyong would inevitably be deprived of the truths he sought, and he had no choice but to suppress this line of inquiry, contemplating the possibility of revisiting the subject at a later time. Yet, what may transpire in the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, a mystery to which he was equally oblivious. Suppressing his desire to uncover the truth, Yun Feiyong suddenly became aware of a rather unexpected question, and thus he spoke, "Esteemed elder Xianming, having been trapped for so long, how have you managed to survive? How is it possible for you to endure for such an extended period?" Roaring in response, Xianming was evidently provoked by Yun Feiyong's inquiry. It coldly retorted, "Foolish child, those of your human race who cultivate martial arts can live for tens of thousands of years. I am a formidable Xian snake of the heavens and earth, a king of the wilds. Surviving for 100,000 years is hardly a trivial feat. In this world, there exist countless phenomena that surpass Yun Feiyong's comprehension, including feats of soaring through the skies, traversing vast terrains, and altering the very fabric of nature. Yet, let us not delve into those. The revelation from Xianming, a being capable of articulating human language, that one can exist for tens of thousands of years, is indeed astonishing. Xuanming's words left Yun Feiyong, as well as Lu Xian, utterly flabbergasted. Lu Xian murmured, "Even if you were born with an extended lifespan, capable of living for 100,000 years, how do you sustain yourself in this place devoid of sustenance?" Xianming felt a surge of frustration. Lu Xian's inquiry rendered it speechless, tears streaming down its face in sheer helplessness. After a few labored breaths, it responded, "Young girl, martial arts is a wondrous discipline. In your realm, sustenance is indeed vital. However, at my level, the necessity of food becomes trivial. I can survive solely through cultivation." Wow! The prowess of martial arts astounded Yun Feiyong, further igniting his desire to pursue this path. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, he asked, "Elder, having been trapped here alone for so long, how do you address certain physiological needs?" Physiological needs? It was an understood implication. Lu Xian's face flushed a deep crimson. "Roar! Roar!" Xianming bellowed in anger. "You insolent boy, silence yourself. From this moment forth, I shall no longer entertain any inquiries from you." Unfazed, Yun Feiyong shrugged nonchalantly. Attempting to appease, "Elder Xianming, I have but one final question. I wish to understand the relationship or distinction between a seal and an array." With a sudden surge of energy, Xuanming's presence erupted, chaotic and tumultuous, its gaze fixed upon Yun Feiyong as it thundered, "You know of seals?" This time, Xianming appeared genuinely enraged, losing control of its aura, which surged unchecked. Poor Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian were violently thrust back by this formidable energy. Crashing against the stone wall, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The sheer strength of Xianming was evident. Yun Feiyong was but a fraction of its might, unable to withstand even a breath of its fury. Yet, the sudden eruption of Xuanming's anger was bewildering. Yun Feiyong could not fathom how he had offended it to provoke such wrath. As Xuanming's aura enveloped the cave, which was nearly sealed, a whirlwind suddenly stirred, howling through the confines. The once radiant array patterns on the ground flickered erratically, resembling candle flames buffeted by the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. The earth began to tremble, the cave quaking incessantly, as if cowering in fear of Xuanming's wrath. 2 stalactites plummeted from the ceiling, only to be shattered against the walls by the relentless gusts. As the winds battered against him, Yun Feiyong felt an excruciating pain as if he might be torn asunder. Gritting his teeth, he slowly maneuvered his steps, shielding Lu Xian behind him. With his sturdy frame, he created a warm sanctuary from the oncoming tempest, offering her a refuge from the storm. Yun Feiyong's martial prowess has now reached a state of perfection in his mortal form. Yet he is still acutely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through him. How much more must Lu Xian endure? Thus, he resolutely shields Lu Xian behind him, willingly accepting the agony himself to spare her even the slightest harm. Suddenly enveloped in protection, Lu Xian beams with joy, gently pressing her body against Yun Feiyong's back. His spine is firmly pressed against her ample bosom, yet his mind is devoid of any lewd thoughts or distractions. At that moment, the whirlwind intensifies, and Yun Feiyong's body begins to tremble slightly, the pain omnipresent. He faces the tempest, opening his mouth with great effort, uttering each word with clarity. "Xian, Ming, ancestors, we can no longer endure." His voice reverberates within the cavern, perhaps prompting Xianming to acknowledge the shift in the atmosphere. It swiftly retracts its aura, and the cave falls into an eerie stillness. The whirlwind subsides, the ground ceases its tremors, and the runes upon the earth no longer flicker incessantly. Then, it opens its gaping maw and inhales deeply, causing Yun Feiyong and Lu Xian to be irresistibly drawn back to its side. Like puppets, they are carelessly blown away and then sucked back in, their bodies beyond their control. Gazing at the pair standing before it once more, Xianming's voice turns icy as it inquires, "Do you understand the seal?" The reason behind Xianming's fixation on this knowledge perplexes Yun Feiyong, nonetheless. He candidly replies, "I do not comprehend what a seal is, but I vaguely overheard a few words from the Wood Clan leader, among which was seal." Nodding slightly, Xianming remarks, "I see. Then what exactly did you hear?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun Feiyong responds, "Not many words. I recall 100,000 years, seal, change, and fate." Upon hearing this, a complex flicker passes through Xianming's eyes, followed by a silence. After a while, Xianming finally speaks, "Kid, I have told you that I may not answer all your questions. This one, I choose to remain silent about." Once again, Xianming explicitly declines to divulge the information Yun Feiyong seeks, whereas previously it had merely been evasive. By now, Yun Feiyang realizes that there is no coercing Xianming into revealing what it wishes to keep secret, especially given his own lack of strength to enforce such demands. Suddenly, Yun Feiyang observes that Xianming will readily answer queries of a more general nature, but will firmly withhold information regarding its own matters, past events, or the truths of the situation. Thus, he refrains from further questioning, falling into silence as the cavern grows still, the sound of a falling pin palpable. Abruptly, a mysterious glint appears in Xianming's eyes as it asks, "Kid, do you wish to leave this place?" Yun Feiyang, momentarily taken aback, quickly responds, "Who would wish to remain in this wretched cave? Of course, we desire to depart." With a piercing cry, Xianming declared, "What I speak of is not merely departing from this cave, but rather leaving this mountain range, abandoning the Wood clan you have inhabited, and transcending this realm. I possess the ability to escort you to a world beyond, a realm unlike this one." Thud, thud. Yun Feiyang's heart raced violently. He had long been contemplating the opportune moment to inquire with Chief Taimu about the route leading away from this place. Yet, before he could pose the question, Xianming had already revealed his capacity to facilitate their escape. He hastily responded, "We would certainly welcome such an opportunity. I have long harbored the desire to venture beyond and witness the world outside. However, can you truly escort us away? We have learned from the Wood clan that no outsider has ever entered here, nor has anyone ever departed." Xianming replied, "I, too, hail from the world beyond, and my strength is formidable. Do you truly believe I lack the means to aid your departure? However, the realm outside is infinitely more vast, yet equally more ruthless than this one. Are you certain you wish to embark on this journey?" With a chuckle, Yun Feiyang asserted, "Regardless of the nature of the world outside, we must go, for we seek to return home." After a brief silence, Xianming said, "Very well, I can facilitate your departure, but you must agree to one condition. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. No one would act selflessly for another without reason." It was only natural for Xianming, who had no prior connection with Yun Feiyang, to have a request. Yun Feiyang's pupils constricted as he inquired, "What is your request?" Xianming shook his head nonchalantly and replied, "It is nothing of great consequence, simply that you return once you have gained sufficient strength." "What? Is it truly that simple? Just a visit upon your return?" Yun Feiyang could hardly believe it, and asked, "Are you certain this is your only requirement?" With a low growl, Xianming stated, "I am the king of the wild demons, the sovereign of demon lords. Would I make a promise without intention? This is my sole request. Should you agree, I will assist your departure. If you decline, I shall not harm you, but will keep you here to accompany me." Yun Feiyang nodded. "When do you deem it appropriate for us to return? It cannot be an indefinite timeline, where we come and go as we please. As for time, let us set a limit of 1,000 years. Though it may seem brief, I hope you will endeavor to return within this span. As long as you do not exceed 1,000 years, you may return at any time. However, should the time elapse and you have not returned, I shall no longer wait." "What? 1,000 years seems short?" A wave of helplessness washed over Yun Feiyang. In Xuanming's mind, how many years would truly seem sufficient?